Albert had never harbored grand aspirations, always considering himself a mere slacker. However, with his rebirth came a panel and a golden finger, indicating he was destined to become a victor in life. Just as Albert was plotting to be a slacker with purpose, an owl delivered an invitation to Hogwarts, and it dawned on him that he had traversed into the world of Harry Potter. Now, Albert contemplated how to be a dream-filled slacker in the magical realm. Chapter 1. The Owl Post. On a crisp morning, a ray of sunlight filtered through the gap in the curtains, illuminating the sleeping visage of a young boy. Albert remained in slumber, but he would soon be roused. The door to the second-floor room, adjacent to the staircase, was quietly pushed open by a brown-haired girl. With her large brown eyes fixed on the boy still enveloped in dreams, she softly called out, "Albert, it's time to get up." Noticing his lack of response, the girl pouted in discontent, stepped inside the room, followed by a British short-haired cat. "Tom, I beg you," she said, lifting the cat onto the bed and gently brushing its tail across Albert's face. Still half asleep, Albert swatted the cat's tail away, opened his eyes to see his mischievous sister, and stifled a yawn while greeting her. "Good morning, Nia. Dad said he would take us to London today." Nia blinked, looking at Albert. "To help you get fitted for your Eton uniform and to buy items from the list." "All right, I understand. He'll get dressed," Albert replied, stifling another yawn. He picked up the cat, who was stretching on the bed covers, placed it on the floor, stretched himself, and began to change clothes before heading to the living room for breakfast. "Did you stay up late again?" Daisy asked as she placed a sumptuous breakfast before Albert. "Son, we should hurry. Today's schedule is quite full," Herbert said, spreading out the letters received from Eton School with a proud smile. It is well known that elite private schools in Britain are the breeding grounds for exceptional individuals, and Eton stands as the pinnacle among them. Admission to this institution requires two criteria: talent and wealth. The Anderson family belongs to the middle class in Britain, with both parents running a law firm and having some savings. As for Albert, he was seen as a prodigy, excelling academically and having participated in numerous inter-school competitions, winning accolades. Whether he truly is the genius others perceive him to be is a secret only he knows. Genius? No, Albert never considered himself one. He harbored a secret unknown to others. She was a transmigrator. As for why he was labeled a genius, it baffled him. A child unfamiliar with the Rubik's Cube could effortlessly solve a scrambled one. To most adults, that was the hallmark of genius. In truth, his ability to solve the cube stemmed from prior experience in his past life, where he had learned the secrets of the puzzle. As for maintaining the facade of genius, Albert was not at all worried about exposure, for he possessed the legendary golden finger. Transmigrators came equipped with golden fingers. The online novels had not deceived him. This phenomenon began when Albert was 7 years old, when a panel suddenly appeared in his mind. The panel served two primary purposes: to accept tasks and allocate skill points. Occasionally, tasks would manifest, and upon completion, he would gain experience, or skill points. Experience could be used to enhance skills, while skill points directly improved a skill by one level. Albert's first skill was proficiency in English, which he spent several years elevating to level 3. If ordinary Britons have a proficiency of level 2, a typical English teacher would be at level 3. By maxing out his technological skills, Albert believed he could become a genius scientist. However, he had never aspired to be a scientist, nor had he in his previous life. In his past existence, he relished reading and eventually became an ordinary web novelist. Having written several books, he had accumulated a modest fortune, leading a carefree life doing what he loved. In essence, he had been a slacker in his former life. As for how he transmigrated, it was somewhat embarrassing. One day, while lounging on the sofa watching Mr. Bean, he absent-mindedly munched on an apple, so engrossed in the hilarity of the film that he forgot he was chewing. Consequently, he choked on a piece of apple and met his demise at the age of 30. Upon awakening, he found himself transformed into an infant, muddling through the years in this new home, even adopting another cat, which he named Tom after the animated series Tom and Jerry. At 7, the game panel appeared, prompting Albert to question his existence, even contemplating whether he was an NPC within a game. Eventually, having not encountered any players, he came to view the panel as a blessing bestowed upon transmigrators. Connecting transmigration with the golden finger equated to being a winner in life. Albert had no grand ambitions. He merely wished to experience a few romances in adulthood, secure a simple and leisurely job after graduating from university, and ideally marry before 30, accumulating enough wealth to live freely and carelessly for the rest of his days. To realize such a future, Albert had devised a plan. He intended to venture into Wall Street in America post-graduation. Leveraging his maxed-out economic skills, coupled with remnants of memories from his previous life, he believed he could swiftly amass a fortune in dollars. However, leveling up the panel skills proved challenging, particularly after reaching level 2, as each subsequent level required immense experience. Albert needed to undertake tasks to earn experience and skill points, with admission to Eton being one such task. "Son, what are you pondering?" Herbert queried, slicing steak on his plate while glancing at his son, who appeared lost in thought. "I was contemplating what I want to do in the future," Albert replied, after swallowing a mouthful of fried egg. "And what do you wish to pursue?" Daisy inquired curiously, as the couple seldom heard their child discuss his aspirations. "Finance," Albert answered without hesitation. "We thought you might aspire to be a scientist or an astronaut." The Andersons exchanged perplexed glances. "What is finance?" Nia interjected, feeling left out of the conversation. "Finance is quite lucrative," Albert stated, looking up. "Please purchase a few books on economics for me. This time consider it an early birthday gift." "Son, do not mislead your sister. Only the truly talented can earn money in that field," Herbert remarked, his expression shifting slightly, suppressing a cough. "Moreover, we are not impoverished." "All right, let us eat breakfast and refrain from idle chatter," Daisy interjected. "Nia, be sure to finish your milk." "Oh." Nia, who was not particularly fond of milk, complied. Life after his rebirth was splendid. A charming sister, a harmonious family, a comfortable life, and a golden finger that could propel him to the pinnacle of success. If there was one source of discontent for Albert, it was undoubtedly British cuisine. Previously, he had been skeptical of the online claims that Britain was a culinary desert, given that the British generally favored a simple and comfortable lifestyle. However, after experiencing it firsthand, he no longer doubted the veracity of those descriptions. After finishing breakfast, the Anderson family helped clear the table, secured the doors and windows, and prepared to head out together. As Albert opened the door to their Ford and prepared to slide into the back seat, he suddenly heard Nia exclaim in surprise, "Look, is that an owl?" The Andersons turned in confusion toward the direction of their daughter's gaze, only to see an owl soaring toward them, dropping a letter at Albert's feet as it flew overhead. At this moment, the expressions on the faces of the Anderson family had all frozen. An owl delivering a message? When did owls start moonlighting as postal carriers? Chapter 2. The past of the Anderson family. No one moved. Everyone remained frozen in place for what felt like half an hour. Well, in reality, it was probably only 10 seconds. Albert bent down to pick up the pale yellow envelope, an unsealed letter inscribed in emerald green ink. He softly read aloud, 19, Tybee Avenue, for Mr. Albert Anderson at the door. The Wizarding Road. You possess the potential to become a wizard, yet you are not yet qualified. You have now been granted a precious opportunity to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry as a student. Reward, 10,000 experience. 2 skill points, and Wizarding Bloodline. Wizarding Bloodline. Albert was momentarily taken aback. What on earth was that? The 2 skill points were indeed enticing. After all, becoming a student at Eton only granted 1 point. Albert had saved for many years and had only managed to accumulate 3 skill points, which he was reluctant to use. However, what was even more astonishing was the revelation that he was living in a fictional world. The magical realm from the Harry Potter series? Goodness. Are owls now being trained to deliver letters at the zoo? Nia curiously gazed at the owl lingering nearby. Nia, I doubt anyone would use an owl to send letters. At least, not normal people. Perhaps this is just a prank, Albert replied. Daisy looked at her husband, noticing Herbert's furrowed brow, and asked, What's wrong, dear? Shouldn't we be heading out? Nothing. Albert, let me see the letter, Herbert murmured. Oh, here. Albert handed the envelope to his father. Dear. Daisy appeared somewhat displeased. Herbert, oblivious to his wife's irritation, quickly tore open the envelope, pulled out the parchment, and glanced at it before saying, Children, it seems our plans will have to be postponed. Dear Herbert, what has happened? What does the letter say? Daisy's tone grew increasingly heavy as she sensed something was amiss with her husband. Father, what does it say? Nia could not help but ask, while Albert remained relatively unperturbed. After the front door closed, the owl that delivered the letter still did not depart. Dear Herbert, You better provide me with a proper explanation. Daisy looked quite incensed, eager to see her son don the Eton uniform. However, considering the previous shocks of realizing they lived in a fictional world, it didn't seem all that strange. Especially since he had read the Harry Potter series and even penned a fanfiction. He had researched extensively and retained some understanding of the novel's universe. Let me read it. Herbert glanced at his typically composed son and began to read from the parchment. Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Confederation of Wizards, President of the Wizarding Association, First-Class Wizard of the Order of Merlin. Hogwarts School? Daisy gasped, her eyes wide as she began to grasp what this was, a letter of admission? Magic. Could it be that this world truly possessed magic? Nia's face radiated uncontrollable excitement. I want to learn magic. I want to go to magic school. Ugh, Albert, let go of me. Nia glared at her brother in annoyance as she attempted to peer at the letter but was restrained by Albert. Nia, let father finish reading the letter. Albert gestured for his father to continue, while gently pulling his frustrated mother to sit down. Son, I will absolutely not allow you to attend this Hogwarts. Daisy was furious, suspecting her husband knew more than he was letting on. Herbert cleared his throat and continued reading. Dear Mr. Anderson, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by July 21st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Herbert finished reading the letter and passed it to his son. Albert glanced at it briefly before handing it to his curious sister, who eagerly ran to her mother, Daisy. Daisy meticulously analyzed each line of the letter and, with deliberate emphasis, stated, I absolutely do not agree to let Albert attend such a school. No, someone must be playing a trick on us. Perhaps we should report this immediately and catch that insufferable prankster. Daisy fell silent, instead fixing her husband with a piercing gaze. Father, do you know something? Albert inquired. I once asked my father what Hogwarts was, and he merely said it was a school. Later, one time when he was drunk, I asked him why he wanted me to go to Hogwarts. He just said he was a mute, but I didn't understand what that meant. Herbert's voice was somber as he recalled that moment when his father had cried. I think now I understand what Hogwarts is. My father would surely be delighted to know his grandson has received a letter from Hogwarts. Albert certainly understood what mute meant, but he had never genuinely contemplated his connection to wizards. Speaking of which, there were no related skills in his skill set. Otherwise, he would have noticed by now. Yes, I should write to him. No, call him. He would surely be thrilled. Herbert suddenly exclaimed, seemingly intent on reaching out to his father. Herbert Anderson, Daisy shouted. Albert should attend Eton. He will achieve unimaginable success there, not go to a school we've never even heard of. This is about his future. And I will absolutely not allow you. Mother, we have yet to determine if magic even exists, Albert interjected, grasping his mother's arm to calm her down. Did the letter not say to await your owl? Perhaps we should write to each other, allowing that Hogwarts school to send someone to prove whether magic exists. If they cannot prove it, then it must be a scam. Well then, son, I agree with your opinion. Let that damned school prove the authenticity of this letter. Daisy clenched her fists and swung her arm forcefully. Just wait. I will report those fraudsters and ensure they spend a few years in prison. Chapter 3. The visit. Herbert dialed his father, and upon hearing the news, the elderly man became quite emotional, expressing his intention to visit his grandson soon. Daisy remained irate, and it was only under Albert's gentle persuasion that she refrained from arguing with her husband. This astute lawyer could not fathom why her usually intelligent spouse had suddenly become so foolish, allowing himself to be deceived by such a trivial jest, especially at the expense of their beloved son's future. In truth, everyone found the situation amusing, for magic existed solely in legends. Nia even pestered Albert to perform magic for her. I cannot, Albert replied, raising his hands in exasperation. He certainly knew a few spells, such as the simplest light charm, but without a wand, he doubted he could execute it, so he refrained from trying. At least, he would not attempt it in front of others. How could he explain himself otherwise? Nia, there is no such thing as magic in this world. It is merely a trick, Daisy asserted earnestly, not wanting her daughter to be filled with such peculiar notions. Albert, the letter mentioned that you could bring a pet to school. Are you planning to take Tom along? Nia, undeterred by her mother's words, cuddled the short-haired cat and settled beside Albert. I shall not consider that matter until I confirm the existence of magic, Albert replied with utmost seriousness. This was, of course, intended to placate his mother, who now resembled a ticking time bomb, poised to explode at any moment. An owl flew through the window and dropped a parchment onto the table. The parchment read, "I shall visit Professor McGonagall before 3:20. 3:20? Albert took the parchment, glanced at the clock, and murmured, "Just 1 minute to go. Excellent. I shall expose those charlatans." At precisely 3:20, the doorbell rang. The Anderson family exchanged glances. And ultimately, it was Herbert Anderson, the head of the household, who went to open the door, with Nia trailing behind. Upon opening the door, Herbert found an elderly woman standing at their doorstep. "Professor McGonagall?" Herbert regarded the woman with suspicion, saying dryly, "Oh, very well, please come in. Albert is in the hallway. If you can prove the existence of magic." "Do you possess magic?" Nia inquired, peering curiously. "That is precisely why I am here." Professor McGonagall adeptly handled such inquiries, having encountered many similar situations, particularly from those hailing from Muggle families. "Muggle? What is a Muggle?" The Andersons' expressions froze as they repeated the unfamiliar term. A Muggle refers to an ordinary person who cannot perform magic. After entering the living room, McGonagall's gaze settled on the only boy in the room. "Hello, Mr. Anderson." "Hello, Professor McGonagall." Albert scrutinized the witch before him. Her appearance seemed different from what he remembered from the films. To be honest, after more than a decade, his memories had blurred. "We hope you can demonstrate the existence of magic." Daisy served Professor McGonagall a cup of unsweetened black tea. "Of course, watch." McGonagall produced her wand and lightly tapped the teacup, which astonishingly transformed into a small mouse. It was Albert's first encounter with magic, and he curiously picked up the gray mouse. How marvelous. Is this what magic is? I would never allow Albert to squander his time learning such trivial tricks. Do you expect him to become a magician in the future? Daisy, exuding the authority of an attorney, sharply asserted, "Frankly, I am concerned for Albert's future. A diploma from a magic school should hold no more value in the ordinary world than a piece of scrap paper, assuming you indeed issue diplomas. Every qualified graduate from Hogwarts can find respectable employment in the magical realm. You need not worry about that," Professor McGonagall explained. After witnessing magic, Daisy realized she could not deny its existence, yet she still intended to make a final plea. "Albert, I believe Eton is a better choice. That is a position you have earned through hard work. If you wish to pursue a career in finance, you would do well to avoid Hogwarts, where your talents would surely go unrecognized." Herbert gazed at his wife, sighing internally in resignation, aware that she was none too pleased about Albert attending Hogwarts. "Son, the choice is yours. We will respect your decision." With all due respect, McGonagall cleared her throat, explaining, "Hogwarts teaches underage wizards how to control and use magic. Furthermore, if magic goes awry, it can lead to rather unfortunate consequences." "Very well, it seems I have no choice." Albert raised an eyebrow, having already made his decision. "But, Albert..." Daisy attempted to say more, but was interrupted by Nia. "Madam, may I attend Hogwarts as well? Only children who are 11 years old and have received an invitation from Hogwarts may study there." McGonagall politely declined. "Nia, you are not yet 11, Albert said, ruffling his sister's hair. He then turned to Professor McGonagall and asked, "Where should I go to buy supplies? And what about the train ticket? Where do I catch the train? Is that an agreement?" McGonagall breathed a sigh of relief, providing Albert with the general directions to the leaky cauldron, assuring him he would be able to see it, although the muggles around him would not. Muggles refer to ordinary people who do not understand magic. By the way, the pub's owner is named Tom, and as for how to reach Diagon Alley, you may inquire with Tom. He will be more than happy to assist you. As for Platform 9, it is located between Platforms 9 and 10 at King's Cross Station. Simply walk through the barrier. Taking a train to a wizarding school is rather ludicrous. Have all your flying carpets broken? Daisy sharply mocked. "Daisy," Herbert coughed lightly, handing McGonagall the recorded information to ensure no critical details were overlooked. "Well then, we shall see you at Hogwarts on September 1st, Mr. Anderson." McGonagall prepared to depart. "Professor, could you return it to its original state?" Albert pointed to the teacup that had transformed into a mouse. After Albert escorted her to the door, Professor McGonagall vanished with a flick of her wand. She vanished? Herbert stared incredulously at the spot where McGonagall had stood. "Dad, are we going to London tomorrow?" Albert inquired. "Oh, yes, we are going to London to buy supplies tomorrow," Herbert replied, still in a daze. "I want to go too." Nia clung to her father's hand, pouting. "Ugh, Albert is so annoying." Nia huffed and stormed off. Albert shrugged helplessly at Herbert and turned back toward the living room, aware that he had a young sister and a distressed mother to soothe. Chapter 4. Diagon Alley, Albert. Are you certain we haven't taken a wrong turn? Herbert queried, scrutinizing the map in his hands, yet failing to locate the pub mentioned by Professor McGonagall. We need to find the bookstore first. Adjacent to it is a record shop. Albert gestured towards the large bookstore ahead, with the record shop nestled beside it. Is this the place? But I cannot see the location of the pub. Albert completed his thought, noting that, had he not been specifically observing, he would have overlooked the small pub next to the grand bookstore. The hurried passers-by paid it no mind, including his father, Herbert. I can see the pub now. Do you recall what Professor McGonagall said? Muggles can't find the pub? Herbert muttered, I detest the term muggle. Holding his son's hand, Herbert was pulled forward by Albert, and moments later, he beheld the fabled Leaky Cauldron, a shabby, dimly lit establishment. I loathe this place. It's far too filthy. So do I, but let us go in. They both suppressed their disdainful expressions and entered the pub, one after the other. Dirty, chaotic, dark. This was their assessment of the tavern, which housed a collection of individuals who appeared rather peculiar, predominantly elderly men and women adorned with ludicrous hats, rendering them utterly comical. Had this group strolled down the street, they would undoubtedly attract countless gazes. Instead, they seemed the outliers within these walls, akin to a flicker of flame amidst the darkness. Herbert quickly composed himself and approached the bar, cautiously addressing the balding old man. Mr. Tom? A wizard from a muggle family? Tom scrutinized Albert before smiling at Herbert. Are you seeking directions to Diagon Alley? Yes, Mr. Tom. Professor McGonagall mentioned that you could guide us to Diagon Alley. Albert, too, assessed the elderly man before mustering a polite smile. Certainly, follow me. Tom stepped out from behind the bar and beckoned them to follow. The trio made their way to the pub's backyard, which contained merely a brick wall, a trash bin, and a few empty barrels. This trash bin will remain here. You need to count 3 bricks up and then 2 across, and this will be the brick. Tom pointed to the spot he had just tapped and then took out his wand, tapping the brick 3 times. He turned to Albert. Once you have your own wand, you can open the entrance to Diagon Alley. Remember, tap thrice with your wand. The brick that old Tom had tapped began to tremble, and the wall mysteriously shifted, revealing a small opening that rapidly expanded into an archway wide enough for them to pass through. A cobblestone street unfurled before them, lined with shops, bustling with wizards and vendors hawking their wares. Welcome to Diagon Alley, Tom greeted them with a smile. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Tom. Let us go and exchange some money. Herbert inhaled deeply. This place feels distinctly different, Albert remarked, surveying the shops around him. It gives me a sense of having traveled back a century. Honestly, I find myself questioning the wisdom of sending you to Hogwarts. Perhaps Daisy's insistence was indeed justified. Herbert sighed. The magical world, although wondrous, often left him with a lingering sense of being out of touch with the times. Dad, I don't necessarily have to live in the magical realm. Albert rolled his eyes, reminding him, my primary goal in attending Hogwarts is to master this extraordinary power. Oh, you make a valid point. Herbert's mood lightened as they navigated through the crowd toward Gringotts. As Tom had described, it was a white edifice, with a small figure standing beside the bronze doors and elf. They're quite unique. Herbert's expression was somewhat stiff. It was his first encounter with beings beyond humans. Albert, however, was unperturbed, examining the elf's features: short stature, pointed beard, elongated limbs, and a dark complexion, far from aesthetically pleasing. Upon their entrance, Albert noticed the elf bowing to them. There was a second door, silver in hue, adorned with inscriptions. Herbert approached and read aloud. Enter, stranger, but beware of the consequences of greed. Those who take without effort shall face the most severe punishment. I simply cannot fathom how diligent wizards must be in their bank heists to warrant a warning inscribed on the door, Herbert muttered after reading. Albert stifled a laugh and cleared his throat, asking, how much do you intend to exchange? This, Herbert pondered before quietly stating, £1,000. If it's insufficient, I'll return. £1,000 was equivalent to the monthly salary of most individuals. Albert estimated it to be around 200 galleons. He nodded. That should suffice. Upon entering, 2 elves bowed and led them into a grand marble hall. Herbert indicated his desire to exchange for some galleons. The elves guided them to a counter on the right, presenting Herbert with a parchment detailing the exchange rates between pounds and galleons, as well as the monetary concepts of the magical world. 1 galleon equals 4.95 pounds, 1 galleon equals 17 sickles, and 1 sickle equals 29 nuts. Herbert handed the parchment to his son and inquired, how many pounds for 200 galleons? £99. Please assist me in exchanging for 200 galleons. Herbert retrieved £990 from his wallet for the elves to convert into galleons. Very well, please hold on. The elf took the pounds to count. Excuse me, Mr. Elf. Can any amount of pounds be exchanged for galleons here? Albert curiously inquired about his previous doubts. In theory, yes, but we do not accept excessive Muggle currency. The elf jingled a bell, summoning another elf who brought a bag of coins to Herbert, guiding them aside to verify the quantity of galleons. To think they are actual coins, Herbert marveled, fiddling with the galleons in his fingers. After confirming the galleons were accurate, the two departed Gringotts. As they strolled down the sunlit street, the coins in their pockets clinked melodiously, as if urging them to spend their newfound wealth. Chapter 5. The Wand That Brings Luck. Are you here to purchase the Hogwarts uniform, dear? A short, plump witch greeted Albert with a warm smile as he entered the tailor's shop. Yes, ma'am, Albert nodded. Thank you for your assistance. What a polite young man, she remarked. Come, let me take your measurements. With a flick of Madame Malkin's fingers, a tape measure, pins, and scissors flew towards her, beginning to measure Albert's dimensions autonomously. This spectacle left Herbert utterly astonished. The process of customizing garments was intricate and took a full half hour. Madame Malkin instructed them to return later to collect their parcels. Madam, in addition to the school-mandated attire, I would also like to order a black pointed hat and a plain black cloak, tailored to my size, but without a name tag. Additionally, please package them separately. Albert, having adjusted his somewhat disheveled clothing, addressed Madame Malkin. A black pointed hat and a plain cloak? Madame Malkin inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Herbert and reiterating Albert's request. Indeed, Herbert nodded, aware that these items were intended as a gift for Nia. Very well. Madame Malkin responded without further contemplation on the peculiar request. After prepaying a sum of galleons, the two departed from Madame Malkin's robe shop and made their way to the nearby Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, where they procured the items on their list: a brass scale, a brass telescope, and glass vials. In truth, Albert merely handed the list to the shopkeeper, indicating his desire to purchase the items listed. Within a matter of minutes, the shopkeeper gathered everything and packaged it efficiently. With the shopkeeper's guidance, Albert effortlessly located the Patil's cauldron shop, where he acquired a pewter cauldron. They then found the apothecary through the shopkeeper, where they replenished supplies needed for potion classes. The apothecary was undoubtedly an unpleasant establishment. A nauseating odor greeted them as they approached, seemingly designed to deter patrons. The shelves were cluttered with peculiar items: jars of herbs, dried roots, and vividly colored powders. Bundles of feathers, strings of sharp teeth, and fluffy claws hung from the ceiling. Heavens, how could wizards possibly concoct potions from such revolting ingredients? Herbert dared not ponder further upon spotting a jar of slime. It was utterly repugnant. The child's father began to doubt his life choices. Perhaps sending his son to Hogwarts was not the wisest decision after all. In addition to potions, Albert also acquired various tools necessary for potion making. After settling the payment, he pulled Herbert, whose expression was a mix of confusion and concern, away from the apothecary. Albert, perhaps we should reconsider, Herbert said earnestly, pulling Albert away from the apothecary. Let us go to Eton instead. Albert's face twitched, shaking his head. But the more I think about it, the less reliable it seems. Perhaps Daisy is right. Herbert gazed at his son, his expression conflicted. We still need some books, a wand, and an owl, Albert remarked, looking at Herbert, at least. Let us not jump to conclusions before we understand the magical realm. Very well, Herbert nodded, albeit somewhat glumly. At Flourish and Blotts, they purchased the books on their list. And Albert additionally acquired a fundamental history of the magical world. Though he wished to linger in the bookstore, he ultimately decided against it due to time constraints, retrieving a book list from the manager for future orders via owl. Subsequently, at the stationery shop adjacent to the Quidditch shop, he purchased an abundance of parchment, quills, and ink. With the proprietor's enthusiastic assistance, he found the O.W.L.s Owl Emporium, conveniently located on the northern side of Diagon Alley, easily identifiable by the multitude of owls displayed outside. An owl was imperative, as it would enable him to communicate with his family. Herbert also aided in purchasing a bag of owl treats and owl nuts. Pushing the cart, Herbert methodically crossed off each item from their list, leaving only the wand remaining. Ollivander's wand shop was situated on the southern side of Diagon Alley, and they learned its location from the witch selling owls. It was a small, shabby establishment. As Albert pushed the door open, a tinkling bell announced their arrival. The interior was cramped, containing little more than a long bench. When Herbert entered with the cart, he felt as though he filled the entire space. He sat on the bench, munching on a pumpkin pasty he had just purchased from a nearby stall, while the cart held some sweets meant for Nia. Albert, holding a pumpkin pasty himself, felt the pangs of hunger. "Is anyone here?" he called out. "Good afternoon," a gentle voice replied as Ollivander emerged from the back. "Hello, sir. I wish to buy." Albert set down his pumpkin pasty. "A wand? Oh, of course, a new student at Hogwarts." "Yes, sir. By the way, what is your name?" Ollivander, having discerned the confusion in Albert's eyes, explained, "Wizards who purchase wands here must have their names recorded with the Ministry of Magic. Albert Anderson." Albert introduced himself. "Very well, Mr. Anderson." Ollivander produced a tape measure from his pocket. "Which arm do you favor?" "I am accustomed to using my right hand," Albert replied. Raising his arm, Ollivander began measuring Albert, first from shoulder to fingertip, then from wrist to elbow. The convoluted measuring process led both father and son to question whether Ollivander was a wand maker or a tailor. "Every wand I create is unique. Wizards can always find the perfect one here," Ollivander said, measuring as he spoke. However, Albert began to question reality as the tape measure seemed to measure the distance between his nostrils. Albert pushed the tape aside and approached the counter. Ollivander had already retrieved a wand from the shelf, introducing it, made of holly wood with a phoenix feather, 7 inches, very supple. As Albert reached to take it, Ollivander snatched it away. "Try this one, made of ash and unicorn hair, 8.5 inches. An extraordinary combination, quite elastic." Albert took it and waved it. But nothing happened. "It seems unsuitable." Ollivander continued, "Let us try this one." Albert tested wand after wand, sometimes with explosive results that shattered vases on the counter. Startling Herbert. "I enjoy discerning customers," Ollivander remarked, bringing forth a new collection of wands, smiling as he presented one made of redwood and phoenix feather, 9 inches long, with excellent elasticity. As Albert grasped the wand, a warm sensation enveloped his fingertips. He gently pointed it, and the tip emitted a spark of red, bursting like fireworks within the shop. "This is the one." Ollivander joyfully placed the wand in a box, smiling at Albert. "Legend has it that wands made of redwood bring luck to their wielders. Do you believe that?" Albert countered. "I do not. I think wands made of redwood attract certain wizards, who possess the ability to turn peril into fortune when faced with danger. Therefore, it is not the redwood that brings luck, but rather the wizard who has cultivated its fortunate reputation." Albert raised an eyebrow. "One could say that," Ollivander nodded. "That will be 10 galleons. Thank you for your patronage." Chapter 6. The first encounter with magic. That evening, Albert proudly unveiled his new Hogwarts uniform to his family, which consisted of a plain black robe and a black pointed hat, rather unremarkable in appearance. Nia, however, was quite pleased with her gift. She donned a cloak much larger than herself and wore the pointed hat, striking poses in the living room as Herbert captured the moment with his camera. Daisy sat quietly on the sofa, perusing Albert's history of magic, eager to gain insight into the world her son was about to enter. "Mom, look, it's a live chocolate frog," Nia exclaimed, as she opened the packaging and witnessed the frog leap away, eliciting a fit of giggles from her. Herbert, now experienced in such matters, swiftly reached out to catch the chocolate frog that had landed on the table and presented it to Nia. He then opened another package, revealing yet another chocolate frog, which he promptly handed to Daisy, who was engrossed in her reading. "Is this really edible?" Daisy raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the seemingly animated chocolate frog with skepticism regarding its safety for consumption. "Mom, you can eat chocolate frogs. They taste delightful." Nia had already bitten off the head of her frog, relishing the treat, with melted chocolate smudged on her face. "All right, clean your face. You look like a little kitten." Albert offered his handkerchief to Nia, then turned to Tom, who was in a standoff with the owl. He picked up the owl and set it beside the sofa, gently stroking its chin while admonishing, "Tom, don't bully it." Albert retrieved some owl treats from his package and scattered a few onto the plate in the cage, pondering, "What should I name it?" After a moment, he settled on Jerry for the snowy owl. Despite the absence of the animated series Tom and Jerry in this world, Albert found the name amusing. The snowy owl seemed to sense its owner's playful intent, remaining unresponsive to Jerry. "Albert, that name is rather unappealing." Nia scooped up the owl and rubbed her face against it. "It should be called Sheila. That's a lovely name." "Why not Sheila B?" Albert mused mischievously. "Albert, the person in the picture has vanished." Herbert exclaimed in astonishment as he noticed the figure on the chocolate frog card had inexplicably disappeared. A picture? Albert glanced at his father, who held the chocolate frog card. Perhaps wizarding photos are inherently animated? If chocolate frogs can move, why not the figures in the pictures? Indeed. Herbert accepted this explanation, flipping the card over to read the inscription, Albus Dumbledore, the current headmaster of Hogwarts, widely regarded as the greatest wizard of our time. Oh, he's the old man who sent the invitation to Albert, Daisy said, taking the card from her husband's hands to discern who had extended the invitation to their son. Unfortunately, the card was blank. Daisy turned the card over to read the remainder. Dumbledore's renowned contributions include defeating the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945, discovering 12 uses of dragon's blood, and his fruitful collaboration with Nicholas Flamel in alchemy. Dragon's blood? Daisy's eyes widened in disbelief. Are there really dragons in this world? And Nicholas Flamel. I recall he was a famous alchemist from the 14th century. Albert added, he created the legendary Philosopher's Stone, which is said to turn lead into gold and grant immortality. If he is still alive, it implies that the stone has granted him eternal life. All right, Daisy, cheer up. Herbert comforted his wife, embracing her gently. The situation may not be as dire as you imagine, especially since we are still unfamiliar with the magical world. It's best not to jump to conclusions, and you should have faith in our son. He is a genius who will shine wherever he goes. By the way, Albert, can you perform magic? Nia bounded towards Albert, clutching his hand and shaking it playfully, her face alight with anticipation. I want to see you perform magic. Let me study it first. I can't do it just yet, Albert replied, ruffling Nia's hair. How annoying. Nia covered her head and scampered over to Daisy to share her pumpkin pie. Albert began to browse through Miranda Goshawk's standard spells, beginners, before retrieving his wand, preparing for his first attempt at casting a spell. Don't, Albert, don't try it here. Herbert's face tightened as he recalled the earlier mishap in the wand shop. You should have a bit of faith in your son. Albert raised his wand and gently pointed it, softly uttering the incantation, Lumos. The tip of the wand flickered momentarily before extinguishing. Just now, the tip of the wand lit up, right? Daisy asked uncertainly. Yes, it flickered. Truly, he is my son. Herbert's pride was unmistakable as he realized Albert had managed to cast a spell immediately. Albert, what was that? Nia inquired eagerly. It was the light charm. It's supposed to be relatively easy to master. Let me try again. Albert discreetly checked his skill panel and confirmed that the light charm had indeed been added to his list of skills. He realized that he needed to reach level 1 to truly master it. Transitioning from level 0 to 1 required a mere 100 experience points. But Albert was reluctant to expend his precious experience on elevating the light charm, as even 100 points were invaluable. Let me try again. Albert cleared his throat and recited the incantation once more. The wand's tip emitted a pale glow again. After 5 attempts, he finally managed to grasp the spell, realizing that with slight focus, the light on the wand would remain steady. Seeing this, the other 3 could not help but applaud. Although it was merely a simple light charm, it was an impressive feat in the eyes of the Anderson family. Albert, let me try. I want to give it a go, Nia exclaimed, bursting towards her brother. No way. Albert quickly stowed his wand away. At least not here. You know what happened the last time I tried using a wand? I nearly blew up the counter at that wand shop. How stingy. This isn't about being stingy. Wands are inherently dangerous, and I know nothing about them. What if something goes wrong? Albert adopted a serious expression, employing his trump card. If you keep being so reckless, I won't teach you any magic in the future. Albert was indeed correct. Herbert quickly interjected. You should wait until he becomes more familiar with magic before attempting to teach you. Fine. Nia pouted in dissatisfaction, but ultimately conceded, albeit looking somewhat dejected as she envied Albert's ability to wield magic. Your grandfather plans to visit in the next few days. However, I believe it would be best for us to visit them together to avoid unnecessary trips, Herbert mentioned, leaving behind some magical sweets and gifts. Knowing his father might not partake in them, but would surely delight in seeing them. Chapter 7. A Night of Magic in the Stillness of the Night. The light in the second-floor window of number 19 Tybee Avenue still glowed. Albert was engrossed in rapidly perusing the contents of a book, simultaneously elevating his quick memory skill to level 2, thus significantly enhancing his cognitive prowess, an ability not possessed by the average individual, who surely could not match Albert's memory capabilities. Moments ago, Albert discovered yet another unfamiliar skill, Wizard's Bloodline, at level 0. This particular skill could not be upgraded through conventional experience points, but could only be enhanced using skill points. This was a novel situation for Albert. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to elevate the wizard's bloodline to level 1. Upon upgrading the skill, Albert found that his efficiency in learning magic had markedly improved. Or rather, his magical potency had intensified, allowing him to master the Lumos spell with remarkable swiftness. After merely a few minutes of practice, he had successfully raised the skill to level 1, signifying that he had a preliminary grasp of the incantation. He could utilize it effortlessly, even without concentrated focus. Should he invest all his skill points into this? Albert pondered, aware that skill points were scarce, and he needed to reserve some for himself. Yet, after much deliberation, he committed his remaining 2 skill points, only to discover that he could only upgrade it by 1 level. What a letdown. After raising the wizard's bloodline to level 2, he sensed no other changes. Was it a passive skill? Albert felt a twinge of disappointment, but had no regrets. He stepped out of his room and began to experiment with the unlocking charm. One hand grasped his wand while the other opened standard spells. Beginner. Following the gestures outlined in the book, he waved his wand in a manner reminiscent of an inverted S, feeling somewhat awkward. After several attempts, Albert turned the lock on his door with a flourish and uttered the incantation, Alohamara. He twisted the handle a few times, but the lock remained stubbornly shut. Failure. Though anticipated, still bore good news. A new unlocking charm appeared on his panel, albeit without any accompanying experience points. "What are you doing, Albert?" A voice called from behind. It was his sister, Nia, appearing at the end of the corridor in her pajamas. Albert turned to face her, understanding her expression as though she had caught a thief in the act of pilfering treats. "Why aren't you asleep?" he inquired. "I can't," Nia complained. "You sly fox. You're secretly practicing magic, aren't you?" Feeling a bit embarrassed, Albert recognized the truth of her observation. It was akin to being caught with stolen sweets. "I want to play too," Nia declared, her gaze fixed on Albert's wand. "But it's not a toy." Albert shook his head. He had no intention of allowing his sister to wield the wand. Children often lacked restraint and acted solely on their whims. No one could predict the trouble she might cause. Of course, this was contingent on Nia being a wizard as well. Given that Albert himself was a wizard, the likelihood of Nia possessing the same potential was considerable. Thus, he would not permit her to experiment with the wand, at least, not at this moment. "You're just as sly, playing with magic yourself," Nia retorted, resembling a child who had had a toy snatched away. "Not now, go to sleep." "How about I tell you a story instead?" Albert suggested, retrieving his keys and reopening the door to his room. "You're too cunning," Nia muttered, but she still picked up Tom and followed Albert into his room. As soon as Tom entered, he began sniffing about, seemingly searching for the owl, and expressed his discontent at the birdcage by the window. "All right, Tom, Sheila has gone out to hunt," Albert said, lifting the short-haired cat and giving its belly a gentle rub. He then carefully placed the wand in the drawer, locked it, and pocketed the key, fully aware of his sister's tendencies. "Is it really necessary to be so cautious?" Nia pouted, her lips forming a small frown. "Do I not know you well enough?" Albert rolled his eyes at Nia. "If you got your hands on the wand, wouldn't you blow our house to pieces?" "I wouldn't," Nia insisted stubbornly. "Who can be sure?" "Don't forget how you got those scratches on your arm," Albert replied, unwilling to take any chances. "I do not wish to witness you suddenly losing an arm, or worse, your life." "I wouldn't." Nia's voice wavered slightly. She recalled a similar incident when Tom had first arrived at their home. Her rough handling had led to her being scratched. She vividly remembered how Albert had scolded her in anger that day. "Let us not forget that lesson," Albert quipped. "Do you still want to hear a story?" "All right." Nia nestled into the soft cushions, stroking Tom's fur as she settled down to listen to Albert's fairy tale. He had grown quite adept at this, having previously practiced his speaking skills and improved his English proficiency. After all, he was not of genuine British descent. Although he had absorbed the language after his arrival, he still felt a slight gap in his proficiency. It is worth mentioning that he had also managed to acquire a foreign language, French, which he had elevated to level 1 through experience, leading others to regard Albert as a genius for good reason. "Albert, do you think I will be able to use magic in the future?" Nia suddenly inquired. "You should be able to. If I can use magic, then surely you can too," Albert reassured her. "That's because you're a genius. You learn everything so quickly," she retorted. "This isn't about genius. We are siblings. If I can do it, you should be able to as well." Albert felt a sense of exasperation. "But Grandpa can't. He says all his family can, but he alone cannot," Nia murmured, "and Dad can't either." Poor Herbert caught the brunt of it. "Even if you cannot wield magic, there are still other pursuits to explore," Albert comforted her. "How sly of you." To have already mastered magic yet still comfort others with such words, Nia teased, playfully pawing at Albert's face with Tom's paw. As the night deepened, Nia unknowingly drifted off to sleep. The door creaked open, revealing Daisy and Herbert, clad in their pajamas, gazing at their slumbering daughter with a mix of exasperation and affection. "Good night, Albert. Rest early, don't stay up too late. The book can wait until tomorrow," Daisy murmured, kissing Albert's cheek. "Your father and I will not oppose your decisions." "Good night," Albert replied, stifling a yawn as he nudged Tom, who merely rolled over, seemingly disinterested in moving. "Oh, forget it. Good night, Tom," Albert said, pushing the cat aside as he adjusted his pillow and settled into a comfortable position, ready to rest. He too was quite weary. Chapter 8. Grandfather. 2 days later, the Anderson family traveled to Charles Street, where Albert's grandparents resided at number 21. "Dad, I've come to see you," Albert exclaimed. "Albert, come here, let me have a look." Luke completely ignored his son and approached his grandson instead. "Herbert, you received your Hogwarts letter. How wonderful. If there's anything you wish to buy, feel free to tell me." "Dad, I've already taken Albert to Diagon Alley in London to get some things," Herbert replied, looking helplessly at his father. Clearing his throat, he added, "I even brought you a gift. I'm not a child anymore. I don't need gifts." Luke glanced at his son, then took Albert's small hand. "Come inside. Tell me what magic you've learned." Luke had been excited for several days, like a child himself. "Sansa," he said to Herbert's wife, "he never mentioned this to me. I only found out a few days ago. It's been so long. Nia, did you miss me? My brother 1T let me touch his wand. He guards it like a thief," Nia immediately reported to her grandmother. "Herbert, keep an eye on Tom. Don't let him run off." Daisy picked up the packages from the car, urging her husband to carry the cat cage to prevent it from escaping as soon as it was released. Can Albert really perform magic? Sansa found this quite amusing, surprised that her grandson was indeed a wizard. Yes, he can make his wand glow, and he secretly practices every night in his room. Nia, holding her grandmother's hand, recounted Albert's shortcomings, adding, "He said if I took his wand, I would blow up the house." "Mom, you don't understand. That wand is really dangerous. I'm telling you." Herbert followed them, carrying the cat cage while chattering about what he had seen in Diagon Alley. Albert believed that recklessly attempting magic was perilous. Daisy interjected, saying she had read about the history of magic and was somewhat familiar with events in the magical world. "All right, Daisy, things aren't as dire as you think." "No, Mom. In fact, even in the wizarding world, children are not easily allowed to wield wands." Daisy firmly stood by Albert's side. Their son had always been reliable. "How do you know?" Herbert asked curiously. "If you had read those books, you would know." Daisy reproached her husband. "You should pay more attention to Albert. He is our precious son. Don't worry. Albert has never given us cause for concern." Herbert was well aware of his son's character. Albert had always been a source of ease. "Even so, you should be more vigilant." Daisy entered the house with the packages and shut the door behind her. Once released from the cage, Tom dashed around, while Sansa and Daisy went to the kitchen to prepare desserts and tea. Luke listened intently as his son and grandson shared tales of Diagon Alley, filling in any gaps in each other's stories. Luke certainly knew that the portraits of wizards moved and had some knowledge of Dumbledore. He placed the chocolate frogs brought by Herbert into a large glass jar for display in the living room. "I even wrote to Principal Dippet back then, inquiring why I hadn't received an invitation." After all these years, Luke had come to terms with it. Due to his lack of magical ability, so-called being a squib, he had been sent away at 11 to live with a distant ordinary relative. How could they do that? Herbert was perplexed and angry. He felt that his father's family had been excessively cruel. "Being a squib is a disgrace to a wizarding family," Luke murmured. "They would do everything possible to conceal this secret, even pretending that this person did not exist." Don't be sad, Nia consoled. "After all these years, I have let it go and completely severed ties with that family." Luke lifted Nia onto his lap, smiling as he said, "However, Albert becoming a wizard is rather unexpected. When Herbert didn't receive his invitation, I had completely given up hope." During their idle chatter, Albert demonstrated his new spells, such as the Lumos, Reparo, and Scourgify charms, as well as the Alohomora spell, for spells he had currently mastered, thanks to his ascension to a level 2 wizarding lineage. Though his mastery was not yet proficient, it was impressive to witness the cracked teacup slowly mending and the spilled tea on the table vanishing without a trace. "I want to." Nia pouted at her grandfather, softly complaining, "I want to learn magic too." Albert is too cunning. Luke turned to his grandson, inquiring about his opinion. He knew Albert had his own views and would not make decisions lightly. You can only do as I say. Albert looked at his sister, genuinely curious if she had any magical talent. I can, I promise. Nia nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at rice. Promising so quickly? Never mind. You weren't even listening to me, Albert said seriously to his sister. I was listening. Nia quickly retorted. Repeat after me. Lumos. Lumos. Nia promptly echoed, knowing it was a spell. Now say it a few more times slowly. You mustn't mispronounce it, or no one will know what might happen. Albert cautioned. Later, I will lend you my wand, but don't wave it around carelessly, don't aim it at people, and don't chant spells haphazardly. Even if you can't perform magic, you mustn't get angry. Got it, Nia replied, a bit impatiently. What did I just say? Albert suddenly asked. Don't wave the wand carelessly. Nia forgot the rest, pouting. I'm not you. How can I remember so many things? If you can't remember, then I can't lend you my wand, Albert said earnestly. Well, all right, say it again. Nia conceded. Observing Albert thoroughly schooling Nia, the Anderson family laughed. Children always enjoy being mischievous, and Nia was no different. However, Albert had a way to manage her antics. Once Nia retained his instructions, Albert finally handed her his wand. Nia excitedly accepted the wand, but after receiving a stern look from Albert, she settled down and obediently attempted the Lumos spell, yet her efforts were met with failure. Take a deep breath, focus, and try again. Albert gently placed his hand on Nia's shoulder. The Lumos spell was among the simplest, and if she could not perform it, it might indicate that Nia lacked the inherent talent to become a wizard. Lumos. Nia tried several times, but each attempt was unsuccessful. You're getting anxious. Don't rush. The more you hurry, the more likely you are to fail, Albert reassured her, stroking his sister's hair while casting a glance at their grandfather. Luke shook his head at Albert, who understood the unspoken message. Do I lack the talent to be a wizard? Nia's face fell, looking quite disheartened. I don't know. Albert comforted her. Perhaps it's just because you're still young. I hate it. Albert always likes to deceive me. I must not have the talent to be a wizard. Nia tossed aside the wand and ran off. Albert sighed and picked up the wand, preparing to chase after her as he watched her retreating figure. Children can be such a handful. I'll go find Nia. Luke stood up and walked in the direction of his granddaughter, understanding her feelings at that moment. Chapter 9. The unforeseen calamity. It remains a mystery how Luke managed to soothe Nia, allowing the temperamental granddaughter to regain her composure. Albert shared the enchanting tales of magical history and other literary works with the two elders, performing the spells he had mastered before them. He even spent a considerable sum of galleons to order a wizard's chess set from Wisegak, engaging Luke in the intricate strategies of the game. Initially, Nia was startled by the animated chess pieces, yet she quickly grew fond of the game. The result, however, was that no one would challenge Albert, as his skills had evidently surpassed everyone else's. Wizard's chess, much akin to international chess, features living pieces that require verbal commands for movement, resembling the orchestration of a military campaign. Should one attempt to grasp a piece by hand, it would retaliate with its weapon. While ordinary individuals could partake in the game, they would struggle to command the pieces effectively, which seemed to possess a semblance of self-awareness, incessantly chattering and complaining about their deployment, questioning the player's competence, and expressing indifference towards being sacrificed. The experience pool had once again accumulated to 30,000, which, despite its seemingly vast quantity, proved rather ineffective. The higher the skill level, the more challenging it became to advance. Ultimately, one could only expend experience points or skill points to level up. Are you certain that leaf will float? Nia inquired, her gaze fixed on the leaf that remained unresponsive. I believe the gesture was incorrect, Albert replied, a hint of frustration creeping into his tone. The movement of one's wrist during spellcasting was crucial. A single misstep or improper incantation could result in failure, a common blunder among novices. Without a mentor to guide him, he could only explore the intricacies alone or utilize the experience stored in his pool to elevate his skill to level 1. Albert preferred the former option, resorting to the latter only when absolutely necessary, as he deemed the floating spell an uncomplicated enchantment to master. It dawned upon him that magic was not as easily learned as he had initially presumed. Nia admired Albert's patience. She herself lacked the perseverance to invest as much effort. Learning, akin to mastering mathematics, required methodical progression. As Albert pushed his sister on the swing, he offered a casual reassurance. Don't give up until the end. Ugh. Not this comforting rhetoric again, I'm utterly fatigued by it. Nia pouted, yet a smile betrayed her delight. In truth, she suspected she lacked the innate talent to become a wizard, and after her last conversation with her grandfather, she had grown indifferent to the notion. When the park was relatively deserted, Albert attempted the floating spell once more. This time, he succeeded. Upon reciting Wingardium Leviosa, the leaf gracefully ascended into the air. At that moment, Albert sensed someone observing him and discreetly stowed away his wand, turning to see a slightly older boy gazing in their direction. "Is there something you need?" Albert inquired, raising an eyebrow at the approaching youth. To be frank, Albert felt no trepidation regarding potential confrontation. His martial arts had reached level 2, allowing him to incapacitate an ordinary person even without his wand. He had learned karate at the age of 8, primarily to defend against troublesome peers. Following an incident where he had reduced 3 boys to tears at school, word spread that Albert Anderson was adept at karate and quite formidable, to boot. Consequently, Daisy had been summoned by the teachers for a reprimand, yet she staunchly supported Albert, even going so far as to call her husband for assistance. The couple utilized their legal prowess to silence all dissenters. After all, 3 boys older than Albert had no right to seek the teacher's aid after losing a fight. Ultimately, the matter was dropped, marking the moment Albert fully embraced his family. "You are a new student at Hogwarts? Do not attempt magic in such a public place. It will attract attention. Muggles fear the power of magic." The boy scrutinized the floating leaf with astonishment, having not anticipated encountering a new student who had successfully levitated an object. "Thank you. I will be cautious," Albert replied, sensing no malice from the boy, and prepared to depart with his sister. "I am Gabriel Truman, a student of Hufflepuff House, residing nearby." The boy extended a friendly handshake towards Albert. "You're a first year, correct? I hope you'll join Hufflepuff." "Hufflepuff?" Albert feigned ignorance. "Oh, right. You are yet to comprehend the 4 houses and the sorting ceremony." Just as Truman began to elaborate, an owl swooped down, dropping a letter at his feet. Why would there be an owl at this hour? Truman pondered, perplexed as he retrieved the letter and opened it in front of Albert, his expression freezing in shock, his complexion darkening. Nia, sensing the shift in atmosphere, quickly hid behind Albert. "What's wrong?" Albert sensed the unease and probed cautiously. "Trial. Expulsion. How could this be? Why is this happening?" Truman's face was a canvas of confusion and despair. Unable to fathom why the Ministry of Magic had sent a letter accusing him of using the levitation spell in front of Muggles, thereby violating the regulation of underage wizardry, necessitating a trial at the Ministry and facing the risk of expulsion from Hogwarts. In the next moment, Truman felt a sharp pain in his wrist and involuntarily cried out in agony. "Calm down. It is not as dire as you imagine." Albert deduced the situation from Truman's words, realizing this unfortunate soul was likely facing expulsion. "Why didn't he even cast the levitation spell?" Truman shouted in frustration. "Why didn't he even bring my wand?" "I am aware. It was I who performed the spell," Albert coolly reminded him. "Perhaps we should write to the school to clarify the situation. If necessary, I will vouch for you. Rest assured, they will not expel you lightly. It would be best to compose letters immediately, one for each of us, explaining the circumstances to the headmaster." "Do you have an owl?" "No," Truman replied, somewhat disheartened, realizing he was not as composed as Albert. "Look, it's Shella." Nia pointed to the owl approaching them. "It appears Shella knows we require her assistance." "Owls are truly remarkable creatures," Albert marveled. Chapter 10. My family is professional. Gabriel Truman found himself with little choice but to accept Albert's proposition. Being expelled from Hogwarts was a consequence he simply could not bear. After composing the letter, Truman watched the owl soar away and turned to Albert, asking, "Is this truly sufficient? May I see the letter?" "Oh, here," Truman replied with a rueful smile. "What an unfortunate predicament this is. During the summer of my first year, I received a warning from the Ministry of Magic for using magic in front of my family." He handed the letter to Albert, explaining, "Hogwarts students are prohibited from using magic outside of school." "But why wasn't he?" Albert cautioned after using magic. Nia inquired, perplexed. "It's likely because he hasn't started attending school yet," Truman speculated, uncertain himself. "There must be some loophole." Albert began to read the content on the parchment. "Dear Mr. Truman, we have received intelligence that at 10:40 a.m. you performed the levitation charm in the presence of a Muggle. This action constitutes a serious violation of the Reasonable Restriction of Underage Sorcery Act. Given that you have previously received a formal warning for breaching Article 13 of the International Confederation of Wizard Secrecy Law, We regret to inform you that you must appear before the Ministry of Magic for a hearing by 10 a.m. on August 17th. If the charges are upheld, you will be expelled from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and your wand will be confiscated. Take care. Yours sincerely, Mafalda Hopkirk, Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. I suggest that once this matter is resolved, you apply for compensation from the Ministry, Albert advised, drawing on his family's legal expertise. I dare say the Ministry has methods to monitor your surroundings, yet they would be unable to ascertain who exactly cast the magic. Albert continued, I was here visiting with my sister just a few days ago, and since you happened to cross paths with us, the Ministry mistakenly believes you cast the levitation charm, leading to your impending expulsion. This is indeed a grave error on their part, and this letter has likely startled you greatly. You nearly lost control, which certainly warrants compensation for emotional distress. Indeed, requesting compensation for emotional distress is entirely reasonable, Nia concurred. My family consists of lawyers, so I am well versed in such matters. Albert elaborated, someone will likely come by soon, or at the very least, someone will write a letter. First, clarify your situation, then file a complaint regarding the Ministry's oversight, demanding they compensate you for your distress. Aim for 100 galleons. Isn't that a bit excessive? Truman exclaimed, taken aback by Albert's audacity. That would facilitate the negotiation, Albert replied without hesitation. At the very least, 50 galleons would not be unreasonable. Anything less may lead them to dismiss your concerns as trivial, as they often underestimate children. If the Ministry refuses to pay, I can compose a letter for you to send to the Daily Prophet anonymously, and I am confident they would gladly offer you 50 galleons. However, you would need to share half of that with me as a fee for my services in writing the letter. Albert's remarks left Truman astounded by the boy's remarkable astuteness. Meanwhile, in the Hogwarts headmaster's office, Dumbledore had just received notification from the Ministry regarding Gabriel Truman's need to appear for trial due to the use of the levitation charm in front of a muggle. This was disheartening news, as Truman already had a record for a previous infraction. Just as Dumbledore was preparing to visit the Ministry to ascertain the situation, he received an unexpected letter from an owl that piqued his curiosity. The letter described that Truman was not at fault. He had merely encountered a new student practicing the levitation charm in the park, and the muggle in question was the studentess' sister. This did not seem to be a fabrication, as the letter included another note from Albert Anderson, who expressed regret for the trouble caused to Truman and stated his willingness to testify, if necessary. Dumbledore recognized the name from his memory. Indeed, Albert was a new student from a muggle family. Dumbledore felt a sense of relief, believing that this matter was likely a misunderstanding. Expelling a student was not something he wished to witness. He promptly made his way to the Ministry, discussing the letter and the incident with the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, asserting that the situation did not warrant a trial. If it was merely a misunderstanding, the Ministry would risk becoming a laughingstock. As anticipated, the Ministry sent representatives and Dumbledore encountered them. Observing with a smile as the two children conversed in the park, it seems this should be a misunderstanding, Dumbledore remarked to the Ministry personnel beside him. I presume you must be Headmaster Dumbledore, Albert said, sizing him up and extending his hand. You resemble your picture on the chocolate frog cards. Mr. Anderson? Dumbledore replied, scrutinizing Albert with a smile. We have received your letter, young man. May I have your wand, please? Oh, certainly, Albert complied, understanding Dumbledore's intentions. Dumbledore gazed at Albert in astonishment. The boy had mastered 5 spells in mere days. Truman just corrected my wand movement for the levitation charm. I have only just grasped the incantation, Albert explained. And your wand? A wizard from the Ministry inquired, directing his gaze toward Truman. This appears to be a misunderstanding, Natalie. Dumbledore smiled. Yes, I believe so. Natalie nodded. I suppose I need to draft a new report. Chapter 11. Creating Trouble, Mr. Truman? Truman inhaled deeply and exclaimed, Are you just leaving like this? Is there something wrong? Natalie gazed at Truman with confusion. So, I am to assume that nothing is amiss? Truman was profoundly dissatisfied with the Ministry of Magic's demeanor. Indeed, this is entirely a blunder, Natalie replied in a rather formulaic tone. Truman cast a glance at Albert beside him and coldly remarked, I require an apology, sir. Are you aware of the significant impact this letter has had on me? Do you comprehend the fury I felt upon discovering that I was inexplicably facing the risk of prosecution and dismissal? And now you simply declare that it is nothing, as if to dismiss me? Do you think a child is easy to bully, sir? Truman's tone grew increasingly assertive. The Ministry's cavalier attitude infuriated him. Not long ago, the slightly trembling voice of Albert had transformed into one of firmness as he stated, "I need an apology from the ministry. This situation is entirely your error and has nothing to do with me. Furthermore, the ministry must compensate for my emotional distress." In truth, had the ministry offered him an apology, Truman would not have demanded any compensation, but their actions had left him with an overwhelming sense of indignation and rage. "What? I did not catch that." Natalie's expression stiffened, and even Dumbledore's countenance reflected a notable shift. "Apologies and emotional distress compensation. Sir," Truman clenched his fists. 100 galleons. "I regret the trouble caused to you, child, but emotional compensation has never been a precedent." Natalie raised an eyebrow. "I do not accept your apology, sir." "It lacks sincerity," Truman retorted furiously. "Do you believe you can bully me simply because you perceive me as a child?" Natalie exchanged glances with Dumbledore. "I find it quite reasonable, gentlemen. I was present when Truman lunged towards me after reading the letter. I even suspected he had lost his mind. It took me considerable time to calm him down and suggest he write to Headmaster Dumbledore." Albert observed the two men calmly, displaying no fear. "To be frank, I have little affection for the ministry, especially after witnessing their handling of this matter. They are merely a group of individuals abusing their power. It is no wonder they fell victim to Voldemort. Moreover, I also find your apology devoid of sincerity." Albert narrowed his eyes. "I have encountered adults like you before. One of my teachers was precisely such a person." Natalie's face darkened instantly. He departed with a scowl, utterly unaware of the repercussions he would face. "Well then, goodbye." "Headmaster," Albert nodded slightly towards Dumbledore, expressing gratitude for his assistance in resolving Truman's predicament. "I would feel guilty if he were expelled because of me. Goodbye, Mr. Anderson." And Mr. Truman, Headmaster Dumbledore also took his leave. "Those individuals are quite odious." Truman clenched his fists. "What an attitude. Truly detestable. I wish I could land a solid punch on him. So, shall we write to the Daily Prophet?" Albert inquired with a smile after Dumbledore's departure. Just moments ago, Albert had triggered a quest named Truman's Discontent, which was one of the reasons he decided to assist his companion. "Yes, we must expose this matter. Remember to share the rewards with me." Albert was unfazed by the prospect of stirring up trouble. The task promised a lucrative reward of 3,000 experience points, along with an additional 25 galleons. "All right, you may write it. By the way, are your family truly lawyers?" Truman could not help but ask. "Indeed, they are all lawyers. So I am quite adept in these matters. Furthermore, we are in the right. Society sympathizes with the weak, and people would surely relish the prospect of a scandal involving the ministry. We shall negotiate with the reporters to keep our names and photographs out of the newspapers. And do remember to preserve that letter from the ministry." Albert knew precisely the right person for the task. In London, at the headquarters of the Daily Prophet, Rita Skeeter was contemplating the day's special edition. Recently, there had been a dearth of significant news, which troubled her. People yearned for sensational headlines, regardless of their veracity or exaggeration. A newspaper capable of capturing readers' attention was, in Rita Skeeter's eyes, a successful publication. She was consulting her assistant, attempting to uncover a story that might ignite public interest. Before long, several letters were placed before Rita Skeeter on her desk. She opened the envelopes, encountering both criticisms and whispers of gossip. However, one particular letter captured her attention. Upon reading its contents, she recognized it as the story she had been searching for, especially since it included a photograph. Days later, the ministry's Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures became notorious. In the Daily Prophet, Rita Skeeter depicted it as a department riddled with blunders, adamantly refusing to apologize for its missteps, and exhibiting an appalling attitude toward problem-solving. Natalie was singled out, becoming the target of scorn from countless readers. Upon seeing the newspaper, Natalie felt a sudden pang of regret for his earlier decision as he recalled the boy's words. "Do you think a child is easy to bully, sir?" Yet, the reality had proven that he was not an easy target. The newspaper's release sparked immediate uproar. Natalie was compelled to take a temporary leave of absence without pay, as the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures faced backlash, with numerous letters flooding in. Rita Skeeter wielded her pen to demonstrate the lethal power of the written word, skillfully crafting the narrative she desired after receiving accounts from both parties, thus throwing the ministry into disarray. She harbored no concerns regarding the credibility of the content, particularly as it included the letter from the ministry's Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. There was no escaping the consequences. Truman felt immensely pleased. He received 25 galleons as compensation for his emotional distress, a sum he could hardly fathom as wealth. Moreover, the female journalist had not revealed his or Albert's names. And as Albert had speculated, the Daily Prophet seized upon the incident as a headline, vehemently criticizing the ministry while simultaneously causing misfortune for Natalie. Albert was also in high spirits. He had completed his task and gained Truman's friendship. They continued to correspond via OWL during the summer, with Truman offering assistance in magical matters. As for the galleons he received, Albert used them to subscribe to the Daily Prophet. Chapter 12. Before school begins, the summer always passes in the blink of an eye, and as August draws to a close, the commencement of the Hogwarts term approaches. Yet, time is relentless. When it comes to magic, aimlessly exploring without guidance is far from prudent, akin to a blind person traversing unfamiliar terrain with a cane, oblivious to what lies ahead. Albert remains only partially acquainted with magic, despite having perused every book available to him. He continues to maintain a correspondence with Truman, exchanging letters every 3 days. Truman, a Hufflepuff student, has average grades, and the knowledge he possesses is quickly exhausted by Albert. Truman speculates that Albert may be sorted into Ravenclaw due to his profound interest in magical knowledge, a notion that he finds somewhat regrettable. Albert, however, cares little about which house he is placed in, as long as it is not Slytherin, given their unwelcoming stance towards Muggle-born wizards. Yet, as a Muggle-born himself, it is unlikely he would even be considered for Slytherin. "Take a break. You've worked hard," Albert said, gently stroking the head of his owl and placing some food in the cage. He believed Daisy would not appreciate discovering a dead mouse while tidying the room. Sheila hooted tiredly, entering the cage to eat, indifferent to Tom's sharp teeth nearby. "Don't cause trouble, Tom," Albert said, scooping up the short-haired cat as he made his way downstairs for breakfast. Today, Herb was at home and had developed a newfound fascination for the Daily Prophet. Showing great interest in the moving newspaper, Daisy also joined in, hoping to glean more about the magical world. "Good morning. I made corn chowder just for you." Daisy beamed as she served a generous bowl of soup to her son, knowing it was one of his favorites. "Does that mean I don't have to drink milk?" Nia inquired, appearing quite pleased, as she detested the daily milk ritual. "Of course you still have to drink it," Daisy replied, placing a glass of milk in front of her daughter. "Has Albert learned any new spells?" Nia glanced at the milk, subtly shifting the topic. The trick was something she had learned from Albert, and she planned to discreetly pour the milk into Tom's bowl when her mother wasn't watching. "Nia." Daisy appeared behind her daughter, hands on her hips, gazing intently at the scene. "Mom, I was preparing breakfast for Tom. He loves milk." Nia quickly defended herself. "That's all right." "Nia, I have more," Daisy said, pouring another glass of milk for her daughter, reminding her to finish it all. "I hate drinking milk every day." Nia couldn't help but grumble. "But Albert drinks it too every day," Daisy pointed out, "and he has never complained." "That's different. I've never seen Albert dislike anything," Nia replied, somewhat frustrated, as her family often compared her to Albert. "You can't always measure me against him. He is an exception." "Oh, but your brother used to dislike cheese," Daisy said with a raised eyebrow, "though now he eats it." "You're lying," Nia retorted, unconvinced, for there was ample cheese and ham atop Albert's potato pancakes. "It's true. There are some cheeses that Albert refuses to eat, especially those with strong odors," Herb chimed in, finding it amusing that his son was not a picky eater, even indulging in foods that most children would shun. "Only non-picky children grow tall," Albert remarked without a second thought. "What do I need to grow tall for?" Nia countered. "Being taller makes one more attractive," Albert suggested, "like how Mom is an example." Daisy clearly appreciated this remark, her smile growing brighter. "Flatterer," Nia muttered, reluctantly finishing her milk under Daisy's affectionate gaze. However, she poured half a cup for Albert, reasoning that it would help him grow taller, resembling their father. Both Daisy and Herb were quite tall themselves, and due to their professions, they always paid attention to their appearance, maintaining excellent physiques, and they were still quite young. Originally, Herb intended to take the family to the zoo, as school was about to begin and Albert would soon depart for Hogwarts, likely leaving no opportunity for family outings this year. However, after Albert expressed disinterest, Nia also declared the zoo unexciting, leading the family to change their plans and instead cozy up in the living room, chatting and watching television. Nia wanted to ride her toy broomstick, but was sternly denied by Herb, recalling how she nearly crashed it into the television last time. The living room was too small for broomstick riding, and doing so outdoors would invite unwanted attention and questions. Consequently, The toy broomstick that Luke had just purchased for Nia was locked away in a cabinet. In truth, Albert had ridden a toy broomstick once. Experiencing an odd sensation that he might be having a moment of childish whimsy, the broomstick did not fly high, and he found it uninteresting enough to never try again. Yet for Nia, who was oblivious to the notion of childish whims, the idea of soaring freely on a broomstick was undeniably enticing. After watching television for a while, Daisy went to the kitchen to prepare tea and cake. The family of 4, along with a cat, gathered in the living room to read the tales of Beetle the Bard. This storybook contained fairy tales from the magical realm, distinctly different from those they were accustomed to, such as Sleeping Beauty. The tale revolved around a medieval witch who, out of jealousy for the beauty of the local king's daughter, coated a spindle with a potion of eternal slumber, enticing the young princess to touch it and fall into a deep sleep. Eventually, a male wizard, having applied a potion of vitality to his lips, kissed the princess to awaken her. Well, the magical version of Sleeping Beauty certainly lacks a sense of romance, they mused. Yet the family listened intently, despite having no idea what the potion of eternal slumber or the vitality potion entailed. Is there truly a stone that can bring someone back to life? Nia asked curiously. The magical world is replete with endless possibilities. If the alchemist Nicholas Flamel could live for centuries using a legendary philosopher's stone, then a stone capable of reviving the dead did not seem entirely implausible. Nia, such things do not exist, Herb cautioned, and you should also remember that the beloved of the second brother in the tale was not truly revived. This is a fairy tale. There's a saying that fairy tales are all lies, Albert said with a smile. Albert, you are so annoying. Can't you leave me with a little hope? Nia complained, fully aware that the events in fairy tales were mere fabrications. Chapter 13, Platform 9 3/4 on September 1st. Albert awoke early, rising from his bed, donning his clothing, and engaging in some light exercise to fully rouse himself. Today marked his long-anticipated journey to Hogwarts, filling him with a delightful sense of excitement. After completing his morning rituals, Albert began to verify his luggage. Are you awake? Then come down for breakfast, Daisy said as she entered the room, clad in an apron, addressing Albert, who was checking his belongings. By the way, make sure to place your robe and pointed hat on top of your luggage. It will be easier to find them when you change on the train. Are you really not bringing Tom to school? Nia asked hurriedly, entering the room in her pajamas, cradling her short-haired cat. Let Tom stay with you, Albert replied. What about Shella? Nia inquired again. She'll fly to Hogwarts by herself. I've asked. There's an Owlery at the school where she can stay. Albert preferred not to attract attention at King's Cross Station by carrying an owl. Breakfast was as simple as ever. Daisy had prepared a ham sandwich and a can of drink for Albert to consume if he became hungry during the journey. Naturally, food would be available on the train, so Daisy was unconcerned about Albert going without. Herbert had given him the remaining galleons, a substantial amount, and they had no worries about Albert spending frivolously, as there had been no prior incidents. With a flick of the levitating charm, Albert easily lifted his heavy suitcase into the car. Did you bring your camera? The one your grandfather Luke gave you? Herbert asked. Yes, Albert confirmed. Good, Herbert nodded. Let us set off. The family arrived at King's Cross Station before 10 o'clock. Herbert assisted Albert in placing the suitcase onto a trolley. Albert pushed his luggage to the wall between platforms 9 and 10, making a quiet gesture. He casually reached out to touch the wall, and, as expected, he passed through. Remember to write, Herbert reminded him, and send photos. I know, Albert replied, glancing at his sister. Nia, you're so sly. I want to go too, Nia said, giving Albert a quick hug. Don't cause trouble at home. Don't make things difficult for everyone, Albert advised. I want tea. Nia turned her head away, feigning anger. Son, see you during the Christmas holidays, Daisy said, embracing Albert before kissing his cheek. I'll take you all skiing then. Understood. See you at Christmas, Albert said, glancing around to ensure no one was watching before he jogged towards the wall, vanishing from sight. Nia pointed to where Albert had disappeared. On the other side of the brick wall, Albert found himself at a different station, where a deep red steam locomotive was stationed, its sign reading, Hogwarts Express. There were not many passengers on the platform. The train was scheduled to depart at 11 o'clock, and he had arrived an hour early. Upon entering the platform, a new notification appeared. Discovered platform 9 3/4, granting him 100 experience points. Exploring the map also awarded experience, albeit minimal, which Albert did not mind. Seemingly struck by a thought, he quickly stepped aside to avoid colliding with those behind him. What had once been the ticket gate was now an archway with a sign overhead proclaiming, platform 9 3/4. Indeed, it resembled the description in the books. This was also O.W.L.s first time riding such an old-fashioned train. It truly was an antique. Casually strolling through the station, he found an empty compartment, levitated his suitcase inside, set it down, and closed the door behind him. He then began to change into his wizarding robes. Shortly after opening the window, Shella flew in, landing on the table. It appeared she had not intended to fly to Hogwarts alone, but rather sought a lift. What a clever little creature. Albert stroked the snowy owl's head, retrieving some owl treats from his bag to feed Shella. Unfortunately, his photography skills left much to be desired, resulting in rather mediocre pictures. Fortunately, Luke had anticipated this and prepared plenty of film for him. It always seemed to rain whenever he traveled to Hogwarts. Albert couldn't help but voice his thoughts, feeling justified in arriving early. Wizards on the platform were hurriedly bidding farewell to their families beneath umbrellas, appearing somewhat disheveled. I wonder how many familiar faces I will see, Albert mused, not expecting to encounter any of the main characters just yet, as he had arrived even earlier than Harry Potter himself. He was in the same year as the Weasley twins and Cedric Diggory. Thank goodness he was not in the same year as the Chosen One. Albert had no desire to become entangled with Potter. After all, he was the Chosen One, inherently bearing both the hero's halo and the tendency for calamity. An ordinary person caught in the crossfire, without a protective stroke of luck, could easily find themselves in peril, as exemplified by Cedric Diggory. As the rain intensified outside, Albert slightly adjusted the window, allowing for a narrow opening. After Shella had eaten her fill, she began to doze off, as owls were nocturnal creatures. Pulling a chocolate candy from his pocket, Albert unwrapped it and savored it, listening to the sound of the rain outside. His spirits lifted. As long as he remained dry and sheltered from the downpour, he had no aversion to rain. The carriage corridor gradually filled with noise. Yet since Albert had closed the compartment door, the commotion outside did not significantly disturb him. He opened Dark Forces, a guide to self-defense, leisurely flipping through the pages to pass the time. He had read this book more than once and had attempted many of the spells within it. In fact, throughout the summer, Albert had practiced every spell he knew, except for the unforgivable curses, even attempting the Patronus charm, though with no success. Hurry, hurry. The train is about to depart. A group of people caught Albert's attention on the platform, who were hurriedly saying their goodbyes, including a pair of red-haired twin brothers. Is this the Weasley family? Albert observed the famous group, finding them quite humorous, especially Ron Weasley, who appeared somewhat silly at the moment. Beside Ron stood a girl, likely Ginny, who was closely following Mrs. Weasley, seemingly upset about not being able to attend Hogwarts. Albert compared Ginny with his own sister and concluded that, indeed, his sister was cuter. The Weasley family seemed a bit rushed, likely delayed by some unforeseen circumstance before arriving at the station. Outside the compartment door stood a young black man. Chapter 14. A Little Prophet, is anyone here? The young African-American boy inquired, pointing across from Albert. No one. Please. Have a seat, Albert replied with a smile. I am Albert Anderson. Lee Jordan. The boy displayed a bright smile, glancing curiously at the books on the table before adding. I feel you'll be sorted into Ravenclaw. I've heard that most book lovers end up there. As long as it's not Slytherin, I have no particular preference. Albert remarked, retrieving a few chocolate-flavored candies from his pocket. Would you like some sweets? Thank you. They taste delightful. Lee Jordan took one, unwrapped it, and popped it into his mouth. I do enjoy chocolate. That's splendid. Feel free to take what you like. Albert laid out various flavors of hard candies on the table. Knowing that sharing food is a potent way to forge connections, this tactic had proven successful for him in school. I believe I should be sorted into Gryffindor. I've heard it's the finest house. After all, Dumbledore himself hails from Gryffindor. He is the greatest wizard of all time, Lee Jordan chattered enthusiastically, his mouth occupied with candy. However, his chatter was soon interrupted by a pair of red-haired twins knocking on the door. Would you mind squeezing in one more person? One of the twins feigned shyness. We arrived late. All the other compartments are packed, and the girls aren't too welcoming. If I were you, I'd try to dry off a bit, Lee Jordan kindly suggested. I'm Lee Jordan. See you later, George. The other twin turned away. The train compartment could naturally accommodate 4 people, as it was originally designed for 6. Nevertheless, some students preferred to stay with friends, even if there were spare seats, thus explaining why the latecomers, the Weasley twins, struggled to find a compartment. This is Fred, my twin brother, George introduced. Even if you hadn't said anything, we could tell, Lee Jordan responded. I can hardly distinguish between the two of you. Perhaps you should label yourselves for clarity. Would you like some candy? Albert asked again. Oh, thank you. Mother always disapproves of us indulging in too much of this. The twins each took a piece, unwrapped it, and popped it into their mouths. This tastes delightful. Is this your owl? It's quite beautiful. One of the twins reached out to pet it, but was met with a fierce glare from Shella, prompting him to withdraw his hand, not wishing to be pecked. She doesn't fancy strangers, Albert casually explained. However, you might try feeding her some nuts. Perhaps she'll allow you to pet her. Lee Jordan attempted this, but was met with failure, as Shella ignored him and continued to rest with her eyes closed. As the train began to move, gradually picking up speed and departing the station, Albert sought to initiate conversation. What's the magical world like? You all come from there, right? How did you know? Lee Jordan asked, astonished. Your attire is clearly not typical. Ordinary folks wouldn't dress like that. Only wizards would be so unaware. Much like we are about the magical world. Impressive, Lee Jordan remarked, giving a thumbs up. By the way, there seems to be something outside the window. Albert turned to see an owl perched by the window and promptly opened it to let it in. A gray owl entered, shaking off raindrops. Shella emitted a disgruntled sound and hopped onto Albert's shoulder, glaring at the intruder, displeased that her nuts had been pilfered. Don't be upset. It's merely a nut. I'll buy you more once this is over, Albert reassured as he stroked Shella's head, watching the owl fly away. I always feel you don't resemble a muggle-born wizard, Lee Jordan murmured. Muggle-borns wouldn't know this. May I take a look? Certainly. Albert lifted Shella from his shoulder, as he found her weight somewhat cumbersome. Any news? The Minister for Magic, Millicent Bagnold, has announced her retirement after 1990, Lee Jordan revealed, spreading a newspaper on the table. Rumors suggest that Dumbledore may be the next minister. My father says that if Dumbledore wished, he could have become minister long ago, Fred said, clearly skeptical. Who do you think has a better chance? George countered. Oh, the Daily Prophet is hosting a betting event. I'm unsure, but I'm intrigued by the betting options. Albert replied, already aware of who would likely become the next minister. If I wanted to participate, how would I go about it? Someone else offering galleons. Why not take the chance? Lee Jordan cautioned seriously. A small wager is harmless. Albert produced his wand, placing it upright on the table, allowing it to lean to one side. Ollivander said my wand would bring me luck, so I'm going to choose him, Cornelius Fudge. I bet he'll be the next minister, provided this wager is credible. The three in the compartment gaped at him in astonishment. What an audacious move. It was almost flaunting. Are you really going to place a bet? Fred gulped, finding the notion absurd. I haven't decided yet. As I'm not well versed in the magical world, Albert was hesitant about risking his pocket money. No, the betting conducted by the Daily Prophet is quite reliable. Many have won in the past. However, there are at least 15 favored wizards. Are you truly? George noted that Fudge's odds were 4-1. Not the most favored by any means. Typically, the most favored candidate doesn't succeed. They are often mere decoys to draw attention. The unfortunate souls sacrificed, Albert mused, examining the newspaper closely for the betting details. He then retrieved a quill from his bag, inscribing his name on a piece of parchment, selecting his candidate and the amount to wager, and finally counting out 25 galleons to place in the pouch. Upon seeing Albert count out 25 galleons, the three could not help but swallow hard. That was a considerable sum. Speaking of which, this fellow is quite wealthy, they thought enviously, pondering when they had ever held such an amount. If only their pockets could contain a galleon, they would be smiling for days. Chapter 15. The wizard's taste is a bit peculiar. Did you really place a bet? George Weasley swallowed hard. That's 25 galleons. What if he hesitated to utter the words of doubt, fearing the consequences of voicing them? I trust my luck and intuition, Albert replied calmly. Why not give it a try? If you guess correctly, you could make a fortune. We're broke. The twins shook their heads in unison. The Weasley family was relatively impoverished. Even if the twins had a little savings, they wouldn't squander it on a gamble. Don't look at me. I want to save some money for other things, Lee Jordan added, shaking his head. He found Albert's actions quite reckless. If he truly possessed such funds, he certainly wouldn't be using them in that manner. As the four conversed, the train sped away from London, racing through lush fields and meadows. Albert flipped through a newspaper, listening to the trio chat about Quidditch, a topic in which he could not interject. Although he knew the rules, he had to feign ignorance. After all, Albert hailed from the Muggle world and, logically, should not be aware of such matters concerning Quidditch. By the way, have you heard about Gabriel Truman? George suddenly brought up a recent incident. Natalie nearly got expelled by the Ministry of Magic, Fred whispered. In the end, He personally apologized to Gabriel Truman to resolve the issue. Most newspapers reported it that way, though the content needed to retain an ounce of truth. Albert remarked as he closed the newspaper. Being one of the culprits behind the incident, he was well aware of what transpired. I visited Truman's office earlier and overheard him discussing it with someone else. He said he encountered a Hogwarts first year practicing magic during the summer. And then he inexplicably received a letter stating he had been expelled from Hogwarts, Fred suddenly recounted. At that time, Dumbledore and a ministry official came to his door. And the ministry official was quite rude, offering no apology. So Albert raised an eyebrow at this revelation. One could only say that Westerners tended to be rather ostentatious. He had reminded Truman to keep the matter confidential, but evidently he had forgotten. However, he did not disclose his own affairs. Albert's essence was ultimately that of an Easterner. His intrinsic humility and subtlety remained intact, and he had no affinity for flamboyance. By the way, do you know how the school sorts its students? Albert changed the topic. I don't know. My family doesn't tell me. Lee Jordan shook his head. Percy says there's a test involved, George replied, a hint of annoyance in his tone. They never want to tell us, thinking it's some amusing secret. Is life as a wizard really that interesting? Albert pondered aloud. When I received my acceptance letter, everyone was quite surprised. My mother was even somewhat unwelcoming toward Professor McGonagall, as she worried I would struggle to find a job after graduation. That's not true. Our eldest brother graduated just fine, the twins chimed in unison. Bill works for Gringotts in Africa, they added. And your father? Albert inquired knowingly. He works at the Ministry of Magic, the twins replied simultaneously, exchanging glances. I suspect I will remain in the Muggle world after graduation, Albert declared. Why? The three asked, perplexed, as they found this assertion rather hard to grasp. I came to Hogwarts primarily to learn magic, to master its usage. Professor McGonagall mentioned that failing to learn magic could lead to uncontrollable situations in the future. However, in the Muggle world, we cannot use magic freely, and we must keep the existence of magic a secret from Muggles, lest we invite trouble. What do you all plan to do in the future? I don't want to work at the ministry, Lee Jordan replied. Neither do I. The twins glanced at each other and chuckled. Being a Quidditch player wouldn't be bad. Charlie became the Gryffindor Quidditch captain this year, but unfortunately, you have to be in your second year to join the team, George lamented. I haven't really thought it through, Lee Jordan admitted. And you? All three turned to Albert. Me? I seek a simple, easy job that pays well. Does such a job even exist? They exchanged incredulous glances, wondering if such an opportunity were real. There should be. I'm currently searching, Albert replied with a smile. He was curious to know when the twins would come up with the idea of opening a joke shop. If you find it, be sure to let me know, Lee Jordan said earnestly, patting Albert on the shoulder, unable to suppress a grin. Would you mind if I took a photo of you all? Albert pulled out his camera. A photo? Yes, my family wants to learn about the wizarding world. Albert positioned the trio together and snapped several pictures. Why don't the photos move? Lee Jordan poked at the picture, perhaps hoping to animate them. Muggle photos don't move, Albert explained, glancing at the picture with satisfaction. It seems my skills have improved a bit. What is the point of a non-moving photo? The trio quickly lost interest in the picture. As noon approached, a commotion echoed through the train aisle. Moments later, a witch opened the compartment door and peered in, asking, Would you like to buy some snacks, dear? I'll have a pack of O.W.L.s every flavor beans, Lee Jordan replied, though he had brought his own food. The twins had sandwiches as well. But with little money, they opted not to purchase anything. I'll take one of everything, Albert said to the kindly smiling witch. Having just witnessed Albert's extravagant gamble, the trio had grown numb to his lavish spending. Consequently, Albert spent a galleon, acquiring a heap of treats for the table. I bet your family is quite wealthy, Lee Jordan muttered. Not exceptionally so, Albert replied as he opened the O.W.L.s every flavor beans, tasting one that turned out to be a sprout flavor. They are all lawyers. What is that? The three were unfamiliar with Muggles. People who represent others in legal matters. You might consider them legal loophole exploiters, Albert reflected. Legal loophole exploiters? The trio looked puzzled, trying to comprehend what that meant. How could exploiting legal loopholes be legal? What sort of trickery was this? Could you enlighten me on what these foods are? Albert gestured politely, as he was reluctant to consume something bizarre, given the peculiar tastes of wizards. Moreover, this was an opportunity. Friendship, after all, required nurturing and maintenance. Chapter 16. The Generation Gap. This delightful confection is called Bebedo flavored beans. Lee Jordan shook his box and presented it to the three, inviting them to sample the myriad flavors within. Be cautious with these, George cautioned. The term flavored implies a wide array of tastes. It includes not only conventional flavors like chocolate, mint, and orange marmalade, but also the more peculiar ones such as spinach, liver, and tripe. And beware of the earwax flavor. Fred reached in and tossed a pumpkin-flavored bean into his mouth. What flavor is this one? Albert inquired, holding up a gray bean. Pepper-flavored. If I were you, I'd steer clear of it, George advised kindly. This one, he added, holding up his own bean, is chicken-flavored. And this one? Albert asked, picking up a bubblegum-like treat. That's super bubblegum, George replied. I know that one. Chocolate frog, I had it last time. Albert pointed at the chocolate frog and continued, pumpkin pie, cauldron cakes, licorice wands. George then elaborated on a few other bizarre treats, some of which would change the color of one's tongue, while others emitted various sounds upon consumption. Animal voice candy can mimic the sounds of different creatures. Albert unwrapped one and asked, what sound does this make? I have no idea. How long will it last? Probably just a few seconds. Albert popped the candy into his mouth and suddenly let out a lion's roar, causing everyone to erupt in laughter. Want to try? George had a baboon-flavored one, while Fred had a cat flavor. Lee Jordan, unfortunately, had the elephant flavor, his cheeks turning crimson and steam puffing from his ears, which only made everyone laugh harder. Alas, I bought too few. Albert found the candy amusing and ventured to another compartment to purchase another batch from the witch. It's for my sister, he explained with a smile, noticing the others' curious glances. Naturally, Albert did not intend to fill his stomach with these treats. Instead, he retrieved a sandwich prepared by Daisy and began to eat it amidst the puzzled stares of his companions. You brought food too? Why buy so much? Lee Jordan questioned, perplexed. What is this? A drink you may not have tried before. Albert had bought a cup of pumpkin juice, which had a rather unique flavor reminiscent of soy milk. How do you open it? The twins curiously examined the canned soda. There's a pull tab, but don't shake it or you'll have a mess on your hands, Albert warned. Though it was too late, as Fred had already opened the soda, getting sprayed in the face. I did warn you not to shake it, Albert chuckled, taking the half-full can of peach-flavored soda from Fred's hands. He waved his wand, cleaning up the spilled soda on the table and newspaper, then asked, would you like to taste it? With that, he pointed his wand at the candy bag and transformed it into plastic cups. Wow, the twins exclaimed dramatically. What happened? Albert asked, looking puzzled before incanting, duplicate in pairs. He used a duplication charm to create 3 cups. You just used magic, right? Oh, just a little trick I learned from the spell book, quite useful, Albert replied nonchalantly. Is there a problem? Is there a problem? Lee Jordan said weakly. Of course there is. I remember you are a wizard from the Muggle world. And so? Albert raised an eyebrow. I dare say no other first year can use magic as skillfully as you. You might be exaggerating. Albert changed the subject. Would you like a drink? He poured each of them half a cup. The flavor was peculiar, but not unpleasant. Somewhat akin to beer, yet distinctly different. Have you ever had beer? Albert asked curiously. George has had a sip. Haven't you as well? After all, you are not Muggles. It's normal not to be accustomed to it. Albert understood, just as he himself found the pumpkin juice a bit odd. That's not the point. How did you manage that? I heard transfiguration is exceedingly difficult to master, Lee Jordan exaggerated. Exceedingly difficult? Albert pondered. It didn't seem as challenging as they claimed. He had inquired about the secret to transforming matches into needles, and, after a week of practice, had mastered the first-level transfiguration, enabling him to easily change small objects. It is somewhat challenging. It took me half a day to manage the match-to-needle trick, but once you become proficient, it becomes easier. The 3 exchanged glances, suddenly feeling a bit withdrawn, reluctant to engage in conversation. Acting all high and mighty will cost you friends. Is it really that easy? So, how much magic have you mastered? George asked timidly. I've tried all the ones in the textbook. Didn't you all experiment with magic during the summer? Albert questioned, eyeing them suspiciously. Our families wouldn't let us touch wands. You could secretly practice, and didn't you buy wands? Albert was at a loss for words. So, you succeeded? Fred asked weakly. Most of it, yes. During the summer, I also got to know a student from Hogwarts, and we kept in touch. He taught me quite a bit about magic. Suddenly, a thunderclap interrupted Albert's words, and the rain outside the carriage intensified. Is the weather so displeased? Lee Jordan got up to close the window, preventing the rain from splashing inside. I hope the rain stops by the time we reach school. Albert tossed a piece of chocolate into his mouth, slowly chewing. The lengthy journey on the train had grown rather dull. What's wrong with you all? Albert asked, noticing the 3's silence. Nothing. Fred managed to utter. I just have a feeling you will become quite the formidable individual. I think so too, Albert suddenly remarked, leaving the three momentarily speechless. Haha, just kidding. Who knows what the future holds? For the remainder of the journey, they snacked and discussed matters of the magical world, with the majority of the conversation dominated by the three while Albert listened. When the topic shifted to Quidditch, Albert found it fascinating to hear them passionately explain the 4 balls and the 7 players engaging in a match. It was evident that the twins yearned for a quality broomstick to partake in an exhilarating game. I would like to experience the sensation of flying in the sky, Albert said, although riding a broomstick felt somewhat peculiar. Chapter 17. Crossing the lake. In truth, children residing in the magical realm often find themselves rather bored. The Weasley family's humble abode sits nestled among the hills and trees to the south of Ottery, St. Catchpole Village, a location so obscure that most muggles have yet to discover the existence of a house there. Only 4 wizarding families inhabit the vicinity, with the Diggories being the nearest, yet still several miles away. Visiting each other necessitates a broomstick or some other means of transportation. In fact, the children from these 4 families seldom interact. The Weasley children hardly venture into Ottery St. Catchpole Village, let alone play with ordinary muggles. However, the twins mention that their brother has a muggle friend, a rather pretty girl. Generally, muggles can be challenging to engage with, often perceiving us as oddities, which makes it difficult to find common ground, especially since our home is quite distant from the village. Lee Jordan's situation is even more dire. He is an only child and sometimes struggles to find a companion. Albert has it significantly better, having a sister and a collection of books, and occasionally playing ball with others. Nonetheless, he typically refrains from mingling with a group of younger children, as it tends to be rather dull. Although he lacks true friends, Albert is quite popular at school, excelling academically and possessing a commendable demeanor that facilitates social interactions. Albert inquires with the trio whether children in the magical world attend Muggle schools. It is indeed hard to fathom a family like the Malfoys allowing their children to attend a Muggle institution. Clearly, that would be out of the question. Nevertheless, some wizards do make exceptions. The twins, however, have never attended such schools. Their initial education was provided by their family members. By the way, is there a wizarding family named Smith? Albert asks, as his grandfather originally belonged to the Smith family, but later changed his name after moving in with Muggle relatives, reflecting how much he despised his previous lineage. Never heard of it. What about you, George? Fred glances at his twin brother. I haven't either. Lee Jordan shakes his head. Why do you ask? Nothing. Just curious where I might have encountered that surname, Albert replies, shifting his gaze to the outside, where visibility is low and darkness begins to envelop the surroundings. Speaking of which, he had not realized that Lee Jordan was quite the chatterbox. He seemed to revel in incessant conversation. The trio did not mind, as listening to his ramblings was akin to a hypnotic experience in the otherwise dull compartment. Albert reopened his eyes, sensing that the train had begun to decelerate. By Merlin's beard, we finally arrived. Fred stretched lazily, feeling the effects of sitting on the train for too long. Meanwhile, George helped tidy up the snacks on the table, placing them into Albert's suitcase. The train came to a complete halt, and the 4 of them exited the compartment, jostled along by the throng in the aisle as they made their way to the door. The disembarkation was indeed chaotic. They stepped onto a dimly lit, cramped platform, where cold rain poured down, sending shivers through Albert's spine. I detest the rain, Albert muttered, pulling out his wand to cast a spell on his pointed hat, rendering it impervious to water. First years, over here. A booming voice called out from the platform, a lantern held aloft to attract the newcomer's attention. What are you doing? Hurry up, Fred urged, tugging at him. One moment, Albert replied, casting the same water-repelling charm on his robe. He was uncertain of its effectiveness, but better safe than sorry. Hurry up, Albert, Lee Jordan pressed. All right, I'm coming, he responded, flickering his wand as he approached Hagrid, an imposing figure with a long beard, who appeared rather intimidating from a distance. One might mistake him for a dangerous individual if unaware of his true nature. Are all the first years present? Once you're all here, we shall depart, Hagrid announced, leading them away from the platform, exposed to the icy rain without the shelter of the platform. The first years felt goosebumps rising on their skin. Watch your step, Hagrid warned, but his caution proved futile as the muddy path caused many to stumble multiple times. Albert adjusted his pointed hat and robe, wrapping himself more snugly. Fortunately, the water-repelling charm had worked, sparing him from becoming drenched like the others. Why didn't I learn to conjure an umbrella? Albert thought, recalling that he had a folding umbrella in his suitcase. Feeling slightly annoyed with himself, He resolved to take the time to learn that useful spell to avoid future inconveniences caused by rain. Are you all right? He asked as another unfortunate soul fell in front of him. Thank you. This journey has been quite arduous. The girl said gratefully as she was helped back to her feet. Let us move, Albert said, releasing her hand and using his wand to guide the way as he slowly advanced. This was undoubtedly the most unfortunate batch of first years, many of whom were covered in mud. He could hear Lee Jordan muttering curses not far from him, having just been knocked down by someone. Albert suddenly felt that staying behind was indeed a wise decision. At least he avoided being tripped. Be careful, we're heading downhill, Hagrid called out ahead. After descending, he waited at the side to prevent any students from slipping on the steep incline. It proved to be a prudent choice, as 3 unfortunate souls nearly fell. But Hagrid managed to catch them just in time. Watch your step, we'll soon reach the lake, Hagrid announced. Once everyone had made it down the slope, he took the lead again, guiding them around a bend until they finally arrived at a dark lake. Across the water, a castle loomed atop a hill, which was none other than Hogwarts Castle. The lights in the windows flickered, standing out starkly against the backdrop of the rainy night. Each boat must not exceed 4 individuals. Remember, no more than 4, Hagrid called to the newcomers, pointing at the small boats lined along the shore. Albert, over here. One of the twins waved him over. With Lee Jordan nearby, both covered in mud and looking quite disheveled. How are you two? Albert couldn't help but chuckle as he boarded the small boat. Not great. I fell once and got knocked down twice, they replied. Get in the boat, Hagrid shouted, ensuring no one was overloaded before climbing into a boat himself. All right then. Let us go. The boat, devoid of oars, glided smoothly across the lake. Albert gazed up at the castle ahead, feeling an inexplicable thrill. Hogwarts, here I come. Chapter 18. Bad taste. Regrettably, most of the young wizards aboard the boat lacked the leisure to admire the Hogwarts castle shrouded in the rain curtain, as the frigid raindrops left them shivering uncontrollably. No, I don't want to know. Not at all, one of them murmured. Me neither. It's so cold, echoed the twins. Nearly frozen to death, their spirits dampened by the weather. Albert shook his head. He possessed a modicum of understanding regarding the boat crossing ceremony. This ritual was designed to allow the incoming students to traverse the same path taken by the 4 founders upon their arrival at the castle. The arrangement of 4 students per boat symbolized these founders, serving as a rite of passage, enabling the newcomers to feel the excitement and joy of their predecessors, while also remembering the arduous journey they undertook to establish the school. Yet, how many truly grasped this significance today? Even Hagrid, who guided them across the lake, likely lacked this knowledge. However, few students seemed to care about such matters. Watch out. Lower your heads, Hagrid bellowed. The first-year students promptly ducked. Their small vessel maneuvered through the cliffs, gliding toward the castle's dock below. This is unbearable. I detest the rain, lamented one of the twins, arms crossed and sneezing. Soaked to the bone, they trembled like leaves in a tempest. How did you manage to stay dry? Lee Jordan inquired with astonishment, noticing that Albert's robes and pointed hat remained untouched by the deluge. A simple spell, Albert replied softly, aware that others' gazes were upon him. A witch clad in a vibrant green robe stood before the oak door. Albert recognized her as Professor McGonagall, who had previously visited his home. Thank you, Hagrid. I shall take charge of the first years now, she stated, surveying the bedraggled newcomers, and Albert could sense her lips twitching. It was hardly surprising. The students presented a sight beyond mere disarray, nearly every individual drenched and muddied. First years, follow me, she commanded, leading them into the castle. Albert trailed behind, taking in the grandeur of this millennia-old edifice. That's Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor. Percy mentioned she is quite stern, George whispered. Oh, I've seen her once. My sister adores her trick of turning teacups into mice, Albert mused, his attention fixated on the stone walls. He had long pondered whether those blazing torches were indeed eternal flames. It was said that a certain type of magical fire could burn indefinitely, which seemed fitting for the scene before him. Come on, what are you staring at? Fred gently nudged Albert, urging him to pay attention. I'm contemplating the nature of that magical fire. It must be something extraordinary. The absence of smoke suggests it is no ordinary flame. Fred opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Albert resolved to investigate these curiosities further. This castle harbored countless secrets worth exploring. As he contemplated delving into the mysteries of the castle, a task suddenly appeared before him. Ancient school, Hogwarts. Hogwarts is an ancient and enigmatic school of magic, having existed for a millennium. This venerable castle conceals innumerable unknown secrets. As an inquisitive seeker of hidden truths, you should not let this opportunity slip away. Explore Hogwarts Castle before your graduation and uncover the secrets that lie hidden within. Current progress. 1. Reward. 1,000 to 100,000 experience points. 1 to 10 skill points. Blimey. Albert couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, utterly astonished. This was undoubtedly the most prestigious task he had ever encountered. Was it compelling him to become a nocturnal adventurer? It seemed mastering the disillusionment charm had become a priority. Albert began to devise a plan to acquire the incantation. The first years were ushered into the Sorting Hat waiting room by Professor McGonagall, a space that was rather cramped, forcing them to huddle closely together. "Welcome to Hogwarts," she began, adhering to the customary opening remarks. The feast was about to commence, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, we must first determine which house each of you will belong to. Much like the speeches of leaders in a previous life, brief words that somehow extended into lengthy monologues, McGonagall, while not quite as exaggerated, spoke for several minutes. Albert distilled her lengthy discourse into 3 main points: accommodation, sorting, and the house cup. After delivering the essential Hogwarts guidelines, she instructed all the first years to form a line, so she could remove the water and mud from their appearances. As the deputy headmistress, McGonagall could not possibly allow the newcomers to enter the Great Hall in such a disheveled state. It would be an affront to the dignity of Hogwarts. The newcomers squeezed into the line, eager to dry their garments, the dampness and chill making them exceedingly uncomfortable. "Is this a sardine can?" Albert observed with intrigue, stepping back a pace to linger at the rear of the queue. The rain had not particularly affected him. McGonagall worked swiftly, adeptly employing cleaning and drying charms. Within a few minutes, it was Albert's turn. She regarded him with a hint of surprise, casting the spell upon him as well, instantly rendering his clothes dry and warm, banishing the mud from his boots and trousers. "Now, please maintain silence," McGonagall announced. "I shall return to collect you once preparations are complete." After her departure, the room buzzed with whispers regarding the sorting process. "How will they sort us? How can they accurately place everyone in the appropriate house?" speculated the students, a sense of anxiety palpable in the air. This notion of a test heightened their nerves. Watching the scene, Albert found himself stifling a laugh, beginning to comprehend why others were reluctant to divulge the secrets of the sorting ceremony. Truly, they were a rather mischievous bunch. "Are you not the least bit nervous?" A girl approached him, introducing herself as Aaliyah Spinnet. Albert had previously offered her a hand. It was likely her approach stemmed from his calm demeanor, which suggested he possessed knowledge of the sorting secrets. In fact, she was correct. "As long as I don't end up in Slytherin, I am quite amenable," Albert shrugged, revealing none of his insights regarding the sorting ceremony, finding amusement in the anxious expressions of the first years. Admittedly, he recognized his own penchant for mischief. Chapter 19. A spy among us. The grand hall of the academy was expansive, adorned with 4 long tables brimming with students. Above their heads floated countless candles, casting a warm glow that illuminated the entire chamber. These flames were a form of magical fire. Otherwise, the sight of wax dripping from the overhead candles would be nothing short of enchanting. As peculiar thoughts swirled in Albert's mind, the line reached a stool topped with a tattered, grimy hat. It was said to be the sorting hat of Gryffindor. Albert wished fervently that they would take the time to clean it. He felt a sense of disdain towards the hat for its filthy state, perhaps a consequence of having been neglected for a millennium or more. It was truly unbearable. Professor McGonagall, holding a roll of parchment, commenced the sorting ceremony. Naturally, Albert was the first to be called, his surname beginning with the letter A. Under the watchful gaze of all, he stepped forward, seated himself, and allowed McGonagall to place the hat upon his head. "Not Slytherin, not Slytherin," he muttered softly, aware that the possibility of being sorted into Slytherin was slim. Yet he wished to avoid any missteps. "Ah, quite difficult, yet I see courage, kindness, talent, and a fair share of wisdom," the hat mused quietly. "Apart from Slytherin, which house do you desire?" Albert was momentarily speechless. Was the hat implying that he would fit into any house but Slytherin? "Oh, I believe you have made your choice." "Then, Gryffindor," it proclaimed. In that instant, Albert understood the hat's meaning. Had he encountered different students in the carriage instead of the twins and Lee Jordan, he might have been placed in another house. Ultimately, the sorting hat had made the decision for him. After all, he would be spending 7 years at the academy, and he certainly did not wish to replicate Hermione's initial experience of being friendless. That would be truly tragic. Moreover, The twins made for the perfect companions for nocturnal escapades. Upon the hat declaring Gryffindor, a wave of applause erupted from the farthest table on the left, clearly designated for the newcomers. The sorting ceremony continued, and when the hat called out Slytherin, Albert redirected his attention back to it. He observed with curiosity as McGonagall announced Cedric Diggory. Contemplating the role of this character in the narrative, the young man was rather charming. No wonder he was dubbed a pretty boy. Yet, Albert wondered if he would ultimately meet a tragic fate, especially with his own little butterfly effect at play. As anticipated, the Weasley twins were sorted into Gryffindor as well, eliciting a jubilant reaction from a red-haired man who waved at them, most likely the legendary Percy Weasley. Incidentally, the twins were at the very end of the line, and once they were sorted into Gryffindor, the ceremony concluded. McGonagall rolled up the parchment and took the sorting hat with her, causing the stool to vanish along with her. "Wow, we thought you would be sorted into Ravenclaw," exclaimed the twins and Lee Jordan, their expressions exaggerated as if they were gazing at a rare creature. The idea that Albert had not been placed in Ravenclaw seemed utterly perplexing. Was it so strange? Albert shrugged off their astonishment. "By the way, I just uncovered a secret about the sorting hat," he said, his tone teasing. "What secret?" Lee Jordan inquired, intrigued. "Then it wouldn't be a secret if I revealed it," Albert replied, choosing to keep it to himself. After all, it was part of the reason he had been sorted into Gryffindor. Scanning the faces around him, Albert shook his head in disbelief. Despite his clarity, no one had guessed. Was it truly a testament to Gryffindor's nature? However, the group soon lost interest in the so-called secret. With the sorting concluded, it was time for Dumbledore to address the students, followed by a grand feast. "Welcome." Dumbledore beamed at the students, arms outstretched as he welcomed them to Hogwarts, heralding the start of a new term. "Before the feast begins, I would like to say a few words. Fools, crybabies, rubbish, twist. Thank you, everyone." Indeed, those were a mere few words. What a stark contrast. Unlike those who would drone on endlessly, Dumbledore understood the impatience of the newcomers. He knew they had little appetite for lengthy speeches. "Do you know what those words mean?" Albert turned to the prefect beside him, who suddenly realized that the previous Weasley was correct. This fellow should be in Ravenclaw, not Gryffindor. It seemed this was a mystery that only Dumbledore could clarify. Albert pondered, recalling various interpretations of those words circulating online in his previous life. Some claimed the Latin translation meant "May Merlin bless you." Others believed they represented the differing attitudes of the four houses. Ravenclaw students deemed anyone not in their house a fool. Gryffindor students believed others lacked their courage. Slytherin students regarded mixed blood or Muggle-borns as useless, and Hufflepuff students hoped others would adjust their conduct. As for the truth, Albert remained uncertain. Perhaps one day he would learn it directly from Dumbledore. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck the castle's roof, causing the weather enchantments to falter. The spectacle startled everyone. Dumbledore quickly brandished his wand, dispelling the thunder and rain, restoring the starlit sky overhead. "All right, let the feast commence," Dumbledore announced, tapping his spoon against his cup, and as if by magic, the tables overflowed with food. Chapter 20. The feast. The first-year students were in awe of Dumbledore's enchanting magic. Yet their ravenous hunger took precedence over any desire to comprehend how the headmaster accomplished such feats. Albert, however, was privy to the secret. Dumbledore had employed the magic left behind by Hufflepuff to transport the delectable food from the kitchens situated beneath the Great Hall. The Hufflepuff Cup, which served as a Horcrux for Voldemort, was the first vessel at Hogwarts to assist house elves in the magical conveyance of food. The banquet was bountiful, though not particularly refined. Yet it certainly sufficed to satiate everyone's appetites. Albert helped himself to a steak and began to slice it leisurely. He was not particularly hungry, having munched on various snacks throughout the journey. The others, however, dug in heartily, with Lee Jordan across from him enthusiastically gnawing on a chicken leg, which added a humorous flair to the scene. As the feast commenced, the ghosts emerged from various corners of the castle, greeting the first years and causing quite a stir. The ghost of Gryffindor, a nobleman, was presumably the fabled nearly headless Nick. Albert swallowed his bite of beef and greeted him. "I prefer you call me Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington," the ghost replied. "Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington," Albert echoed, feeling a sense of pride in his ability to remember the lengthy name. "Can you be photographed? I mean, can you appear in pictures?" "What? Child, I do not comprehend what you are saying," Sir Nicholas replied, delighted that someone could pronounce his name correctly, for he despised being referred to as nearly headless Nick. "Photographed," Albert restated. Please do make time for a picture with me someday. Very well, child. If you wish to take that, photograph, you can seek me out then. Sir Nicholas agreed, finding the polite young lad quite endearing. May I ask another question? Ask away, child. What exactly is a ghost? Is it a soul after death? After all, Voldemort had split his soul into pieces. What is the matter? Albert inquired, puzzled. I still believe you ought to be sorted into Ravenclaw. Fred mumbled through a mouthful. Swallow before speaking, Albert retorted. Why are you curious about ghosts? A first-year asked. In the Muggle world, such magical beings do not exist. Albert replied calmly, eager to seize the opportunity to learn more. By the way, passing through a ghost feels quite chilly, so it's best to be cautious in the future. He had just discreetly poked Nick with his finger, only to find it icy. Passing through one would feel akin to being drenched in icy water. That would certainly not be a pleasant experience in winter. Indeed, there were no ghosts in the Muggle realm. A girl, seated 2 chairs away from Albert, named Sana Wilson, chimed in. Honestly, when I received my letter, my family thought it was a prank. They nearly chased Professor McGonagall away when she came to visit. Sana found it quite amusing, as her family was not particularly keen on her attending Hogwarts. My situation was similar. My mother nearly called the police to have Professor McGonagall arrested, Albert chuckled. Those who live on the scientific side typically struggle to accept anything extraordinary. They wanted me to attend Eton. Eton? The Eton? Sana exclaimed in surprise. What is that? Lee Jordan asked, bewildered. One of the best schools in England, Sana explained. Hogwarts is the best, George raised an eyebrow. Of course I know that, for there is only one magical school in England, and naturally, Hogwarts is the finest, Sana replied with a hint of disdain. Ordinary people, or what you call muggles, have thousands of schools, and Eton ranks among the top 3. I shouldn't have to explain what that signifies. It sounds quite impressive, George remarked nonchalantly, genuinely confused. Let us not just discuss us. Let us hear about you. Albert redirected the conversation towards another girl. I am half and half. My mother is a witch and my father is a muggle, Angelina Johnson stated, having been open about it from an early age. However, we have always lived in the muggle world. I've been exposed to magic since childhood, so my family was not overly surprised when I received the invitation. Next to her, Aaliyah Spinnet added, I was born into a wizarding family, so I have always been acquainted with magic. Nothing particularly novel. My family was quite pleased when I received my letter and even bought me an owl. Once everyone had had their fill, the remnants of food on their plates vanished, replaced by an array of desserts. Albert took a pudding and listened as the first year shared amusing anecdotes. After the feast concluded, the tables were cleared, akin to plates licked clean by Tom. Professor Dumbledore stood once more to announce, I am delighted to welcome a new professor to our school. Professor Baddock will be our new defense against the dark arts instructor. Sparse applause resonated throughout the hall. Professor Baddock was an elderly gentleman. Additionally, I have a few reminders for you all. Dumbledore addressed the students below. First-year students, please take note that the Forbidden Forest is off-limits. Also, Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has asked me to remind everyone not to cast spells in the corridors during breaks. Lastly, the tryouts for the Quidditch teams will occur in the second week of this term. Any students interested in joining their house teams should contact Madam Hooch. Why can't we enter the Forbidden Forest? Perhaps there are dangers lurking within. Albert glanced at the eager twins. If you dare to venture into the Forbidden Forest, I shall write to Mother. Percy Weasley glared at his brothers, well aware of their mischievous natures. We want tea, the twins quickly assured him. Chapter 21. Roommates. The members of the Hogwarts choir made their appearance, including the head boy seated next to Albert, in the front row. Several choir members clutched large toads in their arms. Albert joined the throng, mimicking the motions of singing, though the song was rather juvenile, causing the professors in the teachers section to wear expressions of mild discomfort, clearly reluctant participants. It was one thing for children to engage in such antics, but for a group of adults to sing this school song was utterly mortifying. We shall strive to learn until we become dust. After the song concluded, 2 individuals continued to hum softly, prompting Albert to suppress an urge to cover his face in embarrassment, pretending not to know them. The entrance feast finally came to an end, and everyone surged forward, creating a chaotic congestion. Albert began to understand why newcomers were positioned at the front. If they followed students from other years, they might indeed end up in the wrong place. He envisioned a Gryffindor student accidentally trailing the wrong group into the Hufflepuff common room, only to realize their mistake too late, resulting in a scene that would be utterly delightful. New students, follow me. The head boy, the same one who had just performed on stage, guided the newcomers through the bustling crowd, leading them out of the dining hall. After ascending the marble staircase, they separated from the first-year students of other houses. The newcomers traversed the corridors, winding around the castle, rather than taking the fabled moving staircases. Numerous portraits adorned the walls, where the figures whispered amongst themselves as the newcomers passed, some even greeting them with friendly nods. The head boy led the first years through the castle, where one could never quite guess where the entrances lay. Although a closed wooden door loomed ahead, they passed through a stone portal instead. Certain doors required one to touch precise spots before they would open, while others were concealed behind drapes or portraits. However, the most unfortunate predicament was that one hapless soul had become ensnared in a staircase that appeared perfectly ordinary, yet at a certain step, one had to leap over it. Otherwise, stepping into it would result in one's foot becoming trapped. For newly arrived students, this was nothing short of a disaster. "Are you all right?" Albert reached out to pull Lee Jordan out of the predicament. "Not good," Lee Jordan replied sulkily. "I just got a fright. I really don't understand what the school is thinking with all these bizarre contraptions. I find them quite amusing, don't you, George?" "I feel the same," George chimed in. "These are remnants of ancient defensive mechanisms, now transformed into a hallmark of Hogwarts," Albert explained. "Come on, keep up. I don't want to get lost." After what felt like an eternity, just as Albert's legs began to ache, they finally arrived on the 8th floor, traversing a lengthy corridor to its end. There hung a portrait of a rather plump woman, undoubtedly the legendary Fat Lady, the guardian of the Gryffindor Tower. "Password?" she inquired. "Jabberwocky," the head boy replied. Upon utterance, the portrait swung open like a door, revealing a circular entrance behind it. He didn't hurry inside, but turned to the newcomers, stating, "You must remember the password. Only by speaking it to the Fat Lady may you enter the common room. The current password is Jabberwocky." With that, the head boy led them through the wall hole into the Gryffindor common room. It was an old, circular chamber filled with numerous sofas. In one corner, a roaring fire blazed in the hearth, beside which a large stack of firewood rested. A few individuals lounged on the sofas, glancing over and waving as the newcomers entered. "You're in luck. Tomorrow is Saturday, which means no classes. This is a rare opportunity. I suggest you take these 2 days to familiarize yourselves with the castle, as its layout is far more intricate than you might imagine. If you don't want to get lost, it's best to quickly ascertain the locations of your classrooms," the head boy advised, pointing to 2 doors. "Girls go that way, boys follow me." After exchanging brief pleasantries with another female head student, he led Albert and the others through another door, descending a narrow spiral staircase. Along the way, he introduced the newcomers to their dormitory, washroom, and bathroom. Of course, the washroom and bathroom were communal, but thankfully, the bathroom had partitions. Thank goodness for that. As for their individual rooms, they would need to find them on their own, with name tags marking each door. Albert, the twins, and Lee Jordan shared a room, which housed only 4 beds. The room was not particularly spacious, with 4 curtained beds and each occupant's luggage placed beside them. Albert easily located his suitcase, yawning as he pulled out his pajamas to change. "I look forward to your guidance," he greeted the other 3 with a smile. Likewise, the 4 exchanged glances, unable to suppress laughter. "Tomorrow, I plan to explore the castle. Are you coming?" Albert asked as he retrieved his camera from the suitcase and stepped to the door to capture a photo of their dormitory. "Of course. Just remember to wake me in the morning," the twins replied in unison, exchanging knowing glances. "And you?" All 3 turned to Lee Jordan. "Absolutely, I'll join," the young man declared, clearly unwilling to be left out. "Good night." As Albert lay in bed, exhaustion enveloped him, yet slumber eluded him. Each time he arrived in a new place, he was prone to insomnia. The others, clearly untroubled, had eaten and drank their fill, quickly falling into a deep sleep. Turning onto his side, Albert opened his task panel, noting that his exploration progress had reached 3. He wondered how much it would increase after a day spent traversing the castle. He flipped through his skill list, which spanned several pages. Most spells were only at level 1, with a few still unlearned. Gazing at those skills still at level 0, Albert felt an impulsive urge to spend experience points to elevate them to level 1. This was a habit ingrained from previous gaming experiences, where he instinctively filled skill points. Taking a deep breath, Albert closed the panel, wary of carelessly depleting his hard-earned experience, for it would bear significant weight on his future. As he drifted into a hazy slumber, Albert dreamt of his past self, perusing a book he distinctly remembered as his first encounter with Harry Potter. Was this all merely a dream? No, it was not a dream. Ever since he had reopened his eyes after death, He had confirmed this time and again. This was no dream. He felt as though he were the author of a fan fiction, crafting yet another narrative within the Harry Potter universe. However, this time, he could not indulge in the unrestrained fantasies of a writer. The affliction of being a literary romantic. Chapter 22. The Room of Requirement Upon Awakening. Albert found himself enveloped in darkness within the dormitory, with the faint sound of rain filtering through the window. Indeed, the downpour from the previous night had yet to cease. Sitting up on his bed, he stifled a yawn, attributing his fatigue to the peculiar dream he had experienced. Moreover, he had risen far too early, as his 3 dormitory companions remained in slumber. Reaching for his wand, which lay in the corner of the room, he murmured a spell, Lumos. The tip of the wand emitted a pale glow, which he directed towards his mechanical pocket watch, revealing the time to be 5:40 a.m. It was, as he suspected, still far too early. This watch was a gift from Luke, commemorating his acceptance letter to Hogwarts. A gust of cold wind swept over him, jolting his senses awake. The rain was not particularly heavy, yet the outside world remained shrouded in darkness, with the entire castle cloaked in a misty veil of rain. A grand adventure, Albert mused, gently patting his cheeks. The common room was serene, interrupted only by the presence of a female ghost seated on the sofa, engrossed in her reading. Upon noticing Albert's footsteps, she glanced up momentarily before resuming her perusal. Albert chose not to disturb her. While he harbored a desire to engage in conversation, he ultimately reconsidered, recalling how he despised being interrupted while immersed in a book himself. Deciding against lingering in the common room, Albert resolved to explore the castle before his peers awoke. In search of the legendary Room of Requirement, he pushed open the door to the common room, bending slightly to exit through the circular archway. The fat lady, still clad in her nightgown, gazed sleepily at the departing student and inquired, "Where are you off to?" "Just for a stroll," Albert replied, casting his gaze into the dimly lit corridor as he raised his wand to illuminate his path. This time, he intended to traverse a different route than the one he had taken the previous night, venturing into unexplored areas. Perhaps it was the rain that imbued the corridor with a chill and dampness reminiscent of a haunted castle, where one might expect a ghost to emerge from the walls at any moment, startling the unsuspecting. In truth, Hogwarts was indeed home to numerous ghosts, and it would not be unusual for one to materialize from the walls. As he rounded a corner, Albert spotted the staircase he had descended last night. However, this time, he chose to continue onward. After navigating another corridor, he noticed a large vase positioned ahead, and, upon turning his head, he unexpectedly discovered the tapestry depicting a troll in a ballet tutu. "It seems fortune favors me," Albert thought, quickening his pace towards the tapestry. Arriving before the peculiar textile, he raised his wand, using its glow to scrutinize the absurd scene depicted. A horde of trolls, clad in tutus and wielding wooden or bone sticks, striking various flamboyant poses. One troll, attempting to teach ballet, was being conked on the head by another wielding a bone. As Albert observed, the troll ceased its antics and turned to regard him, as though questioning his stare. Were he to have a camera, he would have captured this comical tableau. Yet, the primary objective remained the Room of Requirement. Hidden behind the white wall opposite the tapestry, Albert stepped aside and turned to face the white wall, glancing back at the tapestry before raising his right hand to mimic a knocking gesture. Remarkably, the troll with the rotten teeth copied his movement, striking the unfortunate ballet teacher with the bone. This scene elicited a bittersweet chuckle from Albert. Approaching the white wall, he extended his hand to touch its solid surface, confirming it to be an unyielding stone barrier, devoid of any sign of the Room of Requirement. To pass through? Albert pondered, raising his wand once more. The pale light illuminated one end of the wall, revealing a window. Turning to glance back at the vase, he muttered a quiet incantation. Realizing he needed to make 3 passes, on his third turn, the wall began to transform, intricate patterns emerging, gradually revealing a sleek door. Feeling a surge of satisfaction, Albert grasped the brass handle and pulled the door open, stepping inside. The room was spacious, with torches flickering along the walls, reminiscent of a classroom. Lined with wooden bookshelves, it housed hundreds of books, which Albert suspected had been pilfered from the library. On the opposite side, he noticed several dummies for practicing spells. "This is splendid," he whispered to himself. With these books at his disposal, he would no longer need to venture to the library for research. However, he recognized the need for discretion in utilizing this space, as the sudden appearance of a door in the wall would undoubtedly attract attention. Albert did not linger. opting to exit the room of requirement while contemplating how to use it stealthily. To keep this secret, he needed to ensure that he encountered no one upon entering or exiting. He would require the disillusionment charm and the marauder's map. The former could likely be found among the books, but acquiring the latter from Filch would prove challenging. Creating a copy himself? He lacked the capability at this moment. Perhaps I shall take my time with this, he resolved, knowing he would be at Hogwarts for another 7 years. After Albert departed, the door to the room of requirement slowly vanished, reverting to a mundane white wall, a mystery known to only a select few within the school. Chapter 23. The Secret Passage and Filch in the Past. The protagonists in the online novels I read often possessed formidable systems that rendered everything visible upon activating their scanning functions. Now, upon reflection, I realize that my own panel features are woefully lacking. Nevertheless, the mere existence of a panel is a source of joy for Albert. I recall that the headmaster's office is also located on the 8th floor, though I am uncertain of its precise location there. Albert mused to himself. Of course, he had no intention of wandering to the headmaster's office. Should Dumbledore notice his presence, his life at Hogwarts would become quite arduous. After all, the castle is replete with portraits, and it would be rather easy for Dumbledore to ascertain what a student is up to. Albert turned 2 corners and discovered a staircase leading downward. As he descended, he began to meander through the castle, only to find himself hopelessly lost. Well, perhaps this is not quite being lost. It is simply that I have never been here before. Albert paused before a wall, the light from his wand illuminating the carvings upon it. He reached out and gently tapped it, solid. However, Albert suspected that a secret passage lay hidden here. The griffin carving on the wall was undeniably suspicious, as such places often conceal secret doors and passages. "Child, what are you doing here?" Nick emerged from the adjacent wall, gazing curiously at Albert, who was inspecting the carvings. The sudden voice startled Albert, causing his heart to race as if it might leap from his chest. He quickly inhaled deeply to calm his rapid heartbeat and could not help but complain to Nick, "Do not appear so suddenly. You might frighten someone to death." "I apologize. I did not intend to startle you." Nick raised an eyebrow and inquired again, "What brings you here?" "Merely taking a stroll," Albert replied. "At this hour?" Nick looked perplexed. Glancing down the corridor, it was still quite early. "Indeed, a stroll. Sir Nicholas, would you be so kind as to provide me with an introduction to Hogwarts? It feels like a labyrinth, and I inadvertently lost my way while wandering." Albert smiled at Nick, hoping that the ghost would be willing to assist him, thus saving him considerable time. "Oh, I believe exploring the castle is one of the great joys for newcomers." Nick politely declined. "You are correct." Albert, undeterred by Nick's refusal, continued to examine the griffin carving before him. Nick shook his head as he observed Albert's retreating figure and advised, "If you wish to open that door, the switch is located on the griffin's paw." "Thank you." Upon hearing this, Albert stretched out his hand toward the griffin's paw and gently tapped it a few times. The stone door gradually creaked open, revealing a narrow secret passage beyond. "Until we meet again, Sir Nicholas." Albert nodded in gratitude to the ghost and raised his wand as he stepped into the passage. The space was constricted, allowing passage for only one person. It was not an ideal place for someone with claustrophobia. Albert sensed that he was descending, though he had no idea where the passage would lead. Nonetheless, discovering its existence was a positive revelation for him. Indeed, the ghosts and portraits residing within the castle possessed a deeper understanding of Hogwarts. The exit was concealed behind a portrait, and as Albert shifted it aside, a disheveled old man in a nightgown glared at him with displeasure, grumbling about the disturbance to his rest. "I apologize for the intrusion." Albert offered an apology to the elderly figure in the portrait and pressed onward, fearing he might soon be lost again. However, this time, Albert discovered the moving stairs. No matter how often he witnessed them, the sight of the moving stairs was always breathtaking. It was said that the moving stairs in the room of requirement were the handiwork of Rowena Ravenclaw. He wondered if he might ever attain such prowess. By the way, did Rowena Ravenclaw conceal any secrets within the room of requirement? After all, did not Slytherin harbor a basilisk in his own chamber? Such thoughts held merit. And next time he ventured there, he could certainly attempt to unearth some secrets. Albert took 10 minutes to navigate down the stairs, encountering a shift in the staircase that compelled him to wait for it to return to its original state. Fortunately, he was not kept waiting long. He felt grateful, not to God, but rather to Merlin. Upon entering the entrance hall, Albert was captivated by a cat that appeared somewhat lean. Its dark gray fur paled in comparison to his own Tom. He bent down, eager to coax it, but the cat darted away in a flash. Albert surmised that this was likely the caretaker Filch's cat. What was its name again? Although he had read Harry Potter and watched the films, he had forgotten many trivial details over time, particularly the names of minor characters. Had it not been for his previous fanfiction writing and extensive research, he might have forgotten even more. The cat had fled, presumably to summon someone. Albert was not concerned that Filch would come looking for him. After all, it was already past 6, and the sky had yet to brighten fully, primarily due to the rain outside. Just as Albert prepared to enter the great hall, he heard a series of labored sounds. The elderly Filch approached with a lantern in hand. Albert noticed that Filch was still clad in his nightgown, merely draped in a cloak, a pleased smile adorning his face, the smile of one who had captured prey. "Good morning, Mr. Filch," Albert greeted him, raising his hand as if encountering an old friend. "Good morning?" Filch reached out as if to grab Albert, but he easily stepped back to avoid him. "Well, it's already 6:15, Mr. Filch," Albert replied, retrieving his pocket watch, glancing at the time, and presenting it to Filch, asking, "When does the hall begin serving meals?" Filch was momentarily taken aback, for Albert had intentionally nudged his wand toward the watch, allowing him a clearer view of the time. In truth, it was indeed morning, though the light remained dim and no other students had yet risen. 7, Filch grumbled as he turned to leave, casting back a parting remark, "Just make sure I don't catch you." The last few words were lost on Albert, though they hardly seemed significant. Nonetheless, it appeared that Filch harbored a strong disdain for students, wishing to confine them all. Pushing open the door to the great hall, he found it dim and shrouded in darkness, the floating candles extinguished, and the lively scene from the previous night a mere memory. Albert turned on his heel, preparing to continue his exploration of the Castle-esque kitchens. Chapter 24. The enthusiastic house elf near the entrance hall on the first floor of the castle. There exists a door leading to the Hufflepuff common room and the kitchen. Albert took some time to wander around the hall and discovered 2 doors beside the marble staircase. Along with Filch's office, the cat belonging to Filch was staring at him with wide eyes. "What is its name?" Albert inquired. "It should be Jealous," he murmured. If memory serves him right, Filch is mute. He believed that since Filch was mute, he ought to abandon the magical realm and seamlessly integrate into the Muggle world, rather than remaining to invite trouble and discomfort. "Well, the bothersome fellow has departed. Which door shall I choose? Where could the kitchen be?" Albert retrieved a coin from his pocket and tossed it onto the ground. It landed heads up, prompting him to walk towards the left side of the staircase. Behind the door lay another stone step, leading to a broad stone corridor. As Albert passed through, torches ignited automatically along the walls, illuminating the surroundings. He noticed various depictions of food adorning the walls. Fortune smiled upon him. Albert discovered a large portrait, depicting an immense silver bowl overflowing with fruit, which was said to conceal the entrance to the kitchen. The secret to accessing the kitchen lies within the pear. Albert gently tapped the vibrant green pear, which began to wriggle, chuckling softly, before unexpectedly transforming into a sizable green doorknob. "Indeed, it appears I am quite fortunate." Albert felt a surge of delight. After locating the room of requirement, he had successfully found the kitchen as well. Grasping the doorknob, he pulled it open. The kitchen was as spacious as the grand hall above, with numerous cabinets filled with an array of dishes. In the hall, 4 long wooden tables were arranged in the same manner as the tables for the 4 houses above. The tables were already laden with food, presumably for the students' breakfast. When mealtime arrived, the house elves would magically transport the food to the corresponding tables above. "Sir, may I assist you?" A house elf noticed Albert and hurried over to him. "The dining hall isn't open yet, so I thought I would check the kitchen," Albert replied with a polite smile. "Please follow me, sir." The house elf took Albert's hand and led him to a table, where 6 other house elves quickly approached, bearing a large silver tray laden with a jug of milk, ham, fried eggs, toast, salad, and pumpkin porridge. "Thank you, little ones." Albert poured himself half a glass of milk. Though he had never developed a habit of drinking milk in his previous life, he had grown accustomed to it over the years, and it had significantly strengthened him compared to his former self. "It is our honor, sir." Perhaps it was the gratitude expressed towards them that made the house elves beam with smiles, bowing in appreciation. Albert savored the ham, fried eggs, and 2 slices of toast, followed by a small bowl of pumpkin porridge, filling his stomach to satisfaction. "I believe I should take my leave. Thank you for the breakfast." Albert noted that his exploration progress had reached 7.3. "That is sufficient. Farewell, little ones." Albert stuffed 4 pastries into a brown paper bag, tucking it into his robe. meant for George and the others. The house elves gathered by the door, bidding him farewell, relishing the gratitude that conveyed Albert's respect and acknowledgement of them. However, no one remained inside, as the ghostly lady had already departed. What gift? Ron Weasley, on the right, emerged from his bed, scratching his head groggily. I thought you all were still asleep, Lee Jordan remarked, stretching as he rose from his bed. What gift? Pastries, Albert replied, retrieving one from the brown paper bag, taking a bite, and offering the bag to Lee Jordan. One for each of you. Where did you get these? Fred inquired with curiosity. The kitchen. Wow, you actually found the kitchen. By the way, you sneaked out without calling us, Fred remarked, now fully awake. If it weren't for their beds. Albert could hardly distinguish between the twins. Shouldn't you brush your teeth first? Oh, I almost forgot about that. George set down his pastry and curiously asked, how did you find the kitchen? Just wandering around, and I happened to stumble upon it. Albert recounted his encounter with Filch, noting that his cat was quite clever and likely informed its owner. However, I suspect Filch is looking to cause me trouble. I dare say he must feel rather frustrated. Fred chuckled as he got ready to explore, finding Hogwarts Castle truly fascinating. The three dressed and made their way to the Gryffindor common room, which was still empty. Albert lit the fireplace and settled into a nearby sofa. The rain outside had ceased. Bill and Charlie mentioned that the castle has many secret passages, Fred said, munching on his pastry. But they never tell us where they are, George complained about his brothers. Perhaps they want you to discover the secrets of the castle yourselves. That would be far more enjoyable, Albert recalled Nick's words and casually reassured the two. I think so too, Lee Jordan agreed. Oh, I almost forgot about this. Albert approached the entrance and, taking advantage of the absence of others in the common room, snapped a few photographs, including one of the fat lady. Are you taking pictures again? I'm preparing to send a letter home. Everything in the magical world is so wondrous to muggles. Albert checked the photos, having discovered an additional skill related to photography. I heard Charlie say that Filch loves to find students causing trouble, always wanting to hang them up and whip them. George continued after finishing his pastry. Filch also knows a lot about the school's secret passages and often appears unexpectedly. Most students wandering at night get caught by Filch, Fred added, and then they are heavily penalized and confined. Chapter 25. The players of the future. The way Albert described Filch made him sound like a great villain. Albert found the twins' assessment of Filch quite amusing, reminiscent of how former students viewed the strict matron as a witch. No, everyone dislikes him, Fred said with a serious expression. Even someone like Percy said so. I can't think of any reason not to believe it. What do you mean, even someone like Percy? Isn't he your brother? Is it really appropriate to speak of your family in such a way? Albert suppressed the urge to comment, took out his pocket watch to check the time, and turned to the three of them, saying, all right, it's about time. Let us head to the hall for breakfast, and then we can explore the castle. This time, they took the same route Albert had in the morning, and the twins exhibited great curiosity about the secret passages. They navigated through the moving staircases without delay and arrived at the entrance hall smoothly. Upon entering the dining hall for breakfast, they found the 4 long tables nearly empty, with the magically enchanted ceiling appearing overcast, threatening rain at any moment. We must be among the earliest risers, George Weasley remarked, slicing potatoes on his plate and glancing around the deserted hall with a hint of resignation in his voice. I can't even remember the last time I woke up this early. 3 years ago, Fred suddenly interjected. You actually remember? George looked incredulously at his brother. That can't be a guess, can it? Of course, it's a guess, Fred chuckled, unable to contain his laughter. Did you really take that seriously? What are you drawing? Lee asked. I'm documenting our recent path. I'm planning to create a map of Hogwarts, Albert replied, flipping the parchment to show them. I'm more curious about what you have in your hand, Fred said, eyeing Albert's pen. He noticed that Albert had been sketching but had not dipped the pen in ink, which seemed unusual. You mean this? It's a fountain pen, used by muggles for writing. Quills aren't exactly convenient to carry around and use, Albert explained, offering the pen to Fred. This was a birthday gift from Herb. It's not the finest quality, but I've used it for many years. It feels somewhat like a quill, Fred remarked, examining the nib. Indeed, the mechanism of a fountain pen is similar to that of a quill, its advantage being that it can hold ink, allowing for prolonged use. Albert presented the parchment to the three of them. We are currently in the dining hall. Exiting leads to the entrance hall. The marble staircase ascends to the moving staircases, and Filch's office is nearby. There are also 2 doors leading to the basement. The left door leads to the kitchen, and I have yet to explore the right one. The kitchen is likely here, with its entrance behind a large silver bowl filled with fruit. Touching the large pear reveals the doorknob. You've documented it in great detail, Lee remarked, glancing at the parchment and considering that he might also find a way to the kitchen. He handed the parchment to one of the twins and asked, "Where should we go next?" "According to your notes, finding the secret passage shouldn't be too difficult," Fred said, having finished the roasted potatoes and feeling eager. "No. The key is that some secret passages require specific passwords or the touching of particular spots," Albert countered, shaking his head. "I managed to find the kitchen only because I touched that portrait. It was purely by chance that I discovered the entrance." "Why do you think that portrait holds a secret?" A girl's voice chimed in nearby. Albert turned to see Angelina, a freshman from the same house, whom he had spoken with briefly the previous night. "It's simply because it seems suspicious. The size of that fruit painting is quite similar to that of the fat lady's portrait, almost as if it's blatantly indicating the presence of a secret passage," Albert stated matter-of-factly. Oh, the four of them found Albert's logic somewhat perplexing. However, the truth was that Albert's conjecture was indeed correct. "This fellow is quite clever," one of them remarked. "Johnson, are you alone?" Albert asked, puzzled. "Where's your roommate? You actually remember my surname?" Angelina's expression displayed surprise. In fact, even her roommate struggled to recall her name. After all, they had only known each other for a short while and hardly exchanged more than a few words. It was perfectly normal not to remember. "I have always had a good memory," Albert replied with a smile. "This is Lee, and these twins are George and Fred. And please, don't ask me who's who. I can't tell them apart either. I'm George Weasley." No, I'm George, he.s. Fred," the other twin countered. Many twins enjoy playing such tricks. They like to dress alike and adopt the same style, leaving others confused about who is who. Albert suddenly noticed an owl soaring towards them. "You forgot to introduce yourself, Albert," Lee Jordan reminded him. "Oh, my apologies. I spotted my owl," Albert said, picking up a piece of bread and tearing it to feed the owl that had landed on the table. "I am Albert Anderson." "Anderson, aren't you going to eat?" Angelina asked curiously, preparing a sandwich for herself. The owl hooted, signaling that it understood. Another owl swooped into the hall, dropping a copy of the Daily Prophet onto Albert's table. However, its aim was not precise, nearly splattering George's pumpkin porridge. Had it not been for Fred's quick reflexes, it would have ended up in the soup, and then with some jam, it would likely have been consumed. "May I take a look?" Angelina inquired, picking up the newspaper. "I want to see the Quidditch section." "Oh, of course," Albert replied. "Do you enjoy Quidditch as well?" the twins asked in unison. "Certainly, but unfortunately, first years cannot participate in the Quidditch selection," Angelina lamented. "Actually, you can, if they need players, and you can convince Professor McGonagall," Albert noted, noticing the others staring at him. He shrugged, saying, "They say first years can't try out, but there are always exceptions, right? Rules are meant to be broken." "Sigh, I suppose," Angelina replied, not believing she could persuade Professor McGonagall to change her mind. "I've heard that next semester, a chaser from Gryffindor will be graduating. So I plan to sign up to try out then." "What about you?" the twins replied in unison. "Beaters are more suited for us." Chapter 26. Open Sesame indeed. Albert could not help but chuckle as he caught a glimpse of the passing ghost, raising his hand to greet him. "Good morning, Sir Nicholas." "Good morning, young man. What brings you here?" the ghost inquired. "Sir, may I take a photograph with you?" Albert asked, lifting his camera. "Oh, very well." Nick pondered for a moment before asking, "Do you require a pose?" "Not necessary. Just look this way, please." Albert adjusted his angle and clicked the shutter. "Is that sufficient?" "Quite so. Thank you, Sir Nicholas." "You're welcome. I shall take my leave now." Nick swiftly drifted away. Angelina leaned closer, eager to see what Albert had captured, only to discover that the photograph revealed nothing. It appeared that a Muggle camera could not capture ghosts. Perhaps a wizarding camera could achieve that feat. Albert inscribed the name Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington on the back of the photo. "Impressive that you can remember his name," Angelina remarked, admiring Albert's memory, as she was certain she could not retain such a lengthy title. "It is not a matter of the camera," a voice interjected. Albert turned to see a striking red-haired girl entering the hall. Noticing the attention she garnered, she explained, "Photographs require the correct developing potion for the subjects to move. Moreover, ghosts belong to the spirit realm. They cannot be captured by a camera." With that, the girl made her way to the Ravenclaw table. "Wow, what a knowledgeable Ravenclaw student," George exclaimed dramatically. "Quite impressive indeed," Albert mused, glancing at Angelina with an invitation. "Would you care to explore other parts of the school with us after your meal?" "Perhaps another time." Angelina hesitated before declining. "I have prior engagements." "That is unfortunate." Albert said as he picked up a piece of fruit, pondering how to obtain the developing potion. As more students filled the hall, predominantly first years, it seemed that the upperclassmen were still in slumber, perhaps due to the weekend. While the newcomers were eager to explore the school, after bidding farewell to Angelina, the four friends strolled out of the hall, noticing Filch, the caretaker, glaring at them while cradling his cat. Albert halted, realizing a new task had appeared on his panel: malice from the caretaker. You have caught the attention of Argus Filch, the Hogwarts caretaker. It is time to retaliate. During your nocturnal escapades, evade Filch's pursuit and demonstrate that even with his watchful gaze, he cannot catch a single trace of you. Reward: 1,000 experience. Reading the task, Albert couldn't help but smirk, noting that since his arrival at Hogwarts, such panel tasks seemed to occur with increasing frequency. Nothing to worry about, Albert said, quickening his pace to rejoin the group. As they crossed the damp bridge, he suddenly inquired, "Do you know the incantation for the disillusionment charm?" "What is that?" George asked, puzzled. "It is said to be a form of invisibility magic," Albert explained. "I read about it in a book. This charm allows the disguised person or object to blend in like a chameleon." "That sounds fascinating." George's interest was piqued. "If mastered, we could wander at night without fear of being caught." "Exactly. At least we wouldn't need to worry about Filch," Albert nodded. "Planning to master the charm before their next nocturnal adventure. But how shall we acquire the incantation?" Fred lamented. "Perhaps our father knows. But he surely won't share it with us. How about asking a professor?" Lee suggested. "For now, we'll need to search the library," Albert replied. "Of course. If we cannot find it, we can inquire with the charm's professor, though I suspect he may hesitate to teach us this spell, considering it may imply night wandering." The group exchanged glances, sighing in resignation. Mastering such a spell would undoubtedly facilitate many future endeavors. Albert paused at the edge of the bridge, resting his hands on the railing as he gazed down. He recalled the moment in the novel when Harry Potter shattered the Elder Wand here and cast it into the depths below. What a waste, he thought. The Elder Wand was a remarkable artifact. Even if one had no use for it, it could be hidden away in an obscure location. That wand was a true relic from the Harry Potter saga, along with the Philosopher's Stone. Both treasures were ultimately destroyed. "First, we must locate the library," he concluded. "Even if we find it, we likely won't be able to master it right away," Lee said, somewhat disheartened, recalling that he had yet to master even the simplest of spells. "Do not speak such defeatist sentiments," Albert retorted, casting a scornful glance at Lee. "Do you think I acquired my magical skills effortlessly? How did you manage that?" the twins asked, intrigued. "Naturally, it requires extensive practice." "Do you expect to learn it in a single attempt?" Albert replied, somewhat irritated. As they continued discussing the disillusionment charm, the four wandered through the castle's first floor, discovering several rooms cluttered with debris and a potential hidden passageway. However, none could be opened, much to their frustration. "Transfiguration classroom," George reminded them. "I recall Professor McGonagall teaches transfiguration. I've heard that class is exceedingly difficult," Lee Jordan whispered. "Indeed, it poses some challenges," Albert acknowledged, having recognized this during his self-study. He noted that transforming a matchstick into a needle took him the longest, but once he mastered it, most transfiguration spells became considerably easier. "Of course, that could also be attributed to my panel skills," he mused. The four eventually found the History of Magic classroom on the second floor, grateful for the signs indicating the classrooms. Otherwise, they would have been lost. "There's a wooden door here. I believe it might lead to a secret passage," Lee Jordan exclaimed, pointing to an entrance concealed behind a statue. "It seems to be locked," Albert observed as he drew his wand and attempted Alohomora on the wooden door. "Your spell has failed," Fred remarked, twisting the doorknob in vain. "It likely requires a password to open," Albert speculated. "What do you think the password might be?" Lee Jordan countered. "How could I possibly know?" Albert shot back, then reflected. "The most famous password for a hidden door in the Muggle world is Open Sesame, derived from the tale of Ali Baba and the 40 Thieves." As he spoke, Albert's wand inadvertently tapped against the wooden door. In the next moment, the wooden panel surprisingly detached from its hinges, threatening to splinter into kindling. The four friends stared in astonishment, their mouths agape, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, utterly oblivious to the extraordinary event that had just transpired. Chapter 27. The scapegoat. Albert gazed at the nearly dismantled wooden door, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. "Merlin-S. Beard, what are we to do now?" The Weasley trio stared at the ruined door, swallowing hard in unison, instinctively taking a step back, still unaware of the events that had just transpired. Are we? Fred raised his hand, making a gesture to slip away quickly. It would be unfortunate if they were caught. Don't be foolish. Skilled wizards typically employ tracking spells to ascertain who has recently visited this place. Albert placed a hand on Fred's shoulder, cautioning him against making a hasty exit. What shall we do then? George anxiously glanced at Albert. I should be able to mend it. I recall the incantation is reparo. Albert quickly regained his composure, raising his wand toward the damaged door, focusing intently as he recited the repair spell. However, before the door could fully restore itself, it suddenly swung open from within. The four of them froze in place, for Professor McGonagall emerged from behind the door, glancing at the slowly mending wood before turning her gaze upon the quartet, creating an awkward atmosphere in an instant. What on earth are you all doing? Professor McGonagall's face twitched as she fixed a stern stare upon them. Just moments ago, she had heard a commotion from the hidden door in her office and had come to investigate, only to find that her office door had been dismantled. This scene left her utterly astonished. My apologies, Professor. We were unaware that open sesame was a spell. Albert immediately straightened his posture, offering a sincere apology. I believe this was merely an accident. No need to elaborate further, Mr. Anderson. Come inside, all of you. Professor McGonagall's expression remained impassive as she beckoned them into her office. It was just an accident, Professor, Albert reiterated softly. The twins behind him and Lee Jordan held their breath, unable to utter a word in their anxiety. A commendable repair spell, nonetheless. However, Mr. Anderson, I must remind you that open sesame is an archaic, unlocking charm, not commonly employed by contemporary wizards. Professor McGonagall advised Albert, if you had perused standard spells, level 1, you would know that modern practitioners prefer the more sophisticated Alohomora. I am aware. However, Alohomora would not work on this door, as it has been enchanted with an anti-Alohomora charm. Professor McGonagall elucidated, thus your spell failed to take effect. This is basic knowledge of enchantments. And I believe Professor Flitwick would be delighted if you consulted him on such matters. I shall do so. This is a warning, gentlemen. There will be no second chance, or you shall face detention. Professor McGonagall appeared disinclined to place blame upon them, turning to retrieve a piece of parchment from her desk, which she handed to Albert, instructing him to post it on the Gryffindor notice board. There will be no next time, I assure you. Albert cleared his throat, accepting the first-year schedule from Professor McGonagall and promptly nudging the twins and Lee, hastening out of the Professor's office. That was terrifying. It was only when they had distanced themselves from Professor McGonagall's office that they dared to speak. Did we really just dismantle Professor McGonagall's door? Lee Jordan still wore an expression of disbelief. However, splendid job. Albert, your opening spell actually broke the door. Fred's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was merely an accident. I was unaware it was a spell. Albert tapped the parchment with his wand, causing the original schedule to split in two, and then in four. He distributed the schedule among the three. Why is there no flying class listed? George inquired, somewhat disappointed, as he eagerly anticipated soaring through the skies on a broomstick. Don't you think the number of classes is a bit scant? Albert frowned at the weekly schedule. Hogwarts felt more like an institution of laissez-faire education. A few classes? Are you mad? Lee regarded Albert incredulously, as if he had been struck by some peculiar curse. In Muggle schools, the curriculum typically exceeds by at least half. Albert pondered for a moment before deducing the reason. Saturdays and Sundays are free, which implies their entire week's schedule is densely packed. Upon reflection, it was somewhat understandable. What are you thinking? George inquired. Nothing of consequence. Let us go find our classroom. Albert tucked the schedule into his pocket and led the way toward the marble staircase. Presently, the four had discovered the Transfiguration and History of Magic classrooms on the second floor, as well as an abandoned lavatory, which Albert recalled was the entrance to the Slytherin chamber, home to a perilous basilisk. Being a girls' lavatory, they merely passed by, avoiding any potential misunderstandings. Their exploration of the castle proved fruitful. Near the charms classroom on the fourth floor, the quartet stumbled upon a concealed passageway behind a tapestry, which led to the corridor of suits of armor in the trophy room. I suspect that the tapestries of Hogwarts conceal hidden passages. Lee Jordan jested as he emerged from the secret passage. It is no wonder. The passages they discovered today were all hidden behind tapestries. So such a misunderstanding is hardly surprising. I dare say, most individuals could locate these few hidden passages. George felt slightly disheartened, hoping to find more obscure passages unknown to others. George, Fred. Lee Jordan pointed to a cabinet. Look at this. I recall that Charlie is your brother, correct? He even won a Quidditch trophy for the house. That was shortly after Charlie joined the team. He has always hoped to win another Quidditch Cup before graduating. George gazed at the collection of Slytherin trophies, feeling somewhat downcast, as Gryffindor and Slytherin have never been on amicable terms. Upon hearing the twins' words, Albert felt a twitch of discomfort. While it was meant in jest, let South not place all the blame on Percy. He is, after all, your brother, not the scapegoat. Chapter 28. The Master of Self-Sabotage. If only I could also receive a trophy to display here, sighed Lee Jordan, gazing enviously at the gleaming trophies behind the counter. I believe Albert might have a chance, but as for you, let us not get our hopes up. The twins appeared on either side of Lee, each resting a hand on his shoulder, offering a light-hearted consolation. The future is unpredictable, Albert interjected casually. Who knows? Perhaps you two could end up with a trophy. That so-called special contribution award is quite attainable. All you need to do is discuss it with Dumbledore and donate a sum of 5,000 or 10,000 galleons to the school, and he would surely assist you in acquiring one. The trio winced at his words. What do you mean by casually suggesting a donation of 5 or 10,000 galleons? That's an immense sum. Both twins were acutely aware that not a single galleon resided in their pockets, and they even questioned whether their family's wealth combined could amount to such a figure. Lee Jordan disentangled himself from the twins' grip and countered. Do you not wish for? In truth, my curiosity lies more with how much prize money one could receive. Other accolades seem rather insubstantial to me. Albert shook his head, interrupting. He valued gold far more than glory, as wealth was the most tangible asset, especially in his previous life. There was a saying, money facilitates endeavors, and another, wealth breeds confidence. Do not regard me with such disdain. I am merely a realist. Albert cleared his throat and swiftly changed the subject. Let us proceed to the 5th floor. I have a strong premonition that the library may be located there. You are correct. Money is indeed a valuable asset, and I detest poverty. The twins exchanged glances, not denying Albert's assertion. In truth, no one relishes the idea of poverty, particularly the Weasley twins, who are acutely aware of its ramifications. The four of them jostled their way to the 5th floor, where they indeed discovered the library, though it remained closed at that hour. Let us explore elsewhere, Albert suggested. This was a prudent choice, for they soon stumbled upon what appeared to be an entrance to a hidden passage, concealed behind a tall, suspicious mirror. What are you doing here? As they examined the entrance, Snape materialized silently behind the four. We are seeking a shortcut, Professor. Albert seemed unfazed by Snape's brooding demeanor, fully capable of deducing who stood before him. A shortcut? Snape fixed his gaze upon Albert's eyes, yet Albert turned away, avoiding direct eye contact. We believe there is a shortcut leading to other floors. It is well known that the simplest way to evade being legilimentsed is to avoid eye contact. Oh, it opened. Suddenly, one side of the mirror slid down, revealing a narrow opening. Snape furrowed his brow at the sight, seemingly preparing to speak, but was interrupted by Albert. By the way, Professor, could I take a photograph? Albert raised his camera, asking earnestly. Not only Snape, but even George and the others froze, their expressions turning peculiar. Snape stared at Albert, his face devoid of expression, while Albert maintained a smile, entirely unfazed by Snape's intimidating glare. Sir, is that not permissible? Albert inquired again. If you have time to dawdle. No, sir, we are not loitering here. Albert replied earnestly. We are merely utilizing our free time to familiarize ourselves with the Castle's classroom layout. This is essential for any new student. After all, Hogwarts does not provide us with a map, does it? Knowing the Castle's shortcuts could prevent new students from inadvertently arriving late. At this, Snape was rendered speechless, and the three beside him were left in utter shock. Why are you able to speak so boldly? However, it does seem somewhat reasonable. Hogwarts Castle is indeed like a labyrinth, and without a map, how can we be expected to navigate its layout? Snape's lips twitched slightly as he glared coldly at Albert. If you have so much time, why not review potions and elixirs a few more times? I will question you first in class next time. Now, disappear from my sight immediately. Very well. See you Friday, Professor. Albert waved cheerfully, nudging the three beside him as they rounded a corner and vanished down the corridor. Wow, you actually wanted to take a photo of Snape. You dared to confront him directly. The twins both gave Albert a thumbs up, unable to contain their laughter. Do you not know? He's notoriously. I did not confront him. I merely stated the truth. Albert firmly denied any confrontation, insisting he had merely expressed facts. Indeed, it is a fact, George nodded vigorously. And even the three had to concede. This was, in fact, the truth. Thus, Snape could not hold anything against him. By the way, what were you about to say regarding Snape's notoriety? Albert diverted the topic, inquiring, notorious for what? Notorious for being unreasonable. George chuckled, recalling Snape's earlier expression, which had indeed been quite amusing. What do you think lies beyond that passage? Lee Jordan was curious about this question. I do not know. Perhaps we shall investigate it later this afternoon. Albert discovered a new task had appeared on his panel, Master of Self-Sabotage. Snape is among the least popular professors in Hogwarts history. You have successfully provoked him once. Why not continue this remarkable endeavor? Task completion, 1-5. Reward, 2,000 experience points. Truly a master of self-sabotage. By the way, what do you plan to do? Fred suddenly asked. What do you mean? Albert inquired, perplexed. Nothing much, just asking. As long as it does not exceed the knowledge of potions and elixirs, there should be no major issues. Albert was confident in his memory. Asking questions was merely a trivial matter. I nearly forgot. I suddenly find myself looking forward to next Friday's potions class. The three exchanged glances, recalling that this individual possessed an extraordinary memory and intellect, making it unlikely he would struggle with Snape's questions. If you answer all correctly, will Snape award you points? George suddenly posed. Certainly not, Albert replied with conviction. I thought as much. Then everyone will finally see what sort of professor he truly is. Chapter 29. Marmite. As noon approached, the once silent Hogwarts castle began to pulsate with renewed vitality. Albert occasionally encountered fellow students in the corridors or hallways, a testament to the universal inclination to indulge in slumber, particularly on weekends when early rising was not a necessity. A light drizzle continued to fall outside, prompting most students to linger in the Great Hall, engaged in lively conversations, while a handful of unfortunate souls frantically copied their summer assignments. During his exploration of the castle, the Weasley twins and Lee Jordan could no longer withstand the allure of adventure and decided to make an early exit. Albert had made commendable progress, sketching a rough map of the castle from memory, although he had heard from others that some staircases in Hogwarts would shift positions every Friday. That was a concern for the following week. Albert was unconcerned, confident that solutions would present themselves in due time. Notably, his exploration of Hogwarts had reached a commendable 26/7 completion. Where are your friends? Angelina and another girl approached, taking a seat across from Albert and greeting him. They left halfway through our exploration, Albert replied, reaching for a slice of bread to prepare a sandwich. Those three must have stumbled upon something intriguing. Could you pass me that blueberry jam over there? Thank you. How's your castle map coming along? May I take a look? Angelina gestured towards the parchment on Albert's left. I still believe it's essential to explore the castle for oneself. That's one of the joys of being a first year, Albert said, handing the parchment across the table while retrieving the jar of jam. What's this? Elia leaned in, scrutinizing the simplistic sketch, her brow slightly furrowed. Despite the effort it required to comprehend, she could discern markings indicating secret passages and classrooms, as well as which staircases to navigate. By the way, this is our class schedule, Albert added, producing 2 additional copies and handing them to the girls. What kind of magic is that? Angelina inquired with curiosity. It's a duplication charm. It allows one object to become 2, Albert explained. Elia, hailing from a wizarding family, recognized the incantation immediately. Unlike the Weasleys, who embraced a more lenient upbringing, Elia had received a solid magical education from a young age, giving her a head start over many students. Quite a handy trick, isn't it? Albert winked at the two, continuing, with this, there's no need to take notes. Just borrow someone else's copy. Elia regarded Albert with a peculiar expression, sensing that his logic diverged from the norm. Could you get me a copy? That way, I won't have to worry about locating the classrooms, she requested. Are you not concerned about the possibility of inaccuracies in the map? Albert countered. I will certainly double-check it myself, Elia asserted matter-of-factly. Would you like one? Albert turned to Angelina. Thank you. Angelina replied with a smile. Hogwarts is indeed vast. First years can easily lose their way. Having your map at least gives us a sense of direction. Being late on the first day is hardly auspicious. By the way, I recall you mentioned you come from a Muggle family. How have you managed to learn so many spells? Elia inquired, tucking the map away. I would wager that most first years possess far fewer spells than you. I learned a lot of spells while practicing before the start of term. Most of them are rather simple, Albert said, spreading blueberry jam on his bread and taking a hearty bite. While the taste was pleasant, he found the repetitive diet somewhat tiresome. Simple? The two exchanged glances, suddenly feeling an inexplicable pressure. After acquiring their wands, most first years attempt the spells found in their textbooks. Angelina and Elio were no exception. They had mastered some basic spells, but none found it as effortless as Albert suggested. As if learning magic were as easy as eating a slice of bread. Once he finished the slice slathered with blueberry jam, Albert proceeded to assemble a sandwich. British lunches often left much to be desired, and Hogwarts was no exception. Bread and potatoes remained the staples. Today's lunch comprised bread, boiled potatoes, a fresh vegetable salad, and salted ham. Of course, a large pot of milk tea or pumpkin juice was also present. After finishing his ham sandwich, Albert placed 2 boiled potatoes back on his plate. After wandering the castle for a morning, his hunger had become quite pronounced. He mused aloud, wondering where the trio had disappeared to during mealtime. I really miss rice and pasta, he muttered softly, focusing on the potatoes. Potatoes, being one of the staples of British cuisine, had accompanied him nearly every day for years. The people here could concoct 100 unique dishes using potatoes alone. While not unpalatable, the monotony was beginning to wear on him. Pasta is delightful, Angelina chimed in. I've had it several times, and the flavor is quite nostalgic. British cuisine often disappointed, and the variety was lacking. The chefs here rarely took the time to truly master the art of cooking. Albert poured himself a cup of milk tea, taking a sip and lamenting, I recall recently having a dish of sea salt and herb-crusted whole fish. The two exchanged looks, intrigued as they listened to Albert critique the peculiarities of British food, such as his father's beloved chip sandwich, and the fact that only his grandmother enjoyed Marmite. Albert vividly remembered his first encounter with Marmite. It was nothing short of a culinary nightmare, a taste that would haunt him for a lifetime. If one were to describe it, it would be akin to a strong soy sauce flavor mingled with a variety of unpleasant odors. Ever since, Albert had kept a respectful distance from Marmite. Ahem, Elia suddenly lost her appetite. No, thank you. I prefer to stick to something more palatable to avoid feeling nauseous at the sight of jam in the future. After finishing his milk tea, Albert concluded his lunch. Sitting at the table, he perused the photographs he had captured earlier. Knight armors, scenic views of the castle, portraits, and exaggerated sculptures, each revealing a glimpse of Hogwarts. However, as Angelina observed Albert sifting through his photos, she couldn't help but think to herself that he seemed less like a student attending school and more like a tourist exploring the wonders of Hogwarts Castle. Chapter 30. The disillusionment charmed. The Gryffindor common room was teeming with students engaged in lively conversations on the sofas. The library was devoid of any other pupils. Indeed, few from Ravenclaw would venture into the library before the official start of the term. Only Madame Irma Pants, the librarian, sat quietly behind the counter, engrossed in her book. When Albert approached the counter, Madame Pants looked up, seemingly surprised that anyone would visit the library at this hour. Excuse me, madam. I am in search of some books on charms. Might you direct me to the appropriate shelf? Albert inquired softly. Although he could have sought the books himself, the library housed a considerable collection, making it a tedious and unappealing endeavor. Thus, asking the librarian was the most expedient approach. Madame Pants glanced at Albert and pointed towards a row of wooden shelves. Section C, the 5th shelf, she replied. Albert followed her finger, expressed his gratitude, and made his way toward the indicated section. His gaze lingered momentarily on the rope leading to the restricted section before he pressed on inward. Within the 5th shelf, numerous tomes on charms awaited him. As he brushed his fingers across the spines, 2 tasks unexpectedly materialized on his panel. Reading maniac. As an avid reader, how could you possibly miss out on the largest magical library in all of Britain? Accumulate the reading of 101-inch thick volumes to randomly master 3 spells and elevate them to level 3. Current progress, 0-100. Forbidden Zone. The restricted section of Hogwarts conceals numerous secrets. As a lover of magic, how could you let this opportunity slip by? If you could borrow a few tomes for in-depth study, it would undoubtedly enhance your magical prowess. Successfully persuade 5 professors to grant you permission to borrow 5 books from the restricted section. Reward, skill level increased by 1. Current progress, 0-5. Both tasks seemed daunting. Reading 100 tomes was no small feat, especially when they were required to be 1 inch thick. Was he expected to peruse 100 hefty volumes? It felt as though it could crush a person under its weight. Completing this task would take far longer than expected. If he managed to finish it within 3 years, he would consider himself fortunate under Merlin's grace. The second task appeared even more arduous, as obtaining borrowing permissions from the professors would not be easy. Moreover, He needed signatures from 5 different professors, a considerably challenging endeavor. In Albert's recollection, the most approachable among them might be Gilderoy Lockhart. However, the high difficulty of the task came with substantial rewards. Increasing his skill level by 1 was far more powerful than merely gaining skill points. For the moment, Albert decided to set those tasks aside. He dismissed any distractions and casually selected a spell book titled 18th Century Charms. Upon flipping through the table of contents, he counted 33 spells, each meticulously detailing the inventor, proper usage, and the significance of its invention. After perusing the contents, Albert lost interest as he found no mention of the disillusionment charm. While the other spells were intriguing, they were not immediately useful to him. Mastering them would require considerable time and effort, or the utilization of his experience pool. Although he still possessed ample experience, Albert was reluctant to expend it. Regrettably, the book did not elucidate the casting method for the disillusionment charm, only offering a few attempts at various spells. Nevertheless, he discovered pertinent information regarding the disillusionment charm in 19th Century Charms. This was undoubtedly good news. Holding 19th Century Charms, Albert took a seat at a library desk and began to read intently. The inspiration for the disillusionment charm stemmed from the chameleon. The spell enables one to blend into their surroundings, achieving an invisibility effect. Skilled wizards employing the disillusionment charm are not easily detected. Yet those less adept struggle to conceal themselves, as their bodies fail to merge with the environment, creating a sense of incongruity. As Albert immersed himself in the intricacies of the disillusionment charm, he felt a chair being pulled out beside him. He looked up to find the Ravenclaw girl he had encountered earlier that morning in the Great Hall. Truly impressive, Ravenclaw, Albert murmured to himself. Returning to his study of the disillusionment charm's nuances, preparing to seek a location for practice. Next on his agenda was to uncover the countercharm. While the duration of the disillusionment charm was not excessively long, failing to master the countercharm could mean waiting for the spell's effects to dissipate before reappearing, which was hardly ideal. The book offered no relevant information on this front, yet Albert found the vanishing spell documented in spell achievements. With 19th Century Charms in hand, Albert approached Madame Pants to complete the borrowing procedure. He also picked up a stone outside the castle to serve as a target for his practice. Certainly not foolish enough to test an unmastered spell on himself. As he contemplated where to practice his magic, the Weasley twins and Lee Jordan burst into the entrance hall. Panting heavily, "Where did you 3 wander off to at noon?" Albert queried. "5th floor, the mirror," George managed to gasp, clearly out of breath. "And where does that passage lead?" Albert inquired further. "Outside the castle. We found a secret way to Hogsmeade," Fred exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. On their very first day at Hogwarts, they had stumbled upon a hidden passage leading beyond the school grounds. "No, it's a long passage. We walked for nearly an hour. You all are truly remarkable," Albert managed to squeeze out, for an hour-long trek would be sheer torment for him. After all, as someone who preferred lounging on the sofa with a book, why would he endure the hardship of crawling through a secret passage that required 2 hours for a round trip? "This is my achievement." Albert lifted the book he had borrowed from the library. "You found that spell, then?" Fred realized what Albert referred to. Yes, I did," Albert admitted, somewhat impressed by Fred's astuteness. However, mastering the spell would pose challenges. If they wished to learn it, they would need to prepare themselves mentally. Chapter 31. The Night Adventure Invitation. So, are you two planning to venture out at night? At 9 o'clock in the evening, Albert was engrossed in writing a letter to his family when he overheard the twins' conversation, causing a slight twitch in his expression. It seemed he had an unfinished task regarding a nighttime expedition. No, absolutely not. It would be sheer folly. Not now. Albert gently slapped his own cheek. Embarking on such an escapade now would undoubtedly lead to an encounter with Filch. "Albert, would you care to join us?" The twins chimed in unison. "I've heard." Albert set down his quill and turned to the twins. "The caretaker, Filch, is well acquainted with most of the secret passages within the castle. This implies that he could easily apprehend you, who are unfamiliar with Hogwarts. If you wish to avoid detention before the term even commences, it is prudent to refrain from reckless adventures." "I concur," Lee Jordan quickly added. "Venturing out at night will certainly result in capture by the caretaker." No. I believe the most crucial aspect is this. If you wish to embark on a nighttime adventure, you must be adequately prepared, or you may find yourselves in dire straits." Albert cautioned, shaking his head. "Courage in Gryffindor does not equate to recklessness. At the very least, you should first master the Lumos charm. Don't you find carrying a lantern cumbersome?" When the time comes to flee, it won't be easy, Albert remarked, placing his wand down and gesturing towards the book he had borrowed from the library, the 17th century charms compendium, which contained the incantation for the disillusionment charm. Mastering this spell would make it exceedingly difficult for Filch to catch you. Does that mean you would be willing to join us on our nocturnal escapade? The twins exclaimed, clapping their hands as if celebrating some joyous occasion. You too, surely not. Albert quickly discerned their intentions and shook his head. While I wouldn't be opposed to joining you for a nighttime adventure, it cannot be now. I certainly do not wish to be caught by Filch. I recommend that you first learn some useful spells, so when the time comes, we can roam the school without fear of capture. Fantastic. With your participation, our confidence in the night venture is significantly bolstered, George exclaimed, enthusiastically linking arms with Fred as they broke into an odd tap dance. In the eyes of the Weasley twins, their roommate was indeed quite reliable. Tomorrow, George, Lee, and I plan to make another trip to Hogsmeade. Would you care to join us? Fred brought up the plans for the following day, adding, only third-year students are permitted to visit Hogsmeade. However, we can sneak through the secret passage. It is the only wizarding village in all of Britain. I want to buy something from O.W.L.s joke shop. I forgot to bring money last time, George said excitedly. That is the finest in all of Britain. Lee Jordan began to agree, but was interrupted by Albert. I have little interest in those prank items. However, experiencing a wizarding village could be quite intriguing. Speaking of which, today's panel tasks are quite abundant. He glanced at it and froze. The beginning of an adventure. This marks the commencement of a grand adventure, traversing through the secret passage to Hogsmeade. Experiencing the thrill and delight that comes with adventure. Rewards: 100 experience points, George Weasley Affinity 5, Fred Weasley Affinity 5, Lee Jordan Affinity 5. Affinity? What on earth is this? Why does it feel reminiscent of a strategy game? Could it be that reaching an affinity of 100 allows one to become legendary best friends? Albert quickly shook off the perplexing thoughts swirling in his mind. As an ordinary individual, he found the idea of such relationships quite unacceptable. Let us go after breakfast. Albert agreed, returning to his letter. He intended to recount various aspects of Hogwarts in detail based on the photographs, a subject he was well versed in. Despite having not put pen to paper in quite some time, it was ultimately a skill he once relied upon for sustenance. Fred and George did not disturb him. The three were busily perusing standard spells, beginner level, in search of usable incantations. Albert was right. Carrying a lantern was too burdensome. They should focus on mastering some spells instead. Minutes later, Albert caught a whiff of burnt paper and turned to see that the Daily Prophet had caught fire. The twins were hopping around, attempting to extinguish the flames. George had just attempted the fire-making charm. Fred cleared his throat. The newspaper had indeed been successfully ignited. You nearly set the carpet ablaze. Don't conjure fire in the room. Albert admonished. You all still lack perfect control over your magic. What would you do if you set the room on fire? I think I might have a natural talent for charms, one of them replied confidently. How did you manage that? Lee Jordan inquired curiously, eager to try casting spells himself. Do not practice here. Go to the common room and aim at the fireplace. Albert retorted, exasperatedly shooing the group away. What a troublesome bunch. If you wish to visit Hogsmeade tomorrow, it would be wise to learn the O.W.L.s charm. I have no intention of carrying a lantern through the secret passage, nor should you expect me to assist you with that burden. All right, I suppose you are right. Let us practice the O.W.L.s charm. It is indeed quite useful. Both George and Fred concurred with Albert's suggestion. Much like Albert's initial attempts at spellcasting, the light could not be sustained for long. Lee Jordan had yet to even illuminate his wand. Your tone bears an uncanny resemblance to that of a professor. Perhaps you should consider a future in teaching, Fred jested. I think I shall pass. Why? George asked, perplexed. Because being a professor is exhausting. Especially having to deal with a bunch of mischievous children, my patience is rather limited, particularly with strangers outside of family and friends. Albert sat on his bed, fiddling with the Rubik's Cube on the table. What is this? Fred was instantly captivated by the cube. A Rubik's Cube, a muggle toy designed to develop spatial awareness, memory, and reflexes, Albert casually replied, playing with it out of sheer boredom. Of course, it also serves to enhance quick memory and rapid response. Though my experience is limited, it is better than nothing, and it certainly helps pass the time. The three spent the entire evening mastering the O.W.L.s charm. With diligence, they managed to quickly grasp the simple incantation, though their execution of the spell still lacked finesse. Chapter 32. Albert's deceptive art. The weather on Sunday was rather dismal. Rain continued to fall outside the castle. At 7 in the morning, as dawn broke, Albert, stifling a yawn, was escorted to the dining hall by his exuberant roommates. He could not fathom why they were so spirited. Struggling free from the twins' grasp, he adjusted his robe. But that Hogsmeade, the most enjoyable place in all of Britain. Lee Jordan exaggerated. All of Britain? Albert sighed softly, feeling as though his thoughts were on a different wavelength than those of his companions. On their way to the castle hall, the twins practiced the Lumos charm. Unfortunately, they collided with Filch. The unfortunate George was promptly apprehended and brought to the caretaker's office. Filch, delighting in the moment, retrieved a large scroll of parchment from his desk drawer, unfurling it before him, and dipped a long black quill into the ink pot. Named George Weasley. Offense: indiscriminately casting spells in the corridor. Suggested punishment: a him. I only used the Lumos charm because the visibility was poor. You know, it was still early, and the corridor. George fabricated a story, recalling that the corridor had a few torches. Clean the hospital wing's bedpans. Filch cast a malevolent smile at George, for indeed, the hospital wing's bedpans had not been cleaned all summer. George's expression froze. You may leave, but do not let me catch you using magic in the corridors again, Filch declared, a victorious grin spreading across his face as he ushered George out of the caretaker's office. Uffed. Albert could not contain his laughter upon hearing George's predicament. He patted George's shoulder in consolation, saying, "Do not fret. I can teach you a very simple Scourgify spell to handle the bedpan swiftly. Besides, Filch only has suggested punishments. He cannot directly penalize you." That wretched man, George muttered, casting a glance at Filch's office door, clearly in a foul mood. No one wished to be tasked with cleaning bedpans. Don't be downcast. I'll treat you to a butterbeer later. Albert attempted to divert the conversation, suppressing another chuckle. By the way, what did you see in Filch's office just now? Albert mused that Hagrid's old food container was perhaps more suitable for Filch, as he seemed utterly useless at Hogwarts. However, he refrained from voicing such thoughts, understanding that bestowing such a derogatory nickname upon others was inappropriate. And what else? Albert inquired, certain that Filch had confiscated a plethora of items. Indeed, I did see a drawer labeled, "Confiscated items, highly dangerous." I suspect all his confiscated treasures are stored within. Fred's eyes sparkled with intrigue, evidently fascinated by the drawer's contents. If they were truly highly dangerous, they would not be kept in such a place. Albert remembered a prized possession, the Marauder's map, which should be contained therein. Yes, that's what we think too. The twins exchanged glances and could not help but laugh. You do not intend to, Albert warned. Do not let yourselves be caught off guard, or you will certainly find yourselves in trouble. The twins protested in unison. You are slandering us. How could we ever do such a thing? English breakfasts are always the most sumptuous. Albert prepared himself a bowl of milk oatmeal, adding a fried egg, 2 slices of bacon, 2 pieces of toast, a sausage, and a small serving of vegetable salad to his plate. Good morning. A boy greeted the twins as he passed by. I remember you. You are from Hufflepuff. Lee Jordan struggled to recall the boy's name, glancing toward Albert for assistance. Cedric Diggory, the boy introduced himself. Hello, Cedric, the twins greeted their neighbor. We did not expect you to join Hufflepuff. I do not think there is anything wrong with Hufflepuff, Cedric replied, clearly displeased by any disparagement of his house. We did not say it was bad. It's just that Gryffindor is better, the Weasley twins chimed in. Long time no see, Albert. Another boy approached, greeting Albert. I didn't expect you to be sorted into Gryffindor. It truly surprised me. Long time no see, Gabriel. Albert smiled, acknowledging his pen pal. You know each other? Cedric Diggory inquired, intrigued as he had a decent rapport with this senior. Of course, we met during the summer, Gabriel replied with a mysterious smile toward Diggory. The one I mentioned to you, Cedric Diggory regarded Albert with astonishment. He had heard Gabriel mention that matter, yet the name had never been revealed to him. After Gabriel walked away, the twins exchanged glances and spoke in unison. Could it be what? Lee Jordan was still processing the situation. The twins continued, that incident. What incident? Lee was still oblivious. Ahem, just know it's a secret. Remember to keep it under wraps. Albert coughed lightly. Otherwise, I shall not bestow upon you a Christmas gift this winter. We will keep it secret, the twins said meaningfully, placing their index fingers across their lips to signify discretion. Hey, don't exclude me, you 3 rascals. Lee Jordan grumbled, feeling left out of their little circle. Ahem. The newspaper, do you recall the matter we discussed on the train when we first arrived at Hogwarts? Fred reminded. 50 galleons, George added. I do not wish for the entire school to be informed of this, Albert warned, placing a finger over his lips to hush the 3. No wonder you were willing to wager all your galleons, Lee Jordan remarked with a hint of envy. It's not guaranteed you will lose, Albert shrugged, misleadingly stating. Do you know why wands made of redwood are favored by wizards? Because they bring luck? Is it? George questioned uncertainly. Indeed, Albert continued his charade. At that moment, I had a hunch that I might strike it rich, so I took the gamble. Chapter 33. Hogsmeade Village. Who will go first? After finishing breakfast, the group stood before the entrance of the mirror passage on the 5th floor. Without a doubt, it should be one among the three of you, Albert stated matter-of-factly, as you have already ventured inside once before and therefore possess some experience. Very well, I shall go first. Fred cautiously descended the staircase, and the other three immediately followed suit, the mirror returning to its original position once they entered the passage. The corridor was somewhat cramped, with a steep incline, shrouded in darkness as they slowly made their way down the stairs. Albert raised his wand and murmured, Lumos. I detest such narrow and dim places, Lee Jordan complained softly. No complaining, keep up. Fred was focused on maintaining the illumination spell as he slowly descended. I think you should practice the Lumos spell. It is one of the most fundamental incantations, Albert reminded him as he pointed his wand ahead. I loathe this sensation, Fred muttered under his breath, attempting to reignite his wand's glow. At last, they reached the eerie passage with a damp, hard earthen floor. Occasionally, droplets fell from above, one landing squarely on Albert's face, prompting him to shiver involuntarily as he wiped the moisture away and continued onward. Albert proceeded cautiously, mindful of avoiding a fall. The others remained silent, their attention fully devoted to navigating the uneven ground. They stumbled forward, the passage twisting and turning, leaving them uncertain of its origin. Albert raised his wand high to inspect the ceiling. What are you looking at? Fred inquired. Is there a ventilation shaft up there? Where? The other three craned their necks, but could not locate the ventilation shaft mentioned by Albert. Just above where we just passed. After walking for an hour and 20 minutes, the passage began to ascend, indicating that the exit was near. Breathing heavily, the four hastened their pace. 5 minutes later, they could feel the cold wind from outside. The entrance to the passage was concealed beneath a large stone, the exit narrow enough that a plump person might get stuck. It was still raining outside, though not heavily. Upon emerging from the passage, Albert unfurled an umbrella to shield himself from the rain, prompting the Weasley trio to huddle close. You didn't bring an umbrella? Albert remarked in exasperation. No, they all shook their heads in unison. Albert cast a duplication charm, conjuring 3 umbrellas for them. You remain as reliable as ever. The trio shamelessly praised him. By the way, this umbrella is quite peculiar, Lee Jordan observed curiously, noting its retractable feature. This is a recent invention from Germany. Designed for convenient portability, Albert explained as he cast a waterproof charm on himself to ensure he remained dry while traversing the lush grassland. Careful? At George's exclamation, he turned to see Lee Jordan had fallen to the ground, soaked through. Are you all right? Fred quickly reached out to help him up. What bad luck. My clothes are completely drenched, Lee Jordan muttered in discontent. The twins exchanged glances with Albert. Why are you looking at me like that? It's not my fault he fell, Albert replied, somewhat perplexed. Do you know the drying charm? What makes you think I would know such domestic magic? Albert retorted, slightly irritated. Ahem, we were merely asking. We always feel like you can perform any spell. Fred coughed awkwardly to ease the tension. I suggest the 3 of you move along. Lee Jordan, drenched to the bone, was in a foul mood. I absolutely loathe the rain. They pushed through the grass and made their way toward the village of Hogsmeade. Perhaps due to the rain, the streets of Hogsmeade were rather desolate. Teeth chattering, Lee Jordan suggested they first visit the 3 broomsticks for a warm glass of butterbeer. The others had no objections. They walked along a road, easily locating the pub a few minutes later. The sign at the door displayed a trio of broomsticks arranged in a triangular formation. Albert couldn't help but scoff at the sagging triangular roof above the door. It truly was characteristic of a wizard-built establishment, completely disregarding the laws of physics and common aesthetics. Of course, there was a sign out front that read, The 3 Broomsticks. Today, the pub was sparsely populated. Upon entering, Albert noticed a lone wizard at the bar engaged in conversation with Madame Rosmerta. A roaring fire blazed in the hearth, and Lee Jordan quickly approached to hang his robe by the fire to dry. I'll go order drinks, Albert stated as he headed towards the bar, while the twins exchanged glances and sat down opposite Lee Jordan. For bottles of butterbeer, warm, please, Albert requested from the barmaid. The wizard, seemingly disgruntled by the interruption, shot Albert a glare. Albert, maintaining a stoic expression, returned the glance before choosing to ignore him and sat beside the disgruntled wizard. Where did this brat come from? The wizard muttered under his breath, but fell silent after receiving a sharp look from Madame Rosmerta. Are you students from Hogwarts? Madame Rosmerta exclaimed. Astonished at the sight of the four young wizards, she could hardly fathom how they had managed to sneak out from Hogwarts. How much is it? Albert inquired impassively. 8 sickles. Madame Rosmerta retreated to the back to warm the butterbeer. During the wait, Albert surveyed the establishment. Frankly, it was far superior to the Leaky Cauldron. The pub's main hall was well lit, with tables arranged neatly, and the cleanliness was commendable. There was no overwhelming stench of beer, merely a decor reminiscent of medieval taverns from his memories. After approximately 5 minutes, 4 cups of butterbeer were placed before Albert, who promptly called for assistance in carrying them. 8 sickles, he stated, producing the coins and placing them on the table before lifting a cup and heading toward a table by the hearth. The butterbeer exuded a rich, buttery aroma. Albert took a sip, finding it reminiscent of buttery hard candy, smooth and devoid of any alcoholic taste. It felt more like a refreshing drink. How does it taste? The three asked in unison, their eyes fixed on Albert. Quite ordinary, merely a beverage, Albert replied, blinking at them. Much like you drinking Muggle soda. It's not unpleasant, but one might need some time to adjust. The three exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter, clearly amused to hear such an assessment from him. Chapter 34. Zoko's Joke Shop. As the four of them emerged from the 3 broomsticks after finishing their butterbeer, the rain outside had lessened. Let us venture to Zoko's Joke Shop, Fred proposed, concerned that after visiting Honeyduke's candy shop, they might exhaust their dwindling change. Very well, Albert replied, his gaze shifting from the candy shop, secretly curious about what treasures lay within the joke shop that captivated his friends. Zoko's Joke Shop was nestled beside Honeyduke's, separated only by a modest dwelling. The storefront was akin to the candy shop next door, adorned with expansive glass windows displaying an array of whimsical joke props. Upon pushing open the door, a bell chimed merrily. Welcome, Zoko exclaimed, setting aside his newspaper and rising from behind the counter, greeting the quartet with a warm smile. He was a wizard in his 40s, exuding a genial demeanor. The shop boasted a myriad of amusing wares. Albert stowed away his umbrella and approached the display window. Scrutinizing the items within, an automatic answering quill, he read aloud, intrigued. This quill is designed to assist you in tackling those vexing subjects. Capable of writing out most exam questions, Zoko humorously elaborated, embodying the spirit of a skilled salesman. Albert, however, found little merit in such a contraption. Akin to providing a diligent student with answer keys, he had no need for it. Beside it stood a broom labeled Rampaging Broomstick. Albert glanced at its description. When a wizard attempted to ride it into the air, the broom would flip, sending the rider head first, accompanied by 5 modes of chaotic spinning and sudden stops that would eject the rider. The broom could soar to a height of 3 meters. Yet it was merely a toy, priced at 15 galleons. Albert grimaced, turning to Fred, George, and Lee Jordan, who were engrossed in selecting their own props at another counter. He approached them and noticed a row of soaps, each embedded with dark speckles. Frog's soap, read the label. This prank item will leave you dirtier with every wash. Beside the soaps were teacups, which Albert refrained from touching, as they bore a warning, nose-biting teacup. If anyone dared to drink from it, the cup would suddenly clamp onto their nose, spilling hot tea in the process. Oh dear, one misstep, and even a wizard could fall victim. What are you planning to purchase? Albert inquired. Dung bombs, the twins chimed in unison. Burp candy and squeaky gummies. Not wanting to seem empty-handed, Albert casually bought a few candies. The burp candy was a hard candy that induced persistent burping for 5 minutes, while the squeaky gummies, resembling tiny mice, emitted a shrill squeak when bitten, startling Fred so much that he dropped his gummy on the floor. How do they taste? Albert asked, curiosity piqued. Not bad. Just regular gummies, Fred replied. What about you? Albert turned to Lee Jordan, who pointed to a frisbee adorned with sharp teeth. This is a wolf-toothed frisbee. Zoko tossed one, and the 4 heard a roaring sound as it whizzed through the air. Caution was advised, one might get bitten. He then placed a piece of paper into the frisbee's mouth, which was promptly shredded. Quite the destructive potential, Lee remarked, glancing at the price with a hint of disappointment. 3 galleons was rather steep. Before departing, Albert purchased 2 inflatable screaming skeletons, which, when thrown, would rapidly inflate to human height, emitting a frightful scream and showering white powder upon detonation. As the 4 exited, They clutched large paper bags brimming with their acquisitions from Zoko's joke shop. Lee Jordan had also procured a bag of dung bombs, and the others were bemused that Albert had opted out of such a quintessential purchase. "No, I have no interest in that sort of thing," Albert retorted, somewhat exasperated. "Those items turn filthy upon mere touch, and when thrown, they explode into revolting muck. Reeking of putrid eggs, truly a biological weapon. You would do well to keep your dormitory from becoming a stinking mess." "Fear not, we shall be cautious. These are intended for dealing with filch," George replied, still mulling over his punishment of washing chamber pots. "Quite the splendid place, isn't it?" Fred asked with a grin. "Indeed. A rather delightful locale," Albert conceded, suddenly recalling something. "You all seem to have a penchant for these prank items. Perhaps, in the future, you could open a similar joke shop." He remembered that the twins indeed opened a joke shop after graduation, thriving in their venture. "That's a splendid idea." The twins' eyes sparkled with excitement. Unlike Albert, they had never contemplated their future careers. "I think you ought to master some spells. These items involve a degree of alchemy," Albert advised, examining a candy. "What about you?" "I have yet to decide," Albert contemplated, not wishing to abandon his aspirations in New York finance. After all, it was an easy pursuit, and with his current accumulation of experience and task completion, he could easily amass a wealth of skills in economics and finance. Lounging about while earning seemed more fitting for him. By the way, divination seems promising. Predicting lottery numbers could yield $100 million, he mused. And a time-turner could allow one to win the lottery at any moment. It appeared that finance was indeed the most lucrative path. Albert considered the notion of employing magic for legitimate profit, although the sole drawback was the potential scrutiny from the Ministry of Magic. Divination might prove safer, provided no one discovered his prophetic abilities. As Albert pondered his future prospects, the four entered Honeyduke's candy shop. Although the twins had emptied their pockets at Zoko's, they were eager to explore the delightful confections within, planning to return for sweets once their finances allowed. Chapter 35. The enthusiastic Honeyduke upon entering the Honeyduke's confectionery. A delightful aroma of creamy toffee enveloped me. The shop was adorned with numerous shelves, each brimming with a variety of sweet confections. Albert immediately recognized several treats, including jars filled with creamy peanut brittle, toffee, and nougat. Alongside the shelves hung an array of green lollipops. As Albert picked one up, intending to read its description, a familiar voice echoed from behind him. "If I were you, I wouldn't touch that. It's sour popping candy, exceedingly tart." George placed a hand on Albert's shoulder, gesturing towards the product description. "Fred once bought one for Ron, our brother, and it burned a hole in his tongue. Mother ended up giving Fred a good whack with a broomstick for that." Fred glared at his twin brother in indignation, protesting, "That sour popping candy was your purchase. I never told you to give it to Ron." George feigned innocence. "How could something possibly burn a person's tongue? Surely, it's made with sulfuric acid." "What is this?" Albert inquired, noticing colorful little mice crawling up a plastic panel on the wall to his left. "Those are ice mice," Lee Jordan explained to Albert. "If you consume one, you'll feel an intense chill, so cold that your teeth will chatter. Even after finishing the candy, your stomach will make a crunching sound, quite reminiscent of Zoko's squeaky gummies." Albert picked up 2 boxes of chocolate frogs and then spotted a large slab of chocolate. He recalled purchasing it on the train before, finding it more delectable than the chocolate frogs. "Oh, and I must have some chocolate beans too." With an assortment of chocolate in hand, Albert approached the counter. Behind the counter stood a woman with a warm smile. "That will be 4 sickles and 10 nuts." "Oh, madam, what a surprise to see you again," Albert exclaimed, astonished to recognize the train vendor as the proprietor of Honeyduke's. "Why, it's you. Dear, do you require any other sweets?" The woman, having recognized Albert, was evidently pleased. After all, it was rare to encounter a patron who purchased one of everything from the cart. "Do you have any recommendations?" Albert mused, realizing why so many candies seen on the train were available here. The exploding bonbons are quite popular among students. When bitten into, they produce a mild explosion. But fear not, they won't cause any harm. The woman poured an exploding bonbon from a jar and offered it to Albert. "Care to try?" She was generous with her smiles and service, particularly when it came to the contents of Albert's pocket. Albert accepted the bonbon, bit into it, and was met with a burst of strawberry-flavored filling, followed by a gentle pop that would surely startle the unsuspecting. While it seemed to belong to the realm of prank items, the texture of the candy was quite pleasant. After purchasing some exploding bonbons, the shopkeeper's enthusiasm grew. She carefully placed the candies into a paper bag and began to extol the virtues of her various confections. Gummy slug jelly, perhaps you've tried it? It's one of our best sellers. Albert cast a glance at the elongated, slug-shaped gummy candy, raising an eyebrow. Gummy slug seemed a misnomer. Gummy snake would be more fitting. However, he had no intention of buying it, as he found the notion of slugs somewhat off-putting. The store was filled with a dazzling array of sweets, including renowned pot cakes, chocolate balls, fizzing bee candies, and feather quill lollipops. The multitude of confections left the four of them in a daze. "Is that a cockroach?" Albert asked, his stomach turning as he observed the black insects crawling within a glass jar. Beside it lay a series of cockroach lollipops, their legs twitching slightly. "That's our cockroach cluster," the woman explained. "One of the candies often purchased by Professor Dumbledore, though not everyone can appreciate such a peculiar shape. Have you tried it?" Albert turned to his companions, who all shook their heads in unison. The woman winked at Albert. "We also have creamy fly fudge that bursts in your mouth and blood-flavored lollipops. Quite favored by most vampires. For a good prank, I recommend the pepper firecracker. It will set your mouth ablaze." They lingered in the Honey Dukes for at least half an hour. Before they departed, the proprietress cheerfully handed Albert a shopping list, winking as she said, "If you wish to purchase any sweets, you can send an owl. It's best not to wander out with too much." As Albert exited the shop, he found himself with a paper bag containing the jackfruit candy, for which he had paid 10 sickles. "This is quite delightful," he remarked, taking a bite of the candied fruit. "I can't help but think that the proprietress was particularly attentive to you," Lee Jordan commented, a hint of jealousy in his voice. Throughout their visit, the owner had been exceedingly warm towards Albert. The twins nodded in agreement, their mouths stuffed with jackfruit candy. "She is merely enthusiastic about galleons. Not about me." Albert chuckled at the expression on Lee Jordan's face. In addition to the bag of jackfruit candy, Albert had purchased numerous items, and the thoughtful proprietress had offered to send his purchases to Hogwarts, sparing him the burden of carrying them. "Where have you all been?" Percy Weasley inquired, taking a seat beside them and eyeing their paper bags with a furrowed brow. "That's a secret." The twins exchanged conspiratorial glances and smiled mysteriously, certainly not intending to reveal their trip to Hogsmeade, lest Percy write home about it. As Percy watched the four of them depart, a flicker of thought danced in his eyes, leaving one to wonder what was on his mind. Chapter 36. Muggle Wizards on September 3rd. The inaugural day of classes at Hogwarts. The previously gloomy and rainy weather suddenly brightened. Albert had just opened his eyes, awakening from slumber. He sluggishly rose from his bed, padded barefoot to the window, and pulled it open to let the cool morning breeze flow into the room. His 3 roommates were still asleep, having engaged in a lengthy discussion about the Quidditch match while reading the Daily Prophet the night before, and had gone to bed late. Thus, Albert had no intention of rousing them just yet, especially since classes did not commence until 9 o'clock, an unkind hour for those who had stayed up late. After a brief wash, Albert glanced at his class schedule and checked his bag for his books, quill, ink, and parchment. He then slung the bag over his shoulder and made his way to the Gryffindor common room, where a few fellow students from his year had already gathered. "Good morning," said Shauna Wilson, her face betraying a hint of embarrassment as she realized she did not know the name of the boy greeting her, despite recognizing that they were both first-year students. "Albert Anderson. You can call me Albert," he replied, sensing her discomfort. "Shall we head to the Great Hall for breakfast together?" "Oh, all right, Albert," Shauna stammered, clutching her books and quickly following behind him as they exited the common room. Throughout the walk, Shauna remained silent, closely trailing Albert while casting curious glances around as if trying to memorize her surroundings. Albert noticed her behavior and mused inwardly. Could it be that she does not know the way? This seemed quite plausible. He recalled nearly going astray on his first day at university. Hogwarts, without a doubt, was infinitely more intricate, making it entirely reasonable for someone with a tendency to get lost to struggle with navigation. As Albert had anticipated, Shauna indeed did not know how to reach the Great Hall, and so she waited in the common room for others to join them. To be honest, Gryffindor students were not particularly eager to assist newcomers. Many upperclassmen relished watching first-years scramble about. This unfortunate habit stemmed from their own similar experiences, which over time had cultivated a rather morbid sense of amusement at others' misfortunes. Of course, this could only be considered a rare exception. The vast majority of students were willing to lend a hand, particularly those from Hufflepuff. Upon successfully arriving at the Great Hall, Shauna appeared to breathe a sigh of relief. Albert seated himself at the Gryffindor table and poured himself a glass of milk, which he drank in one go. He looked up to find Shauna staring at him, her mouth slightly agape as if she wished to say something. "What is it?" he inquired. "Oh, nothing. Do you like milk, Albert?" Shauna attempted to engage in conversation, as no one wished to navigate their first day alone, and Albert seemed quite approachable. "Like it? I wouldn't say so. It's more of a habit. I've been drinking it every morning since I was 7, Albert replied, shaking his head. "You get used to it after a while." Shauna opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. She held a degree of admiration for Albert, feeling that she could never achieve the same. Albert spread jam on a slice of bread and took a large bite, while Shauna was savoring a fried egg, one that had been boiled, shelled, coated in flour, and then fried until golden brown. Perhaps golden fried egg is a more fitting name, Albert mused, as he found little appeal in the peculiar English dish, preferring a simple boiled egg instead. Having finished the slice of bread, Albert prepared 2 more, layering them with some vegetable salad, bacon, and sausage to craft a sandwich. He also had a small bowl of corn porridge, which was essentially corn soup made by boiling crushed corn with water and a splash of milk. Compared to Daisy's corn chowder, the school's offering was merely mediocre, which was hardly surprising, as Daisy's corn chowder was one of her culinary specialties. After breakfast, Shauna and Albert delved into the topic of spells. "I heard from Angelina that you've mastered many spells. Is that true? How did you learn them so quickly?" Shauna inquired slowly, seemingly weighing her words carefully. "Well, it mainly requires genuine interest, and then..." Albert pondered for a moment. "You need to dedicate time to studying and practicing." He believed that interest was indeed paramount. Without it, one would hardly invest the time necessary to excel in a subject. "Interest, you say?" Shauna reflected. Students like Shauna, hailing from Muggle families, had never anticipated becoming witches or wizards and were still bewildered by much of their new reality, especially given the vast amount of knowledge required of them. Undoubtedly, students from wizarding families were already a step ahead. "Honestly, you needn't worry too much. The difference is merely a matter of degrees. If you invest more time in your studies, you'll catch up in no time," Albert reassured her, though he found his own words somewhat humorous. "Am I really encouraging a Gryffindor student to embrace their studies?" Not every student was a Hermione Granger, who, incidentally, had almost been sorted into Ravenclaw. "Are you?" Shauna questioned. Yet, for some reason, he felt a twinge of guilt as he spoke. Unlike others, Albert possessed a unique advantage, a skill panel that allowed him to not only learn through self-study, but also to upgrade his skills. If he were to fully cultivate his wizarding lineage, his speed in learning magic would far surpass that of his peers. Yet, he had chosen not to pursue that path, even refraining from claiming the wizarding tasks assigned to him. Albert contemplated whether he should wait until he had elevated his wizarding lineage before claiming the task rewards, as it undoubtedly seemed the most prudent approach. However, he was also preoccupied with his future career considerations, as he did not particularly aspire to remain within the magical realm. Should he decide to pursue a career in the Muggle world, he would need to reserve ample experience and skill points for future advancements in economics and related fields. "Perhaps I should just set these thoughts aside for now," Albert resolved, dismissing the distractions and leisurely perusing 19th century spell selections. He felt a sense of contentment with his current situation, believing he could always tap into his stored experience and skill points when the time was right. Chapter 37. The Charms class. Around 8:30, Albert's 3 roommates sleepily wandered into the hall. "Good morning." Lee Jordan, sitting beside Albert, stuffed a large mouthful of sausage into his mouth and mumbled, "I feel like my legs are about to break." "Never mind that." Upon hearing school hospital, Lee instantly wilted, fearing his companions might actually drag him there. Sitting next to Lee, his twin brother could not help but chuckle, and while munching on a golden fried egg, Fred suggested, "Let me tell you, if you slap your legs a few times, it can significantly alleviate the soreness." George chimed in, "I can help you for free. You guys are inhuman." Lee shot an indignant glare at the twins, then resumed focusing on his breakfast. As they dined, a stocky man with red hair approached and sat beside the twins, smiling as he asked, "Are you getting accustomed to school life?" "Charlie, doesn't the Quidditch team start practicing early?" George observed incredulously at the other's attire. "It's merely a warm-up. After all, we haven't touched a ball all summer." Charlie replied nonchalantly, "This year, we must win the Quidditch Cup." Albert shook his head at the remark, thinking to himself, youth. They are truly unaware of how quickly one can fall after making such bold declarations. By the way, Charlie, is the team still in need of players? Can we join the Quidditch team? George and I could be beaters. You know our skill level. Not a chance. You just started. You must be in your 2nd year to join the Quidditch team, Charlie stated seriously. If you pass the assessment next semester, I might allow you to join. But not this term. There are exceptions, aren't there? The twins exchanged knowing glances with their older brother. First years can also join, provided they exhibit exceptional talent in Quidditch. Who said that? Charlie Weasley retorted, somewhat exasperated. Even as captain of the Quidditch team, I cannot be overly lenient. After all, the captain must take responsibility for all Gryffindor students. Losing a match is one thing. But losing embarrassingly due to personal bias would ensure I couldn't show my face in the house again. The twins suddenly turned their gazes towards Albert. What are you looking at me for? Albert asked, puzzled. Charlie followed the twins' gaze to Albert and felt equally bewildered, entirely unsure of what mischief these two quirky fellows were plotting. The player selection ended yesterday. You can try to join the team next year. Well, this year you can be a substitute beater, but don't expect to play in any matches. Charlie Weasley cleared his throat, indicating that he would not show favoritism in this regard. In fact, the beater positions would graduate next year, so early training was indeed a prudent strategy. Charlie recognized that George and Fred had a solid foundation, at least more so than others. Then can we participate in training? The twins' eyes sparkled with barely concealed excitement. Today, you should be free this afternoon, right? Charlie pondered before adding, at 4:30 at the Quidditch pitch. I'll give you a preliminary assessment, and no mischief allowed. We understand, the twins nodded in unison. As the class bell rang, the group hurriedly left the hall and made their way to the Charms classroom on the 4th floor. Having visited once before, they effortlessly located the classroom this time. The Charms class was shared with Hufflepuff students, and many students had already arrived by the time they entered. Shauna, along with Angelina and a few others, had also arrived early and were chatting at the front of the classroom. With all the prime seats taken, the four could only choose from the back row. Albert, indifferent, sat next to Lee Jordan, while the Weasley twins settled beside them. Professor Flitwick entered the classroom as the second bell rang. The Charms professor was remarkably petite, seemingly possessing a hint of fairy blood, as rumored. Due to his height, Professor Flitwick had to stand on a stack of books to reach the lectern, but no one minded or mocked his stature. Naturally, there was a modicum of curiosity regarding the professor's height among the students. Before beginning the lesson, Professor Flitwick took out the attendance sheet, evoking a sense of nostalgia in Albert reminiscent of his university days. A round of enthusiastic applause erupted as students were captivated by this enchanting spectacle, eager to commence their studies in charms. You still have much to learn before achieving this level, Professor Flitwick remarked once the applause subsided. Now, open your textbooks to page 3. You need to grasp some theoretical aspects of spells first, which will aid you in mastering and utilizing them more effectively in the future. For the majority of the class, Professor Flitwick expounded on the theory of spells, instructing students to take extensive and complex notes, emphasizing the importance of wand movements and the correct pronunciation of incantations. While Albert diligently took notes, he felt Lee Jordan nudging him with his elbow a few times. What is up? Albert turned his head, exasperated, and whispered. Lee pointed at the twins at the adjacent table, who were gesturing towards Albert's quill. Without needing further explanation, Albert understood their implication. Those two had come to class unprepared without a quill. Unbelievable. Albert placed his quill on the table and quietly muttered the duplication charm. Also, make one for me. Lee Jordan scratched the back of his head. You didn't bring one either. Why didn't you say so earlier? I didn't want to disturb you while you were taking notes, Lee chuckled. Once you finish, I'll just borrow yours to copy. Not only did Albert feel a twitch at the corner of his mouth, but even Angelina and Elia in front of them cast strange glances their way. Of course, Professor Flitwick at the podium noticed as well, but he chose not to comment, continuing to explain parts of spell theory not covered in the book. Chapter 38. The Art of Summoning. Professor Flitwick, with his extensive teaching experience, was well aware of the limited patience of most students. After imparting some theoretical knowledge of spells, he began to instruct them on the practical application of magic. The first incantation the freshmen learned was the Lumos charm, one of the greatest magical inventions of the 18th century, and undoubtedly one of the simplest and most practical spells among all. Come, repeat after me. Lumos. Professor Flitwick taught as though guiding kindergarten children in their reading. Lumos. The students echoed in unison. Excellent. Just raise your wand and give it a gentle tap while reciting the incantation. The professor demonstrated the spell for the entire class, reiterating the importance of wand movement and the correct pronunciation of the incantation. Now, why not give it a try? The classroom was soon filled with the sounds of incantations. Albert, naturally, pretended to practice the Lumos charm, although he had already mastered it. He felt it would be rather unsociable to simply observe while everyone else was practicing. Look, Mr. Anderson has succeeded. He has successfully mastered the spell. Professor Flitwick exclaimed. Very well, 5 points to Gryffindor. All eyes turned toward him. And feeling the weight of so many gazes, Albert felt a bit uncomfortable as he shot a glare at Lee Jordan, who was enthusiastically patting him on the shoulder. In fact, many students managed to illuminate their wands, but they struggled to maintain the light for long, as it would soon flicker out. The twins and Lee Jordan had yet to fully master the spell before class ended, and Diggory managed to light his wand as well, but it extinguished shortly thereafter. Of course, a small mishap occurred in the charms classroom when a Hufflepuff student swung his wand too vigorously, resulting in flames erupting from the tip and igniting the robe of an unfortunate classmate. That student was subsequently punished by Professor Flitwick with the task of writing, "I am a wizard, not a baboon flailing a stick." Sana, who had spoken with Albert that morning, was also struggling. After several attempts, her wand emitted choking black smoke, which Professor Flitwick magically dispelled from the classroom. "I simply cannot learn this." Sana appeared utterly despondent. "Do not fret. Everyone still has time to master this spell." Professor Flitwick reassured the students who had not yet succeeded in lighting their wands. "You must maintain a calm mind and focus your attention." Before class concluded, Professor Flitwick assigned homework. "Your task is to practice the Lumos charm. When we reconvene, we will continue to explore this spell along with its countercharm." For Albert, however, his homework was already complete. After class, he intentionally lingered at the end of the line, intending to consult Professor Flitwick with a few questions. Regarding the magic to conjure an umbrella from one's wand. "Mr. Anderson, your replication spell was quite impressive," Professor Flitwick remarked with a smile as he assessed the student before him. "You have a natural talent for charms." "Thank you for your kind words, Professor Flitwick," Albert replied, accepting the compliment with pleasure. "I would like to inquire about a particular spell." "What spell? How can I conjure an umbrella from my wand?" Albert posed his question, eager to seize the opportunity to learn that magic. "Conjuring an umbrella?" Professor Flitwick inquired with puzzlement. "Why do you wish to conjure an umbrella from your wand?" "Well, it has been raining for the past couple of days, and I thought to myself, if only I could conjure an umbrella, I wouldn't have to worry about getting soaked," Albert replied earnestly. Professor Flitwick couldn't help but chuckle. Some individuals pursue the study of spells merely for convenience, and Mr. Anderson was undoubtedly one of them. "Mr. Anderson, do you know what a charm is?" Professor Flitwick inquired with a smile. A charm is a spell that bestows specific attributes upon an object or creature. Albert recited the theoretical knowledge he had just learned in class. Thus, conjuring an umbrella from one's wand does not fall under the study of charms. "It seems you are beginning to grasp the concept," Professor Flitwick nodded. "What you describe as conjuring an umbrella from your wand actually belongs to a branch of transfiguration known as summoning." Summoning? Albert had only heard of the summoning charm. Professor Flitwick raised his wand and conjured a flower from thin air. "This is summoning. This spell does not create something out of nothing. No one can conjure something from nothing. I merely summoned the flower from a certain location." "Ah, I believe I understand. It's akin to the vanishing spell, which merely relocates an object rather than making it truly disappear. It simply vanishes from our sight." "Indeed, it appears you have diligently studied your texts." Professor Flitwick expressed his delight at Albert's comprehension. Summoning is part of the O.W.L.s curriculum, and its counterpart is the vanishing spell, which is somewhat simpler. If you wish to delve deeper into this knowledge, I recommend consulting Professor McGonagall. She would be delighted to assist you. Of course, if you have any questions regarding charms, feel free to approach me as well. Professor Flitwick gestured toward the 3 students waiting by the door. "You all have another class to attend. Do not be late." "Professor, I have another question." Professor Flitwick remained silent, awaiting Albert's next inquiry. "Can we store the light source of the Lumos charm, so that we may use it when not suited for magic?" Albert posed, believing this might relate to Dumbledore's Deluminator. An intriguing thought. "To my knowledge, it should be possible, but it may prove somewhat challenging for you, as it involves many complexities." Professor Flitwick was impressed by Albert's question. "I am curious, what led you to this idea?" "In the Muggle world, there exists an object called a flashlight, which, like the Lumos charm, can be turned on or off at will." At that moment, Albert paused, for he noticed a new task had appeared on his panel. "Inventor of the magical lamp. You seem to have inadvertently touched upon a certain domain. Why not expand upon your ideas? Research and create a magical lamp. Reward, 3,000 experience points. Lumos level 1. Vanishing spell level 1. Title, Inventor of the magical lamp." As Albert exited the classroom, George hurried over, curious to inquire. What question did you ask, Professor Flitwick? What question? Naturally. I asked how to conjure an umbrella from a wand. And the result? Professor Flitwick said it pertains to O.W.L.s, transfiguration knowledge, Albert replied, feeling a bit disheartened, wondering if he should devise a way to learn summoning. It seems you won't be conjuring an umbrella anytime soon. Fred couldn't help but laugh. The four of them made their way to the History of Magic classroom on the second floor. Chapter 39. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? However, due to the prolonged conversation between Albert and Professor Flitwick, the four of them found themselves with little time to spare and hastily made their way to the History of Magic classroom. Upon their hurried arrival, they discovered that Argus Filch, the caretaker, had already opened the door, for the ghostly Professor Binns was unable to assist them in that regard. Gryffindor shared the class with Ravenclaw, and prior to the lesson, everyone settled into their seats, engaging in casual chatter. Albert disregarded the boisterous antics of the twin brothers beside him, retrieving a box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans from his pocket. He selected a blue bean and popped it into his mouth, savoring the blueberry flavor. Not bad, Albert murmured, as he pulled out his History of Magic textbook alongside the selected charms of the 19th century. Under the guise of studying, he discreetly perused his skill list. After completing his charms class, Albert realized he had acquired a new skill, charm theory. While his understanding of charm theory had indeed improved, he felt a sense of underwhelming familiarity, as most knowledge, once illuminated, seemed rather accessible, thus fostering a sense of complacency. As he contemplated the intricacies of the Lumos spell, Albert absent-mindedly tossed another bean into his mouth, treating it as if it were a chocolate treat. In an instant, he clamped his hand over his mouth as a fiery sensation erupted within. Cursed luck, he had just consumed a chili-flavored bean, and the heat was overwhelming. He vowed never to indulge in such treats while distracted again. What's wrong? Fred noticed Albert's change in demeanor. Bertie Bott's, chili flavor. Albert gestured toward the small box on the table, explaining that he still had an abundance of beans left over from their train journey. Each bite is an adventure. Fred chuckled, playfully mocking Albert with the beans tagline. Albert shot him a fierce glare and, seeking relief from the spiciness, popped a toffee into his mouth, simultaneously offering the box of beans to Fred. Be cautious when sampling those, Fred warned, as he selected a bean and chewed it, discovering a spinach flavor. I got strawberry, George happily declared. I'll try this one, Lee Jordan chimed in, grabbing a bean and tossing it into his mouth. Bertie Bott's, anyone? Albert inquired, shaking the box at the others. Just then, Lee Jordan's voice echoed nearby. Rotten egg flavor, disgusting. Lee's face contorted in distaste as he spat the chewed bean onto the floor. A Ravenclaw girl cast a disapproving glance at him. Aware of her gaze, Lee felt slightly embarrassed, scratching his head sheepishly. Clean up, Albert raised his wand, gesturing toward Lee's mess, and casually tossed him a fruit candy. I'll never eat Bertie Bott's again. Lee swore. You've made that promise more than once, George teased, having just sampled an orange marmalade bean. Following Lee's misadventure, the others began to shy away from Albert's small box of beans, wary of encountering any strange flavors. What spell did you just use? The Ravenclaw girl introduced herself. I'm Katrina McDougal. Hello, Katrina, I'm Albert Anderson. Albert popped another piece of chocolate into his mouth, the fiery taste gradually dissipating. That was a Scourgify spell, quite practical. Most first years aren't as adept in magic as you, even if their families have prepared them in advance. Katrina glanced at Albert's copy of the selected charms of the 19th century, adding, I dare say the sorting hat must have placed you in the wrong house. Gryffindor isn't without merit, Albert shrugged off her comment. Besides, I come from a Muggle family. That's impossible. Only those from wizarding families would have magic taught to them beforehand. Katrina's expression reflected disbelief. Oh, Katrina remained somewhat skeptical of Albert, as such occurrences were rare. Have you noticed? Albert can strike up a conversation with anyone, George whispered to the others nearby. Fred nodded in agreement, while Lee Jordan, who actually enjoyed the beans, reached for another. Albert shot a glare at the trio and cleared his throat. What intriguing questions have you encountered? Which came first, the phoenix or the fire? Katrina posed a question she happened to know the answer to. What do you think? Albert turned to the twin brothers. I believe it must be the phoenix, Fred replied. I concur, George immediately added. Why? Lee asked, puzzled. Simply a guess. The twins chimed in unison, their self-assured expressions eliciting laughter from the group. Albert couldn't help but join in the mirth. What about you? Katrina asked, curiosity piqued. What's the answer? She inquired further, suspecting she had deduced it. Why? Albert explained. How could an egg appear out of nowhere? Katrina shook her head, declaring, that reasoning isn't sufficient. Chapter 40. Dull History of Magic. Well, there exists another interpretation. Albert remarked with an odd expression. Among Muggles, a group of professional scientists has discovered a substance, a protein that catalyzes the formation of eggshells, which is present solely in the ovaries of hens. This implies that without chickens, this protein would not exist, and thus, the formation of eggshells would be impossible. The presence of eggshells is crucial for the successful incubation of chicks, leading them to conclude that the chicken came first, followed by the egg. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, including the young wizards from the Muggle world. I understand you may find it incomprehensible, but the conclusion that the chicken precedes the egg has indeed been verified, Albert elucidated. So, Katrina cautiously inquired, do you believe the phoenix comes before the fire? No, the magical realm differs from the Muggle world. Albert shook his head. The phoenix and the fire exist in a cyclical relationship. The phoenix is reborn from its ashes, and its life perpetually recycles. I find exploring the origin of the phoenix to be utterly meaningless. Katrina raised an eyebrow, acknowledging that Albert's response was not without merit. There was no denying it. Roger Davies had also faced the inquiries posed by the eagle-shaped bronze knocker, yet he had answered them all incorrectly. Most of the new Ravenclaw students struggled to answer the knocker-esque questions, necessitating the assistance of upperclassmen to gain entry to the common room, which was quite inconvenient. I am curious, what led to your sorting into Gryffindor? Roger Davies posed the question that piqued everyone's interest. Who knows? The conversation ended abruptly as Professor Binns drifted through the blackboard into the History of Magic classroom, his entrance quite a spectacle. 10 minutes later, all the students in the classroom appeared drowsy. The reputation of History of Magic as the most tedious subject is not without reason. Professor Binns monotonously recited the textbook material, prompting students to jot down only essential names and dates. Even the Ravenclaw students could not resist this hypnotic effect. The only student still alert was Albert, who was diligently reading while sucking on a piece of candy, occasionally jotting notes in another book. It is truly unimaginable that you can withstand Professor Binns' hypnotism. After class, the Weasley twins looked at Albert with admiration, each resting a hand on his shoulder. Please do lend us your notes from History of Magic. Lee Jordan had already cheerfully taken the History of Magic textbook from Albert's hands. What do you say? Albert rolled his eyes, managing to multitask during the class, studying and taking notes simultaneously. He had even elevated his multitasking skills to level 2. However, utilizing this skill to endure History of Magic proved quite effective, considering he had 5 more years of history classes ahead. Did you know about the rumors concerning Professor Cuthbert Binns? What rumors? The three were instantly captivated. One day, Professor Binns stood up to commence his lecture but accidentally left his corporeal form behind in an armchair before the fire in the staff lounge. Of course, by that time, he was already quite elderly. Wow. The trio was astonished, realizing that this wizard had inadvertently become the history professor at Hogwarts for eternity. By the time they finished copying their notes on History of Magic before lunch, George asked, "Do we have classes this afternoon?" He was eager to take a spin on Charlie's Comet. Albert murmured, "I dare say this is undoubtedly the easiest course." As for the British, who typically do not place much importance on lunch, at that time, they casually grabbed a bite to eat. Albert abandoned his plan to prepare a sandwich, as he despised eating them all day. After drinking some pumpkin juice and nibbling on a few pieces of stew potatoes, he hastily concluded his lunch. The courtyard was bustling with students, gathered in groups chatting, while some brought their lunches to eat there. September at Hogwarts no longer retained the summer's sweltering heat, especially after yesterday's rain, with a gentle breeze ushering in autumn's coolness. If only I could conjure a cushion, Albert sighed as he sat on the lawn, suddenly reflecting on the importance of mastering transfiguration. No, that is certainly not a valid reason to excel in transfiguration, Lee Jordan could not help but interject. What do you think lies within that forest? Fred suddenly inquired, gazing towards the forbidden forest. Dumbledore mentioned there are werewolves inside, and centaurs, perhaps other magical creatures as well. Albert continued, maybe the gamekeeper also raises some peculiar creatures in the woods, such as night steeds, eight-eyed spiders, or giants. By the way, how is your disillusionment charm coming along? George diverted the topic, as he had no immediate plans to venture into the forbidden forest. They sought adventure and excitement, not recklessness. And werewolves held a notorious reputation in the magical world. One bite could spell doom. At present, The timing for beginning their nighttime escapades was their primary concern. The colors of the leaves began to change, as if melding into his palm. "It feels different from what I imagined," Lee Jordan remarked, scratching his head. "From a distance. It may not be apparent, but up close." Albert shook his head in resignation. "It becomes immediately noticeable. It's somewhat akin to a chameleon," he added. The principle was similar to the protective coloration of a chameleon. Albert chose not to directly use his experience pool to upgrade the disillusionment charm. Instead, he intended to invest time in exploring it himself, seeking a sense of accomplishment upon mastering it. The process of learning remained significant. It was this that afforded him the true essence of studying at Hogwarts, and he was unwilling to forego that experience. Albert was prepared to dedicate the next 2 months to self-studying the disillusionment charm. Chapter 41. Transfiguration in the afternoon. The first-year students of Gryffindor attended their transfiguration class alongside those from Ravenclaw. Prior to the commencement of the lesson, Professor McGonagall donned a stern expression and delivered a formidable warning. Transfiguration is the most intricate and perilous of the spells you will encounter at Hogwarts. Should anyone dare to disrupt my class, I shall escort them out and prohibit their return. This proclamation swiftly captured everyone's attention, igniting an eagerness to delve into the art of transfiguration. As anticipated, the class began with Professor McGonagall elucidating the theory of transfiguration, prompting the students to diligently jot down a plethora of complex notes. Albert accessed his skill list, discovering that transfiguration theory had indeed appeared, and he expended 98 experience points to elevate it to level 1. From the onset, he had been fixated on the contents of the beginner's guide to transfiguration, feigning an earnest study while actually perusing the knowledge of transfiguration theory that had emerged in his mind. Following the theoretical discourse, Professor McGonagall distributed a matchstick to each student, instructing them to attempt transforming the matchstick into a needle. "Mr. Anderson?" Professor McGonagall directed her gaze toward the boy who seemed lost in thought, her brow slightly furrowed. She recalled him vividly. After all, who could forget witnessing someone dismantle the door to their office, especially when it had transpired so recently? Everyone else is practicing transfiguration. Why not give it a try? Her gaze shifted past Albert to Fred. "Mr. Weasley, if I were you, I would concentrate before casting the spell." Fred wore an innocent expression, but the presence of Professor McGonagall loomed nearby, applying considerable pressure. Albert glanced at Fred and began to speak nonsensically. "I merely believe it prudent to remember some essential details before waving one's wand." Clearing his throat, Albert raised his wand and pointed it at the matchstick. Uttering the incantation, Veriverdo, the matchstick swiftly transformed into a slender silver needle. "Excellent. Everyone, look. Mr. Anderson has succeeded," Professor McGonagall announced to the class, revealing the needle to all and bestowing a rare smile upon Albert, not forgetting to award Gryffindor 5 points before departing. "I knew this would pose a challenge for you." Fred examined the silver needle, inquiring, "How did you manage that? Is there a trick?" Several students nearby perked up, eager to uncover the secret behind Albert's immediate success. Albert replied softly, "Professor McGonagall had us take notes earlier. The key lies within those." A flurry of students immediately began rifling through their books, searching for the recently recorded notes. "Do you think I would believe that?" Fred shot Albert a disdainful glare, evidently skeptical of his words. However, he ceased his inquiries as Professor McGonagall cast her gaze back in their direction. Minutes later, Professor McGonagall announced again, "Look, Miss McDougal's matchstick has also transformed. Transfiguration is so difficult. How did you succeed on your first attempt?" Katrina could not help but ask, inexplicably seated beside Albert. "Succeed on the first attempt? Ahem, I had practiced beforehand, which is why I was successful," Albert replied, discreetly dismissing claims of innate talent. "Failure is a common occurrence. I can't even recall how many times I failed before successfully transforming the matchstick into a needle. Nevertheless, the notes Professor McGonagall had us take are indeed the key to success." The final remark was directed at those eavesdropping nearby. Katrina could easily surmise that no one achieved success on their first try. Her matchstick's transformation was undoubtedly the result of prior practice in transfiguration. However, having already accomplished the matchstick-to-needle transformation, Albert found the remaining time rather tedious. To stave off Professor McGonagall's scrutiny, he sought to occupy himself with some tasks. Restore to original form. Albert propped his chin on one hand, wand in the other, and began transforming the matchsticks on the table into various peculiar objects. The incantation remained Veriverdo, but the closer the transformed item resembled the original object, the easier the transformation became. After completing the transformations, he reverted them to their original state, thereby enhancing his experience in restoration. How are you doing that? Fred was utterly astonished by Albert's prowess. This fellow's skills in transfiguration were indeed leagues ahead of their own. How am I doing it? It's quite simple. Albert raised his wand, transforming a button into a toy mouse. As Professor McGonagall advised, be precise and clear when waving your wand. Envision the form you wish to create before transforming, and ensure your incantation is clear and accurate. The twins exchanged glances. Although Albert had articulated his method, their own attempts yielded no success before the end of class. In fact, aside from Albert and Katrina, no other students had managed to effect any transformation with their matchsticks. To Albert, this was a natural outcome, for he was acutely aware of the challenges posed by transfiguration. It was unrealistic to expect success without diligent practice. One could not simply presume their talents in transfiguration had reached unparalleled heights. The initial transformation of an object is the most arduous task. Yet once the first success is achieved, subsequent practice becomes significantly easier. However, how many students would possess the patience to persevere in their practice remained uncertain. According to the content of the Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, first-year students were limited to learning only transfiguration spells, with variations in the size and type of objects to be transformed. Chapter 42. The Transfiguration Club. Do you wish to learn how to conjure an umbrella with your wand? Professor McGonagall, upon hearing Albert's words, felt a slight twitch in her facial muscles and fixed a serious gaze upon him, stating, "This is part of the O.W.L.s examination." "I know," Albert replied, nodding in acknowledgement. "Professor Flitwick has informed me." However, he believed that this should not hinder his desire to master the skill. Ambition without prudence is not a wise habit, especially in transfiguration, which demands greater rigor than other disciplines. Professor McGonagall clearly did not intend to divulge information regarding summoning charms, particularly after the unfortunate incident with the door. You still have much to learn before you can truly engage with that subject. "Oh, very well," Albert mused, pondering a moment before asking, "May I inquire which year summoning charms are taught?" "Fifth year," Professor McGonagall replied casually. "Understood, Professor," Albert nodded, turning to leave. Since Professor McGonagall was not willing to teach him, he could easily borrow a book or purchase one from Flourish and Blots to study on his own. "What do you mean by understood? What exactly do you comprehend?" Professor McGonagall felt a headache coming on, her instincts warning her that Albert might attempt to master summoning charms independently, which would undoubtedly lead to disastrous consequences. "Mr. Anderson," she called out quickly, stopping him in his tracks. "What is it, Professor McGonagall?" Albert turned, puzzled, not believing she had changed her mind. "To what extent?" Albert stroked his chin, sneaking a glance at his first-level transfiguration. Truth be told, he was unsure of his proficiency. "I suppose. I've nearly mastered this book." "Nearly mastered?" Professor McGonagall's eyes widened in disbelief. "What do you mean?" "I have been practicing transfiguration and spells since before the term started," Albert murmured. "With enough practice, magic is not as difficult as one might imagine." "Not as difficult?" Professor McGonagall felt a tremor run through her. Taking a deep breath, she quickly regained her composure and addressed Albert. "Mr. Anderson, if you can transform a matchstick into a mouse, I shall permit you to join my transfiguration club." "A transfiguration club?" Albert queried, his face a picture of confusion. He acknowledged that his memory of the Harry Potter series was somewhat hazy, but he was certain that such a club had never been mentioned. Well, it hadn't. But there was a slug club. "It is a club I established, meeting twice a week to discuss and study matters related to transfiguration," Professor McGonagall explained. Albert glanced at the matchstick, then back at Professor McGonagall, nodding to indicate his understanding. He raised his wand, concentrating intently as he recited the incantation. The matchstick visibly expanded, transforming into a mouse, albeit an imperfect one, limping on one leg. "Ah, a limping mouse, but it is indeed a mouse," Albert mused, examining the unfortunate creature and shaking his head in resignation. "I have never attempted to transfigure an object into a living being. This is far more challenging than mere object-to-object transformations. Perhaps with a few more attempts, I might succeed." Though this was Albert's first endeavor at transfiguring between objects and living beings, the theoretical knowledge of transfiguration supported him. Expecting immediate success was rather ambitious. Yet Albert was pleased with his progress. With more practice, the likelihood of complete success would surely increase. In transfiguration, only a complete transformation is deemed a success. "No need for further attempts. You have qualified." Professor McGonagall waved her wand, reverting the poor little creature back to its matchstick form. Qualified? Albert was not particularly surprised, as this meant he would be joining Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration Club. As for why he was so certain, it was due to the notification that had appeared on his panel just a minute earlier, indicating the task of joining the Transfiguration Club had been marked as complete. I suggest you read more books. Professor McGonagall rattled off several titles, clearly wishing to deter him from reckless experimentation, for transfiguration could indeed be quite perilous. Understood. I will do so, Albert nodded, knowing he needed to read 100 books and hoping they would not be too thin. What were you discussing with Professor McGonagall? Fred could not contain his curiosity upon reuniting with his roommates. I was inquiring about summoning charms, Albert explained. However, she believes it is too early to learn. He added, "Oh, she also invited me to join her Transfiguration Club." A Transfiguration Club? The trio exclaimed in unison. What is that? I believe it is a club established by Professor McGonagall herself, Albert replied thoughtfully. We will discuss and study topics related to transfiguration. Are you joking? The twins were left speechless by Albert's revelation. You are impressive, truly enviable, Lee Jordan admitted, a hint of jealousy in his voice, recognizing it as a special privilege from the head of house. Ahem, George cleared his throat, redirecting the topic. By the way, do you two want to join us at the Quidditch pitch later? It would be nice to experience flying a bit before our flight lesson. That sounds good, Fred concurred. Charlie wouldn't mind a couple more testers. Are you going, Albert? Lee Jordan inquired. If we can try flying, that would be splendid, Albert agreed, feeling a flutter of anticipation. Freedom to soar? He felt a tinge of excitement. Although he had ridden a toy broom once, it had proven rather dull. Albert decided to head to the library to read, arranging to meet the trio in the Great Hall before making his way there alone. What shall we do now? Lee Jordan asked, watching Albert's retreating figure. Shall we take a stroll outside? George suggested, pointing towards the castle's exterior, a notion met with agreement from the others. Upon arriving at the library, Albert found it still occupied by only a handful of cats. He settled into a spot, using his reading as a cover to open his task panel, discovering he had earned 2,000 experience points for joining the Transfiguration Club. Level 2 skills? He murmured to himself, noting that moving from level 1 to level 2 required precisely 2,000 experience points. With a casual flick, he upgraded his transfiguration theory to level 2. A level 2 understanding of transfiguration should suffice until graduation. As for level 3, that would belong to the realm of professors. Chapter 43. Arriving late. Had he arrived too early? Albert surveyed the auditorium, failing to spot George and his companions. He reached into his pocket, retrieving his pocket watch to check the time, for 10 p.m. Just right, perfectly on time. Yet, it was to be expected. A sudden thought crossed Albert's mind, and he sighed softly. After all, George and the others were merely 11 years old, and he couldn't expect them to possess much of a sense of time. Moreover, they did not have pocket watches. I hope I won't be kept waiting too long, he murmured. The chrysanthemums are in full bloom, he whispered to himself. Nothing seems to be happening. Albert promptly checked his skill list, but was surprised to find someone had taken a seat beside him. It wasn't the twins. It must be said, if it were the three of them, it wouldn't have been so quiet. He glanced at his skills, unable to locate the summoning charm. He would indeed have to consult a 5th grade book. Is there something you need? Albert inquired, directing his gaze toward Shauna. Could you? Shauna hesitated, but her words were interrupted. Albert, over here. The twins were waving at him from the entrance of the auditorium. I must be off, Albert said to Shauna. What were you about to say? Nothing, Shauna replied, appearing somewhat disappointed. Oh, thank you, she added after a moment's thought. Could you possibly make time this evening? If you're free, that is. Well then, see you tonight. Albert strode briskly toward the auditorium's exit. See you tonight. Shauna whispered softly as she watched Albert's retreating figure, pondering the disparity between them. Why was it so vast? What were you discussing just now? Fred asked curiously. We were talking about where you guys were headed, Albert replied, somewhat exasperated. You're almost late for your meeting with Charlie. You know, we don't have pocket watches. The three of them admitted sheepishly, aware of their tardiness. No worries. I expected you would be late, Albert said, glancing up at the sky, which still bore the remnants of the afternoon heat. By the way, will your brother really let us test fly his broom? Lee Jordan stiffly changed the subject. The thought of flying on a broom still made him a bit anxious. After all, he had never genuinely tried a flying broom. Although his family had purchased him a toy broom, it could neither soar high nor fly fast, and certainly couldn't be used in front of muggles. Certainly, if he is a competent captain, He wouldn't mind spending some time scouting for promising newcomers among the first years. Even if first years can't join the team, they can still serve as reserve players for next semester, Albert reassured casually. Albert's words rang true. George patted Lee Jordan on the shoulder, jokingly intimidating him. I think the only thing you need to worry about is not falling off the broom. You'll be the one to fall from the sky. Lee Jordan shot back with a glare at George. Albert, have you ever flown a broom? Fred suddenly asked. I was born into a Muggle family. What do you think? Albert rolled his eyes at Fred and bent down to pick up a small stone he found on the ground. What are you picking up that broken stone for? George asked, somewhat puzzled. The four of them frolicked to the Quidditch pitch, where Charlie had yet to arrive. Their scheduled time was 4:30 p.m. I suspect your brother might show up a little later, Albert said as they reached the entrance of the Quidditch pitch, which was locked. However, this did not deter them. Albert effortlessly cast the Alohomora spell to unlock the iron gate. Beneath the Quidditch pitch lay a soft lawn, with a sandy area in the center to mitigate injuries for players who might fall during a match. Surrounding the pitch were hundreds of seats, and at each end stood 3 poles, each 50 feet tall, adorned with large hoops resembling the plastic sticks children use to blow soap bubbles. Charlie is definitely late, Fred remarked, slightly disheartened. What should we do now? I should have known to arrive later. George regretted arriving too early, and without their own broomsticks. It was undeniably a rather unfortunate situation. You all could practice some spells, Albert suggested kindly from the shade of the grass. Practice the Lumos charm. Since we have nothing else to do, it might help pass the time. All right, you make a good point, the 3 of them conceded, albeit with a hint of gloom. They had to admit that Albert's suggestion was reasonable. If they had nothing else to do, they might as well find some tasks to occupy themselves, thus making the time pass more quickly. Albert also drew out his wand, beginning to practice the disillusionment charm with the stone he had just picked up. Now I understand why you can learn spells so quickly, Lee Jordan observed, staring at his wand which flickered with light. With effort like that, unless one is truly foolish, there is no reason not to learn. Of course, if they knew that Albert had an advantage, they might not think so. Around 5 o'clock, Charlie Weasley hurriedly arrived, bringing along his broom. A clean sweep 5. Naturally, it was the twins who had introduced this name to Albert, as he had heard it was a rather old model. How did you get in? I thought this place was supposed to be locked, Charlie remarked, puzzled as he approached the 4 of them. We used the unlocking spell, the twins replied nonchalantly. Ahem, don't speak in that tone. It sounds as if you're proficient in the unlocking spell, Lee Jordan couldn't help but comment. Well, it wasn't you who unlocked it, George shot back, rolling his eyes at Lee Jordan. All right, the test will be quite simple. All you need to do is fly around the Quidditch pitch on my broom. Charlie turned to Albert and Lee Jordan, asking, have you ever ridden a flying broom before? I've only ridden a toy broom, Lee Jordan mumbled softly. After they finish flying, you two can give it a try. Charlie welcomed the twins' friends, then turned to the twins who were scrambling for the broom, warning, you two, just fly around the Quidditch pitch, if I catch you up to any mischief. Chapter 44, a step-by-step guide to soaring into the sky, understanding the task at hand. One of the twins eagerly leaped onto the broomstick, propelling himself off the ground with a swift push of his feet, and began to circle the Quidditch pitch. Not bad, a commendable effort. Observing his brother's flight around the goalposts, Charlie offered a straightforward assessment. Yet, the broad smile on his face suggested dissatisfaction. For not every first year could soar with such steadiness. After both twins completed their trial flights, it was finally Albert and Lee Jordan's turn. Having never formally encountered a flying broomstick, Charlie took it upon himself to instruct them in its use. He demonstrated how to mount the broom without slipping off. We never had such privileges, the twins chattered playfully nearby. Are we truly his brothers? Silence. Quit the nonsense, Charlie retorted with a glare directed at the twins, then proceeded to correct Lee Jordan's grip on the broom. After approximately 5 minutes of guidance, Charlie concluded his instructions and allowed Lee Jordan to attempt his flight, while he readied his wand, prepared to catch any potential falls from the broomstick. Lee Jordan's flight was relatively smooth. His previous experience with a toy broom certainly contributed to his ease. Well done, Charlie offered a token of encouragement as he passed the broomstick to Albert. Albert reached out to caress the broomstick's handle. Quite smooth, lacking any padding. He recalled a spell known as the cushioning charm or shock absorption charm that was typically cast on flying brooms. However, feeling no magical presence, Albert began to doubt whether he would experience any discomfort upon taking off. After all, the toy broom had a distinct seat. What are you doing? Charlie asked, puzzled by Albert's gentle caress of the broomstick's handle. Nothing, just trying to locate the cushioning, Albert replied, not giving Charlie a chance to comprehend his words before he mounted the broom and forcefully kicked off the ground. Indeed, the shock absorption charm was very much present. Sitting astride the broom, he felt no discomfort. A soft layer separated him from the handle, akin to sitting on a plush cushion. If he had to describe it, it felt somewhat similar to riding a bicycle. As he soared into the air, the wind whipped through Albert's robes, making them billow behind him. He felt an unparalleled joy, even forgetting the awkwardness of his position. Following Charlie's guidance, he gently lifted the broom's head, ascending a little higher. A glance downward revealed he was approximately 10 feet above the ground. Thank goodness he was not acrophobic, or he might have plummeted from that height. Gripping the broom with one hand, he leaned forward, and the broom began to move forward, reminiscent of his initial experience with the toy broom. Though he flew slower than Lee Jordan, nevertheless, he began to circle the Quidditch pitch, savoring the thrill of flight. Charlie observed from below, astonished that Albert had adapted to flying so quickly. Many newcomers, upon their first ascent, often succumbed to panic. For a first-year unfamiliar with flying brooms, to achieve such proficiency in mere minutes was quite impressive. Yet, now that Albert had acclimated to the speed, he was eager to abandon his sluggish pace. He opened his skill menu and upgraded his flying skill, broom, to level 1. His previously slow movements transformed into nimbleness, and he weaved through the goalposts, the wind compelling him to squint. Faster. With instinct guiding his body forward, he quickened his pace, the scenery rushing past him, and his heart raced as if it might leap from his chest. The exhilaration of flight was simply extraordinary. In that moment, Albert began to grasp why wizards cherish such games. It was thrilling. Indeed, it was as exhilarating as some individuals' passion for street racing. Albert circled the Quidditch pitch several times, gaining speed until he approached the limit of the Nimbus 2000. Below, the 4 observers gaped in astonishment, nearly rendered speechless. You're flying remarkably well, Charlie stammered as Albert landed. Incredulity etched across his features. He marveled at witnessing a first year's rapid development, from hesitance to confidence, all within a short span. How brief a time has passed. Such innate talent was truly astonishing. Albert had adapted to broom usage and overcome the challenges of high-speed flight in a matter of minutes. Lee Jordan, standing beside the twins, regarded Albert with a complex expression. Initially, he believed himself to be quite adept, only to discover there was someone even more exceptional. Could there truly be a prodigy among them? Of course, had he known that Albert had leveled up his flying skill, broom, to enjoy the thrill of speed, he might have reconsidered. Sorry, I couldn't hold back. Albert immediately apologized to Charlie after dismounting the broom. You have quite the talent in this area, Charlie said, firmly patting Albert on the shoulder. You all possess great potential. Consider training as reserve players for the team. If time permits, you may join the practice sessions. Charlie was pleased with the day's outcomes. Both Fred and George, along with their 2 friends, exhibited remarkable flying aptitude. The twins' faces lit up with delight at his words. But we don't have our own brooms, Albert reminded. Not to worry, you can borrow the school's brooms, Charlie reassured them. You can learn some techniques and find your place. However, I must make one thing clear, Charlie cleared his throat. If you aspire to become true Quidditch players, you will need to rely on your own abilities to pass next year's player selection. I will not offer any leniency in that regard. We understand, Fred replied with a wink. Good, I'm glad to hear it, Charlie said with satisfaction, preparing to nurture their talents and position them as the team's secret weapons. Chapter 45, Evening. Self-study. During dinner, Charlie sat beside Albert, engaging him in a discussion about the rules of Quidditch while suggesting that Albert peruse Quidditch through the ages when he had the chance. What is the longest match in Hogwarts history? Albert inquired curiously. If the game only ends when the golden snitch is caught, what happens if the snitch is lost? It is said to last 3 days, Charlie pondered. Ultimately, if the snitch cannot be found, the match concludes early, with the team that has the higher score declared the winner. As they chatted about Quidditch, their conversation was abruptly interrupted by a sudden female voice. Albert, Professor McGonagall asked me to give this to you. Angelina handed a folded piece of parchment to Albert. Thank you, Angelina, Albert replied, unfolding the parchment to discover it read, Thursday evening at 7 o'clock, 6th floor of the castle, room 21. Remember the Gamp's basic laws of transfiguration. What is this? Fred, who was eating a jacket potato, dropped his fork and leaned over. A notice from Professor McGonagall regarding the next meeting of the Transfiguration Club, Albert explained, offering the parchment to Fred without hesitation. The twins and Lee Jordan eagerly crowded around to read its contents. The Transfiguration Club? What is that? Charlie suddenly halted, looking at Albert with intrigue. It's a club established by Professor McGonagall, Albert clarified. What does remember the GAMP's basic laws of transfiguration mean? George asked, perplexed. It's likely the password to enter the classroom, Albert speculated after a moment's thought. I'm sorry, Charlie, but if the Quidditch training conflicts with the Transfiguration Club's schedule, I fear I must prioritize the club. Oh, I almost forgot. That S in the afternoon, right? Lee Jordan recalled. The twins exchanged glances, clearly aware of the situation. It was evident to all that Charlie aspired to mold Albert into a chaser or seeker, yet even before the training commenced, it seemed to be coming to an end. Little did they know, Albert had no intention of joining the Quidditch team. For him, soaring through the skies on a broom was pure enjoyment, while Quidditch might be thrilling. He did not wish to endure the rigors of intense training, nor did he aspire to be a Quidditch player. As for joining a Quidditch team upon graduation, he would rather pass on that. Charlie found himself momentarily dumbfounded. Where was the promised secret weapon? He was determined to secure another Quidditch trophy for Gryffindor before his departure. Fred watched Charlie's retreating figure and shook his head. Perhaps with the start of the term, the young Lions of Gryffindor have yet to fully shake off the remnants of summer vacation. A few more days of chaos, and once the mountain of homework piles up, they will have neither the time nor energy for such antics. Let us head to the Great Hall. Albert decided to take a book to the hall and practice some spells in the meantime. The Great Hall was significantly less crowded, and Albert found a quiet corner for himself. Upon noticing Albert, Shauna, seated at the entrance, approached him to practice the Lumos charm. After observing her unsuccessful attempts, Albert gently encouraged, "You should have confidence in yourself and focus. When casting the spell, envision your wand illuminating." Shauna's face flushed slightly, yet she continued to struggle. "Your mindset is crucial. It affects your success rate in casting spells. If you believe you cannot do it, your chances of failure will increase significantly." Albert pointed to a small box nearby. "Would you like a jelly bean?" "Don't worry, it's chocolate." "How did you know?" Shauna asked, unable to resist sampling a few jelly beans. "I mean, how do you know these help with successful spellcasting?" "Do you believe I guessed?" Albert chuckled. "I don't believe you." "Well, actually, it's a conclusion drawn from many failed attempts at transfiguration," Albert confessed, half-truthfully, for indeed, a wizard's emotions could influence their spellcasting. "I'll give it another try." Shauna found the jelly beans sweet and took a deep breath. After several more attempts, she finally succeeded in illuminating her wand. Her previously tense expression now transformed into one of excitement. However, the light soon flickered out. "You need to concentrate and practice more. You will certainly succeed," Albert reassured her. "I thought you would be in the library." Lee Jordan sat down beside Albert, eyeing Shauna's spell practice with curiosity. "Am I interrupting? What about the twins?" "Not sure," George remarked, pulling out his wand to practice upon seeing Shauna working on her Lumos charm, though his own attempts were still rather mediocre. "What is going on with me? Perhaps your concentration is lacking. How can I consider this successful mastery?" After a fair amount of effort, Lee Jordan's Lumos charm became more stable and less prone to extinguishing. Of course, this was due to his focused attention on the wand, while Shauna, albeit slower in progress, was also doing remarkably well. It turned out that with diligent practice, most spells were not overly difficult to master. "Where have you been?" Around 8:30, the twins finally appeared in the Great Hall, their expressions slightly grim. "Filch just confiscated most of our dung bombs." Fred gritted his teeth. "Hear us what happened." George, maintaining a cooler head, recounted the events. Filch had declared their dung bombs to be contraband and confiscated them, which were intended for dealing with Peeves. The twins' faces were nearly distorted with frustration. Upon hearing their tale, Albert felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. What on earth is this nonsense? Chapter 46. The armored charm. The fraught relationship between the Weasley twins and Filch is certainly not without cause. Last night, George and Fred conspired together, debating how best to exact revenge on the old caretaker, with Lee Jordan eventually joining their discussion. The result? The trio stayed up late, and this morning, they could hardly rise, feeling utterly exhausted. George stifled a yawn, munching on a slice of bread as he walked. "If only I had known better than to deliberate on such trivial matters with you all." Lee Jordan finished off his own piece of bread and eyed Fred's untouched slice. "If you're not going to eat that, may I have it? I'm still hungry." "Who says I'm not eating?" Fred quickly popped the slice into his mouth, biting down, and countered, "Want some?" Lee Jordan turned away in disdain, refusing to look at him any longer. "By the way, what plans did you devise after such a lengthy discussion last night?" Albert casually inquired. "We intend to launch a few dung bombs at Philip's office door," Fred replied, his excitement palpable. "Is that all?" Albert felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. "You spent an entire night plotting, and this is the outcome?" As they made their way to the greenhouse, a sudden shriek echoed through the corridor. The three exchanged glances and hurried forward, discovering Peeves, the mischievous poltergeist, floating in midair, brandishing an ink bottle and showering passing students with ink pellets. Some students, incensed, hurled paper balls at Peeves in a futile attempt to drive him away. Peeves easily dodged the projectiles, cackling as he retaliated by spraying ink from his mouth, splattering one unfortunate soul. The victim's face contorted in rage. Yet he could do nothing against Peeves, and ultimately, everyone had to shield their heads with their books and scamper past. "Peeves, are you a ghost?" Albert scrutinized the impish figure ahead. It was his first encounter with Peeves. The poltergeist possessed a pair of wicked black eyes and a large mouth. Yet his stature was diminutive, topped with a hat adorned with jingling bells. Their eyes met, and it was clear he was a creature of mischief. "What do you think?" Peeves fixed his gaze on Albert and his friends, a wicked grin spreading across his face, sending shivers down their spines. "Clearly not. For a ghost cannot wield an ink bottle." Albert brandished his wand and declared, "Armored charm." A torrent of ink aimed at the four was thwarted by Albert's spell. Even Peeves was taken aback, having not anticipated his own blunder. "You pesky little brat." Peeves gestured rudely at Albert before soaring away. It was no wonder everyone despised Peeves. Lee Jordan glared at the ink stains adorning his clothes, nearly driven to madness. "Clean it all up." Albert raised his wand and pointed at the ink on the floor, invoking the cleaning charm to eliminate most of the mess. In truth, there was no need to tidy up. Perhaps they should leave some footprints in the corridor. The twins exchanged glances, delighting in their decision to halt Albert, knowing that it would ultimately be Filch who would clean up the mess, while Peeves was the true instigator, having nothing to do with them. "Forget it, let us go?" Albert shook his head, urging caution against being late. "You mentioned the armored charm." Albert observed the students crowded at the entrance of the greenhouse, most of whom bore the marks of Peeves' antics, their clothes stained with ink. "The armored charm?" Fred murmured thoughtfully. "I feel as though I've heard of it before." The armored charm is quite a practical defensive spell, capable of blocking most physical attacks and spells, Albert explained casually. Noticing Professor Pomona Sprout approaching, the students instinctively parted to allow the Hufflepuff head of house to enter the greenhouse. "Where did you learn that?" Lee Jordan asked curiously. "You seem to know quite a few spells. I found it in an extra book I purchased. It seemed quite useful, so I invested a good deal of time into mastering it." Albert fabricated a small lie, knowing the truth was that he had acquired the spell through sheer experience. After all, possessing a charm that could safeguard oneself was hardly a disadvantage. Albert rolled his eyes, with the level of Hogwarts students. It was just a bunch of rookies squabbling. "What on earth happened to you?" Cedric Diggory, standing opposite Albert, gazed in astonishment at his ink-splattered classmates. Albert perceived that herbology bore similarities to Muggle botany, as students were required to learn how to care for and utilize plants, as well as comprehend their magical properties and applications. Many plants served as ingredients for potions and medicines, while others possessed unique magical effects. The most notable among them was the white ash. White ash is a plant imbued with magical properties, utilized in potion making and renowned for its potent healing abilities. Pomona introduced them, explaining that not all wounds could be healed by magic. Thus, white ash played a significant role in healing. Long ago, wizards understood how to use white ash for their ailments, mashing the plant and applying it directly to wounds. Modern wizards, however, utilize the essence of white ash, where even a small amount proves highly effective in treating injuries, leaving no scars. The only lament is that wild white ash is now scarce, necessitating cultivation. And learning to care for white ash constitutes a major part of their curriculum this semester, as it is also a subject of examination. Chapter 47, Devil's Snare. In the herbalism class, Professor Pomona presented an array of plants, including various fungi, simply put, mushrooms. Among them were several intriguing specimens, such as the protective tree, a magical sorb tree that shields those who encounter its trunk from the assaults of dark creatures. Wizards favor it for crafting talismans against malevolence. Of course, Professor Pomona also mentioned some perilous plants, such as the toxic and hazardous Devil's Snare, the deadly mandrake with its lethal cries, and the small pot of Devil's Snare she currently held. This was a young specimen. Pomona gently touched the tender shoots of the Devil's Snare with her wand, and instantly, the shoots extended tendrils to entwine the wand. As you can see, once approached, The devil's snare ensnares any creature nearby, and as it matures, it can easily inflict injuries or even cause fatalities. When ensnared by the devil's snare, it is advisable not to struggle, otherwise, the vines tighten their grip. Pomona waved her wand to allow everyone to observe the characteristics of the devil's snare. Preferring dark and damp environments, it naturally finds light and warmth to be its adversaries. With a flick of her wand, small flames erupted, repelling the devil's snare. As you can see, fire poses a significant threat to it. Igniting the plant is an effective means of defense when one encounters an attack from the devil's snare. The students took up their quills, diligently jotting down notes. And Professor Pomona patiently waited until they had finished before continuing. Those unfamiliar with the devil's snare might confuse it with the crabapple plant, a point that requires special attention. Finally, the bell rang, and most students sighed in relief. Professor Pomona assigned no homework, much to the delight of everyone. The afternoon brought the class on the defense against dark arts. Lee Jordan appeared a bit overly excited, as this was one of the courses most eagerly anticipated by the newcomers. "Did you hear?" George exclaimed as he left Greenhouse 1, addressing the other three. "The defense against dark arts class is cursed. The professor who teaches it always encounters a series of unfortunate events and resigns every year. Not a single one has lasted more than a year. This curse is said to stem from Voldemort. Yes, the Dark Lord sharing a name with their cat, Tom. It is rumored that when Tom failed to secure the position of defense against dark arts professor, he harbored resentment and cursed the role, aiming to eliminate numerous professors and instill fear in others from taking it, hoping to force Dumbledore's hand. Indeed, I've heard that as well. It's said a powerful wizard cast the curse on this position. Otherwise, with Professor Dumbledore's abilities, he should have lifted it by now. The longevity of such a curse, enduring for decades, speaks volumes about the strength of its caster. We can only hope our new defense against dark arts professor proves capable," Albert remarked as they turned a corner, only to be met with a foul stench. They happened upon Filch, catching a third-year Gryffindor student in the act of hurling dung bombs down the corridor. The lad had lost a bet and was obliged to throw the bombs before Filch. The older student shook his head and walked away. The stench was unbearable, akin to a biological weapon. What a reckless endeavor. Albert shook his head in disbelief. Strangely, he felt a twinge of sympathy for Filch. Had he found himself in that situation, he too would feel quite exhausted. "This is so cool." The twins' eyes sparkled with mischief. Recognizing Filch's evident irritation, Albert placed a finger to his lips and cleared his throat. "Ahem, do you wish to assist the hospital wing in cleaning bedpans?" The once excited Weasley twins suddenly deflated at the mention of bedpans. "Well, as long as we aren't caught, it should be fine," Lee Jordan suggested, "given your current skill level." "Avoiding capture might prove quite challenging," Albert retorted, dousing their enthusiasm, "unless you wish to emulate that reckless individual over there." "We've made our decision." The twins exchanged knowing glances and proclaimed. "What decision?" Albert inquired, puzzled. To proceed with the plan, they replied in unison. "What plan?" "To throw dung bombs at Filch's office," they stated with utmost seriousness. Albert nearly spat his pumpkin juice across the table at their audacity. "Ahem," he coughed, covering his mouth. Lee Jordan, wide-eyed, struggled to find words. These two were truly, outlandishly reckless. "If you genuinely intend to do that, I could offer some minor suggestions," Albert mused, though he admitted he hadn't fully formulated his thoughts. "Hey, how could you?" Lee shook his head repeatedly, finally grasping why Albert had been sorted into Gryffindor. This fellow certainly had a bold streak. "By the way, I'm curious how you managed to consume so much food at lunch." Lee awkwardly shifted the conversation. "Well, I had breakfast at 7. Unlike you lot who eat after 8:30. Can you compare the two?" Albert rolled his eyes at Lee. "Given the light breakfast typical of the English, one often isn't very hungry by noon, sometimes even skipping it entirely. So how should we prank Filch?" The twins were solely focused on the present dilemma. "We mustn't go too far, but we want to thoroughly vex Filch, correct?" Albert glanced toward the end of the long table, where a certain reckless individual had just been released and was now surrounded by a group of onlookers. Lee, just finished with his meal, had also joined the crowd to inquire about the incident. Indeed, excessive curiosity can be a troublesome affliction. "Have you prepared yourselves for the possibility of detention?" Albert asked. "Yes." The twins nodded in unison. Chapter 48. The Unlocking Charm. "How about using that method?" Albert suggested, nodding towards the crowd. "What sort of method is that?" Fred muttered, as he had hoped Albert would propose a reliable solution. Doing so would lead us straight to Filch's office. Albert shot Fred a glance, leaving his thought unfinished. "You mean the drawer?" George recalled the confiscated items he had seen the last time Filch took him to his office, the highly dangerous drawer. He murmured, "But who will draw the fire?" "What are you talking about?" Fred asked, slightly bewildered, failing to grasp the conversation between the two. The drawer, the confiscated items. Highly dangerous, George reminded him. That's not a bad idea. Fred's eyes lit up, recalling his curiosity about the contents of that drawer. You need to learn the unlocking charm first, Albert cautioned. Otherwise, should we go and distract Filch while you attempt it? The twins exchanged glances and proposed. We could do that. Albert eyed them and inquired, "Do you still need to learn the unlocking charm?" "Absolutely. When do we start?" William, the boy whose misadventures had landed him in detention, was indeed unable to escape the consequences of his actions, the punishment being a night spent with the cauldron. Observing the Weasley twins poring over their spellbook as soon as they entered the dormitory, Lee Jordan felt a twinge of confusion. Were these truly the same twins he knew? Alohomora. George was the first to draw his wand, attempting to unlock his drawer, but to no avail. "Concentrate and pay attention to your wand movements," Albert advised. Watching the two practice the charm from his chair, his gaze shifting to Lee Jordan beside him. "What has gotten into them?" Lee Jordan whispered. "They need this charm." "So they have started to practice," Albert replied vaguely, noting that the charm would eventually be part of their studies. "Why not see who can master the unlocking charm fastest?" "You're impressive," Lee remarked, drawing his own wand to join in the practice, eager to compete with the twins. Albert shared the challenges he faced while learning the unlocking charm and some tips to keep in mind. However, given the current skill levels of the three, success seemed unlikely at this stage. "Have you given up?" Albert asked without looking up from the book he was perusing, Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Defense. "Temporarily. It's just not working," Lee replied, somewhat frustrated. "There is no way it will succeed." After half an hour of practice, the lock remained stubbornly unresponsive, leaving them in a state of exasperation. "I practiced for quite a while before I succeeded," Albert reminded them. "Focus on the incantation, the gestures, and do not hesitate when casting." "Never mind, I'll just review this afternoon's lesson," Lee said, feeling a bit weary. The twins, too, considered giving up, but remembered their plans and persevered, realizing that practice now would only ease their future learning. "Have you finished that book?" "Not yet. I've skimmed through some parts. It's all about dark creatures and how to defend against them," Albert continued. "In fact, for someone like me, a Muggle newcomer, it serves to familiarize myself with the dangers present in the magical world and how to protect oneself. In simple terms, it tells you how to escape from a mugger or call for help, rather than how to take down the mugger," Albert explained, acknowledging the book's practical yet basic nature. Hence his assertion that it was an introductory text. If we spend the entire semester on this, it's no wonder the twins' protective gear sells so well. After completing this book, one might struggle to even perform a shield charm, as I have yet to see any mention of it thus far. After a full afternoon of practice, the twins still had not mastered the unlocking charm. "That is to be expected," Albert commented, unfazed. "When do you think we will grasp this charm?" Fred inquired, looking somewhat disheartened. "Give it a day or two," Albert replied without hesitation. "Every charm requires magical energy as a foundation, and given your limited grasp of spells, you will find it somewhat challenging. When I first encountered magic, I faced similar difficulties. But as I learned more spells, my pace in mastering them increased." The three exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Albert's words seemed reasonable, yet a nagging feeling lingered that he was perhaps leading them on. "Perhaps the unlocking charm is a bit too advanced for you at this stage, especially since you haven't fully mastered the Lumos charm," Albert murmured, unknowingly stabbing at their pride. "Alas, I never imagined magic would be so difficult to learn," George sighed, reclining back on his soft bed. "Have you considered that the book Basic Spells, Level 1 contains only a handful of spells, and we'll need to study it for an entire year? That alone indicates the difficulty of mastering even one charm," Albert replied, unable to suppress a smirk. For it was indeed true. "By your reasoning, have you already mastered all the spells in Basic Spells, Level 1? Fred suddenly exclaimed, realizing the disparity between them. "Almost," Albert mused. "However, we've merely scratched the surface of spell application." "What do you mean by scratch the surface?" The three were puzzled. "It means to creatively manipulate the spells," Albert explained, illuminating his wand and demonstrating the basic use of the Lumos charm. "But have you considered making the light brighter, or allowing it to float freely in the air according to your will? Is that truly possible?" "I believe Professor Flitwick could manage it," Albert sighed, extinguishing the light from his wand, contemplating the challenge of creating a magical lamp. To elevate the O.W.L.s charm to level 3 or 4 would require 10,000 experience points for level 3 and 5 times that for level 4. Albert didn't wish to dwell on the meager experience points he possessed, which were far from sufficient to elevate any skill to level 4. Chapter 49. Escaping Dark Arts Defense. The afternoon class on defense against the dark arts certainly did not disappoint. Professor Badbrode, a charming and humorous elder, addressed the class on the first day. You may not be aware, but the position of defense against the dark arts professor is cursed. No one has managed to hold this position for a full year. I suppose I am not likely to be an exception either, but before I leave, I shall impart the knowledge you need to acquire. Such a declaration was utterly shocking. Professor, are you unable to break this curse? Roger Davis inquired, raising his hand. I fear not, Professor Brode replied, shaking his head. Over the past few decades, numerous professors of this subject have attempted to overcome it, all to no avail. Even Dumbledore could not achieve this, and I do not presume to think I am capable. Self-awareness is a valuable trait. Now, please turn to page 5 of Dark Forces, a guide to self-defense, for our lesson is about to commence. As Professor Brode continued, he digressed into tales from his travels, recounting how he had dealt with a ravenous vampire using a bloody lollipop. He informed the class that vampires do not genuinely need to consume blood. Rather, they yearn for its taste. Ladies should exercise particular caution when encountering vampires, as most tend to prey on young women, he quipped. Of course, most vampires and werewolves are registered with the Ministry of Magic, but that does not imply that none slip through the cracks. When discussing werewolves, Professor Brode advised maintaining a respectful distance. Being bitten by a transformed werewolf will result in one becoming a werewolf themselves. Such individuals face ostracism from society, struggling to find respectable employment, and many turn to a life of crime. If I were to encounter a transformed werewolf, my first course of action would undoubtedly be to disapparate immediately, he warned. It is best to avoid any entanglements with a transformed werewolf, for that poses the risk of being bitten. To be bitten by a transformed werewolf means enduring a fate far worse than death, becoming a werewolf oneself. What should we do if we encounter a werewolf? Someone asked. Professor Brode replied, considering your current circumstances, it would be quite difficult to encounter a werewolf. However, should misfortune strike, self-preservation is paramount. In densely populated areas, you can use the locking charm to secure doors. As magical creatures, both wizards and muggles who transform into werewolves typically lose their sanity. Thus, lock the doors and send up red sparks to signal for help. And what if you find yourself in the wilderness or on open plains, with no place to hide? Another student queried. In such a case, I dare say you could only pray to Merlin, Professor Brode lamented. Is it not possible to subdue a transformed werewolf with a wand? Another voice chimed in. It is indeed possible. A powerful wizard can accomplish this, Professor Brode nodded. However, I would never advise you to challenge a transformed werewolf. That would be an exceedingly foolish endeavor, a path to certain doom. If bitten and not treated swiftly, one is bound to perish, and even if one survives, they must face a fate more horrific than death. Transformation into a werewolf. What if we are bitten by a non-transformed werewolf? Albert suddenly posed. That is an excellent question. Professor Brode acknowledged, nodding at Albert. Being bitten by a non-transformed werewolf will not result in full transformation, but the individual will exhibit some werewolf traits. The wounds inflicted are notoriously difficult to heal, requiring a mixture of silver powder and white hellebore for treatment. Professor Brode clapped his hands to regain the class's attention. Why not take note of these details? Remain vigilant, keep your distance from werewolves, and avoid bites. That is the best way to protect yourself. Before the class concluded, Professor Brode taught them 2 spells, how to shoot red sparks and green sparks into the sky with their wands. Red sparks typically signify danger and a call for help, while green sparks indicate a gathering, a target, or other agreed-upon meanings among individuals. As Professor Brode spoke, the students diligently noted down the information. As for the homework for defense against the dark arts, it was, of course, to practice the 2 types of sparks. A reliable professor of defense against the dark arts. Albert mused, reflecting on Professor Brode's engaging and practical approach, which diverged from the content of Dark Forces, a guide to self-defense, favoring his own experiences. I truly wish Professor Brode would teach us some practical spells. Albert heard others lament more than once, their eagerness to confront werewolves evident. They failed to grasp the professor's thoughtful intentions. Do not be too greedy. You have yet to master the O.W.L.s charm, not to mention transfiguration and the unlocking charm. Albert chided George, reminding him of their current limitations. The three of them suddenly felt deflated, realizing the vast amount of magic still left to learn. Even if Professor Broad were to teach them useful spells, mastering them in such a short time would prove exceedingly challenging, a harsh reality for the trio. Or indeed for most first years. If you wish to learn magic, I have a book titled Practical Defensive Magic and its Counteraction Against Dark Arts that I can lend you, Albert cheerfully mentioned as they turned a corner. I found the ironclad charm we learned this morning in that book. It is quite practical. Upon hearing this, the trio's eyes sparkled with anticipation, eager to begin their studies, quickly forgetting their earlier concerns. Practical Defensive Magic and its Counteraction Against Dark Arts is a comprehensive guide to defensive spells, featuring colorful animated illustrations for all counter curses and hexes. As Albert had said, it is indeed a valuable resource, albeit not inexpensive. The trio found it difficult to tear their gaze away from the book. Have you learned all of it? Both Lee Jordan and the twin brothers gazed at Albert with eager anticipation, seemingly ready to request his guidance in spellcasting. Well, to teach myself, Albert replied, slightly exasperated. Given Albert's remarkable abilities, the trio assumed they could learn additional spells from him, while self-teaching remained a daunting task. Impossible. I have hardly mastered a few myself, Albert retorted. And you too, weren't you planning to first grasp the unlocking charm? Chapter 50. The Fiery knows many individuals are reluctant to concede defeat until they experience a significant setback. Albert's roommate was evidently no exception. After scrutinizing the first volume of Practical Defensive Magic and its countermeasures against dark arts for an extended period, he could no longer resist the urge to experiment. Armor protection, Fred exclaimed, raising his wand and executing the incantation as instructed in the book, yet nothing transpired. The shield charm does not emit light, George reminded him, comparing their gestures. Come on, give it another go. Lee Jordan tossed Dark Forces, a guide to self-defense at Fred. Are you trying to kill me? Fred exclaimed, hastily dodging while glaring at Lee Jordan. Facing danger can indeed awaken your potential, and I assure you, a book cannot slay you, Lee Jordan retorted defensively. Use this. Albert irritably threw Fred's pillow to Lee Jordan, believing that Fred would struggle to succeed. Throwing a book seemed rather foolish. In truth, Albert was correct. After being struck multiple times by his own pillow, Fred temporarily abandoned the effort. Naturally, neither George nor Lee Jordan succeeded either. All right, you two should stick to practicing simpler spells, Albert remarked, unable to suppress an eye roll directed at them. What could this be called? Overreaching? Greed? Perhaps that was how Professor McGonagall viewed herself back then. However, Albert was different from the trio. He possessed a panel and an experience pool, allowing him to cheat by consuming experience points whenever he grasped a skill. Is there a quick way to learn the shield charm? Fred inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. A quick way? Perhaps the most effective method is simply to practice diligently, Albert suggested after a moment of contemplation. But how did you master these spells so swiftly? The summer break was not that long. George expressed his frustration, realizing that Albert.s magical knowledge was quite extensive, which led him to question who truly hailed from a wizarding family. I believe I can discern a reason or two, Albert mused. What reason? Fred pressed eagerly. Have you ever played a game where you level up? Albert observed the expressions on their faces. I assume you haven't. Let me rephrase. Doesn't playing chess require practice to improve? What does chess have to do with this? The twins interjected, unable to contain their skepticism. Chess not only demands talent, but also requires practice to enhance one's skills. The higher the skill, the more formidable the player, Albert stated, providing an imperfect analogy. Magic operates in a similar fashion. Casting spells necessitates talent. Are you suggesting your talent surpasses ours? Lee Jordan interrupted with a scoff. No. I mean to say that you must practice to enhance your magical prowess and control over spells, Albert explained, somewhat exasperated. Are you implying that your magical power and control are superior to ours? The twins questioned suspiciously. Yes, at least for now, Albert affirmed. As I master more spells, I find that learning new ones becomes increasingly effortless. I still recall Professor McGonagall stating that Hogwarts teaches young wizards how to control and utilize magic. Why do I feel as though you're trying to pull one over on us? Fred raised an eyebrow. I would never engage in such trickery. And I have already stated that this is merely my conjecture, Albert replied, shaking his head. He was not deceiving them. As he learned more magic, he accumulated experiences from his failures, a benefit lacking when using the experience pool to upgrade skills directly. After numerous failures, the Weasley twins had temporarily given up on mastering the shield charm and redirected their focus towards the unlocking charm. After an afternoon of practice, Fred was the first to succeed, successfully unlocking the drawer. Fantastic. How did you achieve that? George gazed at Fred with envy, as his own drawer remained stubbornly closed. See, Fred learned the unlocking charm first. I win. Albert, who had been reading nearby, winked at Lee Jordan, innocently offering him a pepper imp, saying, "Here, eat this." "A bet's a bet. What are you betting on?" Fred inquired, puzzled. "Who among you will master the unlocking charm first?" Albert replied with a smile, gesturing towards the pepper imp from the Honeyduke's candy shop. Albert was correct. A bet is a bet. George clapped his friend on the shoulder, eagerly anticipating the moment Lee Jordan consumed the candy and subsequently expelled flames from his nostrils. "This is all your fault," Lee Jordan grumbled as he unwrapped the candy and popped it into his mouth, his cheeks flushing crimson and beads of sweat forming on his brow. The next moment, how spicy as Lee Jordan opened his mouth, flames indeed erupted from his nostrils, covering George's face in an instant. "You scoundrel. You must have done that on purpose." George's expression darkened, still reeking of pepper. Cough, cough. Lee Jordan expelled more flames. However, upon witnessing George's predicament, Albert and Fred quickly distanced themselves, wary of incurring any unintended consequences. That fellow must have done it on purpose, without a doubt. Moments later, Lee, having just rinsed his mouth in the washroom, cast a resentful glance at Albert. The peppery taste still lingered, and his nostrils were red from the fiery display. "Next time, I will never bet with you again," Lee Jordan grumbled. "Next time, let us wager on Bertie Bott's every flavor beans." Albert winked, casually selecting 3 with his eyes closed. "That sounds like a splendid idea. Are you not going to continue practicing?" "Just because you succeeded once does not guarantee consistent success," Albert remarked, tossing a chocolate bean into his mouth as he resumed perusing 19th century spellbook, a tome he had already read 2/3 of. "How is your disillusionment charm coming along?" Fred diverted the conversation. "I have yet to master it. That spell is considerably more challenging than the unlocking charm," Albert noted as he glanced at his panel. Realizing he only had 35 experience points for the disillusionment charm, still needing 100 points for level 1. "Is that spell truly that difficult?" George asked, a look of skepticism on his face. "Indeed, it is quite challenging," Albert replied, rolling his eyes. "I've heard it is one of the essential spells for O.W.L.s. By the way, what exactly is an O.W.L.s? Albert, of course, understood what an O.W.L.s was, but coming from a Muggle background, he should not possess too much knowledge of the wizarding world. "Oh no. What do you mean, oh no?" Albert inquired, perplexed. "We certainly want to learn the disillusionment charm this year," the twins lamented, unable to contain their despair. "This is an essential spell for nighttime excursions." Chapter 51. On the self-cultivation of actors, must it truly be discarded here? In a corner of the second-floor corridor, the Weasley twins were engaged in hushed whispers. After their efforts yesterday, Fred had successfully mastered the unlocking charm. The following morning, the pair could hardly contain their eagerness to trouble Filch, resulting in the scene before us. "Yes, discard it here." George glanced toward the end of the corridor and nodded. "Yesterday, William from 3rd year threw a dung bomb right here. I heard from others that Filch took quite a long time to clean up the mess. All right, just remember to cover for me." Fred wore a bravado reminiscent of one facing certain doom. Spotting Filch approaching, he stealthily reached into the paper bag, retrieving a dung bomb. Just as he was about to exchange a few more words with George, he suddenly realized his twin had vanished from sight. Damn, he really slipped away quickly. Taking a deep breath, Fred let the dung bomb drop to the floor as Filch passed by. With a resounding thud, a putrid stench emanated from the ground, swiftly permeating the majority of the corridor. Filch looked down, his expression contorting into one of sheer rage. He abruptly lifted his gaze, frantically scanning the area, his eyes landing on Fred, who still held the paper bag. "You insufferable little brat. Do you have any idea how long it took me to clean up that dung bomb yesterday?" Filch's face flushed crimson, his cheeks twitching as if he might explode from indignation. He seized Fred's hand, lifting it high. Given the circumstances, Fred's hand was quite dirty, a clear indication of guilt. "The evidence is irrefutable. Come with me. This time, I will ensure you face detention." Filch gripped Fred, preparing to drag him to his office. "I should have convinced Dumbledore to revert to the old-fashioned punishments. You lot should be suspended from the ceiling for a few days or receive a good thrashing to instill some sense." As Filch led Fred away, George emerged from a different passage, watching Fred being taken by Filch. He gulped nervously, glancing down at his own paper bag, and hurriedly followed behind them. Meanwhile, Filch continued to mutter angrily, the stench of rotten eggs clinging to his shoes. Before long, Filch brought Fred to his office. Don't even think about escaping. If you attempt to run, the consequences will be even worse. Filch's expression was grim as he pointed to the chains hanging behind his desk, whispering, I occasionally oil them. You never know when they might come in handy. A good lesson is required for you little rascals, so you think twice before breaking school rules again, understand? Fred paid little mind to Filch's tirade, instead surveying the place most students avoided. He began to search for his target, the location of a drawer. Filch retrieved a roll of parchment from his desk drawer, laid it out before him, and dipped a long black quill into the ink, inquiring, the crime. Using joke props in the corridor. You are defiling the castle. The punishment. Before Filch could finish, a dung bomb was hurled into the office, filling the space with an overpowering stench of rotten eggs. Filch's face momentarily registered shock before he dropped the quill and dashed toward the door in a frenzy, attempting to catch the audacious perpetrator. Let us hope George buys some time. Once Filch rushed out, Fred boldly approached the filing cabinet, pointed his wand at a drawer marked, confiscated items, highly dangerous, and gently tapped it, uttering, Alohamara. Outside the office, Filch's footsteps grew nearer. He had caught George, yanking him by the ear into the office. Ah, another little rascal, Filch panted, gesturing toward the remnants of the dung bomb. You two will clean up the mess you've made, and I will be watching. No one is escaping this time. Now, come with me to see Professor McGonagall. A few minutes later, Filch knocked on Professor McGonagall's office door, recounting the Weasley twins' misdeeds. The expression on the Gryffindor head's face immediately soured. The previous day's incident with William had already put her in a foul mood, and now this. 20 points from Gryffindor for the Weasley brothers, along with detention. I truly do not understand what goes on in your minds. McGonagall nodded at Filch. You may arrange their detention. I will ensure they recognize their errors. A victorious smile spread across Filch's face as he led the twins out of McGonagall's office. I believe it's best to have you clean up your mischief before serving detention. After leaving McGonagall's office, Filch's eyes glinted with malice as he regarded the twins. Fred exchanged glances with George, one of them muttering, but we have classes this morning. Then I suppose you'll need to take a leave of absence. Follow me. Filch strode purposefully toward the first floor of the castle. The twins had no choice but to follow in his wake, drawing curious glances and whispers from onlookers. Fred winked at his brother, signaling that his plan had succeeded. George sighed in relief. Their escapade had not been in vain, or else they would have truly landed themselves in trouble. Indeed, when causing trouble for Filch, one must ensure not to be caught. The twins were led to a broom closet beneath a spiral staircase on the first floor of Hogwarts. Filch retrieved a bucket, mop, and broom, handing them to the twins. Well then, begin mopping the floor, he sneered, revealing a cruel smile that suggested everyone should witness what happens to troublemakers. Chapter 52. The Marauders Map. Fred, George, what are you doing here? Albert feigned surprise as he observed his roommates, bent over with their backsides in the air. Mopping the floor. Mopping, Fred replied dryly. By the way, I had no idea you two had become so diligent. Lee Jordan looked on with a smirk at the twin brothers. Cleaning up dung bombs is no easy task, especially since Filch hadn't provided them with any cleaning supplies. Mops and cloths simply wouldn't suffice. This was the consequence of carelessly tossing dung bombs down the corridor. Filch, standing nearby, admonished the onlookers. Don't think you can misbehave and escape unscathed. Don't worry, I'll excuse you from defense against the dark arts, Albert reassured the twins, patting them on the shoulder. Why do I always get the feeling you're somewhat enjoying this? Am I? Albert turned to Lee Jordan and said, not really. Who told them to throw dung bombs in the corridor and get caught by Filch? I thought they would discreetly toss them down the hall, Lee remarked, perplexed. Isn't that just asking for trouble? Albert knew the reason well. If Filch weren't present, he wouldn't mind using the scouring charm to alleviate their burden. Unfortunately, Filch was right beside them, making that impossible. Fred and George spent several hours thoroughly cleaning the remnants of dung bombs from the corridor and their office, resulting in the missing lunch. With sore backs, they managed to grab a sandwich from the kitchen and were now seated beneath a tree to eat. What did you bring? Don't say you didn't bring anything. George stuffed the sandwich into his mouth and looked at Fred, eagerly waiting for him to produce the contraband from the drawer. I got it. Look, here it is. Fred pulled an envelope from his pocket and handed it to George. What is this? George examined the aged envelope, flipping it over. It bore no return address, only 2 phrases written on it. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. Mischief managed. Quick, see what's inside. George hastily opened the envelope to reveal a large, square, and very old piece of parchment. Well, It's just a rather aged piece of parchment. However, there was nothing written on it. What is this? George looked at his brother in confusion, both sensing that the parchment concealed a secret. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been placed in Filch's confiscation drawer, labeled as highly dangerous. Perhaps it requires a password. Fred suddenly recalled the phrases on the envelope. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. Idiot, use your wand. George exclaimed as he took out his wand and pointed it at the parchment, declaring, I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. The areas where the wand had touched began to reveal ink lines, intertwining like a spider's web across the parchment, extending to every corner. It actually requires a password. Excitement was evident on the twins' faces. Indeed, the parchment held a secret. Look at this. Fred stared intently at the parchment as a line of text began to appear at the top. Suppliers of Prankster's Aids, Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs proudly present the Marauder's map. The Marauder's map? The twins chorused, astonished that this old piece of parchment was, in fact, a map. George, look. The ink dots on the parchment are moving, Fred exclaimed, eager to share his discovery with his brother. Well, of course. Otherwise, why would it be called the Marauder's map? The two huddled together, delving into the secrets of the map, soon realizing it detailed Hogwarts Castle and the locations of various secret passages along with the passwords to access them. Finally, they no longer had to worry about finding a passage and being unable to open the door. Most importantly, it even marked everyone's locations with ink dots. George, Fred, you go first, they said in unison, bursting into laughter at their simultaneous response. Then let's say it together. Nighttime adventures. They exchanged glances, once again unable to contain their laughter. From now on, during their nighttime escapades, they wouldn't have to fear being caught by Filch, even without the disillusionment charm. Yes, this is brilliant. There are so many secret passages we haven't discovered yet. Let us try another password, Fred suggested, holding his wand to the map and softly uttering. Mischief managed. The markings disappeared. George gasped. The creators certainly thought of everything. If everyone knew about this, it would become widely known. Fred pondered. It must be to prevent others from discovering the secrets of the parchment. Do you think Filch knows how to use this parchment? He knows more about the secret passages than any student. George voiced his concerns. And why did he place the parchment in the drawer? If I were him, I would carry it everywhere. Who knows? It doesn't matter. The Marauder's map is ours now. Should we tell the others? George referred to Albert and Lee Jordan. Not yet, Fred decided, shaking his head. The fewer people who know, the better. Don't forget, Albert knows about this. George suddenly remarked. He must know what we took from Filch. But if we don't say anything, he won't know about this. Fred raised an eyebrow. In truth, the twins wouldn't mind sharing the Marauder's map with others. They simply worried about loose lips causing them to lose this treasure. Don't overthink it. Come on, let us explore the other passages. They exchanged glances and left, arms slung around each other's shoulders. Who do you think the creators of the Marauder's map, Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs, were? I believe they must have been former students of Hogwarts. George mused, gently tapping the statue's head to reveal a hidden passage. Hurry, someone is coming this way, Fred warned, keeping an eye on the map. The two hurriedly slipped into the passage just as the statue returned to its original position. Where does this passage lead? George illuminated his wand, but unfortunately, his Lumos charm was still a work in progress, flickering out after a short while. The 5th floor, Fred couldn't resist mocking. And you still haven't mastered the Lumos charm? Like you have, George retorted. Chapter 53. Unscientific over here. Over here. Lee Jordan waved to the twins who had just entered the hall. You finally decided to make an appearance. Where have you been? George settled next to Lee Jordan and greeted the others. Isn't that stating the obvious? Lee Jordan rolled his eyes at the pair. It's dinner time. Where else would we be? True enough. Pass the jam, please. Thank you. Fred slathered a generous amount of jam on his toast and, taking a large bite, inquired, what did you cover in the morning's defense against the dark arts class? Fred speared a piece of potato with his fork and muttered, we only lost 20 points. History of magic cost us 10. Albert looked up at the twins and asked, where did you two run off to this afternoon? Secret. Fred and George exchanged a knowing glance and smiled mysteriously. Oh, right. There's something else. Lee Jordan seemed to recall something as he addressed the Weasley brothers. Filch asked me to inform you that your detention is tomorrow night in the trophy room. Looks like you won't be cleaning chamber pots this time. It's polishing trophies instead. After finishing his meal, Albert suddenly added, by the way, I ran into William not long ago. He seemed to have just finished washing the chamber pots at the hospital wing. Please refrain from discussing such matters during mealtime. Shauna shot Albert an annoyed glance, Complaining, that ruins everyone's appetite. Don't look at me. I haven't been there. Lee Jordan quickly shook his head. By the way, what time does the astronomy class start tonight? Starts at 9:30. Albert glanced at the schedule and replied. That late? Angelina pulled her schedule from her bag and confirmed the time. You know Hogwarts has a curfew at 11. Don't worry, we went up to the astronomy tower at noon. Fred assured her. That's splendid. Albert nodded at the twins. You two will lead the way later, and don't forget to bring the telescope. Oh, and the notes from Defense Against the Dark Arts and History of Magic. With that, Albert pulled 2 books from his backpack and placed them on the table. Let me go first. Lee Jordan reached for the books. We can each copy one subject and take turns. The twins were quicker than Lee. Compared to borrowing notes from others, Albert.s History of Magic notes were undoubtedly more reliable. You guys, I only mastered the Lumos charm. Shauna sighed in relief upon hearing everyone's progress. She had been practicing the Lumos charm for days and had barely managed to grasp it. Don't worry, Albert reassured her. Professors McGonagall and Flitwick will give us time in class. Of course, you can practice over the weekend. It's enviable that Albert doesn't even need to worry about homework, Fred exaggeratedly remarked. Albert rolled his eyes at this, thinking privately, what is there to envy? Just practice properly. And you? George asked the roommate beside him. Well, I've nearly mastered the Lumos charm. However, transfiguration is indeed quite challenging. Lee Jordan reflected on the difficulty of transfiguration with a sigh. Lee, when did you master the Lumos charm? Fred and George looked at their roommate in surprise. Weren't we all supposed to be on the same level? How did you get ahead? Last night. I was practicing the Lumos charm too, Lee Jordan replied irritably. Sure enough, transfiguration is more difficult. Elia looked up at Albert, with the others following suit. Albert was momentarily at a loss for words. Why are you all looking at me? We expect you to teach us, Fred said, draping an arm around Albert's shoulders. Any tips? There are no shortcuts. It simply requires practice, Albert said, exasperated. The points to note were mentioned by Professor McGonagall. It's just about focusing during the transformation, being swift with your wand movements, and articulating the spell correctly. Of course, mastering transfiguration requires personal effort. In truth, Albert withheld some information, unless you possess a skill set like mine. At 7 o'clock, everyone reconvened in the Great Hall, ready to practice spells together. However, they soon realized they had no matches. And it was George who eventually broke off a small twig to use as a substitute. Ahem. Technically, you could turn the twig into a match, Elia pointed out. That's a splendid idea, the others chimed in. Vera Verdo. Albert sighed, his lips twitching as he lightly tapped the twig with his wand, instantly transforming it into a match. Duplicated matches. Albert replicated several matches and distributed them to others for practice. Professor McGonagall was right. Transfiguration was indeed a challenging subject. Not a single one of them managed to successfully transform the matches before it was time to head to astronomy class. This is unscientific. Why is it so difficult? Shauna couldn't help but complain. Of course it's unscientific. After all, this is magic. Albert wanted to retort, but ultimately held his tongue. As a girl walked by, she happened to overhear their complaints and paused beside Albert, addressing everyone. Transfiguration is inherently difficult, without dedicating several days to practice. Achieving success in one go is a formidable task, especially for newcomers to magic. Good evening, Katrina. Katrina merely nodded at Albert before walking away. Let us hope our astronomy class isn't with Ravenclaw, Angelina muttered, expressing her dislike for that group. Ravenclaw has some rather peculiar personalities. And our astronomy class is also with Hufflepuff. Albert checked his pocket watch and announced to the group. All right, we should be off. Let us not be late. Chapter 54. Astronomy class. The astronomy tower stands as the tallest edifice of Hogwarts, where the astronomy lessons are conducted at its pinnacle. The height of the tower is truly astonishing, a fact that the group ascending the spiral staircase keenly experienced. As they climbed, ascending through an indeterminate number of levels, each individual felt a disorienting dizziness, and their breaths grew increasingly labored from the exertion. How many levels have we ascended? Alia gasped in inquiry. We've reached the 8th level, George replied, gesturing toward a portrait of a drunken knight beside him. Last time Fred and I were here, we witnessed this fellow tumble into a river after getting quite inebriated. It was a near-drowning experience. How can a portrait character drown? Angelina interjected, unable to restrain her skepticism. Who says they can't? Just take a look. Fred mischievously winked at the group, forming a trumpet shape with his hands and bellowing towards the drunken knight's portrait. Ah! To their astonishment, The knight in the portrait appeared startled by the shout, suddenly becoming frantic and running amok, ultimately plunging into a river depicted in a neighboring portrait. The drunken knight flailed briefly in the water before sinking, prompting a woman in the adjacent portrait to call for assistance in rescuing him. The onlookers gaped in disbelief, their mouths agape in astonishment. Soon, they had to hasten their ascent, as Fred's outburst had irked several nearby portraits, which glared disapprovingly at Albert and his companions. "We're almost there," George panted. After what felt like an eternity, they finally neared the tower's summit, relieved to have ample time remaining. Albert glanced at his pocket watch, noting that class was imminent. "By the way, if it rains tonight, will the astronomy class still proceed?" George suddenly recalled, pondering the implications of inclement weather obscuring the sky. "Who knows? I suspect we'll be assigned a mountain of homework," Angelina remarked as she pushed open the wooden door of the astronomy tower. Once night fell, the winds atop the astronomy tower howled fiercely, and the students huddled in corners, engaging in quiet conversation. The Hufflepuff students were yet to arrive, running the risk of tardiness. "They're probably lost," George said with a hint of schadenfreude, secretly hoping Professor Sinistra would penalize the Hufflepuff students. However, George's hopes were dashed as Cedric and the other Hufflepuff students arrived just in time for class. "This place is truly difficult to find. We almost arrived late." Cedric Diggory panted, smiling as he greeted his peers. "All right, gather round. Class is about to commence," Professor Sinistra called, beckoning the newcomers toward her, beside which lay an object covered with a canvas. "I understand that many of you are unfamiliar with astronomical knowledge. Astronomy is here to enlighten you," she said, pulling away the canvas to reveal a beautifully crafted model of the solar system encased in a glass dome. "This is the solar system, our home," Professor Sinistra explained, pointing to Earth. "This term, you will learn how to utilize telescopes to observe the night sky and identify the positions of the 9 planets above us." Students from wizarding families appeared somewhat bewildered by celestial concepts, and Albert wondered if they even knew that their planet was called Earth. Professor Sinistra, wielding her wand, indicated the moving celestial bodies, providing a brief introduction to their movements and fundamental astronomical knowledge, while instructing them on how to create star charts, marking the names and positions of the 9 planets. For Albert, this knowledge was rather elementary. However, for others, memorizing such information in a short span proved to be a daunting task. "No, that position is Mars, not Jupiter," Albert corrected Fred with a hint of exasperation, while George fared little better. After completing their solar system charts, Professor Sinistra began teaching them how to locate the necessary planetary positions in the sky above. The wizarding telescopes were surprisingly effective, likely due to the influence of magic, offering a clearer view than ordinary Muggle telescopes. "Have you found Mars yet?" Shauna squinted one eye and peered through Albert's telescope. They were utterly clueless as to which celestial body was Mars, and for a novice unacquainted with telescopes, adjusting the focus itself consumed considerable time. "I haven't found it," Albert admitted, equally frustrated. He had already gazed in the direction indicated by Professor Sinistra. Yet locating Mars amidst the vast sea of stars proved challenging. Professor Sinistra roamed about, occasionally glancing at students' telescopes, correcting their mistakes. Is it truly possible to traverse the cosmos relying solely on magic? A peculiar thought blossomed in Albert's mind. Surely, it must be impossible. After all, the number of wizards in the Harry Potter universe is exceedingly scarce, which inherently limits the number of prodigies. Perhaps the Ministry of Magic's Department of Mysteries conducts research in this realm, but that remains mere speculation. Shaking off these thoughts, Albert refocused on the telescope, beginning to admire the myriad stars scattered across the heavens. Had he ever truly witnessed such a breathtaking spectacle before? "I'm a little hungry. I think I'll head to the kitchen for a snack," Albert remarked, checking his watch. "There are still over 20 minutes left. That should be ample time." "You three." Lee Jordan seated, watching the departing figures of his friends, his body trembling with frustration. "You three. Scoundrels. Wait for me. Don't leave me behind." Chapter 55. Normal phenomena. As the four departed from the kitchen, their bellies were already satiated with cream cake and milk tea, while their robes concealed the delightful egg custard biscuits and pastries bestowed upon them by the house elf. Upon passing through the foyer, they found themselves under the watchful gaze of the caretaker's cat. Hardly had Madame Loris scurried away when Filch appeared before them. For reasons unknown, Fred and George felt an inexplicable sense of guilt as Filch approached. Fred, unable to resist, slipped his hand into the right pocket of his robe, where they had stashed the stolen Marauder's map from the caretaker's office. "You too." Filch called out to the Weasley brothers, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Detention tomorrow night at 7. Your task will be to polish all the trophies in the trophy room. I hope this lesson instills in you a sense of house pride, especially since Gryffindor has once again fallen to last place. The four stood in silence, listening intently as Filch continued. Of course, one of them had a pie lodged in his mouth, which seemed to dampen the mood. What a bothersome old codger, George muttered, making an obscene gesture at Filch's retreating figure. I recall you were supposed to teach us the Scourgify charm, Fred remarked, glancing at Albert and winking. There's no time. You simply cannot master the Scourgify charm in a single day, Albert replied, checking his pocket watch before heading towards the moving staircase. Fear not. You shall only be polishing the trophies, which is far preferable to washing chamber pots, right? Just think of that unfortunate William. Besides, there are two of you. And you'll finish in no time, Lee Jordan consoled George, though his tone was tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. Get lost, you insidious git. Fred shot back at Lee. Then turned to Albert. Could you use the Scourgify charm to help us with? The Transfiguration Club, Albert interrupted suddenly. What? Fred was momentarily taken aback. He meant that the Transfiguration Club met tomorrow night at precisely 7 as well. Lee Jordan wrapped an arm around Fred's shoulder, comforting him. So, give up the futile struggle. As they conversed, the four ascended the moving staircase to the 3rd floor, navigating through several secret passages, eventually arriving on the 8th floor of the castle. Just as they rounded a corner, they nearly collided with Professor Baddock, the Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor. Good evening, Professor Baddock, Albert greeted first. Professor Baddock actually knows you, Fred exclaimed in surprise after the professor departed. Given Professor Baddock's age, it was remarkable that he could remember Albert after only a few encounters. I'm not entirely sure, Albert mused, casting a suspicious glance towards the room of requirement-s location, as he thought he had noticed a slight change in the wall. Moreover, Professor Baddock's gaze had seemed rather peculiar, as if he were scrutinizing something. Lee Jordan's suspicion was not unfounded. After all, many of the tapestries at Hogwarts concealed hidden passageways. In fact, Lee's conjecture was accurate. That very tapestry indeed harbored a secret, but not behind it. Rather, the room of requirement was concealed within the wall opposite the tapestry. However, most students remained oblivious to its existence. Upon reaching the portrait of the fat lady at the end of the 8th floor corridor, they were astonished to find her softly humming a tune. Password, George uttered. The fat lady did not open the door, but continued to hum, seemingly intending for the four to be her free audience. Password, Fred reiterated. The fat lady glared at them in displeasure, clearly irritated by the interruption, yet reluctantly opened the entrance to the common room. I dare say she possesses no talent for singing, Albert remarked as he entered the common room, unable to suppress his critique. Inside, a few students were scattered about, diligently completing their assignments. Where have you all been? Charlie, clad in his pajamas, approached them. We have Quidditch practice tomorrow afternoon. You may join us at the pitch after 6:30 for a half-hour of extra training. Sorry, Charlie, but we probably can't make it. George replied with an air of resignation. Why not? We have detention with Filch. Fred lamented dramatically. And you? Charlie inquired, glancing at Lee Jordan, who sighed and responded. Never mind. Come practice with us next time. If you wish to officially join the Quidditch team next year, you must seize every opportunity to practice, thus gaining an advantage over others. Not long after Charlie departed, Percy arrived, having just completed his homework. Don't lecture us, Percy. We've already heard it from Charlie. George retorted irritably. We're off, Albert called to Lee Jordan as they made their way towards the staircase. Don't provoke Filch. It won't do you any good. Percy glared at Fred and George. You've already caused our scores to plummet to last place. If you continue this mischief and roam the castle during curfew, I shall write to Mother. George mimicked Percy's tone mockingly. From what I gather, Gryffindor hasn't won the House Cup in years. As if it's entirely our fault. It's hardly surprising that Gryffindor hasn't claimed the House Cup, Albert stated earnestly. Wow, you think so too? George grinned at Albert, his expression one of camaraderie. Don't look at me like that. It's simply the truth. Albert rolled his eyes. Unless we manage to win 3 Quidditch matches, the House Cup remains a distant dream. You're quite right. George nodded in agreement. Percy must know this too. He merely seeks a pretext to chastise us. Fred scoffed dismissively. Albert's gaze fell upon a newly appeared quest prompt, the glory of Gryffindor. Gryffindor House has been without the House Cup for 5 years. It is time to demonstrate your true potential and aid Gryffindor in securing a House Cup victory. Reward, 1 skill point. Upon reading the quest, Albert's lips curled into a wry smile. Was this truly a task meant for others to accomplish? It seemed there was no time constraint. Albert could undoubtedly wait until the arrival of the savior, Potter, to coast through. What a splendid idea. Chapter 56. 2 feet initially, Fred and George, who were determined to make a final desperate attempt, ultimately failed to master the vanishing spell in a single night. Of course, they were further discouraged by Albert's remark, Filch might not even allow you to use magic. The following day, during Charms class, Professor Flitwick assessed everyone's progress. In stark contrast to the Gryffindor students, only a handful of Hufflepuff students had successfully learned the Lumos charm. The extinguishing charm serves not only to extinguish the light from a wand, but can also snuff out ordinary light sources. Professor Flitwick pointed to a candle on the table, gently tapped it with his wand, and uttered knocks. The flame was extinguished as if someone had snuffed it out with their fingers. As you can see, the incantation for the extinguishing charm is Nox, which is equally effective in extinguishing blazing flames. A faint glow flickered. After reciting the spell, the tip of Flitwick's wand emitted a pale light, Nox. Once again, after reciting the incantation, the light from his wand vanished. After completing his lecture on the extinguishing charm, Professor Flitwick allocated the remaining time for practice. Flickering glow, Nox. After several attempts, Albert succeeded. To further validate the spell's effectiveness, he transformed himself into a candle, lit it, and began to extinguish its flame. I succeeded too, Lee Jordan exclaimed, feeling quite pleased. After attempting numerous times, he managed to extinguish the light from his wand. Then followed Albert's example to snuff out the candle's flame. According to Professor Flitwick's description, extinguishing a roaring fire was more challenging than extinguishing the light from a wand. Frustrated, Fred continued to struggle with the Lumos charm, as did several other students in the class. In the end, only 3 students successfully extinguished the light from their wands, including Hufflepuff's Diggory. Before the end of Charms class, Professor Flitwick assigned new homework to write a report on the Lumos and Nox charms, requiring at least 2 feet in length, due the following Monday before class. George muttered under his breath, 2 feet long? Professor Flitwick must be out of his mind. For young wizards who had hardly ever written a paper, let alone used a quill, composing a 2-foot-long parchment was a daunting challenge. Even finding enough words to fill such a length was no easy feat in truth. The assignment was quite simple. Albert glanced at George with a look of mild incredulity. You just need to copy the origins of the Lumos and Nox spells, then write about the issues you encountered while learning the Lumos charm, and find some relevant knowledge in the library to copy down. Finally, write a brief summary, and it will be about 2 feet long. Albert was well aware that Professor Flitwick did not expect the first assignment from the first years to be of exceptional quality. Essentially, this paper was designed to enhance their understanding of the Lumos and Nox spells, deepening their comprehension and application of the charms. In his previous life, Albert had written numerous similar papers during his university days. Although it had been quite some time, he still retained some understanding of the task. Is it really that simple? Lee Jordan asked incredulously, eyes wide with disbelief. That simple? Elias shot him a reproachful glare, retorting, once you start writing, you'll find it's not so simple. Nevertheless, thanks to Albert, she now had an idea of what to write on that 2-foot-long parchment. As they discussed their charms homework, an unexpected voice interjected. Are you sure what he said is correct? A Hufflepuff student asked, sounding dubious. It at least sounds much more credible, doesn't it? Fred and George exchanged glances before approaching the Hufflepuff student, each wrapping an arm around him, saying, perhaps, Albert has received a little hint from Professor Flitwick. Let go of me. The Hufflepuff student struggled to break free, but was firmly held by the Weasley twins. Oh, all right, don't be anxious. Fred released him, giving his shoulder a light pat, watching as the boy hastily retreated to the Hufflepuff group, unable to suppress a triumphant grin. Stop messing around, Diggory warned, glaring at the twins. We haven't done anything, Diggory. We simply engaged in a little friendly exchange, the twins replied, each draping an arm over the other's shoulder. Right? We did nothing. Who knows why he suddenly became so nervous? Okay, let go of me, Diggory replied, exasperation evident on his face. He knew the twins meant no harm with their friendly approach, but others might not see it that way. He looks terrified of you. Lee Jordan couldn't help but comment. Don't be ridiculous. We didn't scare him. Be careful, or we'll sue you for slander, Fred and George replied, feigning innocence. In truth, they had genuinely done nothing. Albert found their antics amusing and felt an urge to laugh. However, he believed the twins were not entirely in the wrong. After all, they had done nothing but misinterpretations on the part of the other. I'm not entirely sure, Fred pondered. I heard that the Gryffindor first years will be informed on Thursday afternoon when they attend flying class, as it will be posted on the notice board in the common room. He continued, Charlie is currently recruiting reserve players. If you enjoy Quidditch, you might want to give it a shot. Reserve players have the opportunity to handle the broomsticks. But becoming a regular player requires effort. When? Angelina's eyes lit up with interest. George replied without hesitation, this afternoon. You can go to the Quidditch pitch and have a chat with Charlie. You can't be serious about wanting to join the Quidditch team, Elia exclaimed, staring at her roommate in astonishment. Well, I want to give it a try. However, disappointment was inevitable. Even if Professor McGonagall did not assign them homework, they still had to continue practicing transfiguration. Nevertheless, Professor McGonagall stated that she would check their progress in turning matches into needles next week. If they still couldn't transform the matches, it seemed someone might truly be in trouble. Chapter 57. Your chair is quite nice on the 6th floor, in classroom 21. Albert meandered through the corridors of Hogwarts Castle, clutching the parchment Professor McGonagall had provided him, searching for the classroom designated for the Transfiguration Club. Thus far, he had nearly traversed the entirety of the 6th floor's corridors, yet the elusive classroom 21 remained unfound. In fact, it seemed that classroom 21 did not exist at all. To confirm this, Albert even consulted the portraits on the 6th floor, but none spoke of such a classroom. Had he been deceived? This seemed highly improbable. For Professor McGonagall would not engage in such trivial antics. There remained only one possibility, the parchment's final note. Remember Gamp's fundamental laws of transfiguration. The entrance to classroom 21 must be concealed somewhere on the 6th floor, and recalling Gamp's laws was the key to discovering it. However, despite his explorations, Albert could not find a single painting, statue, or tapestry related to Gamp's laws. The only connection he could muster was the portrait before him. Wizards could not conjure delectable fare from thin air, yet the wizard in the painting seemed to do just that. Albert shifted the portrait aside, but behind it lay no hidden passage. Now, he could only wait, either for Professor McGonagall to send someone to escort him in, or abandon his desire to join the Transfiguration Club, with the former option appearing far more likely. Are you the new member Professor McGonagall mentioned? A few minutes later, a red-haired girl approached, scrutinizing Albert before uttering the expected words. Professor McGonagall thought you might get lost, so she sent me to guide you. I can't find classroom 21. Nor have I seen anything related to remembering Gamp's fundamental laws of transfiguration. Albert shrugged in resignation. Did you not find it already? The red-haired girl pointed to the portrait behind Albert. Magic cannot create delicious food out of thin air. I assumed it was food conjured by magic, Albert replied, observing the witch in the painting who was conjuring an extravagant feast with her wand. The pressing question remained. Where was the entrance to classroom 21? You make a valid point. The red-haired girl turned to the witch in the painting. We need to enter classroom 21. The witch nodded in acknowledgement, and the portrait suddenly shifted aside, revealing a half-height opening in the wall. Go on in, the red-haired girl instructed. To enter classroom 21, you must inform that witch. Only then will she grant you access. It was somewhat reminiscent of the fat lady, except without the need for various passwords, Albert mused. He stepped through the opening, finding himself in a staircase that ascended. After a short while, he arrived at a wooden door adorned with a brass plaque reading Classroom 21. However, upon entering, he discovered that it was not a classroom at all, but rather an office. Albert surveyed the room, which housed 12 sofas of various styles. It was said to have once belonged to a professor, but after being vacated, Professor McGonagall repurposed it for the activities of the Transfiguration Club. The red-haired girl explained casually as she entered behind him. By the way, Albert felt a peculiar familiarity with the girl behind him. Wasn't the original club composed of just 10 members? 11, the red-haired girl replied with a smile. There is no seat for you. You must conjure your own chair. It's the club's rule. That sounds fair enough, Albert muttered, retrieving the parchment from his pocket. He pointed his wand at it and uttered, Vera Verdo. The parchment began to expand, and soon a simple wooden chair appeared before him. He placed the chair on the ground, contemplated for a moment, then pulled out a piece of candy, consumed it, and placed the wrapper on the chair, performing a second transformation. The wrapper morphed into a soft cushion, which Albert pressed down upon, feeling quite satisfied. I can finally understand why Professor McGonagall invited you to join the club, the red-haired girl said. I am Isabel McDougal. Albert Anderson. He introduced himself in return, pondering for a moment before inquiring, if I may be so bold, is Katrina McDougal my sister? She is in the same year as you, Isabel replied. No wonder I felt you both resembled each other. Good evening, Isabel. A senior boy entered the classroom, casting a curious glance at Albert and his chair. Hello, I heard the club has a new member. It's you, right? By the way, your chair is quite nice. Thank you. I dare say you weren't as skilled at conjuring chairs in your first year. Another lazy voice chimed in as the members of the Transfiguration Club gradually gathered. Their first order of business being to marvel at Albert's age, followed by admiring his chair and remarking upon its quality. Sit over here. A senior girl beckoned to Albert. You are from Gryffindor, right? So am I, and these two fellows beside me are as well. They both smiled warmly at Albert and made room for him. Albert took his chair and occupied the newly available spot, ready to engage in conversation, when Professor McGonagall entered. Upon entering, her first action was to appraise Albert's chair. Echoing the sentiment, your chair is quite nice. Could this be a form of acknowledgement of his transformation skills? Our topic today is the article regarding the most promising newcomer award in today's Transfiguration. Professor McGonagall handed a copy of today's Transfiguration to Albert. I suggest you spend a few galleons to subscribe to this magazine. I will, Albert replied, noting that Professor McGonagall occasionally assisted with editing submissions for today's Transfiguration. A senior beside him whispered, First, let us congratulate Mr. Selwyn on receiving the most promising newcomer award from today's Transfiguration, Professor McGonagall announced, raising her hands to applaud. Everyone stood, clapping for a somewhat frail boy seated 2 tables away from Isabel. Secondly, we welcome a new member, Mr. Albert Anderson. As you can see, Mr. Anderson's talent is indeed remarkable. Thus, I have made an exception to allow him to join the club early. Applause erupted once more, though a particularly quiet voice could be heard from one direction, likely a Slytherin student. After all, Albert was well aware of the mutual disdain between Gryffindor and Slytherin. All right, open the magazine. Our subject is animagi. Albert's expression turned to one of dismay as he suddenly realized he could barely comprehend the content within. Chapter 58. Wish fulfilled. Fortunately, I have elevated my transfiguration theory to level 2. Otherwise, I would have been utterly bewildered. As Albert listened to Professor McGonagall's explanation, he felt a deep sense of reflection. Selwyn, hailing from Ravenclaw, did not possess the mastery of animagus transformation that Professor McGonagall exhibited. However, his supplementary insights on the theory of human transformation earned him the title of the most promising newcomer in today's Transfiguration. It is worth noting that creating the potions required for becoming an animagus is an exceedingly complex process, often taking years to succeed if fortune does not favor one. Could all of this be attributed to the protagonist's halo? While Albert pondered this conundrum, a task notification popped up on his task panel. Animagus, you have inadvertently encountered a highly advanced transfiguration magic. Mastering Animagus will elevate your transfiguration skills. Complete the ritual to become an Animagus. Reward, Animagus skill, level 1, 10,000 experience points. Seeing the sudden task, Albert couldn't help but swallow hard. The reward for a task often reflects its difficulty, and this challenge seemed not too formidable. What are you thinking about? Field interrupted Albert's contemplation. The girl from Gryffindor was curiously observing the boy beside her, seemingly eager to discern how much he truly understood. After all, he was merely a freshman, and encountering such matters should leave him perplexed. Yet Albert was deep in thought, indicating that he could comprehend some aspects. It's quite difficult. The theory of human transformation is still somewhat beyond my current grasp, Albert mused before expressing his thoughts. A couple of days ago, I stumbled upon some knowledge related to human transformation in the library. I believe Animagus is an advanced skill that enables one to transform into an animal through magic, but it appears that my initial perception of Animagus was somewhat misguided. He could only conclude that the upperclassmen invited by Professor McGonagall were indeed proficient in human transformation. Field. Albert inquired curiously, have you ever considered becoming an Animagus? Not at all. Becoming an Animagus is incredibly challenging, Field replied, shaking her head. However, I believe with your talent, you might have a chance to succeed. Ahem. Professor McGonagall had appeared beside them unannounced, clearing her throat to remind them, I must caution you. Becoming an Animagus is not as simple as you might think. You may wish to explore it further, but... Her tone shifted as she fixed a stern gaze on Albert, warning, I need to advise all of you never to recklessly attempt it, especially in isolation. Such actions could plunge you into grave peril. Some wizards who endeavored to become animagi ultimately failed, transforming into grotesque half-beast forms and suffering a tragic end. Perhaps this was merely Professor McGonagall attempting to instill fear, or perhaps it held a kernel of truth. Yet Albert felt no trepidation. He was fully capable of becoming an animagus, for he had a panel that allowed him to cheat. Failure in transformation? As long as he could elevate his animagus skill level, that was out of the question. To this end, Professor McGonagall had distributed small mice to the students, intended for practicing the vanishing spell. The incantation for the vanishing spell is Evanesco. This spell does not cause objects to disappear, but rather transfers them away, effectively making them vanish from the caster's view. It bears a resemblance to the Scourgify spell, albeit Albert perceived it as a rudimentary version of the vanishing spell. A very basic one, which is why he could master the Scourgify spell. Admittedly, Albert acknowledged that his proficiency with the Scourgify spell was indeed related to his panel. Instead of granting Albert a mouse, Professor McGonagall lent him a book titled Intermediate Transfiguration, which contained information about summoning spells. Incidentally, the book belonged to Minerva McGonagall herself. Upon opening the first page, Albert discovered her name inscribed therein. Was he to thank Professor McGonagall for lending him her book? Nonetheless, a tome authored by a distinguished transfiguration professor holds considerable value, akin to the Advanced Potions book that Harry Potter received from the Half-Blood Prince. The summoning spell proved to be more challenging than Albert had anticipated. To successfully cast it, one requires a substantial amount of magical power, which is nearly impossible for a freshman. However, Albert did not yield. During the subsequent practice sessions, he diligently pondered the summoning spell. Thankfully, having elevated his transfiguration theory to level 2, he could decipher the book's content. Indeed, Albert discreetly glanced at his skill panel, and the summoning spell had appeared. Focusing intently, he raised his wand and murmured, "Chrysanthemum bloom." At last, the tip of his wand responded. Albert reached out to examine what he had conjured. Was this a branch of a flower? His face twitched slightly, yet he reassured himself that he had at least succeeded in summoning something related to chrysanthemums. What did you just say? Field's attention was captivated by the object in Albert's hand. In her distraction, her wand accidentally tapped the leg of the round table, causing one leg to vanish instantly. Sorry, Professor McGonagall. Field quickly apologized, though her gaze remained fixated on the tender branch in Albert's hand. After Professor McGonagall had moved away, she eagerly took a closer look, exclaiming, "You truly astonish me. Perhaps it won't be long before you can summon the flowers you desire." "I will succeed," Albert nodded affirmatively. However, by the time the Transfiguration Club concluded, he had yet to successfully summon a bouquet of blooming chrysanthemums. Chapter 59. The nose-biting teacup. As Albert lit the candle on the table, he carried the teapot towards the lounge, intending to brew himself a cup of milk tea as a well-deserved treat. The evening's Transfiguration Club meeting had significantly taxed his mental faculties. In the Gryffindor common room, there were always 2 large teapots available, with house elves providing warm water during the winter months. Should students wish to brew tea, they could boil it themselves over the fireplace. Of course, older students could simply wave their wands to magically heat the water in the teapot. Where are the cups? Albert mused, scanning the surroundings until his gaze landed on the teacups atop a cabinet. He fetched one, washed it thoroughly, added some milk tea powder and a sugar cube, then poured in boiling water, stirring it leisurely with a spoon. It felt delightful. However, just as he was about to lift the teacup to his lips, his hand paused. With a hint of suspicion, he examined the cup closely. After witnessing the infamous nose-biting teacup at Zoko's joke shop, he felt it prudent to be cautious while drinking tea, especially with 3 mischievous individuals residing in the dormitory who might set a trap for him. "Perhaps I should conjure my own teacup," Albert muttered to himself. He set the cup down and waved his wand at a chocolate frog, transforming it into a teacup. Magic was indeed quite convenient. Albert brewed another cup of milk tea, lifted it to his lips, and murmured, "Delicious. It would be even better with some biscuits." After finishing his cup of tea, Albert retrieved his potions and elixirs textbook from his drawer, recalling that Snape intended to make things difficult for him in class. Before long, Fred and George entered the dormitory, their clothes reeking of cleaning supplies, dragging their feet wearily. "My arm muscles are completely stiff," Fred groaned. "Well done," Albert chuckled. "Would you care for some milk tea? You all started drinking without me?" George exclaimed, "Look what I brought for you." Lee Jordan distributed some pies he had fetched from the kitchen, casually inquiring, "How was the Transfiguration Club?" "Not bad. Everyone's transfiguration skills are quite impressive." Professor McGonagall was lecturing on human transfiguration, and I was utterly bewildered. Later, She had me practice summoning charms. You've mastered summoning charms? The three exclaimed in astonishment. Chrysanthemums in full bloom, Albert whispered, but instead of flowers blossoming from his wand, a flurry of petals fell to the ground. That's all for now, he declared, pointing his wand at the scattered petals. Clean up, I dare say. This must be quite challenging, Fred remarked. Indeed, it's fifth-year material. It will take some effort to master, Albert replied. Impressive. Ugh, I'm almost exhausted, Fred lamented. Biting into a pie and complaining, Filch is truly unbearable. Are there any other teacups in the dormitory? Let me have one. Just as Albert prepared to conjure another teacup, he suddenly heard George ask, whose milk tea is this? If no one claims it, I'll have it. Wait, that's the nose-biting teacup, Lee Jordan exclaimed. But before he could finish, George let out a horrified scream. As George attempted to drink from the teacup, it suddenly clamped down on his nose, splattering milk tea all over him. What on earth is this? George exclaimed as he yanked the cup from his nose, only for it to snap at his fingers. Zoko's nose-biting teacup. Fred pointed and burst into laughter, but he nearly choked on the pie he had just bitten into. Shut up, Fred. George slammed the teacup onto the table, his nose reddened from the bite, his expression twisted with anger. Cough, that nearly choked me. Fred gulped down water Albert had handed him, swallowing his pie. Don't think you can escape, Lee Jordan. This was definitely your doing, right? You scoundrel, don't run. You drank from it yourself. I distinctly told you not to use that cup. Lee Jordan laughed while fleeing. It was impossible not to chuckle at George's bright red nose, swollen from the bite, and he added, I clearly left the teacup on my cabinet. I have no idea who took it. It was me. I just needed a cup for my milk tea. I thought it might be the nose-biting cup, so I hesitated to use it, Albert admitted, glancing at the now-quiet cup. See, Albert noticed the teacup was off. Why didn't you notice? Stop chasing. Regardless, I'm so mad. Just let me land one punch, just one. Not a chance. Very well, everyone is exceptional in their own right. Albert briefly recounted the events of the Transfiguration Club. There are only 12 members. I dare say those favored by Professor McGonagall are all exceptionally talented, Fred remarked, especially since I heard someone won the most promising newcomer award in today's Transfiguration. By the way, I went to the Quidditch pitch with someone named Angelina. What was her last name? Lee Jordan suddenly chimed in. Angelina, Albert replied. She flies remarkably well. Isn't that splendid? Albert responded without hesitation. Splendid indeed. The three widened their eyes, staring at Albert in unison. What will you do? I heard there will be a seeker graduating next year, Lee Jordan frowned. You must understand, Albert said calmly, setting down his teacup. If all the members of our dormitory join the Quidditch team, how would others perceive it? However, joining the Quidditch team is based on skill. George interjected, furrowing his brow. Even if it is based on skill, others will still gossip. Worse yet, if Quidditch performance falters, Charlie will bear the brunt of the blame. Albert explained to the three. That's just how people are. If the situation were reversed, you would undoubtedly feel the same way. He raised his hand to silence them and continued. Moreover, I fear I won't have much time to participate in Quidditch practice. Chapter 60. Potions Class Friday was a pivotal day for Albert. The trajectory of the moving staircases and certain corridors within the castle would undergo transformation today. To avoid losing their way to the dining hall, they decided to accompany other upperclassmen. What classes do we have this morning? Asked Lee Jordan, as he added 2 sugar cubes to his milk cereal, glancing at George beside him. I believe the potions professor is Snape, George suddenly interjected. Snape? Oh. Is he the one Albert wanted to photograph last time? Lee recalled. By the way, you're okay about that incident, right? What incident? Albert queried, looking puzzled at Lee. Didn't Snape say he would be questioning you? Fred reminded. Oh, you mean that? It should be fine, Albert replied. He had even perused his books last night, remembering most of the content well enough to feel assured, provided the questions weren't overly tricky. I recall that Snape is the head of Slytherin House. Indeed. George leaned in closer, whispering. Everyone says he only favors his own students and never gives points to those from outside Slytherin. Be careful, he is watching you. Albert said quietly. How can you make such serious jokes? Angelina, weary, sat beside them, shaking her head at the laughing group. Today has been utterly dreadful. I got lost and nearly couldn't find the dining hall. Albert turned to Angelina and said, I heard you've become a reserve player for Quidditch. Congratulations. Thank you. Angelina replied, casting a doubtful glance at Albert. She had learned from Lee Jordan about Albert and knew that Charlie intended to recruit him for the Quidditch team. However, it seemed that Albert wasn't particularly concerned about his position, which might very well be taken by her. Don't forget to bring the materials needed for potions class. And we should also avoid being late. We don't want to give Snape any reason to trouble us, Albert said, finishing his breakfast and retrieving another book. 1,000 Magical Herbs and Fungi, from his backpack, to peruse. The potions classroom was located in a certain basement beneath the castle. They entered through another door in the entrance hall and descended the stairs, arriving in a space that felt much colder than the main castle above. Upon entering the classroom, they discovered that Slytherin students had already arrived. The potions classroom was not large, but it could accommodate over 20 students. The walls were lined with various glass jars containing preserved animal specimens, which would likely unsettle those with weak constitutions, resembling the bodies submerged in formaldehyde from a biology class. Sitting beside Lee, Albert surveyed the glass jars, unable to resist making a remark. While he surveyed the classroom, he noticed the storage cabinet in the corner, likely containing various ingredients students would need for potion making, or perhaps the advanced potion-making book belonging to the Half-Blood Prince. At the podium, Snape gazed down at the entering students, his back to a blackboard filled with ingredients and preparation methods for a potion to treat scabies. Albert made eye contact with Snape, offering a polite smile before averting his gaze, feeling uncomfortable under the scrutiny of those cold, hollow black eyes. Soon, the bell for class rang. The art of potion making was a precise and rigorous craft. Many would not believe it to be a form of magic. Snape's voice was frigid, akin to the biting wind of winter. His impassive face, combined with his emotionless tone, deterred any mischief from the students in the classroom. Every year, I encounter a few imbeciles who burn through their cauldrons. Snape surveyed the students with a disdainful look. I do not expect you to truly appreciate the beauty of potions. I merely hope that those imbeciles are not among you. After Snape delivered his opening remarks, the classroom fell into a profound silence. Anderson, Snape suddenly called out, if I add daffodil root powder to wormwood infusion, what will I obtain? A potent sleeping draught known as the draught of living death, Albert answered. If I were to ask you to fetch me a piece of bezoar, where would you find it? Snape strode over to Albert, exerting an invisible pressure. A bezoar is a stone extracted from the stomach of a goat, possessing strong antidotal properties, Albert replied expressionlessly. And what is the difference between aconite and wolf's bane? Aconite and wolf's bane refer to the same plant, commonly known as aconite, Albert answered. An unoriginal recitation from the book, Snape remarked scornfully, but essentially correct. Albert returned to his seat, realizing he had successfully navigated Snape's interrogation. Lee Jordan quietly gave him a thumbs up, while Fred and George struggled to suppress their laughter. In truth, they had all anticipated Snape's questions, which posed no challenge to Albert. The classroom soon filled with the rustling sounds of quills and parchment. It was evident to the astute observer that Snape was intentionally seeking to trouble Albert. Snape glared discontentedly at Sana, coldly stating, "No talking during class. Gryffindor loses a point." In reality, it was not only Sana who had spoken. The Gryffindor students were fully aware that the potions professor was targeting their house. It was said that Snape only favored his own students, and it appeared that this was no mere rumor. As for the points, Albert was indifferent. He was secretly scrutinizing the potions professor, mentally aligning him with the severest Snape he remembered, gaunt, with a hooked nose, darkly brooding, and greasy hair. Well, perhaps his hair has just been washed. To sum it up in Tom's words, Snape certainly did not appear to be a kind-hearted individual. Chapter 61. The potion for treating scabies. The potion-making class continued, with Severus Snape guiding the students in the preparation of a potion to treat scabies. After elucidating the method for concocting this potion, he divided the entire class into pairs, prompting them to commence their own preparations. Naturally, Albert was paired with Lee Jordan, as they shared the same desk. Let us review the steps a few times before we begin, to avoid any errors in the process, Albert advised. As long as we adhere to the procedure, the final product should not deviate significantly from the book. The most perilous aspect of potion making is the haphazard addition of ingredients and reckless stirring. Albert opened magical potions and elixirs, committing the potion-s recipe to memory, completely oblivious to Snape, who had glided past him in his black cloak. Once Snape had moved on, Albert retrieved the necessary ingredients from his potion kit, several snake fangs, a pongo onion, some neatly bound dry nettles, a jar of horned slugs, and a few porcupine quills. You will be responsible for boiling the horned slugs. This requires at least 33 to 45 minutes, Albert instructed as he handed his tweezers to Lee Jordan. All right, leave it to me, Lee replied without hesitation, taking the tweezers and extracting the repulsive horned slugs from the jar. Remember to wash them thoroughly, and be cautious not to overfill the cauldron, Albert added. He then began to grind the snake fangs in a mortar, as the book required them to be pulverized into a fine powder, a taxing endeavor. In comparison to Albert's adeptness, the other students struggled somewhat, which may be attributed to Albert's potion-making skill being at level 1. Snape continued to circulate the classroom, observing students weighing out dry nettles and grinding snake fangs, with nearly all receiving critiques, save for Albert and George. After all, Snape found little to criticize, aside from their pace being slightly slower than their peers. Next came the weighing of the dry nettles. Albert watched Snape's retreating figure and softly reminded, "Be mindful of the weight, do not miscalculate." "Okay," Lee replied cheerfully, relieved that Snape had not troubled them. Meanwhile, Albert painstakingly sliced the pongo onion into thin pieces. Half an hour later, Lee spoke up. "The horned slugs are thoroughly boiled." Albert immediately approached, prodding the slugs with a glass rod to confirm their complete dissolution before discarding the water from the cauldron, leaving only the boiled horned slugs behind. With the ingredients prepared, it was time to concoct the potion for scabies. First, he added the powdered snake fangs to the cauldron, stirring slowly to ensure complete amalgamation with the water. As the potion gradually transformed into a deep blue hue. "Is it deep blue?" Lee leaned in, eager to glimpse the potion's color. "Indeed, it is deep blue." Albert deftly added the sliced pongo onion and continued heating for about 10 seconds, watching as the potion, as described in the book, transitioned from deep blue to red. Once the color stabilized, he slowly sprinkled in the dry nettles, stirring the potion until it took on a rosy hue. Next, he added a small spoonful of flobberworm slime, continuing to stir as the potion turned green. Albert murmured the steps to himself as he worked. The subsequent step involved adding a generous spoonful of the boiled horned slugs, stirring until the potion became a bluish green. After completing that step, Albert removed the cauldron from the heat. If he did not do so before adding the porcupine quills, it would result in a potion failure, a caution Snape had particularly emphasized. Albert accepted the 2 porcupine quills from Lee and gently placed them into the cauldron, stirring clockwise 3 times to transform the bluish-green potion into a pure blue. Finally, he waved his wand above the cauldron to complete the potion. "Did we succeed?" Lee asked anxiously. "What do you think?" Albert scooped a spoonful of the potion into a crystal vial and handed it to Lee for inspection. "We succeeded," Lee exclaimed, thrilled to see the potion's color match the description in magical potions and elixirs. "Yes, we succeeded, which is no small feat," Albert remarked as he extinguished the flame. However, he still harbored doubts regarding the potion's efficacy. While bottling the potion and inscribing his name, Albert suddenly caught a whiff of a foul odor and turned to see Fred and George's cauldron bubbling ominously, the potion within a most unpleasant brown. "Wait. You must remove the cauldron from the heat before adding the porcupine quills," Albert interjected, preventing George from making a disastrous choice. Nonetheless, this could not salvage their potion for scabies. "Weasley, what on earth is this?" Snape approached the twins with an expression devoid of emotion. "It's the potion for scabies," George mumbled. Snape inquired coldly, "What color should the potion for scabies be upon completion?" "Blue," George replied. "I dare say. Consuming your concoction would not cure scabies, but rather poison oneself," Snape declared, sweeping his wand to obliterate the potion from the cauldron. "Anderson, where's your potion?" "Right here." "Sir," Lee hastily presented the blue potion, smirking at the twins as he did so. "Barely passing," Snape remarked, glancing at the vial of potion. "What does barely passing mean?" After class, Lee expressed his frustration to the twins. "What gives? Did everyone else fail in concocting the potion for scabies? Moreover, why do we have to write a 2-foot-long essay after successfully brewing it?" "Keep your voice down if you want to avoid trouble," Fred warned, gesturing to Snape approaching from the distance. "Ahem," Albert cleared his throat, addressing Lee. "Perhaps Professor Snape believes we possess talent in potion making and wishes to nurture it." Albert deliberately spoke at a volume that Snape could hear. "You see, no one else receives such treatment. I hope your essay on the potion for scabies does not disappoint me, Mr. Anderson." Snape turned to Lee, adding, "As for you, there is no need for an essay." "What does that mean?" Lee murmured, gazing at Snape's retreating figure. "What does it mean?" "It clearly indicates you are unworthy of special consideration." Fred finally burst into laughter after Snape had left, slapping Albert on the shoulder. "It seems Professor Snape truly intends to give you special attention. Perhaps he wishes to invite you to join the Potion Club." "Then I must decline, for I have already joined the Transfiguration Club," Albert replied with utmost seriousness. In the next moment, the The three erupted into louder laughter. They could easily deduce that Snape harbored displeasure towards Albert, but was unable to take any substantial action against him, thus resorting to this so-called special treatment. After all, students seldom relish the prospect of additional homework. Chapter 62. The Keeper of the Hunting Grounds. Albert, are you all right? During lunch, Shauna sat down beside Albert, still troubled by the inexplicable point deduction imposed by Snape earlier that morning. What's wrong, Albert? Skillfully slathering a generous amount of mayonnaise on his sandwich, added sliced tomatoes, 2 pieces of crispy bacon, and finally topped it with a cold sausage before placing the other slice of bread on top. I can't believe you're still able to eat, Shauna whispered. Did you offend Professor Snape somehow? Not at all, Albert replied without hesitation. In truth, even if he had, he would deny it. The answer would always be a resounding no. I know about that, George interjected, his mouth full of pie. It all started 2 days before the school term began. We were wandering around the castle when we happened upon Snape, and Albert asked if he could take a photograph. At the mention of this, George couldn't help but chuckle. Yes, I remember that, Fred chimed in. Later, Snape indicated he would question Albert in potions class. So that's what happened this morning? Shauna exclaimed in surprise. Since Snape didn't manage to intimidate Albert, he resorted to another method, Lee Jordan continued, which is why our potions professor assigned Albert extra homework after class. Ahem, you're mistaken. It's not about intimidating me. Albert cleared his throat and said earnestly. Professor Snape believes I possess a certain aptitude for potions and intends to offer me special guidance to enhance my skills. Wouldn't you agree? Yes, we just misspoke. The twins quickly corrected themselves, wearing expressions that conveyed their agreement. Shauna, amused by the banter, still inquired with skepticism, you're managing your essay, right? Nothing to worry about. Whether it's 1 essay or 2, it's all the same to me, Albert replied nonchalantly. I plan to head to the library shortly to finish both essays. Merlin's beard, you actually intend to write your homework after lunch? We still have plenty of time to complete it. Fred, George, and Lee Jordan exchanged incredulous glances, unable to fathom why Albert was so eager to tackle his assignments. It won't take long, Albert said, taking a large bite of his sandwich and chewing thoughtfully. Besides, it's best not to cram all the homework into one go. That way, I'll have time for other pursuits. Do you mind if I join you for the writing? Shauna blinked. It's quicker to research together. Perhaps, for Albert and Shauna, who hailed from Muggle families, finishing their homework promptly had become a habit. The Weasley twins and Lee Jordan promptly distanced themselves from the two, fearful of catching the dreadful affliction of needing to complete their homework immediately. All right. In reality, they were more concerned about being dragged along by Albert to do homework. There's still so much time. Why rush to finish it now? Ahem. Well, Fred awkwardly shifted the subject. We're planning to check outside the castle. Would you like to join us? We can't venture into the Forbidden Forest. Albert raised an eyebrow, unwilling to take unnecessary risks without the means to protect himself. We never said we were going into the forest, George grinned. That was your suggestion. You dare claim you haven't thought about it? Albert scoffed, fully aware that the twins would soon become frequent visitors to the Forbidden Forest. That's true, Fred quickly amended. I meant to say we could explore around. There are still parts of the castle we haven't seen. We have no intention of entering the forest. We just want to check out a small cabin near the edge, George added promptly. Albert glanced up at the cloudy sky. Well, it's fine to go there for a bit. All right then, let us set off. The twins each took one of Albert's shoulders, guiding him along. Wait, my sandwich is going to fall. Don't worry, I'll hold it for you. Lee Jordan grinned as he took the sandwich from Albert. See you at 2. Albert and Shauna waved goodbye as they were ushered outside the castle by the 3 boys. Indeed, there was a small cabin at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. As they approached, they noticed a gamekeeper outside, working on a piece of mink fur. Beside him, a black hound growled lowly at their approach. The gamekeeper looked up at the 4 of them wandering nearby. You lot, don't linger here. There are fearsome werewolves in the Forbidden Forest. Few who venture inside come out unscathed, and I have no desire to collect your remains. Albert glanced up at the growling black hound, pulling a bitten sausage from his sandwich and waving it enticingly in front of the dog. That dog is enormous, Lee Jordan murmured, feeling a bit intimidated by Hagrid despite having met him once. After all, the imposing figure before them certainly exuded a formidable presence. Are there really werewolves in the Forbidden Forest? Albert was unafraid as he walked toward the gamekeeper. If he hadn't learned from books that Hagrid had a good nature, he would never have considered approaching him. Fred tugged at Albert's sleeve from behind, urging him to leave quickly. Albert shot them an exasperated glance. acknowledging that his courage was indeed limited by his knowledge. It was, after all, hard to dismiss the intimidating appearance of the gamekeeper, standing at least 15 feet tall, with a rugged, bearded face, clad in a patched animal hide coat, resembling a legendary barbarian. One could only imagine the fright he would incite in the city at night. Hagrid was taken aback, surprised by Albert's boldness. With a mouthful of sandwich, Albert crouched down, waving the sausage in front of the black hound, whose deep growling gradually subsided. The dog wagged its tail and slowly approached Albert, sniffing the sausage before gingerly taking it into its mouth and devouring it. The three behind him were left utterly astonished. Is this really a fierce hunting dog? Hagrid also looked surprised, not expecting his own dog to be so easily bribed by half a sausage. By the way, this little fellow has quite the nerve, doesn't he? Chapter 63. Hagrid, what is its name? Albert inquired as he finished his sandwich, gently rubbing the head of the hound. Yaya? The dog's imposing demeanor seems to have diminished. How about we call it Spike instead? Albert casually suggested a new name for Yaya. I think Yaya is quite fitting. Hagrid replied, pausing in his task of cleaning the ferret pelt and shaking his head in refusal of Albert's proposition. I am Albert Anderson. Are you a professor at Hogwarts as well? Albert feigned ignorance, knowing the answer. No, I am the gamekeeper. Hagrid continued to shake his head. Are you a student of Ravenclaw? Hagrid asked, unsure. Albert cast a sidelong glance at the three behind him who were stifling laughter and replied, No, we are all students of Gryffindor. Oh, Gryffindor students. Hagrid suddenly became serious. I cannot allow you into the Forbidden Forest. Cough, cough, Albert. How did you know that this dog would let you rub its head? It seemed rather fierce just a moment ago. George quickly redirected Hagrid's attention. The three gathered around and began to stroke Yaya's head. Instinct, perhaps, Albert replied nonchalantly. I have a cat of my own, just didn't bring it to school. By the way, Mr. Gamekeeper, would you mind if I took a photo with you another day? Albert subtly sought to strengthen their rapport. Mr. Hagrid. All right. Hagrid, what do you want to take a photo for? Hagrid inquired. I wish to show my family what life is like at Hogwarts. They are muggles and know nothing of our world, Albert explained. Best not to reveal too much about the magical world to muggles. It could lead to trouble, Hagrid warned. Frowning. Oh, I understand. Albert looked at Hagrid and hesitated before asking. Is it because of the statute of secrecy? You know about that? Hagrid was somewhat astonished that Albert, a newly arrived muggle-born wizard, had any knowledge of the statute. Albert briefly shared the unfortunate tale of Truman. Upon hearing this, Hagrid fell silent, then quietly said, As for the statute of secrecy, I don't know much. Only that underage wizards using magic in front of muggle family members will receive a warning. If they knowingly use magic in muggle areas, it is considered a criminal act and can lead to expulsion. Has there ever been an expulsion from Hogwarts? Albert realized he had unwittingly implicated Truman, which explained the expulsion letter rather than a warning. To my knowledge, there shouldn't be any. Hagrid was also uncertain. Your case is an exception, Fred cleared his throat to explain. One could say Truman was just unfortunate to cross paths with you. Indeed, Albert pondered and understood the reason. There must have been some muggle-born wizards who received warnings, but they were likely too intimidated by the letter to risk using magic again. There are many dangerous magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid nodded. Such as werewolves? Albert raised an eyebrow. Yes, werewolves. Isn't it said that if one is bitten by a werewolf, they will become one themselves? Did Dumbledore really allow students to have werewolves as neighbors? Albert expressed his doubts. Werewolves reside deep within the Forbidden Forest and rarely venture close to the school, and Hagrid's gaze flickered, clearly betraying a hint of unease. Hagrid, have you ever seen a unicorn? How many questions is that now? The three whispered among themselves. 10. Or was it 12? Nevertheless, they admired Albert. He had managed to gather a wealth of information about the Forbidden Forest through his inquiries. They also noticed Hagrid had a particular fondness for dragons, as he became animated when Albert mentioned them. As for the woods outside the Forbidden Forest, they were relatively safe. Students occasionally held classes there. But venturing deeper could lead to encounters with centaurs, werewolves, and various magical creatures like unicorns. Seeing Albert's keen interest in unicorns, Hagrid gifted him a small bundle of unicorn tail hair and warned the four to refrain from attempting to enter the Forbidden Forest. Albert paused and suddenly turned to ask, Hagrid, are there any protective trees in the forest? Protective trees? Do you mean the baneberry tree? Hagrid asked, puzzled. Yes, Albert nodded. Herbology and defense against the dark arts have both mentioned this tree. It can indeed ward off evil. I mean, repel dark creatures? It has some efficacy. Hagrid confirmed. What do you need that for? Hagrid inquired skeptically. I intend to make a gift for my sister. I have heard that the baneberry tree offers protection. And I can pay some galleons, Albert replied shyly. No need for that. I can venture into the forest when I have time to look for you. But do not expect too much. The baneberry tree is not easily approached. Hagrid understood Albert's intentions. A baneberry tree, to protect my family? How wonderful. Thank you, Hagrid. Albert expressed his gratitude, beginning to consider what Christmas gift to offer in return. No need to mention it. Hagrid scratched his head, looking somewhat bashful. Like Yaya. Hagrid is evidently not as fierce as he appears. You are remarkable. Would you like some? Albert pulled out the small bundle of unicorn tail hair from his pocket. Perhaps not. But what do you need it for? I plan to give it to my sister as a birthday gift. She has surely never seen unicorn tail hair. Albert had already devised a plan. If he could not find baneberry wood, he would craft a bracelet from the unicorn tail hair as a birthday present for Nia. A birthday gift? The others exchanged glances. By the way, what did we get Ginny for her birthday this year? Fred suddenly asked his twin brother. A licorice wand. And Ron? Fred inquired again. Butterbeer-flavored flies and cockroach clusters, George replied without hesitation. Albert suddenly felt sympathy for Ron, burdened with such brothers. Chapter 64. Inspiration and citation during class hours. The library was relatively quiet. Albert entered and immediately spotted Shauna, who was engrossed in her search for information. He approached her, gently pulled out a chair, and quietly inquired, I hope I am not late? Albert arrived precisely on time. It was just 2 p.m. No, Shauna replied. The homework for the curse class is rather challenging, and I haven't found much useful material. A few books lay beside her. She had come half an hour early, but still struggled to locate anything of significance. Albert flipped through the thick volumes on the table and shook his head, gesturing for Shauna to accompany him to Area C to search the 5th row of shelves for the necessary texts. However, he had nearly finished reading selections of 19th century curses. It was indeed better to complete it soon, as the borrowing period was coming to an end. Albert extracted achievements in cursing from the shelf and handed it to Shauna, who looked at him in astonishment. How did you know this book contained what we needed? Shauna was surprised to discover that the 2 books Albert had selected included the information they sought, and she felt somewhat disheartened about her earlier struggles. This book, Achievements in Cursing, is quite useful, particularly for the written exam, Albert explained. The O.W.L.s spell was invented in the 18th century, so relevant information should be found in selections of 18th century curses. With such a sharp mind, why didn't you join Ravenclaw? Shauna queried, puzzled. Who knows? Albert shrugged lightly. Perhaps the Sorting Hat believed I would thrive better in Gryffindor. Finding the materials made the next step straightforward. It simply required transcribing the appropriate sentences. For instance, the O.W.L.s spell was invented in the 18th century, 1772, by a witch named Lavinia Monksley, who was once a silent one in the Department of Mysteries. The discovery process of the wand-lighting spell began when Lavinia, searching for a lost quill in a dusty corner, illuminated the tip of her wand, astonishing her colleagues, who deemed the incantation incredibly useful and documented it. For some reason, Albert suddenly yearned for the copy and paste functionalities found on computers, wondering if magic could replicate such ease. If it could, writing papers would be significantly simpler. With a sigh, he crossed out a misspelled word, dipped his quill into the inkwell, and continued his transcription. The content of the paper was rather straightforward, simply transcribing from achievements in cursing and selections of 18th century curses, while also incorporating his own experiences and challenges encountered while practicing the O.W.L.s spell alongside solutions to those challenges. Albert realized that by completing these sections, he had already occupied a substantial portion of the parchment. Shauna, still flipping through her books, looked on in amazement. What's wrong? Albert asked, bewildered. You. Shauna pointed at the parchment. Want to see? Albert offered without hesitation, passing the parchment to her while he resumed searching for information on the extinguishing spell, which was not included in selections of 18th century curses. Nevertheless, he found relevant records and achievements in cursing and sought additional text from the shelves to continue his transcription. Who knew a paper could be written this way? Shauna acknowledged that much of the content in her paper was transcribed from books, but what did it matter? Albert referred to this practice as borrowing and citing. If she had relied solely on her own efforts, she doubted she could have produced even 3 inches of material. After an hour and a half, Albert completed his paper on the O.W.L.s and extinguishing spells. Although half of it was copied, a significant portion reflected his personal encounters with various challenges and their resolutions while studying curses. In conclusion, Albert delved into an exploration of the spells, such as the ability to detach the light from the wand or to store the light emitted by the Lumos spell, alongside peculiar notions like using the extinguishing spell to control surrounding illumination. He then combined the two concepts to conceive a light dimmer. No, a magical lamp. If one could utilize both the extinguishing and Lumos spells to create a magical lamp that mimicked the effect of a Muggle light bulb, wizards would no longer require oil lamps. This was merely a concept left in his notes, and Albert intended to leverage Professor Flitwick's expertise to help refine these ideas. After all, Professor Flitwick was an authority on charms, and perhaps his insights could pique his interest. The task of creating the magical lamp remained unfinished. Once the ink on the parchment dried, Albert used the copying charm to create a duplicate for Shauna, pointing out certain sections, advising her to write based on her experiences, while encouraging her to insert commonly available information into her paper for enhancement and sophistication. "I thought this would take much longer," Shauna remarked, gazing at her parchment with a sense of relief. Now, she began to comprehend why Albert had stated that writing this paper was to deepen his understanding of both the Lumos and extinguishing spells. The process indeed unfolded in that manner. From gathering information to transcribing sentences from books to completing the paper, she recognized the significance of knowing when the spells were invented, who their creators were, the impact they had, and who had innovated upon them. Furthermore, she understood the issues she faced while practicing these spells and how to resolve them, as well as her own prospects and reflections on the Lumos spell. In any case, after all was said and done, it would undoubtedly exceed 3 inches, and she was not the least bit concerned about meeting that requirement. Ultimately, understanding the Lumos and extinguishing spells was essential to articulating all of this. Chapter 65. The Transformation Spell. It is quite a surprise to encounter a familiar face here. When Albert turned his head to sneak a piece of chocolate, he noticed Miss Field sitting not far away, someone he had met in the Transfiguration Club. As she caught his gaze, she looked back at him, and just so happened to see him unwrapping the candy, winking at him with a playful expression, as if she were stifling laughter. However, given their setting in the library, neither of them spoke. Albert popped the hard candy into his mouth and approached her, taking a seat beside her after quietly greeting her. "Be careful not to attract Mrs. Pance's attention," Field mouthed to him. "As long as we're discreet," Albert nonchalantly replied, offering her a few pieces of candy. "Besides, it's hard candy. If you keep it in your mouth, no one will notice. Would you like a piece? What brings you here?" Field easily discerned that Albert would not seek her out without a purpose. "Well, I wanted to discuss my parchment and the revisions I need to make." Albert indicated the areas on his parchment that required alteration, elaborating on his ideas regarding copying and pasting text. After he spoke, Albert noticed Field looking at him with a peculiar expression while unwrapping her candy. She murmured softly, "How lazy must one be to invent such a spell? Laziness often breeds creativity, does it not?" Albert winked at her and added, "Isn't the purpose of spell invention to simplify tasks? You are quite bold." Field regarded Albert with curious intensity, pondering how he could so shamelessly defend his rationale. "However, I cannot assist you with your idea. But, in light of this candy," she waved the candy wrapper, "I can share a method to modify text. It's actually quite simple. The transformation spell. Are you familiar with it?" The transformation spell is advanced knowledge from the later stages of transfiguration at the N-E-W-T level. Although it is not as challenging as human transfiguration, mastering the transformation spell is no trivial feat yet. To hear it described so casually by this upperclassman made it seem deceptively simple. Simple indeed, Albert thought to himself. Given his current abilities, he was certain that without directly upgrading through the panel, he would not be able to learn it. While he held on to the experience for potential use, Albert was still determined to learn independently rather than relying solely on the panel. If he became accustomed to depending on it, what would happen when his experience pool was depleted? Although he often viewed himself as a mere slacker, he aspired to be an idealistic one, even if such aspirations seemed somewhat absurd. If he wished to live comfortably in the future, he needed to carefully plan his life. Like this, Field lightly tapped the errors on his parchment with the tip of her wand, transforming the incorrect words into others, a simple application of the transformation spell. Professor McGonagall had taught this little trick in the previous semester. Once I master summoning charms, I'll practice this as well. Professor McGonagall should cover it this semester, so you'll have a chance to learn. Field skimmed through Albert's spell paper and suddenly realized that he was more capable than she had initially thought. Was this truly the work of a first-year student? Reflecting on her own experiences with her first paper, she felt an impulse to tear her parchment to shreds. But what had she ultimately written? Surely, you aren't considering joining the Charms Club? Field inquired, raising her head with a bemused expression. There's a Charms Club? Albert countered, perplexed. Of course. Just be careful. It might overlap with the Transfiguration Club, Field replied, her smile somewhat mischievous. What's with that expression? Nothing. Field suddenly remarked. Professor Flitwick would surely be disappointed that you weren't sorted into Ravenclaw. Does it matter where I'm sorted? We all learn the same. Albert replied without a moment's hesitation. True enough. Field pointed at the parchment. If you ever invent that thing, remember to give me one. If it's too expensive, I couldn't possibly afford it. Rest assured, should I ever invent it, you shall receive one. Albert muttered with a wry smile, provided I can manage to invent it. I suggest you delve into alchemical texts. You might just succeed. Field pondered, a magical lamp. How delightful that would be. Alchemy, you say? Albert mused, recalling Nicholas Flamel. Ancient alchemy must pertain to chemistry, but what would a wizard's alchemy entail? Would it also involve chemistry, or perhaps something entirely different? Similar to potions. Is it not a form of magic? After indulging in a bit more casual conversation with Field, Albert began to gather his belongings to leave. He intended to return to his dormitory for a brief rest before organizing items to send to his family. As for alchemy, he would contemplate it after finishing 19th century charms. One must take life one bite at a time, otherwise, one risks choking on it. Excuse me, who was that? Shauna inquired, following Albert with curiosity, having overheard some of their conversation. Field, she's in the same club as I am. She's quite skilled in transfiguration, Albert succinctly explained. I just asked her how to correct errors on parchment. You mean the transformation spell? Shauna raised her eyebrows, but that S at the N, E, W, T level. Are you aware of what N, E, W, T entails? Shauna paused, realizing she had no idea what it truly represented. One must have dreams. If you don't envision them, they will never materialize. I merely wish to comprehend what N, E, W, T signifies. Albert sighed. It's the ultimate examination for seventh-year wizards. Shauna's expression turned wooden, and she sighed heavily. Both the ultimate wizard examination and the transformation spell feel too distant for me. Indeed, far too distant. I haven't even mastered a single transfiguration spell yet, and I'm hoping to learn the transformation spell. Perhaps it's time to awaken to reality and prioritize mastering transfiguration, as that is currently the most pressing matter. When you have some free time, could you teach me transfiguration? Shauna noticed something. While the courses at Hogwarts were relatively easy, completing assignments and learning magic still required self-discipline. If one merely coasts through until graduation, they would likely learn little of practical value. Chapter 66. In a rush. Upon pushing open the door to his dormitory, Albert was greeted by an empty room. The absence of others was a relief. It meant he could write his letters undisturbed. He took his wand and tapped the cabinet, unlocking it to retrieve a box, and resumed pinning his correspondence to his family. Once he completed the letter, Albert employed a duplication charm to create a copy of the parchment, along with reproducing the photographs he had taken. One copy was intended for his parents, while the other was for his grandfather, Luke. Even though he had distanced himself from the magical realm, Albert was acutely aware that the elder would surely wish to see the legendary Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. After all, it was a childhood dream and a lingering regret. As for the openings and closings of the letters, Albert made sure to compose them separately. Once finished, he placed the letters into a hard cardboard box conjured by transfiguration, alongside the gifts he had purchased in Hogsmeade. Naturally, he included the Magical O.W.L.s signature beverages, pumpkin juice and butterbeer. After packaging everything, Albert noticed that the parcel destined for his family was rather large, which caused him to worry about whether his owl could bear the weight and deliver it safely. It seemed he would have to borrow one of the school's owls. Muttering to himself, Albert picked up a quill and inscribed his name, the sender's name, and the address on the parcel. He then stacked the two packages together, cradling them in his arms as he exited the dormitory, making sure to close the door behind him. As he passed through the common room, his load caught the attention of others, but he paid little heed to the curious glances cast in his direction. He ascended the castle stairs until he finally reached the West Tower, where the O.W.L.s was located at the very top. Fortunately, having practiced karate and maintained an active lifestyle, his physical condition was far superior to that of his previous life. Otherwise, carrying the parcels up and down the stairs would have been quite exhausting. As Albert made his way up the outer staircase, he heard hurried footsteps behind him and instinctively moved aside. A burly figure rushed past him, likely in a similar quest to send off a package. almost colliding with Albert. Was there truly such urgency? He pondered as he gazed at the man's retreating back, catching a whiff of a foul odor reminiscent of bird droppings as the individual brushed past. The O.W.L.s was a circular stone chamber, its windows wide open to the air, allowing for a refreshing breeze, though Albert had no intention of stepping inside. The floor was strewn with straw, owl droppings, and the bones of mice. Slipping on bird excrement would certainly not be an enjoyable experience. The clumsy individual from earlier served as a perfect cautionary tale. Standing at the entrance, Albert peered inside the O.W.L.s and noticed hundreds of owls perched within, a myriad of breeds filling the space, making it impossible for him to locate Sheila among the throng. "Sheila," he called softly, his voice eliciting some displeasure from the owls nearby. However, this method proved effective, as Sheila soon took notice of his presence and flew towards him. After Sheila departed, Albert scanned the O.W.L.s again, realizing he needed one or two stronger owls to handle the additional package. The school's owls were available for student use, yet he could not discern which belonged to the institution. Thus, his approach was straightforward. "I have another large parcel that requires sending. I wonder who would be willing to assist me?" Barely had he finished speaking when a robust gray owl alighted before him, clearly eager to take on the task. "Thank you. Here is a small token of appreciation. I hope you will find it to your liking." Albert retrieved some owl nuts from his pocket and offered them to the gray owl, which seemed quite pleased with the reward. After consuming the treats, the owl grasped the larger parcel in its talons and took off into the sky. What truly remarkable creatures they are. Albert mused softly as he watched the owl vanish from sight, then turned to leave the O.W.L.s, having no desire to linger in a place littered with straw and droppings. As he prepared to head towards the castle hall, he inadvertently spotted Fred, George, and Lee Jordan being expelled from the Forbidden Forest by Hagrid. A smirk crept across his face. These three mischief-makers were audacious enough to sneak into the Forbidden Forest, only to be caught by Hagrid. Approaching the trio, Albert overheard Hagrid admonishing them, stating that if they dared to sneak into the forest again, he would inform Professor McGonagall and have them confined. "Good afternoon, Hagrid," Albert greeted cheerfully, glancing at Fred and the others as he inquired, "What seems to be the trouble?" "Oh, it's you. These three rascals are quite bold. They've barely begun their schooling and already dared to sneak into the forest, not fearing being snatched away by some dangerous beast," Hagrid scolded, brandishing a stick as he glared at Fred and his companions. "I know I can't control you, but Professor McGonagall." "Hagrid, what is that creature on your head?" Albert interjected skillfully, pointing at a peculiar being resembling tree bark and twigs perched atop Hagrid's head and shoulders. "What? Oh, you mean this? They're called bowtruckles. These two are injured, and I need to bandage their wounds." Hagrid was successfully distracted. "Hagrid, you care for these magical creatures?" Albert asked, admiration evident on his face. "I've heard that the care of magical creatures course isn't available until the 3rd year." Indeed, the admiration on Albert's face was genuine. After all, Hagrid's thick fingers were capable of tending to these delicate beings. "I learned from Professor Kettleburn. He teaches care of magical creatures. Though he is quite old now, I occasionally assist him with his magical creatures," Hagrid replied proudly. "May I observe how you bandage the bowtruckles?" Albert asked, gesturing for the three miscreants to apologize. "We know we were wrong," Fred quickly interjected. "We'd also like to see how you care for these little ones." George and Lee Jordan nodded in agreement, expressing their remorse. "No more mischief. Follow me." Hagrid did not refuse and invited Albert and the trio into his humble abode. Chapter 67. The Tree Guardian. As they approached Hagrid's quaint abode, Yaya rushed forth, circling around the group with exuberance. Albert knelt down, affectionately rubbing the dog's head and scratching his chin, which finally calmed Yaya. Hagrid had already pushed open the wooden door to his room, inviting everyone inside. The cottage consisted of a single room, adorned with hanging hams and roasted game hens from the ceiling. A copper kettle rested on the fireplace, its flames long extinguished. In one corner lay a large bed, draped with a patchwork quilt made from scraps of fabric. Hagrid picked up a pink umbrella from the corner, reigniting the fire, and hung the kettle above it to boil water, seemingly preparing to brew tea for them. "We're merely curious about what lies within the forest," George murmured, pondering why Dumbledore forbade students from entering. "The forest harbors beasts and magical creatures that pose significant dangers to you," Hagrid explained impatiently. "Dumbledore's prohibition is not without reason. It is far too perilous for you at this stage. Be cautious not to let the Tree Guardian fall into the fireplace. They seem quite fearful of flames." Albert diverted the conversation. "Oh, Hagrid exclaimed, pulling out a chair to sit, placing the tree guardian on the table. He retrieved some herbs from a nearby cabinet, chewed them, and applied the mixture to the creature's wounds, securing the bandages with unicorn tail hair. Despite the delicacy of the task, Hagrid diligently attended to it. However, the bandaged tree guardian appeared rather ungrateful, irritated by the wooden splints. "I'm not particularly skilled at such meticulous tasks," Hagrid admitted after tending to the creature. "The limbs of the tree guardian are quite delicate and easily injured or fractured." The kettle whistled, and Hagrid poured the boiling water into a large teapot, serving each person a cup of amber-hued tea, alongside a plate of coarse, irregularly shaped biscuits. "Is this white ash?" Albert inquired, picking up the herb Hagrid had been chewing. "Indeed, white ash is the simplest and most effective herb I could find. I specifically requested some from Professor Sprout. It is suitable for treating most animal injuries," Hagrid replied, sipping his hot tea and nibbling on the biscuits, animatedly sharing insights on the care of tree guardians. Hagrid produced a wooden box containing something resembling brown rice and instructed the group, "Feed this to the tree guardians. It will improve their mood." "What is this?" Albert asked, handing a small handful to the two tree guardians struggling against their bandages. They immediately ceased their struggles and began to eat eagerly. "O.W.L.s," Hagrid explained, "a favored delicacy of the tree guardians. Naturally, fairy eggs are also among their preferred foods." Fred and Lee Jordan attempted to feed the tree guardians while George wrestled with a biscuit. Albert observed as George bit into a biscuit, only to find it nearly impossible to chew. He withdrew it from his mouth, inspecting it in disbelief, as if doubting he had indeed bitten into a biscuit rather than a stone. Seeing this, Albert couldn't help but chuckle. He had no intention of trying the biscuits himself. While they might suit Hagrid's robust appetite, they were decidedly unyielding for Albert and his companions. "What purpose do they serve?" Fred inquired, gesturing towards the tree guardians. "If one day you wish to harvest leaves or wood from the trees guarded by these creatures, it is best to offer them some wood-lice or fairy eggs as a means of appeasement. Otherwise, beware of their sharp claws. There have been instances of tree guardians blinding individuals." Hagrid cautioned, "Would you like some?" Hagrid noticed the group had scarcely touched the biscuits, his brow furrowing in curiosity. "Ah, right," Hagrid suddenly recalled, addressing Albert. "That dead tree trunk outside is from a pear tree. Do you require assistance?" Hagrid was fond of this polite young lad, as many students were intimidated by his appearance and seldom engaged him in conversation. "No need," Albert declared, brandishing his wand and uttering, "Splintering charm." "Is that sufficient?" Hagrid asked. "I shall place it behind the house. You'll need to collect it yourself," Hagrid nodded. "Farewell, Hagrid," Albert called, lifting a small piece of the trunk and beckoning his three companions to follow him back to the castle. "What do you intend to do with that?" Lee Jordan inquired, perplexed. "You will understand in due time," Albert replied with a grin, glancing at the trio. "How was the forest?" "Much like the woods near my home." Fred winked at Albert. "We entered from the opposite side of the forest and unexpectedly encountered Hagrid dragging a dead tree trunk. He was likely in the forest assisting you with the pear tree." "So, you were caught by Hagrid?" Albert chuckled, finding their misfortune amusing. "I wager they are deceiving us." "There are no truly dangerous creatures in the forest," George complained. Albert mused that had they encountered such creatures, they would likely have been carried off, too preoccupied to engage in idle chatter. "Why do you think they would deceive students?" Albert countered. Fred shrugged. "Percy claims there are many dangerous beasts in the woods, yet few have truly seen them." "In truth, you ought to reconsider your perspective," Albert advised. "Why does Dumbledore forbid students from entering the forest? Do you think there are secrets hidden within?" Lee's eyes brightened at the notion. "That is indeed a possibility. Among others," Albert continued, analyzing with his companions, "the depths of the Forbidden Forest are likely home to numerous magical creatures. Did Hagrid not mention unicorns dwelling within? These magical beings pose certain risks to us, and venturing too far into the Forbidden Forest may lead to students becoming lost." Chapter 68. I wish to visit Grandpa Luke and Grandma Sansa. "We have come to see you." The moment the car door swung open, Nia dashed out like the wind, arms outstretched as she leaped into Luke's embrace. "It's been so long, Nia. How have you been since school started?" Luke inquired. "Not well. School is dreadfully boring." Nia pouted in complaint. "I want to attend Hogwarts." "Alas, you are still too young and must wait for 2 more years," Luke reassured her, glancing up at the Herb family. "Let us discuss this inside." Sansa gazed at her granddaughter and asked, "Nia, have you missed me?" "Grandma Sansa, I miss you so much," Nia exclaimed, diving into the elder's arms, which elicited a melodic laugh from Sansa. Luke surveyed the surroundings before reiterating to the Herb family, "If there's anything to discuss, let us do it inside." Aberforth also had the owl send us some things. "Were you just looking at them?" Sansa remarked cheerfully as they entered. "I never expected wizarding beverages to taste so peculiar." "Don't leave your cat in the car," Luke reminded Herb. "I have it with me," Daisy said, carrying the cat cage indoors and shutting the entrance door behind her. In the living room, Sheila rested on the table, munching on the owl treats that Aberforth had placed in a box. Tom, having just been released from his cage, jumped onto the table and stared down the owl, both poised for what seemed like a confrontation. "Stop it, Tom," Daisy chided as she scooped him up and placed him on her lap. "You still don't know your son." Daisy shot a glance at Herb. "Even if you forget, he never will." Aberforth has always been Daisy's pride. "What? Other people's children are better," Daisy retorted. "Nonsense. Who says that? No other children can compare to our own." "But where did Aberforth acquire these items? Isn't he attending that Hogwarts school?" Sansa questioned, puzzled. "They surely don't sell such things there." "It must be through Owl Post," Herb replied knowingly, aware of Aberforth's capabilities. This was the first time he had shopped via Owl from Diagon Alley in London. "Can we open the package now?" Nia asked eagerly. "Of course," Herb chuckled. "It just arrived this morning." However, after discussing it with his family, he decided to share the joy with his parents, which is why they hurried over. Inside the package lay a rolled-up parchment tied with a red ribbon, alongside a paper bag labeled photos. Beneath it were several bottles of beverages and some snacks. Nia picked up the paper bag, opened it, and discovered a collection of photographs taken by Aberforth, each labeled in order. The first picture depicted the red Hogwarts Express. "We have parchment and photos here too," Sansa remarked, handing the stack of photos to Daisy. "Aberforth says this is the Hogwarts Express, used to transport children to Hogwarts. Who would have thought wizards would travel by steam train to school?" Daisy mused as she examined the photo, unable to refrain from commenting. "You wouldn't find such antiques anywhere in England." As she spoke, Daisy handed the photograph to her husband and retrieved a bottle from the box. "Pumpkin juice. It appears to be a beverage." She opened the pumpkin-shaped cap, poured some into a cup, and took a small sip. "How is it?" Herb inquired. "It tastes a bit odd," Daisy replied, pouring the remaining pumpkin juice into cups for the family in the living room. Nia took a sip and scrunched her face slightly, finding the juice peculiar and less enjoyable than what was sold outside. After finishing his drink, Herb remarked, "It's not exactly unpleasant, but the flavor is indeed strange. I can hardly remember this taste." Luke gazed nostalgically, softly reflecting, "I almost forgot how this tastes." After Nia finished her cup of pumpkin juice, she pointed at the butterbeer in the box, exclaiming, "I want to drink this." "But it seems to be beer?" Daisy frowned at the label, conflicted, as she certainly did not wish for her daughter to indulge in alcohol at such a young age. Luke poured some freshly opened butterbeer for both Herb and Daisy to taste before deciding whether to let Nia have some. The rich aroma of butter wafted through the air as Daisy took a small sip, finding the texture smooth. "It says here that butterbeer is quite popular in the magical world, much like soda is for us. While it's not unpleasant, it certainly has an unusual flavor. Why do wizards enjoy such things?" Nia pouted again, taking another small sip. "Drink sparingly. It still contains a trace of alcohol," Daisy cautioned. "At least let me finish the cup of butterbeer," Nia insisted, downing the remainder of her drink, her interest in magical beverages greatly diminished. "It only contains a trace of alcohol, and as long as one doesn't overindulge, it's not problematic for minors," Herb consoled. But upon receiving a stern look from his wife, he promptly fell silent, aware of Daisy's concerns regarding their children's upbringing. The remaining items in the box were laid out on the table, all snacks purchased for Nia. She opened a chocolate frog, taking a bite, lost in her thoughts. Daisy untied the ribbon and handed the rolled parchment to Herb, inviting him to read the contents of the letter. The letter provided an elaborate introduction to Hogwarts Castle. From the first-year students crossing the lake to entering the oak doors of Hogwarts Castle and participating in the sorting ceremony. It gradually unveiled the wonders of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The enchanted ceiling, the kitchen entrance depicted as a fruit painting, the moving stairs, the talking portraits in the corridors, and the various magical passageways within the castle, along with mischievous staircases, resident ghosts, and the moving suits of armor, were all described. It even mentioned the classrooms, the lengthy corridors, and the fat lady, the guardian of the Gryffindor common room. Entering the Gryffindor common room, one would ascend the stairs to reach their dormitory, along with their 3 roommates. The 6-foot-long letter meticulously introduced the Anderson family to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. accompanied by maps and photographs, making it feel as though they had personally visited Hogwarts Castle. Leaning against Daisy's shoulder, Nia murmured, "I want to go too." Chapter 69. Lucky Luke. Nia is still too young, Herb gently reassured her. Before your 12th birthday, Hogwarts will send an owl with your acceptance letter, and you will be able to attend the magical school. Do I look like a fool? Nia pouted in discontent. I know I lack magical talent. Albert has known it for quite some time. How could that be? Herb replied softly. How could it not? Nia recounted an incident from the summer. The Ministry of Magic stated in Truman's letter the reason for expulsion, using the levitation charm in front of a muggle. At that moment, only the three of us were in the park. Truman was a wizard, Albert was also a wizard, and the muggle mentioned in the letter clearly referred to me. As soon as she finished speaking, Nia burst into tears. Daisy sighed softly. She was already aware of this, as Albert had mentioned the possibility to her before heading to Hogwarts. However, she hadn't expected Nia to discover it herself. Daisy embraced her daughter, gently stroking her back, and whispered comforting words. It's all right, Nia, let it out if you want to cry. Nia, you must understand that wizards have their own joys. But muggles have their own delights as well. For instance, the magical world lacks televisions, your beloved anime, and movies, and before going to school, you wouldn't have many friends. Luke remarked calmly, it's quite nice not to be in the magical realm. At least that's what Grandpa thinks. But, Nia's voice trembled slightly. But I want to go to Hogwarts. Tom seemed to sense Nia's distress and jumped into her lap, nuzzling against her clothing. Although it was a bit regrettable not to attend Hogwarts, I do not regret being a muggle. The muggle world is equally fascinating. Luke patted Nia's hair and said, Enough of the tears. Have a piece of chocolate. You're on the verge of becoming a weeping cat. Nia, don't you want to see what gift Albert bought for you? Herb picked up an animal transforming candy and shook it near his ear. Nia can also experience the joys of the magical world now, Daisy consoled. Why not give it a try? Albert mentioned in his letter that eating this candy produces sounds of other animals. If you don't eat it, I will. Herb opened the box and tossed a piece into his mouth, chewing it before emitting a loud lion's roar. Meow? Tom, startled, jumped off Nia's lap and dove under the sofa, refusing to emerge. After a brief silence, everyone in the living room turned to look at Herb, who had just emitted another lion's roar. Herb quickly covered his mouth with his hand, awkwardly pointing at the box of animal transforming candy. I want to try it too. The girl immediately reached for the candy, her attention diverted. Nia, Albert said these cannot be shared with others, Daisy reminded. As the magical world seems to require strict secrecy to prevent ordinary people from knowing about its existence. Understood. Nia wiped her tears with a handkerchief, popped an animal transforming candy into her mouth, and her cheeks flushed crimson, steam rising from her ears. Didn't Tiwi just learn? Herb questioned in confusion. Daisy explained that muggle-born wizards' muggle families are allowed to know about the magical world, but must keep it strictly confidential. How do you know? Did Albert write that in his letter? Not that one, but this one. Daisy handed her husband another folded letter, which was addressed to them and Nia. Herb looked up at Luke and said, Dad, you should check too. Albert must have written to you as well. The letter is here. Shansa pulled out a piece of parchment from the bottom of the box, opened it to read, and then handed it to Luke. What did Albert's letter say? Nia inquired. He asked you to take good care of Tom, ensuring he receives appropriate portions of food and not to let the cat become overweight. Additionally, he advised making more friends at school and not allowing anyone to bully you. Herb glanced at the letter, then looked up at Luke, noticing a strange expression on his face, and quietly asked, Dad, what's wrong? Nothing. Luke sighed softly. After reading the contents of the letter, Shansa noted that it mentioned a man named Filch, who worked as the caretaker at Hogwarts and was quite unfortunate. Luke could easily discern from the letter that Mr. Filch did not lead a happy life at Hogwarts. A person who constantly opposed students, sought to trouble them, and often became enraged by mischievous students could hardly find joy in such a role. Filch, who could only keep company with his own cat and clean stains with a mop, lived amidst a group of mischievous little wizards, watching others wield magic while being unable to do so himself. Luke could not fathom any reason for Filch's happiness. In a magical academy like Hogwarts, Filch was a superfluous figure. Any witch or wizard with magical knowledge would undoubtedly perform better than he. Luke felt no sympathy for Filch, as that was his choice. And Filch was undoubtedly fortunate, for the headmaster of Hogwarts had taken him in. Otherwise, a squib neglected by the magical world would find it nearly impossible to secure employment. No wizard would hire a useless individual. To this day, Luke still believed that since one was a squib, it was best to reside in the Muggle world. Learn some Muggle skills and be a respectable Muggle. What was the point of remaining in the magical realm as a disliked squib? Although Luke understood that the actions of those individuals might have been justified, he had never forgiven them and had severed ties completely. Compared to Filch, Luke considered himself far more fortunate. He had his own family, a daughter-in-law, and 2 lovely grandsons. His life was blissful and fulfilling. Gazing at the photograph of 6 people and a cat, a gentle smile graced Luke's face. "Grandpa Luke, what are you smiling about?" Nia asked curiously. "Grandpa feels quite fortunate." Luke replied, folding the letter with a grin. "Come, let me blow some bubbles for you." In the box, Albert had also left a pack of super bubble gum for the elderly. "Albert, didn't he prepare any for me?" This was actually intended for Nia. Luke smiled broadly, fully aware of why Albert sent the super bubble gum to him. He handed a piece of the gum to Nia and casually unwrapped one for himself, slowly chewing it, then blowing a series of bubbles in the color of bluebells from his mouth. The bubbles floated in the hall, and even if they touched an object, they did not burst. Nia imitated blowing bubbles, her face radiant with joy, seemingly having forgotten her earlier sorrow about not being able to attend Hogwarts. Chapter 70. The players who wear one out on a bright Sunday morning. Albert sat in the dining hall, humming an unfamiliar tune while savoring pieces of black pudding with his fork. Shella flitted her wings and landed gracefully between the salad and the sugar bowl, placing a thick letter within Albert's reach. After moving several dishes aside, Albert gently stroked Shella's back, retrieving an owl treat from his pocket and placing it before her. He then opened the envelope, discovering letters from Luke, Herb, and Daisy, along with a note from Nia that included a photograph of her blowing bubbles with super bubble gum. "What are you looking at?" Elia inquired as she approached and sat down opposite him, her curiosity piqued. "By the way, Albert, are you going to the pitch for practice this morning?" Angelina joined them, taking a seat beside Elia and continuing. "Charlie mentioned their Quidditch practice today. He asked me to tell you that even if you can't become a formal player right away, the team still needs substitutes." "Oh, it seems I have no reason to decline," Albert replied, nodding. "Once I finish my meal, I'll go wake Fred and the others." "Don't. We're already awake," Fred said, covering a long yawn with his hand as he greeted everyone. "Good morning, everyone." "Good morning." "Good morning, Albert," Charlie chimed in, following closely behind George and the others with a smile. "You wouldn't believe it. Charlie is possessed by a demon, who trains this early in the morning," George whispered playfully to Albert, making a face. Charlie then asked, "Shall we go together later?" "Sure," Albert responded, "but it's only 7 o'clock. A sturdy young man couldn't help but complain. "Are you sure we should start practice now?" "The early bird catches the worm," Charlie replied. "Isn't meat better?" Lee Jordan, sitting next to Albert, added slices of fried meat to his plate and grumbled, "What's so great about worms?" Albert quickly covered his mouth to stifle a laugh, avoiding a food mishap. "What's wrong? Did I say something wrong?" Lee asked, blinking in confusion. "Nothing. Ahem. This is Wood, our goalkeeper." Charlie introduced a young man beside him. "Fred and George, my brothers. This is Albert. You missed seeing him fly on a broom last time. He is a natural. You wouldn't believe it's his first time. He is so light, agile." Albert turned his head away, feeling embarrassed despite the compliments, especially with everyone's gaze upon him. Angelina wore a broad smile, silently mouthing, "I didn't expect you to be this good." "Ahem." Albert coughed lightly, interrupting Charlie. "What if we don't have brooms? I've already spoken to Professor McGonagall about borrowing a few old brooms from the school for you," Charlie reminded him. "Of course, don't expect them to be in great condition." After breakfast, they all departed from the castle in groups, walking across the dewy grass and up the slope to the pitch. Along the way, Charlie introduced the new members to the veteran players of Gryffindor Quidditch. The Gryffindor Quidditch team consists of 6 males and 1 female, and they all get along well. It's said that 2 of the beaters are a couple. Charlie pointed out the only female player among the formal members, saying, "This is the fierce beater, Eileen." Eileen was a charming girl who didn't appear as fierce as Charlie suggested. She smiled at everyone and introduced herself. "Mark and I are the beaters on the team. This is our last year at Hogwarts. And don't listen to Charlie. I'm not fierce at all. Heh. I haven't forgotten who wielded the bat and knocked that guy off his broom, leading to a suspension from Professor McGonagall, causing us to lose last semester's match." Charlie retorted, "That was just an accident. I swung a bit too hard and unintentionally hit his leg." "You almost broke his leg," Charlie quipped. "Otherwise, why would Professor McGonagall suspend you? The difference between a fracture and a near fracture is significant, Aileen protested. Besides, he tried to knock me off my broom first. Humph. Charlie scoffed, not forgetting their rivalry. The one next to Aileen is her boyfriend, the devious Mark. Hey, Charlie, when have I ever been devious? Mark coughed lightly and shook hands with Albert. Don't listen to his nonsense. By the way, this somewhat wooden fellow here is Wood, our goalkeeper. I'm not wooden. Wood protested. During last semester's second match against Ravenclaw, weren't you just standing there, missing several goals like a statue? Mark cleverly redirected attention to Wood. Ahem. At that time, I was merely observing you elbowing someone in the face, all right? Wood replied, slightly defensively. Did that happen? Fine, that was an accident. Even Professor McGonagall thought so. An accident? The others scoffed. Well, who can blame that arrogant Kara? He had that smug look on his face, Mark complained. Besides, he only got slightly injured. I remember last time a Slytherin beater hit a Hufflepuff seeker hard enough to make him bleed, and that jerk only received a mild warning. Albert was taken aback. Is this really the Quidditch I know? This sounds like violent Quidditch. Charlie, has anyone ever died playing Quidditch? Albert cautiously inquired. Not really. At most there are serious injuries, but usually they receive prompt medical attention. Charlie realized the conversation was drifting and quickly changed the subject. Now, these are our three chasers. Mario, Danny, and Jack. The acrobatic trio, Aileen added. Don't call us the acrobatic trio, they protested in unison. And don't think we can't hear what you're saying. If you didn't cause trouble, our chances of winning last semester would have increased by at least 20%. Charlie felt a bit weary, having just taken over as Quidditch captain. He hoped to achieve something significant. Chapter 71. Quidditch training. The three of them harbored a grand aspiration to establish their own circus and embark on a worldwide tour. Mark smiled as he introduced Mario, Danny, and Jack to Albert, explaining the reason behind their moniker, the acrobatic trio. It was indeed a splendid dream. Albert gazed curiously at the trio and gestured as if tossing a ball. Simple. Look. Mario, with an air of ingenuity, produced several small balls adorned with cloth strips. Tossing them as he walked, the balls danced gracefully like fish, creating a captivating circle, far more delightful than the mundane game of muggle ball tossing. Impressive. The onlookers paused to admire Mario's performance, unable to suppress their applause. Enough of that, you lot. Charlie bellowed, urging them toward the pitch. Mario flashed a sheepish grin at Charlie, launching all the small balls into the air before opening his robe-esque pocket to catch them as they fell, earning yet another round of applause. Under Charlie's stern encouragement, they hurried into the Quidditch stadium, first stopping by the changing room to don the protective gear required for the match. It felt reminiscent of the protective wear used for roller skating. Charlie had arranged for Albert's training to focus on flying, helping him acclimatize to riding a broomstick, as he had only recently begun his acquaintance with it. Most pure-blood wizards start riding broomsticks at a young age, with George and Fred serving as prime examples of this skill. In truth, it was not only Albert who needed to learn. All newcomers had to master the art of flying, honing their reflexes while atop the broom. Albert observed his assigned broom, a shabby, dilapidated relic with frayed bristles that had clearly been neglected. He mounted the broom, awaiting Charlie's command. We'll fly around the pitch. Lift off. Charlie led the group as they began their aerial circuit. Once airborne, Albert realized his broom resembled a decrepit bicycle. It was slow and unwieldy. However, Charlie maintained a steady pace, allowing Albert to keep up with the group, the only one lagging behind being Lee Jordan. After all, Lee was a complete novice, having only ridden a broom a few times. His proficiency, although commendable among beginners, paled in comparison to Albert's burgeoning skill. Well done. After completing 5 laps around the pitch, the warm-up concluded, and the others showered Albert with praises. Being a first-year student who could keep pace with him indicated that he possessed a solid foundation in flying. Furthermore, everyone noted Albert's stability in the air and his agile turns, which belied his limited experience. Following their warm-up, the seasoned players commenced their training, while the newcomers continued to refine their flying abilities. This time, the challenge heightened slightly, as 2 bludgers were released from their box. The Weasley twins were tasked with wielding bats, flying alongside Albert's group to shield them from the bludger attacks. This was essentially a rudimentary training exercise for the batters, whose job was to protect their teammates. Naturally, with the bludgers unleashed, everyone had to remain vigilant to avoid being struck, significantly increasing the pressure. Yet, as competent Quidditch players, adapting to such stress was an inevitable part of their journey. Fortunately, the bludgers seldom sought them out, and George and Fred adeptly sent the incoming bludgers flying away. What's wrong? Mid-flight, Lee Jordan suddenly descended, prompting Albert, who was leading the circuit, to notice and quickly lower himself beside Lee. Nothing. I just realized I'm struggling to keep up and was considering quitting. Lee observed Fred and George, who had long been familiar with broomsticks and soared above most others. Albert, who had started at the same time as Lee, had earned the title of genius from Charlie for a reason. He had mastered flying with remarkable ease. Though Angelina might not fly as well as the three, she certainly held her own and was diligently practicing. As for Lee, he didn't believe he was a poor flyer, but he recognized that he couldn't match the pace of these four. He also recalled Albert.'s words. Not everyone in the dorm could be a Quidditch player. That would be insufferable. I think I'll bow out, Lee stated. Actually, Albert said, giving Lee a reassuring pat on the shoulder, I never expected to become a formal player. Do you know why I'm here? Why? Lee asked, a hint of confusion in his tone. Because games are meant to be played together. That's what makes them enjoyable. Albert smiled back at the three who had descended beside him. Consider it a chance to train with them, and honestly, I quite enjoy the sensation of flying, regardless of whether I participate in Quidditch matches. You must enjoy that feeling too, Albert remarked with a smile at Lee. Now let us carry on. The sensation of flying? Lee pondered aloud. Undeniably, Albert was correct. He did relish the experience of soaring on a broomstick, which was part of Quidditch's allure. The flying practice continued, and Albert lost track of time. By the time he reached his 15th lap, he began to let loose, attempting to accelerate his broom and challenge himself with more intricate maneuvers. Unfortunately, the old broom began to tremble at higher speeds, as if it were on the verge of disintegration. Is it broken? Albert realized that even after reducing his speed, the ancient broom continued to shake. Had he damaged it? Without hesitation, he descended swiftly, knowing that if the broom broke, falling from such heights would be anything but amusing, especially since he hadn't yet mastered the cushioning charm. What's wrong? George inquired, puzzled. My broom is quaking. It feels as though it's about to fail. Albert replied, exuding a sense of helplessness. It's probably just too old. My broom shakes too when it climbs too high, Fred remarked, sharing George's look of resignation. Mine tends to veer slightly to the left, George added, echoing the broom's issues. I think I'll hold off on flying for now, Albert decided, pointing toward a book titled Quidditch Through the Ages in the changing room. This was a tome that Charlie had specially borrowed for them, as he always said. As a Quidditch enthusiast, how could one not have read this book? Chapter 72, The Origins of Quidditch. Take your time here. We'll go out and fly for a while, Fred said, casting a glance at the broomstick that Albert had set aside before turning to leave the changing room with the others. Albert picked up the book along with the broomstick and made his way to the stands, where he found a seat and opened The Origins of Quidditch. Delving into its pages, the name Quidditch derives from its birthplace, the Quidditch Marsh. Albert's understanding of Quidditch was limited to the most rudimentary knowledge, and the origin of its name was both surprising and yet entirely logical. In the 11th century, a witch named Gertie Kettle, who lived near the Quidditch Marsh, documented in her diary that one day, a group of individuals riding broomsticks played a game above the marsh, inadvertently dropping the ball into Gertie's vegetable garden, where it was confiscated. The following day, the players did not relent. They crafted a new ball and began tossing it into the woods at one end of the marsh to score. On the third day, the players acquired 2 stones that flew through the air, attempting to knock each other off their brooms. This was the inception of the bludger, the scoring hoops, and the quaffle. Albert gently turned the page. In a Quidditch match in 1269, the chairman of the Wizarding Council, Bartholomew Bragg, attended and announced to the players that whoever caught the golden snitch would receive 150 galleons. At that time, hunting the snitch was a popular pursuit, and any wizard who succeeded in capturing it would gain considerable fame. Thus, the snitch became intrinsically linked to Quidditch. Subsequently, a specialized position for catching the snitch was established, the Seeker. If a Seeker managed to seize and eliminate the snitch, their team would score 150 points, symbolizing the 150 galleons promised by Bragg. 150 galleons in 1269? The chairman of the Wizarding Council must have been quite wealthy, Albert muttered to himself, pondering why catching the snitch would yield 150 points. However, Albert could easily surmise the fate of the snitch. Indeed, by the mid-14th century, the population of snitches had drastically dwindled due to Quidditch, prompting the Wizarding Council led by Elita Cragg to deem them a protected species. Later, a metalworker from Godric's Hollow named Bowman Wright invented the golden snitch. Ultimately, the snitch became a substitute for the original, allowing the sport of Quidditch to endure. Having seen the snitch, Albert found it hard to fathom that wizards of the late 15th century could create such a delicate object. Of course, since the dampening charm was not invented until the 19th century, Albert couldn't help but mischievously speculate how Quidditch players before that time managed to cope with the inherent discomfort while flying on broomsticks during matches. In the latter part of the origins of Quidditch, there was an introduction to the rules of Quidditch matches, and what captured Albert's attention most was the section on the rules regarding the snitch. Aside from the seekers, any player who touched or seized the snitch would be committing a foul. In other words, there was no possibility of a player grabbing the snitch and handing it to their seeker. The match would only conclude when the snitch was caught. Of course, there was also the provision that if both team captains agreed, the match could similarly come to an end, essentially, one side conceding defeat. In any competition, conceding is always permitted. As Albert continued to flip through the pages, he discovered several intriguing rules. In a Quidditch match, if a team had an injured player, no other players could substitute in, although treatment for the injured player was allowed. If a player had to leave the field, the match would continue without them. So, there are no substitutes? Albert pondered. Realizing the implications of this rule, it became clear that Charlie was looking for true substitutes for the team, perhaps because several members would be graduating next year. After all, selecting and training players this year would be far more efficient than waiting until next year, when they could merely go through the motions without concern for external opinions. Later in the origins of Quidditch, Albert indeed discovered that during a Quidditch match, players could be substituted after several days, allowing teams to send in substitute players to let their seekers rest. This was the only circumstance under which substitutes were permitted. Albert felt that once a Quidditch match exceeded a day, it lost its essence. For instance, igniting an opponent's broomstick tail or using one's wand to strike an opponent's broom, Albert was certain that both Eileen and Mark had engaged in such antics. Additionally, there were instances of deliberately colliding with opponents or using elbows to disrupt them. Almost all Quidditch players, except for the keeper, had engaged in such conduct. Grabbing an opponent's broomstick to slow them down or obstruct their progress, Malfoy had employed this tactic against Potter. Of course, violations of these rules typically resulted in penalties, with severe infractions leading to suspensions. Mark was a perfect example, having often committed fouls by deliberately colliding with opponents. Albert mused that if he had the chance to elbow an opposing seeker off the field, he too would seize that opportunity, as it would provide a significant advantage. Albert maliciously thought, perhaps that 3-month-long match came about in just this manner, both teams incapacitating each other's seekers, with neither side willing to concede defeat, thus necessitating the continuation of the match. Noticing someone approaching, Albert turned to see that Charlie and his group had finished their training. Charlie inquired, "Why aren't you practicing flying? The broom seems to be having some issues. It wobbles quite a bit. It's probably too old. This batch of brooms has been around for quite a while and has its share of problems," Albert explained. Charlie sighed softly and called out to the few still flying in the sky, "George, Fred, and the rest of you, come down for a tactical analysis." "Is training over?" Fred and the others landed beside Charlie, inquiring. "Not yet. I'll discuss Quidditch tactics with you all shortly, so come over," Charlie replied. "But we've already heard it all. You've talked about it throughout the entire summer," the twins chimed in unison. "Be quiet," Angelina interjected cheerfully, appreciating that Charlie was including them in the tactical discussions. After placing the bludgers and quaffle into the box, Charlie led them back into the changing room. He stood before the blackboard, beginning to explain the Quidditch strategies he had devised over the summer. Chapter 73. Mark's Feint. As Charlie expounded on Quidditch tactics, he employed a plethora of familiar terminology: eagle head formation, Pockford's lore. The jargon left Albert feeling somewhat bewildered, reminiscent of his prior experiences in English class. Nevertheless, the tactic that piqued Albert's interest the most was the Transylvanian feint, a term he learned from Charlie, who had forbidden Mark from utilizing it during matches. Seeking clarification from Wood, Albert soon understood its essence. According to Wood, the Transylvanian feint involved feigning an intention to harm an opponent, be it by pretending to punch, elbowing someone in the chest, or even jabbing a finger toward an adversary's eye. As long as contact was not made, such actions were deemed permissible. Mark, an adept practitioner of this tactic, often waved his bat as if to strike or elbowed opponents, even threateningly colliding with them on his broomstick. No one could discern whether Mark's next Transylvanian feint would be genuine or a mere ruse. After all, no one wished to endure a direct hit. It was far more vexing than being targeted by a bludger. When a bludger was in pursuit, one could count on their fellow chasers for support. But when Mark set his sights on someone, They were left to fend for themselves. This engendered considerable pressure on his adversaries. What if he actually struck someone? Of course, that would result in a foul. Mark always had a plausible excuse, claiming a misstep in executing the Transylvanian feint, his contrition feigned, or so one would hope. Regardless, being penalized was not overly severe. At most, the opposing team would receive a free shot, while the unfortunate player who endured an elbow or a bat would count themselves unlucky. Is it real or is it fabricated? Albert mused. Look, Charlie. Albert has grasped the nuances of the Transylvanian feint. How come you haven't tea? Mark exaggeratedly swung his bat. Now that everyone sees me brandishing the bat, they must all keep their distance. All right, Mark winked. What happened last year? Albert inquired, curiosity evident in his voice. The other newcomers perked up, eager to listen. Oh, last year. Before the match against Slytherin, there was a bit of a fracas outside the pitch. Consequently, Jack was rendered unable to play. And so Mark ended up in the game. Danny stifled his laughter, gesturing an exaggerated swinging motion, and quietly explained, well, Mark executed the Transylvanian feint and knocked Slytherin's seeker out of the game. Though he insists it was merely a tactical blunder with the feint. An exasperated Professor Hooch still suspended him from matches for a semester. Nevertheless, Slytherin, lacking their seeker, ultimately lost the match. In a twist of fate, Fred, who had swapped brooms with Albert, was forced to dismount shortly after takeoff. Fred had to concede that the broom indeed had issues. Quidditch practice persisted until 10:30. With only 3 training sessions each week, seizing the opportunity to hone their skills was paramount for aspiring champions. Of course, rigorous training applied solely to the regular players. Charlie maintained a more relaxed approach for newcomers, primarily focused on nurturing their flying skills and passion for Quidditch. Without that fervor, enduring the demanding practice sessions would prove arduous. Rain or shine, snow or thunder, Quidditch training would carry on. After practice, the team congregated in the locker room. Charlie addressed the issues observed during training, documenting them for targeted improvement in future sessions. Albert performed commendably. Wood, removing his protective gear, glanced at Charlie and remarked, he would make an excellent seeker. Is Charlie planning to relinquish the seeker position next year? Jack exaggeratedly pondered. He understood this was implausible, as Charlie was the captain. A captain never sits out. Yet, they all acknowledged Albert's talent. Otherwise, Wood wouldn't have made such a statement. Your brother is quite impressive as well, Eileen suddenly interjected. If we cannot find more suitable candidates next year, they could take our places. What about letting Albert become a chaser? Danny suggested. I believe he would fit the role. I think Angelina would be a better choice. That girl is more suited to take your spot, Mario added, if she manages to stand out in the tryouts next year. Provided she trains with us, there shouldn't be any issues, Jack affirmed. Ahem, Charlie cleared his throat, interrupting the discussion. Due to certain circumstances, Albert had not focused on the Quidditch ball. He had joined Professor McGonagall's, Transfiguration Club. The Transfiguration Club? Wood inquired, puzzled. What is that? Have you seen today's Transfiguration lesson? Aileen asked. In a moment of exasperation, she explained, you can think of it as a club composed of prodigies skilled in transfiguration. Isn't he just a first year? The others responded, somewhat taken aback. Well, now it was clear to everyone that Charlie had a well-intentioned motive. He was preparing to leave a substitute seeker for the team. Although Charlie himself was a seeker, he was nearing graduation. After his departure, if the team struggled to find a suitable replacement, they would have a ready-made substitute. Even if Albert was preoccupied with Transfiguration Club matters, if Wood genuinely struggled to find an exceptional chaser, Professor McGonagall would undoubtedly assist in persuading Albert to join the Quidditch team. After all, they all knew her enthusiasm for Quidditch rivaled that of anyone else. If Albert were to learn of this, he would likely shake his head and mutter, fear not. Once Charlie graduates, a certain Harry Potter will step in to take the Seeker's place. Chapter 74. Homework before the class concluded. Professor McGonagall addressed the students seated in the classroom from her lectern, instructing them to read Gamp's Fundamental Laws of Transformation and submit a summary by the following Monday. The classroom buzzed with whispers discussing the nuances of transforming a matchstick into a needle, a skill only mastered by a select few, while the majority of students struggled to achieve even minor alterations with their matchsticks. You must make the most of your time. We will be practicing the transformation of stones into teacups next Monday. Professor McGonagall's tone shifted to one of sternness. If anyone has not thoroughly grasped how to convert a matchstick into a needle by then, there will be consequences. I trust you will take this seriously. The limited training time in class is insufficient for mastering transfiguration, I hope no one will need to find themselves in detention with me. As soon as Professor McGonagall left, a wave of despair washed over the classroom. Transfiguration proved to be even more challenging than anticipated, requiring greater effort than other subjects. Students soon realized that while classes at Hogwarts were few, the homework was plentiful, and practicing magic demanded a considerable investment of time. Regret lingered in the air as many pondered why they had not devoted more time to their studies the previous week. Yet, one individual seemed to float above the fray. Fred, George, and Lee Jordan turned their heads in unison to observe a fellow student gathering his books. Albert, who appeared to be experiencing the most leisurely year of all. Having completed nearly all his assignments, excelling in transfiguration without a hint of concern for detention. He even had spare time to wander the castle, capturing moments with his camera. What are we going to do? Lee Jordan raked his fingers through his short hair, displaying signs of agitation. What do you mean? Albert replied, slinging his backpack over his shoulder as he exited the transfiguration classroom with his companions. Homework, Fred lamented, realizing the overwhelming amount of assignments he had yet to complete. Then let us get to it. Let me see what we have, he urged. Albert purposefully pulled out a piece of parchment from his bag, intending to read aloud in front of the three. However, George swiftly snatched the parchment from Albert's hands, glancing at it before emitting a cry of dismay. The parchment was filled with multiple lines of their homework assignments, so numerous that George felt as if he were sinking into a quagmire of tasks from which he could not escape. Fred and Lee Jordan leaned in to inspect the parchment, their expressions instantly falling as they noted the meticulous detail, even including astronomy assignments. Seeing their faces, Albert felt a chuckle rise within him and suggested, "How about we head to the library?" Fred hesitated. "Could we borrow your homework too?" Reference? George covered Fred's mouth, while Lee Jordan chimed in to finish his thought. Reference? Yes, reference. Actually, the homework is quite straightforward. Once we reach the library, I can introduce you to a few books. Albert tucked away the parchment, continuing as they walked. You can glean some information from those, and the assignments will be easily resolved. Really? The three exclaimed in delight. Of course not, Albert teased. I'm planning to visit Hagrid for afternoon tea. Care to join? Don't change the subject. Yes. Otherwise, how about lending us your homework for our reference? Fred pleaded, resting a hand on Albert's shoulder. It's rather inconsiderate of you to abandon us for tea with Hagrid. Come along, accompany us to the library. You have assignments to finish as well, don't you? George added, draping his arm over Albert's shoulder. Here, I'll carry your bag, Lee Jordan said cheerfully, taking hold of Albert's backpack as they marched toward the library together. With Albert in their midst, the daunting task of homework seemed less formidable, as they could readily ask questions, undoubtedly enhancing their efficiency. Upon entering the library, they discovered a considerable number of students already present. They found a vacant table and began their assignments. Today's task for Transfiguration was not particularly challenging, merely drafting a summary of Gamp's fundamental laws of transformation. In truth, this involved a simple reading of the laws followed by extracting key points and rephrasing them in their own words, a task easily accomplished. Is that it? The trio exclaimed in astonishment. You finished the Transfiguration homework in less than half an hour? And I saw you just copying things. How does that work? Why not? Albert countered. Professor McGonagall asked us to summarize Gamp's fundamental laws, which is essentially identifying the key points and articulating them in our own style. The three were momentarily speechless, the logic resonating with them. They promptly noted down his advice, planning to emulate O.W.L.s method for their own summaries of Gamp's laws. Fred and his friends returned to their focus on their charms essay, and with O.W.L.s assistance, they saved time searching for resources, directly copying suitable content from useful texts such as the achievements of charms and 18th century charm selections. A 3-foot essay was proving to be less daunting than anticipated. As for the Lumos and Nox spells, they had already mastered them. Otherwise, their homework load would have increased yet again. Professor Flitwick similarly required students to master these spells by the following week. Once the ink had dried, Albert stowed away his parchment and glanced at the trio's progress, mentally rehearsing a timeline of magical history. He despised this subject. Memorizing dates and figures felt particularly tedious. Fortunately, Albert possessed an excellent memory, and with repeated review, he was able to retain the information. After mentally traversing the dates, locations, characters, and events, he checked off the section on magical history. Fred and his friends were making good progress. The 3-foot essay on the Lumos spell was more than half complete. Albert suggested, you might want to incorporate some of your own insights. Our own insights? They echoed, puzzled. Yes. Reflect on what challenges you encountered while learning the spells and how you overcame them. These are personal experiences, so you needn't worry about lacking content. It is merely a matter of quantity. Spare me. I have no desire to revise. Fred exclaimed, staring at Albert's parchment, realizing his own writing was a chaotic mess. Ultimately abandoning the idea of revision. Filling 3 feet of parchment with coherent text was no small feat. Moreover, as first-year students, they were writing essays for the first time, and it was reasonable to expect some disarray. Surely Professor Flitwick would not be overly concerned with their content. Chapter 75. The Source of Confidence. As night deepened, the number of students in the Gryffindor common room dwindled, leaving most occupied with their homework. Finally finished, Lee Jordan rose from the sofa, stretching lazily, and tucked away the parchment detailing the GAMP's fundamental laws of transformation. Having learned from their previous experience, the trio refrained from borrowing homework from Albert for comparison, to avoid unnecessary heartache. How is your transfiguration practice going? Not great. I can only manage this much, Fred sighed, displaying his clumsily transformed needle, which resembled a rather thick pin, merely an attempt to morph a matchstick into the shape of a needle. If I can't turn a match into a fine needle, I certainly won't pass Professor McGonagall-s assessment. Come on, it's not bad. If it were easy to master transfiguration, what would that say about everyone else's efforts? Albert retorted, engrossed in his book, 19th Century Charms, with only a few pages remaining. Let me at least see it before you judge. Fred waved the pen in front of Albert, irritated. By the way, aren't you finished with that book yet? Just a few pages left. Albert glanced at Fred's practice outcome, noting that the pen was indeed unusually thick. How do we resolve this? Fred handed the pen to Albert. Practice a few more days, and you will surely succeed, Albert stated without hesitation. That's obvious, isn't it? George rolled his eyes. His pen was slightly thinner than Fred's, barely qualifying as a needle rather than a blunt metal stick. Fred's creation could hardly be called a nail, either. I've encountered a similar situation. Albert conjured a large-headed pen with his wand. You first need to produce the needle before considering how to make it more refined. What is the point of that? George asked, perplexed, as he accepted the large-headed pen. Of course, it serves as a reference. You need to transform a needle, but it need not be identical, just a regular needle. Albert instructed the trio, encouraging them to try again. A needle? George mumbled, raising his wand and aiming it at the matchstick. Upon uttering the incantation, a rather ungraceful large-headed pin materialized before them. Did you succeed? Fred picked up the large-headed pin, astonished. Too many failures can undermine your confidence, Albert explained. You must have faith in your abilities and believe you will succeed. Then what do I do with this pin? George asked, even more confused. Distract yourself from dwelling on your past failures and use it for comparison, Albert replied nonchalantly. By the way, how is your disillusionment charm coming along? George abruptly inquired. I should be about ready by next week, Albert said, unwrapping a chocolate and popping it into his mouth. Why do you ask? You're not thinking. He made a sliding motion with his fingers. Indeed, tonight. Are you coming? Fred divulged. I heard Filch has a cold. This is a perfect opportunity. Don't get caught. Albert closed his book, glancing at the task list, which confirmed that the reading fanatic had only made 100 progress. Aren't you going? George asked. Not going. We misjudged you. Fred and George exchanged incredulous looks. Turning to Lee Jordan, who was already shaking his head. Don't look at me. Lee shrugged, evidently uninterested in the escapade. You too. Fine. The Weasley twins exchanged resigned glances, realizing they were likely to be the only ones embarking on this nocturnal adventure. If you want to go out at night, choose Friday. After all, there are no classes the next day, Albert kindly reminded them. If you don't rest at night, how can you attend class the next day? Sleeping in class? Do you want to get expelled? That makes sense. Let us choose Friday. Fred nodded in agreement. What are you picking Friday for? A voice suddenly interjected. Fred felt a shadow loom over him. As he looked up, he found Percy standing before him. What do you plan to do on Friday? Percy demanded sternly. Practice transfiguration. George replied without hesitation. Don't think I didn't hear that. Percy shot a disapproving glare at the twins, coldly stating, night excursions. Do you know how many points you lose if caught? George innocently blinked at Percy. I heard Gryffindor hasn't won the House Cup in years. I've been keeping an eye on you too. Don't cause trouble, Percy retorted, clearly irritated, fully aware of George's implications. Look, doesn't it seem that no one cares about points? Otherwise, why would they not strive to earn points and bring glory to Gryffindor? Do Gryffindor students not care about honor? No, they certainly do, Percy replied. After all, points do not appear out of thin air. Moreover, the repeated losses in Quidditch only exacerbate the situation. Percy was truly vexing. I agree. I tell you, next time you discuss important matters, find a secluded spot. Albert shook his head, reminding them, if you speak here, everyone can hear about your plans for a night excursion. Did I hear someone planning a night adventure? Mark approached, placing a hand on Fred's shoulder with a knowing look. It's a good habit. How can one call themselves a Gryffindor without having ventured out at night? Listening to Mark recount his glorious escapades, Albert couldn't help but twitch his lips, interjecting, caught by Filch? No, Mark replied. I've heard Filch knows most of the secret passages, and he has a clever cat helping him keep watch. Albert laid bare a harsh reality. Unless one was more familiar with the castle's secret passages than Filch, escape would be quite challenging. Where did you cast a spell on Filch? Well, a confundus charm works quite effectively, Mark casually remarked. Don't listen to Mark's nonsense. Eileen approached, pulling Mark away, reminding them that there was Quidditch practice Wednesday afternoon. Are you really not coming with us? Fred asked once more. Even if we were to venture out. It's not the right time, Lee Jordan replied curtly. They had only recently arrived at Hogwarts and were still unfamiliar with the castle, failing to comprehend Fred and George's reckless behavior. Chapter 76. The Headless Hat. The students of Gryffindor are known for their fearless nature, often wandering the castle in the dead of night. What about you? George inquired. What do you think? Albert retorted, tossing a towel he used to dry his hair at George with irritation. A morning wash brightens the mood, and an evening wash ensures a good night's sleep, he asserted with a sense of entitlement. The three of them exchanged glances of disbelief, unwilling to debate the matter further, fully aware that whenever Albert discussed an issue, he could always conjure a slew of justifications. Can you really sleep well? Lee Jordan asked abruptly before heading off for a shower. The disillusionment charm took effect, and the towel seemed to vanish from the bed. Albert picked up the invisible towel, examining it closely, covering his hand with it. The concealed portion disappeared, yet it still exuded a peculiar sense of incongruity. He crumpled the towel, scrutinizing the effects of the charm, noting that at times, this sense of dissonance could become more pronounced. How did you just do that with your hand? Fred stared at Albert's left hand, wide-eyed with astonishment. You mean this? Albert handed the towel, enchanted with the disillusionment charm, to Fred. I placed a disillusionment charm on the towel. Impressive. George leaned in to examine it more closely. However, it still has some flaws. For now, this is the best I can do. Albert's disillusionment charm had reached level 1, but its effectiveness remained wanting. Any skilled wizard could easily detect the flaws, and some would employ such magic to create inferior invisibility cloaks. Invisibility cloak? Fred asked, perplexed. I've heard of such a thing. But why inferior? Albert explained, the invisibility effect on the cloak diminishes over time. Look, my hand is gone. Fred covered his hand with the invisible towel and winked at George. If you don't look closely, you really can't tell. Wrap it around your head, Albert suggested. Fred and George exchanged knowing glances, seemingly realizing something, and a mischievous grin crept onto their faces. The door was shut again, and the oil lamp in the room suddenly extinguished. What on earth are you two doing? Why are the lights off in the dormitory? Is everyone asleep? Lee Jordan, freshly emerged from his shower, pushed open the wooden door to find the room shrouded in darkness, frowning in annoyance. A flicker of light suddenly illuminated the darkness. Lee Jordan turned towards the source and saw one of the twins standing by the table, turning to look at him. The pale light from his wand climbed up his body, finally resting on his shoulder. Lee Jordan's eyes widened in disbelief as he realized he had no head. Lee Jordan's expression froze, standing there in stunned silence. Frankly, the scene was rather chilling, especially in the dark. Ahem, stop it. You've scared him stiff. Albert stifled his laughter, reaching over to yank the invisible towel from Fred's head, revealing his face. Is he all right? George reignited the lamp, glancing anxiously at the still-dazed Lee Jordan, casting a reproachful look at his twin brother, as if all the blame lay with Fred. I wonder, he is not going to be completely daft from fright, is he? Fred extended a hand to touch Lee Jordan, but Albert stopped him. Time passed slowly, and Lee Jordan remained lost in his stupor, an unsettling atmosphere pervading the room. Suddenly, Lee Jordan burst into laughter, startling the three others. Are you all right? Fred asked tentatively. I'm fine, Lee Jordan replied, making a face at the trio, clearly having feigned his earlier reaction. But you did manage to give me a fright. We were the ones who got scared, George retorted. That shouldn't be surprising. Given that there are ghosts in the castle, Albert dismissed the possibility. Those immersed in the magical world tend to accept and adapt to the unknown far more readily than ordinary folk. If someone were to walk around with their head missing in the bustling streets at night, it would likely terrify many and possibly make the headlines the following day. However, witnessing someone else's head suddenly vanish is still quite unsettling, Fred remarked. Why doesn't O.W.L.s joke shop sell such things? Zonko's is no longer in the prime of creativity. He's past the age of vibrant imagination. While he possesses the talent to transform ideas into joke products, his inspiration has likely run dry, Albert explained casually. Without that spark, he wouldn't be able to create a headless hat. Headless hat? Fred's eyes brightened. What a delightful name. Write that down. We might just create our own headless hat one day. George hurriedly searched for a quill and parchment. Before that, you both should probably learn some spells. Albert reminded them. The disillusionment charm on that towel is about to wear off. Albert checked the enchantment on the invisible towel, acknowledging that it could never maintain invisibility like Harry Potter's cloak permanently. By the way, this thing is somewhat akin to optical camouflage. It faded away so quickly, Fred murmured. Albert picked up the pocket watch on his pillow, glancing at the time. It lasted about half an hour. Such a short duration. George expressed a hint of disappointment. You haven't mastered it yet. What did you expect? Albert rolled his eyes. The duration of a spell depends on the wizard casting it. Of course, truly skilled spellcasters don't need invisibility cloaks. They can easily use spells to render themselves invisible, eluding detection by ordinary witches and wizards. Chapter 77. The Invisibility Cloak, What a Pity. If only the disillusionment charm could last a little longer, applying it to a cloak would render it an invisibility cloak. Lee Jordan gazed wistfully at the enchanted towel that had lost its magic. To possess an invisibility cloak would mean complete access to the sprawling Hogwarts castle. Lee Jordan was not averse to exploring at night. However, he was always mindful of the consequences of such actions. The bravery of Gryffindor was never synonymous with recklessness or thoughtlessness. Have you ever used it on yourself? Lee Jordan inquired cautiously. Let us not go there, he replied curtly. You should try it on yourself first before I give it a go. Would you two like to give it a shot? Albert asked the Weasley twins with a smile. The two shuddered in unison, shaking their heads. No. What a shame. Not really, the three replied in chorus. An invisibility cloak? In fact, crafting a subpar version is not too difficult. Albert withdrew a cloak from his suitcase, wielded his wand, and cast a spell, causing the cloak to blend seamlessly with its surroundings, as though it had vanished entirely. Look at this, Albert said, draping the invisibility cloak around himself. What do you think? Wow, you've disappeared. It's truly an invisibility cloak. The trio momentarily set aside their concerns regarding the duration of the disillusionment charm, reveling in the excitement of encountering an invisibility cloak for the first time. Albert lowered his head alone suspended in the air, while his body became entirely invisible. Let me try? George urged. Albert removed the cloak and handed it to George, who eagerly wrapped it around himself, enveloping himself snugly. In the next moment, George vanished from the room. Albert.s disillusionment charm indeed had its shortcomings, yet it was not immediately evident upon cursory inspection. All right, let me give it a try, Lee Jordan said, reaching out to feel in the air, as if searching for something with his eyes closed. Guess where I am? Cough, cough, reveal yourself. Albert raised his wand and cast the revealing charm towards the direction of the voice. George, who had been cloaked, instantly reappeared before the others. Everyone watched in silence as George moved cautiously, trying not to make a sound, until Fred could no longer contain his laughter. How did the invisibility effect wear off? George, startled by Fred's laughter, recalled Albert.s spell, peering out from the cloak only to realize its invisibility had dissipated. It's the revealing charm. A cloak made invisible by incantation can easily be countered by another spell, Albert explained, patting George on the shoulder. Genuine invisibility cloaks are typically woven from the hair of invisibility creatures, though even those will ultimately lose their effect over time. In Albert.s recollection, the only true invisibility cloak belonged to Harry Potter. As for cloaks created with the disillusionment charm, they were hardly impressive, perhaps not even worthy of being classified as alchemical items. What should alchemical tools truly resemble? In Albert.s memory, items such as the Deluminator, the Mirror of Ariste, the Pensieve, the Golden Snitch, and the Goblet of Fire could be deemed true alchemical artifacts. Like potions, alchemy ought to be regarded as a form of magic. He realized he had yet to finalize the invention of his magical lamp. Albert, why are you suddenly lost in thought? The trio looked at him in bewilderment, having been engaged in lively conversation moments before. It's nothing. I was merely pondering something. Since the disillusionment charm can be applied to objects, what about other spells? Albert picked up his wand and attempted to ignite a crumpled copy of the Daily Prophet, but nothing happened. What are you doing? George asked, perplexed. I'm trying to make the paper glow. And the result? You saw it for yourself, Albert replied tersely. The outcome is obviously negative. Or perhaps my spellcasting ability is insufficient. Why are you even trying? Fred queried, baffled. Have you not noticed that the joke items sold in O.W.L.s are also enchanted? That makes some sense. The trio immediately recalled the earlier invisibility cloak. Armor charm. Albert began to cast a protective charm on the paper, hoping to imbue it with the effects of the shield charm. Yet again, there was no response. What are you up to now? Lee Jordan inquired. Applying the shield charm to the paper. To a piece of paper? The three looked at each other, completely at a loss as to Albert's intentions. Well, did it work? Uncertain. Here, you hold it while I give it a try. Albert handed the paper to Fred, instructing him to point it at himself. Wait, are you planning to cast a spell on me? Fred exclaimed. Not at all. I intend to use this as a test. Albert tossed a pillow at Fred's face. Looks like your shield charm is ineffective. Fred shot Albert a reproachful glare. That was to be expected. Albert was unfazed. His current magical prowess was insufficient, and whether he could enchant objects remained to be seen. So, you were definitely doing that on purpose. Fred retaliated by throwing a pillow back at Albert, bursting into laughter, only to be met with a pillow in the face from Lee Jordan. George joined the fray, seizing his pillow and joining the playful skirmish. After a bout of laughter and playful banter, they finally settled down. All right, I'm a bit tired now. I'll rest for a while. Albert stifled a yawn and lay down, preparing for sleep. Good night. Good night. If I could create some protective items, they would likely sell quite well. Especially during Voldemort's reign when everyone feels so insecure, a thought suddenly struck Albert. Attempting to exchange Muggle currency for galleons was impractical. Gringotts goblins had made it clear that, theoretically, they would not allow one to trade large amounts of pounds for galleons. This was not difficult to understand. Wizards rarely needed pounds, and interactions between the two worlds were minimal, save for wizards who frequently mingled with Muggles. Ah, right. The Ministry of Magic seems to have a similar department. Albert slapped his forehead, realizing he had once again drifted into thoughts of finances. He did not consider himself greedy. Yet it was undeniable that a lack of funds could be quite limiting. The magical world was no exception. Just as Albert was about to drift off to sleep, he heard some commotion in the room. The twins were tiptoeing, preparing to sneak out. Are you planning to go out for a night adventure? He cautioned. Be careful not to get caught outside by the fat lady. Albert had no intention of stopping them. After all, they possessed the Marauder's map, and unless they were foolish enough to get themselves caught, they had little to fear from Filch. Chapter 78. The Midnight Adventure in the Dead of Night. While the other inhabitants of the dormitory had succumbed to slumber, Fred quietly pulled back the covers, climbed out of bed, and approached George's bedside. He gently nudged him twice and made a shushing gesture. With a slow and deliberate motion, George rose, donned his robe, grasped his wand, and stealthily exited the room, while Fred softly closed the door behind them. The two ascended the spiral staircase and entered the Gryffindor common room, which was now deserted, the fire in the hearth having long since extinguished. Instead of leaving immediately, they sought out an armchair to settle into. Fred retrieved an old piece of parchment from his robe pocket and lightly tapped it with his wand, proclaiming, I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. So am I, George mumbled, promptly illuminating his wand to shed light upon the Marauder's map. As the castle map materialized, Fred spread it out on the table, and the two began searching for Filch's name. The loathsome caretaker was resting in a bedroom adjacent to his office on the first floor, while his cat, Mrs. Norris, patrolled the fifth. What about Percy? George whispered. Fred pointed towards Percy's dormitory, saying, he is sleeping. All right, let the nocturnal escapade begin. Fred and George exchanged triumphant high fives, stowing away the map in preparation for their adventure. However, as soon as they crossed the portrait hole, they were met with the scrutinizing gaze of the fat lady. Where do you think you're going at this hour? Out for a midnight adventure, madam, Fred grinned. The fat lady was taken aback, never having anticipated anyone would speak so boldly about their late-night endeavors. Off you go. George nudged Fred from behind, and the two hastily vanished around the corridor's corner. In the dark and silent hallway, the Weasley twins felt a surge of exhilaration. With the Marauder's map in hand, Hogwarts Castle was now their playground. As for Filch, he would never catch them. Albert will surely regret not joining us for this escapade, Fred declared with glee, having confirmed Filch's location. I believe Albert will wait until he learns the disillusionment charm before he dares to accompany us, George replied, his voice brimming with barely contained excitement. Nevertheless, this is our first time using the Marauder's map, and doing it solo is quite enjoyable. In truth, the twins were reluctant to share the secret of the map with too many others. Once we uncover all the secret passages within the castle, we'll certainly give them quite a shock, Fred mused contentedly. During the day, there were some passages they couldn't explore openly, but at night, with no one around, there was little to fear. It was a splendid opportunity. Fred led the way with the Marauder's map, the corridor engulfed in darkness and an eerie stillness. With each turn, his heart raced with anticipation. What a thrilling sensation. Stop. Fred quickly extinguished his wand, signaling George to be quiet. What is it? Nearly headless Nick, Fred replied. After waiting for approximately 30 seconds, Fred, shielded by George, reignited his wand to check Nick's position. He has moved on, Fred announced. The two crept downstairs, halting before a suit of armor on the 7th floor. On the Marauder's map, a marker indicating Fred was gently tapping the visor of the knight's helmet, beside which appeared an incantation, turn mouth into door. They exchanged glances. Turn mouth? Let me try it, George said. He extinguished his light and tapped the stone knight's helmet with his wand. Suddenly, the knight bowed, and the visor opened wide, expanding like a gaping mouth, large enough for a slender person to enter. Fred checked the Marauder's map, ensuring no one was around before swiftly entering, with George following closely behind. The passage was narrow, the ground littered with dust and cobwebs. I dare say this path has not been traversed in quite some time, Fred remarked, clearing the cobwebs with his wand as they moved forward. The passage descended, leading to a stone door. Upon crossing through, they found themselves obstructed by a wooden door. Where are we? George inquired. The 4th floor. I recognize this place, Fred replied, recalling that some doors opened to reveal additional, immovable stone barriers. I wager this is a one-way passage, George suggested, pushing against the stone door. Some doors within Hogwarts were not true doors at all, merely solid walls masquerading as such. It seemed these, too, were doors, passageways, yet only accessible from the other side. George cautiously left the wooden door ajar, but as he raised his wand, a sleepy portrait nearby grumbled, "Mind your manners, lad. We're trying to sleep." "Oh, my apologies." George quickly lowered his wand and urged Fred, "Let us get out of here. This way. I know of another passage." Fred hastily led the way, stopping beside a vase at the corner of the 3rd floor. George approached, tapping the vase with his wand twice, turning it left and right. The vase emitted a faint scraping sound, and a dark spot suddenly appeared in a nearby landscape painting, rapidly enlarging until a door became visible. George stepped forward, grasped the doorknob, and gently pushed, causing the original frame to open and reveal the hidden entrance behind it. Upon entering, they discovered it was a passage leading outside the castle. The exit situated along the path to the boathouse. The entrance was overgrown with weeds, and more importantly, it was nearly invisible to any passerby. As the twins emerged, the entrance's rocky facade gradually returned to its original state. Who would have known there was an entrance here? Fred mused, tapping the rocky wall, which felt solid and unyielding, making it hard to believe a door had ever existed. How do we get inside? Please don't tell me we'll be stuck out here all night, George said, wrapping his arms around himself against the chill night air. Let me take a look. Fred glanced at the Marauder's map, which indeed contained instructions on how to open the entrance. Tap the protruding stone 3 times, he murmured, searching for the described stone. Suddenly, the stone wall shifted, revealing a concealed stone door that gradually opened. Are you all right? Fred asked. I think I might be catching a chill, George replied, rubbing his nose. Let us call it a night. We have classes tomorrow, Fred said, stifling a yawn. George agreed. Chapter 79. The Pursuit of Filch before emerging from the secret passage. The two had already meticulously determined their next course of action, having confirmed multiple times that their primary adversary was still resting in his chamber. Ah! As George felt a sneeze coming on, Fred swiftly covered his mouth to stifle any potential noise. It's nothing, just a tickle in my nose, George murmured, rubbing his nose and stifling a yawn, already nostalgic for the comfort of his soft bed. The pair descended the staircase to the 5th floor, intending to take a secret route directly to the 8th. Suddenly, a strange meow echoed through the air. Fred froze, raising his wand to peer ahead. And out from around the corner sauntered Mrs. Norris, Filch's beloved feline companion. Upon spotting the two, The cat turned and fled. After exchanging glances, Fred and George erupted into joyous laughter, fully aware of the feline's intent. Filch would soon be searching the castle for their whereabouts, and the thought of the ailing caretaker stumbling about at such an hour filled them with amusement. Navigating through the secret passage on the 5th floor, they reached the 8th, traversing the dark and silent Gryffindor corridor until they arrived before the portrait of the fat lady. However, to their dismay, the portrait swung open to reveal an empty void. She had gone out visiting at this late hour. In that moment, both Fred and George realized they were trapped outside the Gryffindor common room. That fellow had taken a shortcut through the secret passage, moving far quicker than they had anticipated. Albert truly has a knack for jinxing us, George lamented. I have no intention of spending the night here. I'd surely catch a cold. Perhaps we should seek a place to rest? Where could we possibly hide? Fred pondered. The answer was clear: the secret passage. There were several on the 8th floor. Yet Fred was uncertain if Filch knew of them. Consulting the Marauder's map, they noted Filch had already reached the 5th floor and was commencing his search for the nocturnal wanderers. Let Filch search, George scoffed. Still, we ought to be cautious. We wouldn't want to be caught, Fred advised. He had no desire to fall into Filch's clutches, knowing full well the consequences would be dire. Not only would he have to endure Filch's infuriating presence, but he would also face Professor McGonagall, Percy, and the inevitable loss of house points, rendering them pariahs among their fellow Gryffindors. On the 5th floor, amidst the portraits, Filch patrolled with his lantern, his mood utterly dismal. Having caught a cold, his head felt heavy, and his desire for a restful night was thwarted. No, still nothing, he muttered, sweeping through an abandoned classroom, straining to catch any sound. His beloved Mrs. Norris was assisting in the search, yet they had yet to capture any of the elusive students. Nor had they heard any signs of movement. Have they escaped? Filch pondered aloud. No, that cannot be. From the moment Mrs. Norris raised the alarm to my arrival here, mere minutes have passed. Those wretched children could not have fled so quickly. They cannot have gone far. I shall catch them. Filch prided himself on his intimate knowledge of every passage within Hogwarts, convinced that none could evade him. Little did he know that his every move was being meticulously observed by the twins. They tracked the ink dot representing Filch on the Marauder's map, watching as he navigated the castle's passages and separated from Mrs. Norris to search for them independently. Filch certainly is familiar with the castle's secret routes. For most students wandering at night, evading him would be a formidable challenge, George remarked. Now is not the time for reflection. We cannot remain here. Filch may discover this passage. We must find a location unknown to him to hide, Fred realized, sensing the urgency of their predicament. Let us investigate, Fred agreed. We must leave immediately. If Filch searches the 8th floor, we are certain to be caught. Let's head to the Knight's Armor passage on the 7th floor. I doubt Filch is aware of that route. If we hide there, he surely won't find us. However, the 7th floor was patrolled by Mrs. Norris, and a careless mistake could lead to their capture. They planned to use the secret passage behind the Griffin's painting on the 8th floor to access other levels, only to discover that Filch was approaching from the same passageway. Run, Fred hissed, hastening his pace. As they reached the 7th floor, Filch emerged from the Griffin's portrait, immediately detecting the sound of their hurried footsteps. I found you. Don't even think of escaping, Filch grumbled, lantern in hand as he pursued them up the staircase, with Mrs. Norris racing ahead to lead the way to the elusive night wanderers. No, Filch is coming this way, Fred exclaimed, refraining from attempting to enter the Knight's Armor statue, knowing that Filch was closing in swiftly. If the passage could not be sealed in time, they risked being discovered. This was a scenario the twins wished to avoid entirely. Equipped with the Marauder's map, they could easily navigate the castle while evading Filch. Caught with the ability to track Filch's movements, that was inconceivable. Just then, George let out an unexpected sneeze, the sound echoing down the corridor and instantly drawing Filch's attention. Quickly, Filch is coming this way, Fred exclaimed, casting a bewildered glance at George before urging him to hurry. What now? George queried, quickening his pace to keep up. What else can we do? Fred shrugged helplessly. He chases us, we run. Thus commenced a game of cat and mouse. Chapter 80. The mouse plays with the cat over here, this way, Fred exclaimed, his heart racing, blood surging through his veins as the game of hide-and-seek with Filch proved to be more exhilarating than he had anticipated. Filch had just traversed the secret passage, attempting to intercept them ahead, but Fred remained unperturbed. Before Filch could position himself to block their path, the duo had cleverly turned away from him. Filch would never manage to preempt their escape, and besides, his stamina paled in comparison to theirs. The only concern was Mrs. Norris, a cat even more formidable than Filch. Her speed was remarkable, and her intellect made evading her a daunting task. Filch's feline companion would alert her master and constantly kept watch over them. Fred contemplated kicking her away but quickly dismissed the thought, aware that injuring Mrs. Norris would only incite Filch's wrath further. "I hear footsteps again. How can he be faster than us?" George gasped, frustration evident in his tone. "Don't worry, he won't catch up." "This way," Fred exclaimed. Although his familiarity with the castle did not quite match Filch's, relying on the Marauder's map, they could confidently leave him behind. "He-s out of the passage." Fred suddenly chuckled. "Right turn ahead, down the stairs. We're heading to the 4th floor." "I bet he-s fuming," George added joyfully. Filch certainly knew many hidden routes within the castle, perhaps more intimately than the Weasley twins. Yet, it mattered little, with the Marauder's map in their possession. Even should Filch manage to intercept them, his detours would only cause him to lose their trail. Fred slowed his pace, catching his breath, his gaze shifting from the map as he cheerfully remarked, "Filch has stopped. I reckon he-s utterly bewildered." In truth, this was quite amusing, leading Filch in circles. George, completely awake now, was filled with a sense of exhilaration, knowing this escapade would provide them with tales for months to come. TSK, those pesky first years. Roaming about at this hour. Peeves suddenly sprang from the trophy room, blocking their path and gleefully squealing. "Good evening," George greeted the poltergeist. "Filch's cat is right behind us. Care to create some mischief for him?" "I'd rather see you two caught by Filch," Peeves replied, his eyes twinkling with mischief. "We won't be. Filch is still on our tail," Fred shrugged, drawing his wand to unlock a wooden door leading to another corridor. "Oh, perhaps I should inform Filch," Peeves said with mock seriousness. "It's for your own good." "Then do tell him," George said dismissively as he closed the door behind them. "But I hear your relationship with him isn't the best. Would you really want to see him in good spirits?" Fred waved at Peeves. "I reserve my opinion on that matter. Student's not in bed." Peeves suddenly hollered, wandering aimlessly outside the trophy room. "Peeves is insufferable," George muttered, his eyelids flickering. "If he didn't shout, he wouldn't be Peeves," Fred replied, glancing at the Marauder's map, noticing that Filch was rapidly approaching. "Quiet, Peeves." "No. You should encourage Peeves to shout louder," Fred grumbled, raising his voice. "As you wish." Fred made a rude gesture at Peeves before vanishing around the corner with George. "Peeves." Moments later, Filch arrived, panting. "Quick, tell me which way they ran." "You should say please." Filch had no intention of indulging Peeves with pleasantries and was ready to pursue his cat forward. This evening, he was on the verge of exploding with rage. Those students dared to play hide-and-seek with him. Never before had Filch endured such humiliation. He was determined to capture those students and punish them severely. "Professor, there are students roaming about at night. I'm trying to catch them," Filch gritted through clenched teeth, knowing Peeves knew who they were, but refusing to divulge. Snape glanced at Peeves, inquiring, "Peeves, who are they?" "Two bothersome Gryffindor first years," Peeves replied, a sly grin on his face. "Those little rascals claim you can't catch them." Peeves delightedly flew away, leaving Filch scowling in fury, having withheld Fred and George's names. Snape, agreeing with Filch, was more than willing to apprehend the two Gryffindor students and deduct a hefty 100 points from their house. If it were only Filch. The twins would have felt no apprehension about being cornered, but with Snape now added to the mix, their situation became precarious. No one wished to fall into the hands of the potions master. It was widely known that he harbored a profound dislike for Gryffindor students. Fred and George were disheartened, realizing they would have to continue wandering the castle, evading capture from both Snape and Filch. "Oh no, Filch is coming up to the 8th floor through the passage. We must find a place to hide quickly," Fred exclaimed, studying the Marauder's map, suddenly aware of the urgency, and led the way in a hurry. "Be careful not to get caught by Snape," George cautioned. "There's a room nearby. Perhaps we can hide in there," George suggested, pointing to a deserted room on the right side of the 8th floor. "No, we'd surely be found. Filch's cat is more perceptive than we realize. We need to be patient, leading Filch in circles and exiting through the Sphinx Tapestry's secret passage." Fred paused to catch his breath, realizing the risk of capture, which soured his mood considerably. Chapter 81. The mysterious broom cupboard hastily approaching the portrait of the fat lady with an oil lamp in hand. Filch suddenly chuckled. The guardian of the entrance to the Gryffindor common room had vanished. The inability to enter the Gryffindor common room meant that students wandering at night could only linger outside. No one could slip away from their grasp. No one. A sneeze escaped George. Fred, ahead, halted and looked back at him, bewildered. Where to next? George rubbed his nose and leaned in to inquire. Fred shifted his wand to the Marauder's map, observing the positions of Snape and Filch, and instinctively quickened his pace. He intended to circle around the 8th floor, evading Filch's pursuit while dodging Snape and Filch's cat. Snape was approaching the 8th floor. Once he arrived, they would be cornered. Professor, they should still be on the 8th floor. I just heard a noise, Filch remarked, barely concealing his excitement. You go this way. I'll circle around the other side. They can't escape now. However, as Fred and George hurried past the tapestry of the troll being bludgeoned by a club for the 3rd time, they inadvertently discovered a door had appeared on the wall opposite the tapestry. How did it come to be? George stared at the door in surprise. They had no knowledge of such a door existing here, nor was it marked on the Marauder's map. Fred gritted his teeth and said, "Never mind, let us hide inside." The two opened the door and entered, only to find it was merely a broom cupboard, filled with dust and a few old brooms. By the time Filch and Snape closed in from either side, the entrance to the room of requirement had vanished. They were left utterly empty-handed. Where are they? Filch's face registered a fleeting moment of shock. He had just heard sounds from this vicinity, yet there was no one in sight. Have they hidden? Or escaped? No, they couldn't have gone far. I just heard someone sneeze. Filch's cheeks contorted with fury. He had initially believed he could trap those Gryffindor students who had made a fool of him and teach them a harsh lesson, only for them to slip through his fingers. The crushing disappointment left him immensely frustrated. Inside the broom cupboard, Fred and George clamped their hands over each other's mouths, fearful of making the slightest sound that might draw the attention of the two outside. It was imperative. Filch and Snape stood just outside their hiding place, and if they opened the door, a calamity would surely ensue. As if fate favored these fortunate twins, Snape and Filch eventually departed, searching other areas of the 8th floor for the twins' whereabouts. Unsurprisingly, they found nothing. If anyone is caught wandering about at night again, report to me immediately. Snape instructed Filch before leaving. As the footsteps faded into the distance, Fred and George exhaled in relief, yet they had no immediate intention of exiting. They remained in the broom cupboard until they cautiously pushed the door open, ensuring no noise would alert Filch. There were no indications whatsoever. Hogwarts Castle still concealed numerous secrets. Even the Moonface, Wormtail, Bigfoot, and Forked Stick were not privy to all of them. George mused, turning to his twin brother and asking, by the way, how did that door appear just now? The fat lady, dressed in her nightgown, scrutinized the two and inquired, where have you been? Just taking a stroll. George promptly responded with the password. Beautifully sung, the portrait replied, swinging open. They immediately climbed into the common room, collapsing into armchairs and exchanging glances that erupted into laughter. Tonight was truly thrilling, George exclaimed, still brimming with excitement. I bet Filch is fuming, Fred chuckled joyfully. Honestly, I can't stand that caretaker. Fred yawned widely, too weary to even open his eyes. What time is it? Roughly 5 in the morning. He stifled another yawn, sleepily asking, what's the time now? 7:30 in the morning. I'm telling you. George picked up his pillow and hurled it at Fred, who promptly fell back onto his bed, looking utterly fatigued. You're saying that when the fat lady wasn't he around, you nearly got caught by Filch and ended up hiding in a broom cupboard on the 8th floor to escape? Lee Jordan listened to George's tale, incredulous, and curious about how Fred and George had eluded Snape and Filch's pursuit. Or was George lying? Later, you said that cupboard vanished when you went back to look? Albert, upon hearing George describe the cupboard's location, immediately recognized what they were referring to, the room of requirement. Those two had hidden in the room of requirement and thus narrowly escaped. After Fred and George emerged from the broom cupboard, they found it had disappeared without warning. That day, Fred and George skipped their morning herbology class, not waking until the afternoon. Chapter 82. Aftermath. The consequences of the Weasley twins' nocturnal escapade began to manifest. Filch seemed convinced that the students who roamed the castle that night were from Gryffindor. Every time a Gryffindor student passed by, Filch would glare with wide eyes, fixating on them as if attempting to unearth the mischief makers from that evening. This peculiar behavior left the Gryffindor students bewildered, in stark contrast to Filch's fruitless pursuit. Snape appeared to have pinpointed the culprits of that night's escapade. During Friday's potions class, Albert confidently asserted that he overheard Snape mention the words detention and the Weasley twins in connection with their nighttime adventure. It was evident that Snape had identified those students who had played tricks on both himself and Filch, namely the troublesome twins before him. Consequently, Snape concocted a flimsy excuse to deduct 5 points from Fred and George and decreed that their potion grades for the day would be nullified. The twins found themselves powerless against Snape's penetrating gaze, and their concoction for a remedy for scabies turned out disastrous. A mere sip would likely prove lethal. Before the class concluded, in addition to the regular homework, Snape mandated that the twins write an additional report of no less than 5 inches on the preparation of the scabies remedy, citing their abysmal concoction as justification. The other students cast sympathetic glances at the Weasley twins, for they were not the only ones struggling with potion making. George was perplexed as to how Snape had discerned their involvement in the nighttime escapade. It seemed likely that without solid evidence, Snape resorted to this deliberately annoying method to penalize the twins for their nocturnal mischief. Perhaps he possessed the ability to read minds. Albert mused. Undoubtedly, there exists magic capable of penetrating the thoughts of others. Snape might very well employ it. Do you not perceive that he seems adept at discerning whether someone is lying? Albert was acutely aware of how Snape could read their thoughts, but refrained from disclosing this to Fred and George, as it would be impossible to explain. Is such a thing truly achievable? Lee Jordan questioned skeptically. I am uncertain, but I believe it is a possibility. Albert urged. In recent days, you should all exercise caution. I hear Filch has taken to patrolling the castle at night, eager to catch any students wandering after hours and hanging them from the ceiling like dried fish. You would be the one turned into a dried fish. Fred rolled his eyes in response but acknowledged Albert's well-meaning warning, deciding to refrain from further escapades for the time being. Provoking Filch directly was evidently unwise, especially given the circumstances. However, they firmly believed that should they venture out again, Filch would not be able to corner them as he had on the last occasion. By the way, when did you discover this secret passage? Lee Jordan followed the Weasley twins through the hidden route, astonished by their revelation. Of course, we found it that night. Fred credited their discovery to their previous adventure. Albert was well aware of the reason but chose to remain silent, quietly memorizing the location of the passage. I recall Snape awarded you an E, exceeds expectations. Lee Jordan had not forgotten that Snape confiscated the scabies remedy essay before class, graded it, and returned it to Albert with a mere E, devoid of any comments. However, when Snape returned the essay, he took the opportunity to warn Albert not to experiment in potions class, threatening detention should he do so. Naturally, Albert completely disregarded Snape's threats, verbally assuring him he would refrain from any mischief. I have heard that Snape never awards O, outstanding, to Gryffindor students. That is hardly surprising. Snape is a master of potions, and undoubtedly, our creations appear abysmal in his eyes. Albert was unfazed and, before handing the parchment to George, reminded him not to copy directly, lest both of them face dire consequences. Fred took the parchment from Albert with a grin, affirming, we will be careful. By the way, what are the grading criteria? Lee Jordan suddenly inquired. If the work is satisfactory, it typically ranges from O, E, A, corresponding to outstanding, exceeds expectations, and acceptable. Albert pondered briefly before simplifying the explanation for Lee. If the work is unsatisfactory, it would be graded as P, D, T. If your homework receives a T, you should be wary of being expelled from school. Fred interrupted Albert's explanation, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. Why is that? Lee Jordan questioned, even more puzzled. T denotes troll. No, T refers to a troll, implying your intellect is akin to that of a troll. George stated earnestly. You know, Hogwarts does not admit troll students. Albert could not help but roll his eyes. Speaking of which, remember to invite me on your next nighttime adventure. You intend to join us? Lee Jordan expressed disbelief at this unforeseen development. What book do you wish to borrow? Fred inquired curiously. The spell book by Miranda Goshawk. Why do I feel as though that title rings a bell? Fred murmured. Fool. The book we use in Charms class is indeed the standard book of spells by Miranda Goshawk, Lee Jordan retorted. Fred truly was a fool. As George confirmed with a knowing look. Then you must also be a fool. After all, we are twin brothers, both fools. Lee Jordan muttered. Is not this book our textbook? How could it be in the restricted section? The standard book of spells we currently use is actually a censored version. There are a total of 7 volumes, one for each term. In truth, the original title was the spell book. Albert explained, the editions we utilize have had certain spells removed. I once wrote to the proprietor of Lehan Bookstore, but he informed me that the original book is no longer available for purchase, having been out of print for decades. Only the revised version we currently use is sold. Chapter 83. May Merlin deceive you? The three of them had all heard the name Miranda Goshawk. a name that resonates with anyone hailing from a wizarding family. It is safe to say that most would be familiar with this renowned witch, whose creation, the Book of Spells, has been translated into 72 languages. However, controversy arose regarding certain dark curses contained within the book, leading to intervention from the Ministry of Magic. Consequently, Miranda Goshawk revised the Book of Spells, resulting in the compilation known as the Standard Spell series that Hogwarts students utilize in their charms class. It is said that Miranda Goshawk was displeased not with the editing of the Standard Spell series, but rather with the magical community's complete repudiation of the dark curses originally included in her work. She had previously pointed out that textbooks containing moderately aggressive spells could assist in preventing students from resorting to more dangerous curses to resolve conflicts. In fact, Albert shared this sentiment. As they strolled, engaged in conversation, they found themselves unknowingly standing before the tapestry depicting the troll battering the hapless Barnaby on the 8th floor. "Are you still searching for that elusive broom cupboard?" Albert inquired, glancing at the tapestry beside them and instantly discerning the twins' purpose for being there. "We've been here several times," George remarked, scanning their surroundings to ensure no one was nearby before whispering to Albert, "We feel you can assist us in locating that broom cupboard." "Are you truly that concerned about the broom cupboard?" Albert's expression betrayed his curiosity. George had indeed guessed correctly. He was aware of how to access the room of requirement. Yet he had no intention of divulging its secret at that moment. "Well, somewhat concerned," Fred nodded in agreement. Albert approached the wall, pretended to knock on the wall opposite the tapestry, and turned back to the twins, asking, "So, you discovered the door to the broom cupboard right here, correct?" "Yes. Precisely here," Fred affirmed eagerly. "At that time, there was nothing here, and then, during one of your passings, the door simply appeared?" Albert continued his questioning. "Are you certain it was a door and not merely the entrance to the broom cupboard?" "Indeed, that door was not the broom cupboard's entrance. It appeared without warning." George interjected. "We were nearly caught by Filch and had to hide inside." "You were attempting to evade Filch?" Albert probed further. "Yes. We indeed sought a place to conceal ourselves," they replied. "Then, try facing this wall and think of a place to hide," Albert suggested, guiding their thoughts. Fred and George exchanged glances and attempted as instructed, though to no avail. "Doesn't seem to work, does it?" Albert murmured. "Perhaps it is simply a broom cupboard that can move within the castle, or it only appears when one genuinely needs it." His ambiguous statement served as a clever ruse. Disappointment flickered in Fred's eyes. They had tried multiple times without success in locating the mysterious broom cupboard. Bringing Albert along was undoubtedly a hope for assistance, as they were well aware of his intellectual prowess. In truth, Albert's analysis held a semblance of validity. A broom cupboard that can roam freely within the castle? One that materializes only when genuinely required? Regardless of the nature, Fred and George were not overly concerned. After all, it was merely a broom cupboard. Their sole desire was to uncover the secret of this enigmatic cupboard to satisfy their curiosity, nothing more. Yet, it appeared that unraveling this mystery was no simple task. "Actually, do not confine your thoughts to just the broom cupboard," Albert suddenly interjected. "I sense that the secrets of the school are far more sophisticated than that." "What do you mean?" The trio redirected their attention to Albert. "You mentioned that the door is not the entrance to the broom cupboard. It merely contains the broom cupboard," Albert reminded them. "Yes, and then, since it is a door, what lies beyond it could be a room. A mysterious room," Albert suggested, lightly brushing his hand along the wall. "At that time, you needed a place to hide. Thus, the room provided you with a refuge." Their eyes brightened as they exclaimed, "Are you suggesting that the room adapts according to the user's needs?" Albert nodded, offering a mischievous proposal. "One day, when your bladder is particularly full, come here and see if a restroom might manifest." Lee Jordan chuckled, clutching his stomach. "I find Albert's suggestion rather amusing." "This grand task shall fall to you," Fred declared earnestly to George. "Why not you?" George rolled his eyes in response. "What are you three doing here?" Percy appeared unexpectedly, fixing a stern gaze on Fred and George. "I heard that a few Gryffindor students were wandering the castle in the middle of the night and almost got caught by Filch." "Oh, those fellows are quite something," Fred praised. "Was it you two?" Percy suddenly inquired. Upon hearing that the students wandering the castle at night were Gryffindors, Percy's spirits plummeted, as he immediately thought of Fred and George. "Percy, to accuse others, one must present evidence. Be cautious of slander," George quipped. A lesson learned from Albert about the importance of substantiating claims. Ahem, Albert cleared his throat, drawing their attention. "I have heard that Filch is aware of most secret passages within the castle. No student can escape his grasp. Although Fred and George had expressed a desire to explore at night, the likelihood of evading Filch was slim. Albert ruthlessly pointed out the flaw in their plan. Noting that they had only recently arrived at Hogwarts, and merely avoiding getting lost in the castle was a commendable feat indeed, that sounds quite reasonable. Even Percy had to concede. First years could hardly elude Filch's scrutiny. Only those upperclassmen who had spent several years at Hogwarts might manage such a feat. Albert redirected suspicion onto the older students. After absorbing Albert's analysis, Fred and George nodded vigorously and admonished Percy, "Do not hastily suspect your brothers." Nearby, Lee Jordan slightly parted his lips, regarding Albert with an unnatural gaze before averting his eyes. It was evident that Albert was aware of George and Fred's nocturnal escapades. Yet, how could he so brazenly fabricate such a tale? Moreover, it sounded so credible that even he found it convincing. If Fred and George were indeed responsible, it would be a peculiar occurrence. Yet such peculiarities seem to manifest all too often. Chapter 84. Birthday gifts. Recently, the nocturnal excursions at Hogwarts Castle had fallen silent, thanks to the relentless efforts of the caretaker, Filch. Fred and George, however, were too preoccupied to test Filch's patience. The primary reason was that the two were simply swamped with their studies, leaving them no energy to sneak out for midnight adventures. Nearly a month into the school year, the first-year students were gradually settling into their routines. While the number of classes each week was not overwhelming, the combined homework load was substantial, and they also had to carve out time for Gryffindor's Quidditch practice. Unfortunately, Fred and George's pace in completing assignments could not match Albert's efficiency. Besides the regular homework, they occasionally needed to memorize important theoretical concepts and practice spells. Transfiguration, in particular, proved to be especially challenging. Albert's three roommates took an entire week to master the technique of transforming a matchstick into a needle, successfully passing Professor McGonagall's quiz. In contrast to the busy and fulfilling lives of the Weasley twins, Albert seemed to be enjoying a rather lavish existence. He consistently completed his weekly assignments on time and found memorization tasks to be quite manageable. As for practicing spells, he faced no difficulties, even with Transfiguration, which was deemed the most complex for first years. Since joining the Transfiguration Club, his proficiency had only improved. The last time Professor McGonagall taught the method to change a rock into a teacup, Albert had grasped it completely after only a few attempts. Of course, he often claimed he had practiced for several days before mastering it. Albert also participated in Quidditch training, albeit only once a week. Not for rigorous practice, but to enjoy the game with fellow enthusiasts from his house, all while enhancing his understanding of the rules of Quidditch. Time slipped by unnoticed, and Albert gradually found himself fond of life at Hogwarts, reminiscent of his previous university days, indulging in activities he cherished while leisurely planning for the future. Aside from the absence of electricity, internet, mobile phones, music, movies, and computer games, the experience was quite delightful, especially after acquiring foundational knowledge of magic. His application of spells had grown increasingly adept. As a side note, just moments ago, Albert had successfully grasped the basics of summoning charm. Although he had only summoned a single blooming chrysanthemum, he managed to make it flourish atop his wand. "Have you succeeded?" Fred asked, reaching out to take the flower and sniffing it. "Can you summon other flowers?" "Of course, orchids can bloom as well," Albert replied, swiftly placing several orchids on the table, murmuring to himself that with more practice, he should be able to conjure a large bouquet. "Impressive," Lee Jordan remarked, genuinely admiring Albert. Knowing that the summoning charm was classified as an advanced spell. "Look, your package," George suddenly interjected. Albert lifted his gaze to see an owl flapping towards them. Fred and Lee quickly cleared the food from the table to provide a landing space for the owl. "Thank you for your hard work," Albert said, patting the owl, Sheila, as he opened the package to reveal two thick books inside. Another gift was firmly secured with tape. Both volumes pertained to economics. His grandfather, Luke, likely learned from Herbert that his grandson had an interest in finance, prompting him to gift a book titled Principles of Economics as a birthday present. The other book, naturally, was a gift from Herbert, titled The Nature of Finance. Albert paid little mind to the books and shifted his attention to another square package. Upon tearing it open, he discovered a beautifully wrapped box containing a small cake. "Wow, who sent you a cake?" "It's so many," Angelina exclaimed, her eyes brightening at the sight of the box in Albert's hands. "My family sent it," Albert said, picking up the card with a joyful smile. Even without reading the birthday wishes on the card, one could easily guess its contents. The card was pinned by Nia, who not only extended customary congratulations but also emphasized her contribution to the cake's creation. "Thank you," Albert said, taking a new knife and fork to slice the chocolate cake into 6 pieces, distributing them among familiar faces nearby. The chorus of happy birthday rang in his ears. Better to share joy than to enjoy alone, he thought. After all, he had class soon, and carrying the cake would be inconvenient. If placed in his backpack, it would likely be squished, wasting his family's thoughtful gesture. Most importantly, Albert had just eaten his fill. "Wow, you've aged another year. How delightful," George joked, munching on the chocolate cake. "If you had been born 20 days earlier, you could have started school a year ahead." "Indeed," Albert replied nonchalantly, adding, "but starting a year later isn't so bad either." The others present failed to grasp the underlying meaning of his words. "By the way, those 2 books aren't your birthday gifts, are they?" Angelina inquired, glancing at the open package to see the thick volumes. The top one clearly labeled Principles of Economics. "Is there something wrong?" Albert asked, puzzled by Angelina's reaction. Angelina felt a twitch at the corners of her mouth, her gaze on Albert shifting to something akin to confusion. Unsure of what to say, "Why was this person in Gryffindor? May I take a look?" "Feel free, just don't damage them," Albert replied, unbothered by her examination, knowing she likely wouldn't comprehend or care for their contents. As he had anticipated, Angelina flipped through the new Principles of Economics for 2 pages, only to find herself dizzy and utterly lost, understanding each word but failing to grasp the overall meaning. "I truly don't understand why your family would send you this," George muttered. "Out of interest," Albert responded, choosing not to delve deeper into the topic and instead changing the subject. "Don't be too anxious. Riding a broomstick is quite easy." "Am I the only one who can't ride a broomstick?" Shauna murmured. "Is the cake not to your liking?" Albert replied, sidestepping the question. "No, not at all. I quite enjoy chocolate cake," Shauna said, closing her Quidditch Origins book and finishing her share of the cake. In truth, Shauna couldn't help but feel nervous. She sensed that among the first years in Gryffindor, she might be the only one incapable of riding a broomstick, and that sentiment was disheartening. Chapter 85. In flight class a few days prior, an announcement had been posted in Gryffindor's common room regarding the flight class scheduled for Thursday. Undoubtedly, flying had become a popular topic among the new students, as phrases like flying and broomstick echoed throughout the halls following the announcement. However, this event did not create much of a stir among the Gryffindor first years. After all, everyone was aware that Fred, George, and Angelina were training alongside the official team players as substitutes, preparing diligently for next year's selection trials. Albert and Lee Jordan occasionally joined the training sessions, both showing commendable flying skills. As for Elia, the witch from a wizarding family, she had been exposed to flying broomsticks from a young age and did not share the same enthusiasm as her peers. Consequently, when the flight class announcement was made, there was little reaction, and discussions about flying were noticeably less frequent compared to other houses. The sole exception was Sana, who came from a Muggle family and had never encountered a broomstick before. She was undoubtedly the most anxious among the Gryffindor newcomers. To alleviate her worries, she borrowed a book titled The Origins of Quidditch from the library, hoping to self-teach some flying techniques. Unfortunately, Sana lacked a talent panel to directly enhance her abilities, and the book could not impart the skill of riding a broomstick. "Don't fret, riding a broomstick isn't as daunting as you might believe. Have you ever ridden a bicycle?" Albert reassured her, understanding her apprehension akin to that of a first-time flyer on a plane. The anxiety was natural for someone about to embark on their inaugural broomstick ride, especially when confidence was lacking. Indeed, confidence is of paramount importance. Albert's confidence stemmed from his talent panel. He knew he would not fail, and he could always enhance his skills through experience points. "Riding a broomstick is akin to riding a bicycle," he comforted. "Initially, someone will guide you. With practice, you will surely master it." "Really?" Sana inquired skeptically. "Absolutely," Albert nodded. "You should have a bit more faith in yourself." Beside them, Lee Jordan appeared exasperated. Although he had never ridden a bicycle, he was certain Albert was merely embellishing the truth. "You may possess remarkable skills, but Sana is not you." A few minutes before the flight class in the afternoon, Albert and the Gryffindor students hurried to the designated area, where they would attend the lesson alongside Slytherin students. "Why not hold the flight class on the Quidditch pitch?" Fred questioned, perplexed. Their class was conducted on a flat expanse of grass outside the castle. "Who knows?" Lee shrugged. "Indifferent to the location, it doesn't really matter." "Hurry, we can't be late," Angelina urged, seemingly eager for their first flight lesson. "Relax. We have 5 minutes. Plenty of time to reach our destination," Albert replied nonchalantly, gazing ahead at the grassy field. The Slytherin students had already arrived, assisting Madame Hooch in arranging the broomsticks. Madame Hooch was a short-haired woman with a hooked nose and sharp, hawk-like eyes, creating an illusion that she could swoop down and capture prey when mounted on a broomstick. The content of the flight class mirrored what Charlie had taught them. First, they learned to summon their broomsticks to their hands. Most Gryffindor students succeeded after a few attempts, with Sana being the exception. Her broom refused to budge. Eventually, she bent down to pick it up, prompting a ripple of laughter. Seeing this, Madame Hooch subtly shook her head. Don't rush. Only a few can accomplish this effortlessly. Angelina signaled for the blushing Sana to observe the Slytherin students across from them, who were faring no better. Those who had just laughed at her were now grappling with their own broomsticks. Next came the lesson on how to mount a broomstick and the proper grip. Madame Hooch walked among the students, correcting their grips. She was astonished by the proficiency of the Gryffindor students and rewarded them with 5 points, inciting dissatisfaction among the Slytherin students who had just been reprimanded. Following that, they practiced taking off and landing. Sana's situation worsened. Her broom trembled slightly, and it was unclear whether it was the broom or her own nerves causing the quivering. After the brief tutorial, Madame Hooch allowed the few students who excelled at riding to practice freely, and with her keen eye, she quickly recognized that Albert and his friends had mastered the art of flying. Fred, delighting in the guidance given to the Slytherin students, took off after George, demonstrating his aerial prowess. Albert shook his head, fully aware that Fred's antics were intended to provoke the Slytherin students, especially since this year's newcomers lacked the same flying aptitude as Gryffindor. In truth, the Gryffindors hardly needed the flight class. George remarked to Fred as they executed a cross-spiral maneuver, earning applause. You're doing well, Lee Jordan noted, admitting that he had not practiced at the Quidditch pitch as often as the Weasley twins. Even when he joined Albert, it was merely to enjoy the thrill of flying or partake in games. However, the Slytherin students were a different matter entirely. As Lee landed, he declared in front of the Slytherin students, eliciting a wave of animosity and ire from the onlooking snakes. I didn't say anything incorrect, did I? Let us just say we excel in this regard far more than they do, Albert added nonchalantly, delivering a verbal jab at the Slytherin students. Wollington, go for it. Overtake the Weasleys. In the sky, a competent Slytherin student trailed behind George and Fred, spurred on by the cheers of his comrades, transforming the moment into a competitive race to see who could fly faster and steadier. Afterward, all three were reprimanded by Madame Hooch, but it was evident that Fred and George were unconcerned, more focused on defeating Slytherin's Wollington. We won, Fred joyfully proclaimed. Isn't that expected? Albert replied, bemused, recognizing that from the very start, they were never destined to lose. Yet, for some reason, this statement was particularly grating to the Slytherin students. What did he mean by expected? Was it normal for Slytherin to lose? Frustration welled up within them. They longed to confront him. Chapter 86. I heard you hit someone on a sunlit weekend. A gentle breeze ushered in the coolness of autumn. From the window of Gryffindor Tower, one could gaze down upon students frolicking on the lawn. The door to the common room swung open, and Lee Jordan, having just crawled in from the corridor, looked around, his gaze landing on Albert by the fireplace. He hurried over, exclaiming, Albert, I heard you hit a Slytherin student. As soon as the words left his lips, several individuals within the common room turned their heads, clearly intrigued by the unfolding topic. Oh, Albert paused his activities, raising his head to regard Lee Jordan with a puzzled expression. What do you mean by that? Literally, came the reply. Just then, the entrance to the Gryffindor common room opened once more, and Fred and George rushed in, eager to catch the latest gossip. We heard you took down a Slytherin, they remarked, scrutinizing Albert from head to toe before adding, well done. Next time, be sure to include us. You don't know? George asked, looking at the others with confusion. I don't know. Albert shook his head. I've been practicing the severing charm, but everyone is talking about it, Fred pointed out, observing the bewilderment etched on his friend's face. Realizing the situation was amiss, he continued, just a moment, I don't recall hitting anyone. Albert immediately interjected. And look at my slender arms and legs. Do I seem like someone who excels in brawling? He then patted his wrist, wearing an expression that suggested they were jesting. On the surface, Albert indeed appeared rather unassuming, being neither particularly strong nor weak. It's a miracle they didn't attack me first, he remarked, noting the astonishment on their faces. You cast a spell on them? George speculated, although he found the rumor hard to believe. If Albert had indeed used magic to best a Slytherin student, it would be more plausible, considering Albert's superior magical prowess compared to other first years. Careful, or I might accuse you of slander, Albert shot back at George, gesturing towards a nearby armchair, urging the trio to sit and listen. Do you actually believe in such gossip? If you do, I could easily spread a rumor that you enjoy singing and dancing in the shower. Is that true? Lee Jordan's eyes twinkled with curiosity. Watch it, or I might just give you a good thumping, Fred chimed in, half seriously. Is that all? The three listened, completely bewildered. Why is everyone saying you sent that Slytherin student to the hospital wing? George queried, his expression one of incredulity. How would I know? Albert pondered thoughtfully. Perhaps it's because I suggested those Slytherin students take him to the hospital for a checkup, especially after recounting his version of events. He realized he was the true victim, caught in a nonsensical predicament. The trio exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. Truth be told, if they weren't familiar with Albert, they might have believed the rumors. Yet, when he spun tales, his words had a peculiar way of making one believe that perhaps things unfolded as he described. In reality, Albert had merely finished breakfast, camera in hand, ready for a stroll and some photography. On his way, he encountered a few Slytherin classmates walking side by side, approaching him. At that moment, Albert had indeed stepped aside to let them pass, but those ruffians had intentionally sought trouble, preparing to shoulder bump him. Albert had not anticipated such antics, but he was not one to be trifled with. When trouble came knocking, he was unafraid, whether it meant confronting them directly or wielding his wand. To the onlookers, the Slytherin student, clutching his shoulder and sprawled on the ground, and the utterly bewildered Albert presented a clear picture of who bore the blame. Afterwards, Albert had gallantly offered his hand to assist the other student, inquiring if he was injured. The student, presumably intending to pull Albert down, had instead grasped his hand, only to receive a painful pinch that brought tears to his eyes. To those witnessing the scene, Albert appeared both exasperated and innocent. Yet somehow the tale morphed into one where Albert had assaulted the Slytherin student. The latter ended up in the hospital wing, rumored to have been treated by Madame Pomfrey. Truth be told, my shoulder is injured as well, Albert suddenly declared with utmost seriousness. The trio collectively rolled their eyes. Regardless, I too am a victim in this scenario. Who could have known he was as fragile as porcelain? Hearing Albert liken the Slytherin student to delicate china, those eavesdropping could not suppress their laughter. Gryffindor and Slytherin students had always been at odds. What are you doing? Lee Jordan asked, diverting attention from the earlier matter as he observed Albert working on a piece of wood. I mentioned I was practicing the severing charm, Albert replied, picking up a wooden cross, alongside several circular objects. Isn't that wood from a protective tree? George interjected suddenly. Yes, I obtained it from Hagrid not long ago. Perfect for my practice, Albert nodded matter-of-factly. Fred reached for the cross, commenting, but the craftsmanship is quite crude. Are you planning to gift it as a talisman? If I intended to gift it, I would certainly make it more exquisite, Albert retorted, slightly annoyed. Are you sure that items made from protective tree wood can shield one from dark creatures? Who knows? Albert admitted, uncertain of the efficacy of the object in his hands, but he knew it wouldn't be difficult to find out. He just needed to ask someone. Chapter 87 Amulet. Alright, today's lesson concludes here. Do not forget to complete your homework, Professor Broad announced as class was dismissed. The students began to gather their belongings and exit the classroom. Professor Broad? Albert lingered behind. Is there something you wish to discuss, Mr. Anderson? Professor Broad inquired, raising his gaze to meet Albert.s. with an amused expression. Professor Broad observed this exceptionally gifted student and replied, Are you curious if the protective tree can shield one from the attacks of Grindylows? Indeed, Albert nodded. In theory. It should. Professor Broad gestured towards the outside, indicating that someone awaited Albert. In theory? Albert turned, perplexed, waving to Fred and the others, who signaled that he need not wait. Yes, theoretically, I am pleased you grasped this point, Professor Broad continued amiably. The protective tree is a magical sorbus, safeguarding those who encounter its trunk from dark creatures. Of course, this is documented information. The fact that it is recorded in 1,000 magical herbs and fungi indicates its efficacy, but such matters remain theoretical. Albert fell silent, quietly contemplating Professor Broad's words. Is it truly effective? He inquired with curiosity. Yes, it is effective, Professor Broad affirmed with a nod. However, its potency is not as exaggerated as I may have portrayed. The amulet can indeed cause some dark creatures to retreat. It may provide you with respite from unnecessary disturbances during your travels. The amulet is crafted from the wood of the protective tree. Albert surmised the implications of Professor Broad's statements. Yes, however, over time, the amulet's efficacy has gradually diminished, Professor Broad confirmed. Albert pondered in silence, reflecting on the veracity of Professor Broad's assertions. Was an amulet fashioned from the protective tree truly that effective? After the amulet lost its potency, I requested another from him. But he refused, telling me that soaking the amulet in crushed garlic would deter vampires, Professor Broad recounted, shaking his head as he observed Albert's astonishment. I followed his advice and immersed the amulet in crushed garlic for a day. Subsequently, the amulet reeked of garlic. Do vampires truly fear garlic and crosses? Albert could not resist asking. They fear it. Dislike may be a more accurate term. Vampires detest the scent of garlic, Professor Broad elaborated. For them, it is an irritant, akin to someone wielding an item you abhor to drive you away. And the cross? Albert pressed further. In those times, Muggles utilized branches of the protective tree to fashion crosses, which did indeed possess some effect, albeit minimal, Professor Broad replied, shaking his head. Yet, the significance of the cross primarily lies in the courage it instills through faith. So, vampires are not afraid of crosses? They are ineffective? Albert speculated, beginning to piece together the answer. Not that they are entirely ineffective, rather. Professor Broad grinned. They are fundamentally ineffective. Why? Albert inquired, intrigued. Excellent question. Why is that? Professor Broad countered. What do you think? I do not know, Albert admitted, shaking his head. The amulet is made from the wood of the protective tree? Are you familiar with alchemy? Professor Broad abruptly shifted the topic. I am, Albert replied without hesitation. An ancient precursor to chemistry? Chemistry? Forgive me, child. But I do not comprehend what you are saying, Professor Broad responded, taken aback, as he had never heard the term chemistry before. Within the wizarding worldview, it did not exist. I refer to the Muggle perspective. You see, I hail from a Muggle family. In Muggle literature, alchemy is recorded as an early form of chemistry, Albert explained casually. Oh, I see. However, alchemy in the magical realm is indeed a form of magic, Professor Broad continued. It is a profound discipline encompassing many aspects, but unfortunately, this field is not widely embraced in England. It is primarily explored in regions like Africa and Egypt. You believe the amulet to be an alchemical item? Albert immediately connected the dots. Indeed, Professor Broad said, pleased that Albert had grasped this concept. Only amulets crafted by alchemists can truly be considered genuine, preserving the protective tree's effects most effectively. At the very least, when you traverse marshes or lakes while wearing an amulet, Grindylows will not assault you. However, I must caution you against purchasing any amulets available on the market. Those are merely concoctions made by charlatans. While the protective tree is not exceedingly rare, I doubt an amulet made from it should cost more than 2 galleons. Because it has not been processed by an alchemist? Albert retorted. Precisely, Professor Broad affirmed. Looking at Albert, I surmise you wish to create an amulet from the protective tree? Indeed, I wish to craft an amulet for my sister, as her birthday approaches. Albert admitted, avoiding Professor Broad's gaze, wary that the elderly man might read his thoughts. Although he felt no sense of being seen through, he decided to remain vigilant. With that, Albert produced a cross he had fashioned recently from his pocket. It was a simple creation, merely wood intertwined into a cross shape, the result of his practice with cutting spells. This is indeed an amulet made from the wood of the protective tree, Professor Broad remarked, examining the cross closely before jesting. However, it is exceedingly poor quality. I dare say it would fetch no more than 2 galleons. Albert recognized that Professor Broad was merely jesting and took no offense. If you wish to create an amulet, I recommend you explore literature pertaining to alchemy, Professor Broad suggested. If it were anyone else, I might not recommend such study, given that it is typically a third-year elective difficulty. However, this should pose no challenge for you. Do you have any recommendations? Albert inquired. Chapter 88. A disgrace to alchemy. Is it true that Mars lacks satellites? Fred was engrossed in his homework. Not long ago, he was dismayed to discover that he had overlooked his astronomy assignment, leaving him to hurriedly complete it. So, which planet is closer to the Sun, Mercury, or Venus? After jotting down a few notes on parchment, Fred continued to inquire. Mercury is closer to the Sun. A few minutes later, Fred stood up, stretched, and passed the parchment across the table to Albert, exclaiming, I've finally caught up. Please check for any mistakes. The astronomy assignment required him to draw a celestial map of the solar system, detailing several major planets and labeling their names along with the number of their satellites. Albert glanced at the celestial map on the parchment and quickly pointed out, You've mixed up the positions of Saturn and Jupiter. After completing his homework, Fred picked up a piece of fruit from the table, took a bite, and turned to George beside him, asking, "Are you done?" George replied nonchalantly, "I finished ages ago." Fred feigned anger, saying, "Traitor, you secretly did your homework without telling me. When I invited you to work together, you chose not to come. Whose fault is that?" George rolled his eyes at Fred, recalling, "I still remember what you said back then. Let me copy once you're done." Lee Jordan chuckled. "Yes, you did say that. And yet you refused to let me copy. You never mentioned wanting to copy." The twins resumed their usual banter, which was merely a way to pass the time. Had they been busy, such trivialities would have been set aside. "What book are you reading?" Lee Jordan inquired, having just completed his homework. The benefit of working with Albert was that he could instantly ask questions and typically receive answers, making the process much quicker than working alone. "Foolproof Alchemy," Albert replied, flipping the book to show Lee the cover. It was the simple alchemy book introduced by Professor Broad. "It seems they don't teach alchemy at school," Angelina remarked, approaching with a telescope needed for astronomy class. She sat down 2 chairs away from Albert, asking, "When are you all heading to the observatory? Class time seems to be approaching. Just give it 10 more minutes." "I don't want to be up in the tower with the wind blowing," Albert replied, pulling out his pocket watch, placing it beside him, and continuing to browse through the book. Unfortunately, it was a bit thin, so even if he finished it, it wouldn't count towards his reading challenge. The author of Simple Alchemy is Zoko. Indeed, the very same Zoko from the joke shop in Hogsmeade. To be honest, Albert was somewhat surprised when he first saw the authoress name. Naturally, it was easy to guess what kind of content might be found in a book written by the proprietor of a joke shop. This book discusses the relationship between alchemy and spells. What initially sounds like a grand invisible cloak is revealed in the book to be merely a cloak enhanced with a disillusionment charm. Yes, that item transforms into the so-called invisible cloak. The effect of the disillusionment charm is to disguise an object, making it appear as an inconspicuous stone by the roadside or something equally mundane. However, for some wizards, casting a disillusionment charm on a cloak is deemed superfluous, as they could easily cast it on themselves. In truth, Albert didn't quite understand why Professor Broad had suggested he read this book. After perusing it, he found an excuse for himself. Simple Alchemy contains methods for creating protective charms. Indeed, the book details the creation of charms, but not with a protective tree. Rather, it employs a banishing spell. The charms made with the banishing spell can indeed repel certain dark creatures, but they also bring trouble to the wearer. When you carry such a charm, it becomes difficult to receive outpost, as the banishing spell will also repel the messenger owls. Typically, wizards who resort to this method of charm creation possess mediocre spellcasting abilities and cannot extend their use of the banishing spell further. The items produced, adhering to Zoko's penchant for humor, are laughable at best. Simple Alchemy also records methods for creating various prank items, which, however, are not favored by most alchemists. After finishing the book, Albert thought it should be retitled to Quirky Alchemy as it would be more fitting, especially at the end of the book. It details a so-called alchemical item for repelling vampires, the garlic cross. Upon seeing that name, Albert nearly burst into laughter. The item and its name were nearly synonymous, as it was created based on the principle that vampires detest garlic, resulting in a cross that emanates the scent of garlic. The simple method for creating a garlic cross is as follows. Craft a wooden cross, extract garlic using alcohol, and then heat the extract with beeswax or essential oils to create a mixture which is thoroughly applied to the cross, infusing it with the essence of garlic. Carrying a cross that smells of garlic certainly brings an inexplicable sense of humor. "All right then, this book is indeed a disgrace to alchemy," Fred casually remarked. "Interesting? No, alchemy isn't particularly interesting, but this book is quite amusing," Albert replied, closing the book and handing it to Fred. After reading it, "My understanding of alchemy has significantly changed. Let me see." Fred flipped through a few pages, lamenting, "This book is still a bit too profound for us. We can't comprehend it at all. If there were a course on alchemy, it should be an elective in the 3rd year, but unfortunately, Hogwarts doesn't offer it." Albert said regretfully, "Let me have a look." George took the book and suddenly exclaimed, startling those around him. "What is with the outburst?" Lee Jordan glared at George. "Look. You must not have noticed who the author of this book is." George exclaimed excitedly. "Who is it?" "Zoko." George was deeply captivated by the methods of creating prank items detailed within. "Zoko from the joke shop?" The others inquired curiously. "Yes, that is him," Albert replied. ignoring George's resentful gaze as he stuffed the book back into his bag. Come on, if you're interested in this book, there will be time for you to read it thoroughly. By the way, how did you become interested in alchemy? George asked curiously while climbing the spiral staircase. I happened to discuss protective charms with Professor Broad while talking about the topic of defense against the dark arts, and he suggested I take a look at this book. So I borrowed it from the library, Albert said with a resigned expression. I just didn't expect the content to be somewhat beyond my expectations. Do those things in the book even count as alchemy? Albert maintained his skepticism on the matter. Chapter 89, Garlic, the Cross in the Dormitory. A group of students who had just concluded their astronomy class were now huddled at the edge of George's bed, perusing Simple Alchemy and engaging in animated discussions about its contents. Albert was taken aback by the allure that Simple Alchemy seemed to hold for Fred and the others. Perhaps this fascination was linked to the author, Zoko, known for his comedic antics. Although the title suggested simplicity, the book's content was anything but easy for first-year students. The lack of foundational knowledge made comprehending the material significantly challenging. In Albert's eyes, Fred, George, and Lee Jordan's unusual enthusiasm for Simple Alchemy stemmed from their association of alchemy with Zoko's whimsical props. He wondered how a true alchemist would feel upon learning of this connection. Albert's skepticism towards Simple Alchemy primarily arose from the fact that, after reading it, no alchemical skills appeared on his panel. According to convention, engaging with, reading, or actively learning relevant material would result in the emergence of related skills. The absence of skills suggested that the book either did not pertain to alchemy or that the knowledge it contained was insufficient to cultivate such skills. As Albert pondered this, he absent-mindedly stirred his milk tea, glancing up at the trio whispering amongst themselves before taking a sip from his cup. It was a promising start, perhaps. He had merely nudged them gently. He was curious to see what they would evolve into. Aren't you going to eat? Albert inquired, shaking a half-eaten biscuit in his hand. By the way, can you make sense of that book? Barely. I never would have guessed that Zoko was an expert in alchemy, Lee Jordan remarked. The mere fact that he published a book indicates a commendable level of expertise. Expert might be an overstatement, but he certainly possesses some understanding of alchemy. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to create those humorous props, Albert replied, finishing his biscuit and draining his cup of tea. He then stood up, stretching, and prepared to take a rest. You finished the book, right? Ahem, water, Fred exclaimed, grabbing a biscuit from the plate and offering it to Lee Jordan before taking a bite, only to choke on it as he spoke. I did. I'll return it to the library tomorrow, Albert said, pouring a glass of water for Fred. I hope you'll accompany me when I return it. I need to borrow something. After gulping down some water, Fred finally recovered. All right, I'll go with you tomorrow, George chimed in, casually snatching a biscuit from Lee Jordan's plate and taking a bite. He contemplated for a moment before asking, Have you ever thought about? I do not wish to, Albert interrupted. I hadn't even finished my sentence. George looked exasperated at his roommate. It's not hard to guess your little thoughts, Albert remarked, his expression conveying that he was aware of their intentions. Alchemy is typically a third-year subject. It's far too advanced for you at this stage. I dare say you might not even comprehend that book. I don't believe you can understand it, Fred retorted, a smirk on his face. If Albert truly found it incomprehensible, he certainly wouldn't have read the entire book. As grappling with something one cannot fathom is undoubtedly a torturous endeavor. Clearly, this fellow did not possess that peculiar inclination. Understanding and competence are two different matters, Albert cautioned. Alchemy is not as simple as you think. That book is merely a jest. We never claimed we wanted to master alchemy, Fred replied slyly. We merely wish to. All right, if it's alchemy you desire. Albert mused, retrieving a crude cross from his robe's pocket and tossing it to George. This talisman I've crafted can protect you from dark creatures. If you wish to learn, first master the cutting spell, and then I will teach you. You're trying to deceive us, Fred exclaimed, disbelief written all over his face. And don't you think this cross is rather unsightly? Albert replied earnestly. This item is worth 2 galleons. 2 galleons? Fred and George's voices rose in disbelief as they scrutinized the rough cross, seemingly trying to ascertain why this shabby object commanded such a price. You think you can sell it? Lee Jordan interjected, rolling his eyes at Albert. Having spent a month with him, he had begun to understand his roommate's character when it came to deceiving others. His words were a mix of 6 parts truth and 4 parts fabrication, capable of leaving the uninformed momentarily dumbfounded. Indeed, Albert affirmed, its effect is akin to that of the charms described in that book, and it's crafted from the wood of a protective tree. Most talismans sold in the market are made from protective tree wood. They merely vary in design and craftsmanship, but they are fundamentally similar. Is this thing effective? Fred asked skeptically. Quite the contrary. Its efficacy is abysmal. Albert paused before continuing. According to the book, if you submerge the cross in garlic for several days, then dry it in the sun and pickle it multiple times, you will end up with a cross that reeks of garlic. Well, that sounds promising. You can give me the cross. You can always make more, Fred declared, clearly intrigued. But where are we supposed to get garlic? You could jot it down on parchment and try it after the Christmas holiday. Albert smirked, realizing he had inadvertently led them to take him seriously. He had no desire for their dormitory to be permeated with the sin of garlic. Surely, there must be garlic in the school kitchen. George suddenly suggested. Perhaps we could ask the house elves for some. If you want garlic, the house elves would certainly be willing to provide it. But if they find out? Albert's face broke into a mischievous grin. Even if they agreed to give you garlic, would you dare to waste it like that? Fine. Fred recoiled slightly. If Professor McGonagall discovers that we are wasting the school's garlic, I imagine a howler will be sent from home. George, brimming with creativity, proposed. We can procure garlic from the kitchen and then borrow Hagrid's vegetable patch to cultivate our own. That way, we need not worry about a shortage of garlic. That's a splendid idea. The others nodded in agreement. What in the world is this madness? Albert listened in astonishment as the trio devised their plan to cultivate garlic. Utterly flabbergasted. For the first time, he felt that he and his roommates were not on the same wavelength. Are you truly intending to grow garlic? Of course. The twins chimed in unison. Do you even know how to grow garlic? Albert asked tentatively. Not really, but Hagrid surely does, they replied. Albert's face twitched slightly, and he decided not to press further. He suspected that Hagrid would not approve of them meddling in his garden. Chapter 90. Planting garlic. Ever since Albert displayed his talent in potion making, Snape had ceased to trouble him, or rather, had chosen to completely disregard him. The book was titled Extraction, Separation, and Potions. Initially, Albert assumed that this book pertained to potion making, but upon perusing its contents, he was astonished to discover that it was a work on alchemy, elucidating the relationship between alchemy and potions. Although potion making is not synonymous with alchemy, the two disciplines share significant connections, with certain potion ingredients requiring alchemical methods for processing and some potions being derived directly through alchemy. The most representative example is the essence of white garlic. This essence is obtained directly through the extraction of the herb known as white garlic, serving as an effective remedy for wounds. Utilizing garlic essence for treating injuries is far more efficacious than using the herb itself or employing it in potion concoction. As Albert had anticipated, the two were met with a deadlock. The house elf would not permit them to take garlic from the kitchen. This signified that the twins' plan had already been declared a failure before it even commenced. I had warned you, Albert remarked, observing the disheartened trio. Perhaps you could write home and ask them to send you some garlic. No, I fear Mother might suggest you remain at home to tend to the garlic instead of coming to school, George retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Acquiring garlic from home was clearly not a viable option, even if it was for research on dark arts defense. Do you have any clever ideas? The three turned their hopeful gazes toward Albert, as though he were their sole beacon of hope. Give it up. Albert shrugged. However, if you truly wish to persist, I suggest you order some garlic from Diagon Alley. Upon hearing this, the trio immediately deflated. If they had galleons, would they still be fretting over such matters? Thus, it seems best to abandon the pursuit, Albert said, flipping through his book nonchalantly. Both potion making and alchemy are rather costly endeavors. What is wrong with them? Shauna inquired, casting a glance at the dejected trio. Nothing, just a bit downcast. Best to leave them be for now, Albert replied. Leave us be. Unless you can help us acquire some garlic. George waved dismissively at Shauna. Perplexed, Shauna decided to ignore the twins and instead engaged Albert in a discussion about their potion homework, inquiring when he might be available to visit the library to complete their paper on aconite. Most of the difficulty in writing papers stems from gathering information. Having more people to search expedites the process, while the ability to weave the gathered data into a coherent paper depends on individual writing skills. After setting a time with Shauna, Albert pulled out the assignment sheet from his bag and redirected his focus to the text. Frankly, Albert hoped to discover the method for creating photographic potions within extraction, separation, and potions. He believed that magical photographs were undoubtedly related to alchemy, and fortuitously, he found relevant content in the table of contents. Just as Albert was searching for the formula and proper usage of the photographic potion, he suddenly noticed a new panel task had been activated. Moving magical photographs. You have uncovered the secret of moving magical photographs and are attempting to learn how to create them. Why not give it a try? Create 3 magical photographs. Reward: 500 experience points and the alchemy skill. Throughout lunch, Albert pondered whether he should take the time to concoct a photographic potion for experimentation. The experience offered was modest, but acquiring the alchemy skill would be beneficial, especially since the task involving the magical lantern required it to be illuminated. As he passed through the hallway, Albert suddenly heard someone calling his name. Turning, he looked at the 3 and asked, "What is it? I didn't quite catch that." "Oh, well, best of luck to you." Albert patted Fred on the shoulder, adding, "In truth, Hagrid is bound to have some, should you desire it." "What do you mean?" a sudden voice inquired. "Nothing," Fred replied, somewhat embarrassed. They were not particularly acquainted with Hagrid and had no intention of intruding on him. Even when they previously joked about borrowing Hagrid's garden to plant garlic, it was merely a jest. With Hogwarts being so vast, finding a discreet spot to turn some soil and plant garlic should not pose a significant challenge. "Garlic. We wish to investigate whether it can ward off dark creatures." Albert shifted the conversation, asking, "Is there something you need? It's rare to see you venture into the castle." The trio exchanged glances as they watched Hagrid walk away, astonished that while they were racking their brains to devise ways to obtain garlic, Albert had effortlessly provided a solution with a mere comment. "Isn't that a bit too easy?" George mused. "Indeed. However, I must warn you, that small amount of garlic will not suffice," Albert added. "You should spend some time planting your own. After all, growing garlic is quite simple." Originally, that was their plan, and as for where to plant it, they had already decided, not in Hagrid's garden, but rather at a distance from his hut, near the Forbidden Forest. After listening to their plan, Albert fell silent. In reality, planting garlic could be as simple as using a vase to grow it. As for fertilizer, wasn't the ash from the fireplace the best kind? Nevertheless, Albert chose not to remind the trio, allowing them to navigate this endeavor on their own. Chapter 91. Invaluable benefits for the students residing at Hogwarts. Weekends undoubtedly represent a delightful reprieve. As the weekend arrives, there is no longer the anxiety of tardiness for classes, and moreover, Chapter 92. Life is full of challenges. As October made its entrance, Hogwarts Castle found itself enveloped in fierce winds and torrential rain. The relentless downpour over several days had caused a marked drop in the surrounding temperature. The chill permeated the air. Chapter 93. The quest for the crown. After several days of persistent rain, the sky finally cleared, and the temperature around the castle began to plummet. The winter of Scotland arrived without warning. The dormitory. Chapter 94. The treasure house. It is widely acknowledged that confronting a boss translates to acquiring experience and loot. Of course, this is contingent upon not falling victim to a counterattack from the boss, which could very well cost you your own life. Chapter 95. The selfless Dark Lord. In a quiet corner of the wish-granting house, Albert stood motionless, lost in thought. Those familiar with him knew that this was his typical demeanor when pondering a matter, even he. Chapter 96. The female ghost. And the singer. With a sudden splatter, a clump of mud soared past the obstructive student at an ingenious angle, striking the marble slab before Mr. Filch. The administrator, Mr. Filch. Chapter 97. Passionate Quidditch. 1. As November arrived, the overcast sky began to scatter snowflakes, and the weather turned exceedingly frigid. Awakening from his slumber, Albert discovered that the castle was enveloped. Chapter 98. The Passionate Quidditch. 2. The snow had ceased, yet the rain continued to pour with increasing intensity. A chilling, bone-rattling cold permeated the air, yet it failed to extinguish the fervor that burned within the hearts of the spectators for Quidditch. Chapter 99. A resounding victory. I detest this weather. Albert removed his winter cloak and reached out to accept the Quidditch uniform that Charlie handed him, donning it with determination. Fred. Chapter 100. His teeth. The protective gear and Quidditch attire were removed. Chapter 101. The rumor mill. The Slytherin team's disheartening defeat became a favored topic of conversation among Hogwarts students during their leisure hours. The unfortunate plight of the substitute goalkeeper, Vicky Avery, further added to. Chapter 102. Alchemy. Albert was seated in a corner of the library, one hand propping up his chin while the other idly leafed through the catalog of the Elegant Wizard Attire Boutique, intending to select a. Chapter 103. Fist and Truth. Chapter 104. The true face-slapping duel. A commotion arises. Someone is shouted from the entrance hall, and the students, who were previously enjoying their dinner, curiously flock towards the doorway, eager to witness the unfolding event. Chapter 105. The expected wealth in the Quidditch match at the end of November. The Hufflepuff team suffered a devastating defeat amidst the snowstorm. Currently, Gryffindor and Ravenclaw stand as rivals vying for the prestigious House Cup. Chapter 106. The Christmas holiday, approximately 2 weeks after the Daily Prophet publicly announced that Cornelius Fudge would be the next Minister of Magic, the newspaper's betting rewards. Previously associated with the owl. Chapter 107. Christmas. Chapter 108. Enchanted script. Holidays are always a source of joy and delight. This is especially true for students. Although there are tedious holiday assignments that must be completed, they are not. Chapter 109. Continuing the deception. Mr. Weasley, I must remind you of something. The holiday assignments of both of you, aside from a few discrepancies, are nearly identical in every other aspect. Chapter 110. It was truly unexpected. Do you know that person? George murmured softly as he gazed at Field's departing figure. A friend I met at the Transformation Club. Chapter 111. Exchange of secrets. In the early hours of the morning, Albert had just awakened from a light slumber. The surroundings were enveloped in darkness, and although he could not ascertain the exact time, he could distinctly sense the shallow breathing of his roommates nearby. Chapter 112. Who is here? The three individuals pushed aside the portrait of the plump lady and crawled out through the opening. Who could possibly be venturing out at this hour? The plump lady opened her hazy eyes and glanced at the three. Chapter 113. Discovery. The illusion spell should last for several hours, though it may dissipate sooner. In any case, its effects will gradually fade. Remain vigilant to the changes in your own bodies. Albert addressed Fred. Chapter 114. Albert's little trick. The three swiftly navigated through the secret passage, reaching the 8th floor after a brief while. After listening to Albert's account, Fred, slightly out of breath, felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Chapter 115. The obstacle spell. At present, Mrs. Pins has yet to notice that 3 tomes from the restricted section have been quietly borrowed by someone. Albert is rather concerned about this matter. Chapter 116. McDougal. As George mentioned, acquiring a pair of ice skates is not particularly difficult. Albert borrowed a pair of skates from Shauna and then employed a duplication spell on them. Chapter 117. The renowned Professor Broad. Where is Lee Jordan? During dinner time, Fred and George arrived at the dining hall rather late. The hospital wing, after a rather challenging afternoon of ice skating practice. Chapter 118. The lucky bracelet. It was a splendid weekend, adorned with clear skies, perfect for witnessing a Quidditch match. At 10:30 in the morning, Albert and his companions departed from the castle. Chapter 119. Inhabitants of the forest. Hagrid led them to the edge of the forbidden forest, raising his hand to point at a narrow, winding path obscured among the trees. He addressed them, saying, "Since you are curious about what lies within the forest." Chapter 120. The bird laying silver eggs. Before departing from the forbidden forest, Hagrid took the time to assist Albert in foraging for a few matsutake mushrooms. However, due to their scarcity, they ultimately found very few, as Hagrid gently opened the small. Chapter 121. A clear perspective. Gryffindor remained enraptured in the euphoria of their triumph over Hufflepuff. Should they secure victory against Ravenclaw, the coveted Quidditch Championship trophy would be within their grasp. Chapter 122. My heart aches. When do you think this pot of garlic will be ready for harvest? George is diligently fertilizing and watering the flourishing garlic plant. It will be ready by the end of May. Chapter 123. Feudal struggles. Although Albert had informed the trio of the harsh realities, it failed to extinguish Fred and his companions' aspirations for sudden wealth. In the ensuing days. Chapter 124. The protective bracelet. Do you know what is contained within this? Lee Jordan gestured towards a square box resting on the table. As I entered, I was greeted by an aroma of food. Chapter 125. You are featured in a magazine. How to prolong the duration of the iron armor spell on protective wristbands has become one of Albert's latest research topics. Recently, Albert has delved into Chapter 126. Professor McGonagall's transfiguration magic. The classroom utilized by the Transfiguration Club had, at some unknown time, been magically enlarged. Professor McGonagall stood at the center of the room, gracefully waving her wand to demonstrate. Chapter 127. A wide circle of friends. Perhaps it is a semblance of fame, or perhaps it hardly qualifies as fame at all. Chapter 128. Enchanted words. Professor Broad is an amusing old gentleman. Albert eagerly anticipates this invitation, just as he is about to raise his hand to knock on the door. The entrance to the Defense Against the Dark Arts office opens automatically. Chapter 129. The origin of the arcane script. A momentary silence enveloped the room, as Albert had not anticipated Professor Broad to address the matter so candidly. Nevertheless, he nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his capacity to comprehend. Chapter 130. Immense pressure. I never anticipated that Professor Broad would bestow upon you such high praise. Katrina's expression was rather intricate. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to say that she was feeling quite indignant at the moment. In Chapter 131. Inadequate alchemical theory. Might Nia be experiencing similar pressures? Albert had never truly contemplated such questions. In the past, even when those around him believed. Chapter 132. The secret treasure of Gryffindor here. Take this, it is the revealing potion. During a leisurely moment after a meal, Albert handed the glass vial containing the potion to Shauna, saying, "You know what to do." Chapter 133. Unexpected enough with the antics, interjected Lee Jordan. Turning to Albert with a query, is it reparable? It's hard to say, we shall have to attempt it. Chapter 134. Absurd yet authentic events. Albert was taken aback. He certainly recognized who Mog McDougal was. He was a close friend of Bud Broad, a renowned master of magic in contemporary times, reputed to be associated with. Chapter 135. If awareness were useful. Since meeting McDougal, Albert has been utterly astonished by the profound transformation of his campus life. Delving too deeply into the arcane texts. Chapter 136. Not meant for others' eyes. Having just enjoyed breakfast, Albert and a few others engaged in casual conversation in the auditorium hall. Fred, George, and Lee Jordan intended to make a trip to the library. I certainly do not. Chapter 137. The better approach than exploiting loopholes is. I found it utterly incomprehensible. Isabel had just received the parchment from Albert's hands. After merely glancing through its contents, she realized. Chapter 138. Worth a try. In the initial design conceived by McDougal, the manuscript he had just unveiled was the second part of a book composed of 3 sections. Albert. Chapter 139. The manifestation of shadows. A knock resonated upon the door of the Dark Arts Defense Office. Professor Bloat opened the door, gazing at Albert outside, and inquired with a hint of confusion, "Albert, the illusion." Chapter 140. Trust your own judgment. I have noticed that you all have been rather secretive lately. As Albert entered the dormitory, he immediately observed that Fred and the other 2, who had been engaged in quiet conversation, suddenly fell silent. Chapter 141. A hint. Are there any books on ancient magical scripts? Lady Pants took the note, softly reading its contents, and then scrutinized Albert with a gaze filled with skepticism. Chapter 142. A Comprehensive Guide to Magic. A Comprehensive Guide to Magic is an intriguing tome. The initial pages delve into the origins of magic, discussing the enchantments of house elves, the sorcery of fairies, and further explorations. Chapter 143. Comprehensive Protection. Perhaps the professors are aware. Chapter 144. Easter eggs. After all, the end of the semester is fast approaching. Chapter 145. The search for Weasley. At this moment, the dormitory was enveloped in silence. Lee Jordan had come to the unsettling realization that Fred and George were likely missing. Otherwise, they would not have remained absent until late. Chapter 146. The Advancing Albert. Chapter 147. Unreliable rescue. Effective. Witnessing the remarkable efficacy of the dance spell against the 8-eyed giant spider, Albert could not help but breathe a sigh of relief as he continued to cast the dance spell on the formidable creature before him. Chapter 148. Rescued. At this moment, Albert was desperately racing through the blazing corridor of flames, with Yaya closely trailing behind him. The 8-eyed giant spiders were taken aback by the sudden inferno. Chapter 149. The secret treasure. Albert raised his head, and by the faint glow of his wand's tip, he dimly discerned Professor McGonagall striding swiftly towards him, accompanied by their roommate trailing behind her. Chapter 150. The task reward is a bit deceiving. The following morning, Albert awoke from his slumber on the hospital bed. After a restful night, he felt quite well, though his stomach was slightly growling with hunger. Chapter 151. The treasure trove. Good afternoon, Professor Broad. Albert gently tapped on the door of the Dark Arts Defense Office. Upon receiving permission, he extended his hand to push the door open, his gaze settling upon the seated figure. Chapter 152. Kind reminder. The following day, the effects of Fred and George's dizzying key had completely dissipated. The 2 left the infirmary early in the morning and joined their housemates, who were already dining in the Great Hall. Chapter 153. The falsehood. It is often said that Gryffindor cannot keep secrets, and indeed, this statement holds true. Albert, under the cover of night, ventured alone into the Forbidden Forest to retrieve Fred and George from. Chapter 154. The Wealth of Ravenclaw. Come in. The door is ajar. The office echoed with the voice of O.W.L.s. Chapter 155. The greedy plunderer. What constitutes the eternal beginning, the culmination of time and space, the commencement of every conclusion? After posing the question, the eagle-shaped bronze door knocker once again fell into silence. Chapter 156. The true raven's mouth after the holiday. The news of Professor Broad's resignation spread like wildfire. Chapter 157. This wave is steady as the clock approached 11. The faculty and students of Hogwarts made their way to the Quidditch pitch to witness the match between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. Albert and Lee. Chapter 158. Falling into the pit. Albert had never witnessed such unity among the Gryffindor students. Perhaps it was the result of having been oppressed by Slytherin House for far too long. Chapter 159. The heroes of Slytherin. The examinations at Hogwarts take place in mid-June. Chapter 160. A series of events. There is nothing more delightful than witnessing one's adversary encounter misfortune. During the leisurely days preceding the summer break, the students of Gryffindor were all. Chapter 161. The Garlic Cross. As Lee Jordan just passed through the opening, he reached out to receive AI. Chapter 162. A few matters before the holiday. If there is anything that can induce exasperation, it is the notion of almost. Yet, at times, almost can signify a great deal. Ravenclaw House. Chapter 163. Vacationing in France. Embarking on an international journey is a delightful endeavor. A novel environment has the power to uplift one's spirits and provides an excellent opportunity to unwind both body and mind. For Albert, vacationing in France. Chapter 164. The true membership gold card. Most travelers to France will undoubtedly visit the Arc de Triomphe and enjoy a leisurely stroll along the Seine River. They will also seize the opportunity to indulge in the renowned French delicacies, such as foie gras and. Chapter 165. An unexpected misfortune. Hertog Dagworth now felt a slight sense of despondency as he discovered that his esteemed gold membership card had inexplicably gone missing. This card represented his status as a senior member of the Extraordinary Apothecaries Association. Chapter 166. Minor matters. Mafalda Hopkirk, having graduated from Hogwarts, has been diligently employed at the Ministry of Magic, currently serving as the assistant to the director of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Chapter 167. A visit to Diagon Alley. As dawn broke and the sun began its ascent, Albert awoke, emerging from the embrace of slumber. He gently turned his head towards the door, as familiar sounds echoed from the corridor. Chapter 168. What does he want to do in recent days? Hedek has felt particularly unfortunate. He managed to inexplicably lose his gold membership card while attending an opera in France. What was once a smooth journey in potion research has taken an unexpected turn. Chapter 169. Adults enjoy playing tricks. Had it not been for the troublesome incident involving the Ministry of Magic, this summer would undoubtedly have been perfect. Even though the use of magic was prohibited during the vacation, Albert still had. Chapter 170. Something strange. Upon entering the train, Albert traversed the corridor in search of an unoccupied compartment. As he walked, he momentarily failed to catch sight of his roommates from Hogwarts. Perhaps they were still. Chapter 171. The wizard's card. Amidst the conversation among a few individuals, the engine pistons of the express train emitted a resounding hiss as the train set in motion. However, the carriage once again descended into an eerie silence. Chapter 172. Smith. During the ensuing journey, the four gathered to discuss matters concerning the wizard's card. Albert, drawing upon his previous experiences with card games, refined the gameplay of the wizard's card. Chapter 173. Formulating cards. The first day of school at Hogwarts coincided with a weekend, which was indeed a delightful occurrence for most students. In the morning, Albert opened. Chapter 174. The gaze from behind. Alas, yet another defeat. Will I ever be able to enjoy the game of cards again? In the common room of Gryffindor, George, having lost yet another round of wizard's cards, slumped in exhaustion. Chapter 175. Not easy. Thank you, misfortune. Rufus halted his steps, casting a glance down at the beverage splattered upon him, before raising his gaze to the figure that had collided with him, gradually receding into the distance. Chapter 176. Throwing the Mandela grass. Since the commencement of the academic year at Hogwarts, Albert's school life has returned to a semblance of normalcy. He no longer stays up late each night, but instead adheres to a disciplined schedule, retiring to bed punctually and rising at the break of dawn. Chapter 177. A series of matters. Chapter 178. Bogut. The entrance to classroom 21 is related to the basic transformation principles of GAMP. Albert guided Katrina along the corridor on the 6th floor of the castle. What does this signify? Chapter 179. Terrifying Truths. The history of magic is undeniably tedious. Throughout the class, the students in the entire classroom succumbed to drowsiness, only to regain their vitality once the bell signaling the end of the lesson rang. Chapter 180. Gossip. As Albert exited the principal's office, the portraits that had previously feigned slumber began to stir, engaging in lively discussions about the recent incident. The boy had. Chapter 181. The newcomer's matters unfolded even more smoothly than Albert had anticipated. However, the absence of panel tasks this time left him quite astonished, as he had typically encountered. Chapter 182. The apology letter. Oh, dear Mafalda, what on earth has transpired? Who has provoked her ire? Rufus set the half-consumed beverage upon his desk, raising. Chapter 183. Enhancing strength. As a student, completing homework is a daily routine. However, students at Hogwarts are undoubtedly fortunate, as their academic workload is relatively light. Chapter 184. Terrifying. After a brief moment, he finally spoke. Chapter 185. The Spellbinding Club. On the other side, Albert and Katrina were en route to the 7th floor, reminiscent of their previous visit to the Metamorphosis Club. However, this time, both parties. Chapter 186. The Silencing Charm. In the ensuing half-hour, the members of the Charms Club diligently practiced the silencing charm, with several individuals successfully casting spells without uttering a sound. Chapter 187. The Delayed Mission. Chapter 188. The Fortunate Potion. In the Grand Hall, the playful scuffle of the twins elicited a chorus of joyful laughter from the onlookers. Albert merely cast a fleeting glance at them, quietly shifting. Chapter 189. The Potion Class. Filled with flavor above, the vast expanse of the Great Hall.'s ceiling was alive with swirling dark clouds, while a gentle drizzle fell from the heavens. At the long table of Gryffindor, Albert, Fred, George, and Lee. Chapter 190. The Book of Abraham the Jew. As September draws to a close, the rainy season persists, with the weather growing increasingly frigid and the nights extending ever longer. In such conditions, Albert finds solace in the warmth and brightness of his surroundings. Chapter 191. Hagrid's new pet. At the end of the month, the incessant rain that had persisted for several days finally ceased, and the sky began to clear. The radiant sunlight dispelled the somber mood that had enveloped everyone during these dreary days, as they had been cooped up in the castle. Chapter 192. Cerberus Liu Wei. In recent days, the incessant rain has rendered the paths of the Forbidden Forest exceedingly muddy. Albert, trailing behind Hagrid, has nearly stumbled several times. Hagrid, wait a moment. Chapter 193. Mastery. In all things. On the scorching barbecue grill, wisps of white smoke spiraled upwards, filling the air with a tantalizing aroma of grilled meat. Outside Hagrid's quaint hut, a barbecue festivity was underway. Chapter 194. The Sorcerer's Club. While several roommates diligently consumed their lunches, Albert was engaged in composing a letter to Selah Harrises. The correspondence conveyed greetings and expressed the mutual desire for continued exchange of letters. Chapter 195. Ominous Signs. Since the promotion of the Wizard Card Club, the number of Hogwarts students aware of the Wizard Card game has significantly increased. Some students have even expressed a desire to. Chapter 196. Similar prophecies. Albert noticed the change in Isabel's expression and suddenly felt a surge of amusement. After all, he was privy to certain details regarding Professor Trelawney. Chapter 197. I have Gallon. Placing Katrina's riddle wager during the Quidditch match undoubtedly served to deter onlookers. Perhaps Isabel harbored her own intentions. It was evident. Chapter 198. What schemes are afoot? On Friday, at 9:45 in the evening, in the Gryffindor common room, Albert was seated in an armchair by the fireplace, perusing the materials from the recent lesson of the Professor of Magical Texts. Chapter 199. Carelessness in the Deep of Night. The Gryffindor Tower still glows with lights emanating from the windows. A few occupants in the dormitory have yet to retire for the evening, gathered together to engage in a game of wizarding cards. As the variety of cards. Chapter 200. Who is causing trouble? With a thunderous crash, the bookshelf toppled over, loud enough to awaken everyone in the castle. At this moment, on the 3rd floor of the castle, a game of cat and mouse was unfolding between Ferky and another. Chapter 201. No secrets for Gryffindor. The following day, Albert and his roommates slumbered until noon before rising to partake in lunch. Along the way, they overheard numerous students engaged in conversations about the events of the previous night. Last night. Chapter 202. The Art of Cerebral Confinement. Chapter 203. Capturing the spirit and thoughts, Isabel's gaze settled upon the restrained wrist before she lifted her head to regard Albert, furrowing her brow as she inquired, "Is there anything else?" "I apologize." Chapter 204. The defective product. The night had grown late. In the tranquil corridor, faint footsteps echoed from a distance. Suddenly, a pale light illuminated the dark corner of the hallway. Chapter 205. The mouse. The bustling and fulfilling life at the academy always seems to pass in the blink of an eye. Before one realizes it, time swiftly ushers in the end of October. The rainy season each year remains. Chapter 206. Preparing for action. Percy ultimately refused to lend his pet, Binky, to Albert, even though Fred offered some form of compensation as a borrowing fee for Binky. This incident was recorded in Albert's. Chapter 207. Indeed, quite magical, hey? Albert, come down. Charlie gazed upward at the shadow soaring erratically above the field, feeling a mix of satisfaction and helplessness. He turned to glance at Fred beside him. Chapter 208. What are their intentions after concluding their Quidditch practice? The trio once again ventured to the room of requirement to conduct that infernal experiment, resulting in their complete absence from the evening meal. Consequently, they were compelled to make their way to the kitchen too. Chapter 209. The desire to grow up quickly. Chapter 210. Halloween Eve. In the morning, Albert opened his drowsy eyes and tilted his head towards the window. Outside the castle, rain was falling, and the droplets tapped gently against the glass, creating a soothing symphony. Chapter 211. The Elixir of Fortune. Chapter 212. Success. Snape's private vault was located within his office. Should Albert boldly enter the office, it would likely arouse Snape's suspicion. Typically, Hogwarts professors. Chapter 213. Astonished at this moment, Felch, holding a lantern, traversed the corridor leading to the castle's underground. Not long ago, a haunting wail echoed from below the castle, and he. Chapter 214. The Autumn of Trouble. Snape opened his bleary eyes, awakening from a deep slumber. Before him lay the familiar confines of his room, where he. Chapter 215. A false alarm. The afternoon potions class proved to be an excruciating ordeal for the students. Indeed, anyone who had to confront Snape's sullen countenance could not help but feel a sense of trepidation. Chapter 216. The Pig's Head Pub. As November commenced, the weather grew exceedingly frigid, with the mountains surrounding Hogwarts Castle blanketed in a pristine layer of snow. In the morning, the windows were adorned. Chapter 217. Montongas. As Albert observed the elderly gentleman before him, Abuphis was likewise covertly scrutinizing Albert, this man, who had lived for more than a century. Chapter 218. The Law of Transactions. Abuphis was taken aback upon hearing Albert's words, as he had never anticipated that the other party would harbor such intentions. However, it was necessary to procure materials from the black market to manufacture. Chapter 219. Coincidence and Inevitability. Chapter 220. Pickled Vegetable Roots. It may rain later. Fred lifted his gaze to the overcast ceiling above and turned to the few individuals seated beside him, saying, "If I." Chapter 221. Full of confidence. Have you encountered these items? In the Defense Against the Dark Arts office on the second floor of Hogwarts Castle, Professor Rowena Smith gazed intently at the parchment in her hands. Chapter 222. The Idiot-Making Potion. How does it feel? Observing Albert cautiously take a small sip of the Felix Felicis, Fred, George, and Lee Jordan all swallowed nervously. Chapter 223. The little brat knows nothing about love since the four of them captured the bouncing mushroom in the Forbidden Forest. 3 days have passed, and the correspondence between Albert and Dagworth continues unabated. In the morning at. Chapter 224. How would you know? On a Saturday morning, Albert awoke early, greeted by a shroud of darkness, as the tempestuous winds and pouring rain relentlessly battered the window panes. It was so cold. The dormitory. Chapter 225. Worth 10 gallons. I sensed a flaw in your response. Suddenly, Katrina interjected, "Are you dead? I believe that if you were to address a ghost in such a manner, they." Chapter 226. Where is knowledge? After the enigmatic wager with Katrina concluded, Albert chose not to attend the Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. Instead, he proceeded directly to the 8th floor, seeking. Chapter 227. The Informed One. Perspective Shift. If one were the architect of the Ravenclaw Knowledge Repository, it would be only natural to desire that a greater number of students benefit from the wealth of knowledge contained within. The repository would not. Chapter 228. The curtain falls. The winter nights arrive with an unusual swiftness as dusk descends by 5 o'clock, enveloping the surroundings in a rapid twilight. However, today at Hogwarts possesses an air of distinction, The Quidditch Pitch. Chapter 229. Renowned once more. The defeat in the Quidditch match plunged the entire Gryffindor house into a state of despondency. The initial determination to continue vying for the Quidditch Cup and the House Cup dissipated entirely. Chapter 230. The Oath of Loyalty. Professor Flitwick seeks me for a matter? Albert felt somewhat surprised, as his interactions with the Charms Professor had been rather limited. At least, they were not significant enough to warrant. Chapter 231. Those who dabble in darkness become shadows of it. Albert found himself in a state of profound discontent, as his inquiries remained unanswered, and he had failed to procure the necessary signature for borrowing from the restricted section of the library from Professor Flitwick. Moreover, Chapter 232. Galen paves the way. The Wizarding Card Club publicly announced its intention to host the inaugural Wizard Card Tournament. However, this revelation failed to stir any significant excitement within Hogwarts. After all, it was merely a matter concerning wizards. Chapter 233. The Dangers of Inferior Goods. Galen is a remarkable entity. Its utility and allure are equally profound. When Truman unveiled the championship rewards for the Wizard Card Tournament, the potential was immense. Chapter 234. The Diluted Potion. Albert and his companions fell into a profound silence, fully aware that the words of Master Potion Maker Dagworth were merely a means to instill fear within them. Perhaps such incidents had indeed occurred. Chapter 235. A meandering thought. As he spoke, Dagworth handed the vial containing the Buffy revitalizing elixir to Albert. Upon receiving it, Albert wiped the rim of the bottle and likewise took a small sip. Chapter 236. The Wealthy Dupe. Chapter 237. The Merchants. The fierce wind relentlessly lashes the snowflakes against the window, while the biting cold seeps through the glass, yet is kept at bay by the heavy drapes. In the center of the dormitory lies. Chapter 238. The Lively Gathering. As Eddie stepped into the hall from the foyer, he was immediately captivated by the crowd gathered around the long table. Driven by curiosity, he made his way over to see what everyone was congregating for. Chapter 239. An abundance of information. Professor Smith approached, clearly with matters of greater significance at hand. After departing the hall, the two ascended the corridor towards the second floor, heading for the Office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts. Chapter 240. A peculiar feeling. Ever since Professor Smith informed Albert about the Ravenclaw's repository of knowledge, he has been plagued by an odd sensation. This matter should have. Chapter 241. Galen. As December approached, the Scottish region experienced an increase in snowfall. Hogwarts Castle, along with the surrounding forest, was blanketed in pristine white snow, while the dark lake encircling the castle. Chapter 242. Nearly devoured. Something is approaching from that direction. Upon hearing the barking of dogs emanating from the woods, Fred, George, and Lee Jordan immediately heightened their vigilance to the utmost degree. Chapter 243. Decisively abandoning teammates. At this moment, Lee Jordan instinctively yearned to depend on his dependable roommate. However, he found himself overwhelmed by anxiety, his rapid breaths and racing heartbeat betraying his inner turmoil. Chapter 244. True warriors. As they raced forward, Fred and George found themselves utterly exhausted, leaning against the tree trunks, gasping for breath. Fortunately, the monstrous creature had not pursued them. Chapter 245. Coincidence and necessity. In the final week of the semester, the sky unexpectedly cleared, as if an invisible hand had wiped away the persistent wind and snow that had lingered for several days. The winter sunlight streamed through the frost-laden windows. Chapter 246. Chance and necessity. Continued. Is it possible that your last wager with Katrina was for this purpose? Isabel gazed at Albert, her expression increasingly perplexed, utterly unable to. Chapter 247. Role-playing. Albert had never been a particularly suspicious individual. At least, he was not in his past life, which may be attributed to his former living circumstances. However, he now found himself compelled to express his concerns regarding Rowena. Chapter 248. Protective Bracelet 2. 0. Regrettably, the art of wand-making is a skillful endeavor. Certainly, with diligence, Albert could undoubtedly master it himself. However, the wands he would create would surely lack. Chapter 249. The inscription on the wall. Having elevated the level of the magical script to grade 3, Albert would certainly not let slip the opportunity to seize the treasures contained within the repository of knowledge belonging to Ravenclaw, although it is highly likely that these so-called treasures. Chapter 250. A renewed bet. Allow me to share the outline of this book. It is divided into 3 sections. The first section encompasses the protagonist's initial 2 years at Hogwarts, detailing Albert's experiences and the treasures left behind by the four founders, as well as the tale of an enigmatic and ancient family. Numerous hints have been provided throughout the text, and discerning readers with a foundational knowledge of Harry Potter may be able to piece together the clues. This section is expected to contain at least 700,000 words. The second section focuses on the trio's journey following their enrollment, extending until the downfall of Voldemort. Many readers may eagerly anticipate this portion, which indeed forms one of the mainstays of the narrative. However, the precise length of this section remains uncertain even to the author. The third section delves into the story that unfolds after leaving Hogwarts. The writing of this segment will depend on the reader's sentiments. If the consensus is to bring the narrative to a close, it may not be pursued further, or it could be presented in the form of supplementary chapters. It is important to note that this book does not revolve around Harry Potter and his companions. Therefore, those seeking the tale of the savior, Potter, may find themselves disappointed. As the author tends to write at a leisurely pace and often revises the content, I kindly ask for your understanding regarding the slower updates. Should any issues arise within the text, feel free to engage in discussions within the community, and adjustments will be made as deemed necessary. Lastly, I would like to express my sincere gratitude for your continued subscription and support. Chapter 251. Guardian Deity, have you been able to summon your corporeal guardian yet? Fred instinctively inquired upon observing Albert's reaction. I remember. Chapter 252. Another year of peaceful night. Chapter 253. My son is attending an academic conference, dear Mr. Anderson. I was profoundly astonished upon receiving your letter. It is indeed rare at your current age to summon a physical guardian spirit. Chapter 254. The McDougal family in the early morning. The snowfall outside had ceased. Isabel, just awakening from her slumber, felt a slight chill in the room and instinctively nestled her head deeper into the warmth of her blankets. From the kitchen below, a faint cacophony could be heard. Chapter 255. Milk and sugar. The snow had ceased its fall throughout the night, blanketing the landscape in a pristine layer of white, which sparkled under the gentle caress of sunlight. The house elf, Noel, was employing magic too. Chapter 256. What's going on? Albert is not only a genius in the realm of language, but also excels in various other fields. A voice emanated from the entrance of the hall, cloaked in a wind. Chapter 257. Academic flattery. Mr. Anderson attended the gathering for the first time, likely unaware. No. Mr. Anderson has also brought forth his own achievements. Sierra H. Chapter 258. Escaping death in a certain apartment in Devonshire. Nico sat in an armchair, engrossed in a book. Occasionally, his gaze drifted to the mechanical clock beside the fireplace as he awaited the arrival of a dear friend. Chapter 259. The lost technology. Albert was utterly oblivious to the encounter between Dumbledore and the LeMay couple. At this moment, he was fervently absorbing the alchemical knowledge mentioned at the gathering. This time, truly. Chapter 260. Master Ma. This gathering serves not merely as an academic exchange. It also aims to fortify the bonds among participants and expand their networks. In a certain sense, it embodies the essence of the hybrid prince. Chapter 261. The commission. After the banquet concluded, the guests began to take their leave. Thank you for your invitation, Professor Broad, said Albert, as Professor Broad bid farewell to all the attendees. Chapter 262. Agreement. Albert could not help but chuckle after reading Montague Flaish's letter. Montague. Chapter 263. Behold, what we have discovered. It is truly astonishing that you have chosen to spend the splendid Christmas holiday engrossed in reading. On the Hogwarts Express, Fred and George were. Chapter 264. Rumors. After an extended holiday, Hogwarts invariably witnesses a sudden influx of students frantically scrambling to complete their homework, and the Christmas break is no exception. Chapter 265. Connections. Indeed, Albert did not deceive Shauna. Whether it is the Transformation Club or the Enchantment Club, both bear a resemblance to an advanced class for 6th graders. Chapter 266. The hypocritical fellow. After Albert received the note from Professor McGonagall allowing him to borrow books from the restricted section, the task concerning the magical forbidden area on the panel could be completed with just one more loan. Chapter 267. The spice seasoning. Quite unpleasant. Fred, George, and Lee Jordan have recently felt beset by misfortune. Ever since the conclusion of the Christmas holiday, they have encountered a series of unfortunate events. Chapter 268. Fire prevention, theft prevention, and guarding against mischief. By the end of January, the weather showed no signs of warming. Upon rising in the morning, The sky remained shrouded in a dull gray, with occasional snowflakes drifting down as I made my way to the auditorium. Chapter 269, An Arrow to the Knee Well. Albert, I suddenly have a brilliant idea. As night fell, in the Gryffindor common room, Fred was engrossed in his homework. Chapter 270, The Greedy One Truly. You are quite avaricious. Isabel remarked to Albert after the meeting at the enchantment club. Is there indeed greed? Chapter 271. Witnessing history, Albert never believed that Katrina required his assistance, nor did he think she would accept his goodwill. Having known her for over a year, he considered himself reasonably. Chapter 272. The morality at the corner. As February arrives, numerous events beckon attention. At the beginning of the month, students from the 3rd grade and above are permitted to venture to Hogsmeade. In the middle of the month, a Quidditch match. Chapter 273. The missing pet dog. On a weekend morning, Albert was dining in the auditorium. Beside him, Shauna and Percy were discussing course selections for the 3rd grade. In the latter half of the 2nd grade. Chapter 274. Where is Lu Wei? The Forbidden Forest is vast, yet the dog proves elusive. Albert and Hagrid have been wandering within the depths of the Forbidden Forest for over 10 minutes, yet they have yet to uncover any clues. To put it plainly. Chapter 275. Ambush. Chapter 276. The solution. As soon as Albert stepped through the hallway, he was abruptly surrounded by Fred, George, and Lee Jordan, who had leapt out unexpectedly. What's the matter, Al? Chapter 277. The arrival of Lu Wei. Albert followed closely behind Professor Smith, silently advancing until he turned a corner and came to a halt before the statue of the Griffin. Chocolate. Chapter 278. The unfortunate Lu Wei. A peculiar silence enveloped the surroundings once more. Hagrid, who had been waiting nearby, could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, Is the spell effective? Although last time. Chapter 279. Secrets. Albert feigned ignorance, yet fortunately, he possessed. Chapter 280. Special reward. Should I write a letter to Professor Brolid? Ever since bringing Professor Smith into the secret chamber of Ravenclaw, Albert has been contemplating whether to. Chapter 281. Defense against dark arts. Several days have passed, yet the discussions surrounding the creatures of the Forbidden Forest show no signs of abating. It is no wonder, as even the professors are intrigued by the nature of the monsters lurking within the woods. Chapter 282. Dark History. After class, Albert deliberately lingered behind to confront Professor Smith in the classroom, urging him to fulfill his promise to assist him in mastering the art of the seamless extension spell. The panel. Chapter 283. The wizard's item merchant Montongus was in high spirits. All the cauldrons he imported a few days prior had been sold out. Additionally, he took the opportunity to visit a lonely elderly man, and before departing, he. Chapter 284. The advanced guardian charm. To be candid, I truly do not wish to feign expertise in the realm of teaching, Abufus remarked as he retrieved 4 bottles of butterbeer from beneath the bar, placing them upon the weathered countertop. Chapter 285. The honesty detector. Stop poking. You are about to blind someone. In a certain dormitory, Lee Jordan held a goldenrod he had just purchased from the Left Science Joke Shop. Chapter 286. A secret that is not quite a secret. After lunch, Albert took the opportunity to visit the Defense Against the Dark Arts office once more, seeking guidance from Professor Smith regarding the challenges he encountered while practicing the disillusionment charm. The professor, however. Chapter 287. The wager. In the ensuing days, Albert devoted a considerable amount of time within the confines of the Room of Requirement, diligently practicing the advanced Patronus charm. However, he found himself devoid of a mentor, with no one to guide him through the complexities of the spell. Chapter 288. An eye for an eye. As the Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Slytherin approached, the atmosphere between the two houses grew increasingly tense, with occasional minor altercations breaking out. Some individuals. Chapter 289. Foul play. In the midst of pursuing the audacious thief, Jean Fay, Charlie narrowly avoided being knocked off his broom. My apologies, I did not see him. Flint's face was. Chapter 290. A distinctive taste. After the competition, some were elated while others were disheartened. Albert certainly did not belong to the latter group. Nor did Lee Jordan, Fred, or George. Chapter 291. Be tough on yourself. The cold wind whipped up a mix of rain and snow, pattering against the window panes with a sharp cadence. The chill that enveloped the castle seeped in with this frigid gust, affecting many students. Chapter 292. The abyss. As night descended, the Smith Manor shrouded in wind and snow, the study's window remained aglow with light. Gerber Smith sat at his desk, perusing the envelope he had received some time ago. Chapter 293, A bunch of worthless characters when departing from the room of requirement. The curfew had not yet arrived. Albert uttered the password before the portrait of the fat lady and slipped through the revealed passage into the Gryffindor common room. Chapter 294, Letting it slip in the corridor of the 8th floor of the castle. Faint sounds of anguished groans emanated from within the wall opposite the tapestry depicting the giant striking the foolish Barnabas. After a brief moment, a door materialized upon the wall. Chapter 295, Dark Arts Defense Training. Professor Smith might be scheming something. However, Albert could not fathom what it was, yet he sensed that it held a connection to him. It was not that he possessed. Chapter 296, Transformation. In the ensuing days, Albert discreetly observed Professor Smith. Originally, the plan was to experiment with the Baif Awakening potion, but Chapter 297, Expansion. Again in the room of the wish fulfillment chamber. A fierce battle of offense and defense was underway. The trio, led by Fred, George, and Lee Jordan, was launching an assault against Albert. Chapter 298, The first Wizarding Card Tournament. As the end of the month approaches, the Wizarding Card Tournament organized by Albert is on the verge of commencing. Fred, George, and Lee Jordan have recently found themselves too occupied to engage in their usual mischief. Chapter 299, Illegal Gathering. Following the commencement of the inaugural Wizard Card Tournament, Albert diligently assumed the responsibilities of a judge. There was no alternative. Without oversight, the Wizard card matches. Chapter 300, The Incident in the Ladies' Restroom. To those whose names I have just mentioned, congratulations on advancing to the top 16. Albert rolled up the parchment and addressed the surrounding crowd, saying, in the next competition. Chapter 301, The Tale of Quirinus Chilo. Chapter 302, Hagrid's Troubles. Hurry, hurry, Fred. Lee Jordan has been taken down. I spotted Albert. Let's flank him from the side and ensure he doesn't escape again. In the depths of the forest. Chapter 303, Choosing New Courses. Chapter 30, For the Secret of the 12 Certificates. After class, Albert deliberately remained behind, intending to discuss the selection of new courses with Professor McGonagall. Upon noticing Albert's decision to stay, Katrina hesitated for a moment. Similarly. Chapter 305, Poachers. Recently, Hagrid has frequently wandered into the Forbidden Forest. The three-headed dog, Fluffy, is concealed in a cave within the forest by Dumbledore, and Hagrid brings it food each day. Chapter 306, Ron's Birthday. Chapter 307, The Victim Indeed. There are werewolves in the Forbidden Forest. Shauna was utterly astonished. Under Professor Smith's guidance, they had come to understand just how tragic and perilous these creatures truly are. Chapter 308, Gradually entering a better state. The werewolf incident has stirred considerable commotion at Hogwarts, with everyone engaged in fervent discussions. Eager to ascertain the veracity of the claims regarding the existence of werewolves in the Forbidden Forest, some assert. Chapter 309, Indeed, it is you who is causing trouble. Chapter 310, There are always malicious individuals who seek to harm me. Chapter 311, Explosive Acting. With the assistance of the active point map, Albert effortlessly located Isabel, who was indeed in the library diligently working on her holiday assignments. Albert directly. Chapter 312, Counterattack. When Albert witnessed Isabel suddenly draw her wand to launch a surprise attack on Rowena Smith, a look of astonishment crossed his face. Undoubtedly, Isabel. Chapter 313, I Am the Mastermind. A cacophony of loud, clicking sounds emanated from the thicket nearby. Moments later, within the line of sight of the three individuals, several furry creatures emerged, boasting long legs, large pincers, and 8 beady eyes, grotesque in appearance. Chapter 314, A fitting end. Isabel silently observed all that transpired. Even now, she remained perplexed, unable to fully comprehend the machinations employed by Albert. Yet, there lay those who were utterly vulnerable, at the mercy of others. Chapter 315, Bountiful Harvest. On the way back to the castle, the two remained in silence, yet Albert could still discern the emotional turmoil within Isabel. There was no remedy. The long-awaited revenge had finally been achieved. Chapter 316, Vanishing from the World. Enhancements in Dark Magic Defense. Chapter 317, The Book of Bronze. As the holiday came to a close, the weather grew increasingly bright and warm. The allure became irresistible, prompting everyone to abandon their burdensome studies, leaving the library to meander across the lush lawns. Chapter 318, Hardcore Revelation Command. Chapter 319, We Are All Europeans. The following day, the match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff was nothing short of exhilarating. From the commencement to the conclusion of the game, Gryffindor exhibited a performance akin to that of deities. Chapter 320. I desire to cheat. How to conceal those unpleasant memories? Chapter 321. Are you insane? Currently, a delightful tale is circulating among the students of Hogwarts. The Ravenclaw student, who spent a fortune on a bewitching brain elixir, was. Chapter 322. True warriors Fred, George, and Lee Jordan all envied Albert's remarkable ability to generate wealth. Merely by utilizing the potion formula for the Buffet Awakening elixir, he effortlessly garnered profits from Kenneth. Chapter 323. A major incident unfolds. Smuggling proves profitable. Kenneth Toller has somehow acquired a substantial quantity of Buffet cognitive enhancers, clandestinely selling them to 5th and 7th grade students. Chapter 324. Bold maneuvers. Kenneth Toller did not enjoy the privileges that Potter had in front of the principal. Having committed this act, he was not expelled from the school solely because no lives were at stake. The ensuing. Chapter 325. Insomnia. As night fell, the lights in the headmaster's office remained aglow. Professor Dumbledore sat behind his desk, diligently reviewing the documents that had accumulated over the past few days, although Vice Principal Professor McGonagall also assisted him in handling. Chapter 326. The principal invites for tea. Look here. This report, George exclaimed suddenly while casually perusing the Daily Prophet during breakfast, startling those around him. Chapter 327. The diadem of Ravenclaw. Dumbledore chose not to pursue the matter of Fred and George's nocturnal wanderings, as he followed Albert into a narrow alley nestled amidst the refuse. The two traversed past a specimen of a giant. Chapter 328. What on earth have you done? Did Lady Grey seek you for something? Isabel and Albert strolled side by side through the castle courtyard, casually discussing the events that had just transpired. Chapter 329. Winning hearts with virtue. As Fred remarked, the matter swiftly spread throughout the school. Many were left to wonder how Albert managed to conjure such a feat for Gryffindor House. Chapter 330. The created monster. A toast to exam results. Beneath the beech trees by the Black Lake, Albert and his companions, having just concluded their final examinations, raised their chilled butterbeers in celebration. Chapter 331. The lair of the giant. The following morning, after breakfast in the hall, Albert and his companions vanished without a trace. Although the second-year students had completed their examinations, students from other grades. Chapter 332. Clues. Two colossal beasts. Lee Jordan let out a piercing scream, for this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Merely managing to stand his ground without trembling at the sight of the giants was already a feat. Chapter 333. The Chamber of Gryffindor. It appears we have found the right place, Albert murmured to himself as he gazed at the objects on the ground. What does this mean? Lee Jordan momentarily. Chapter 334. The upside-down corridor. Could you exercise a bit more caution? Fred gazed in exasperation at the large wooden sphere conjured by Albert's magic, which was destined to replace the four of them in. Chapter 335. The final boss. Fred, George, and Lee Jordan were utterly astonished as they beheld Albert soaring out of the eerie mist on his broomstick, their faces betraying their astonishment. Chapter 336. The Gryffindor. Within the stone door lay in impenetrable darkness, obscuring all sight. As they stepped inside, torches ignited abruptly, heightening the vigilance of the four, apprehensive of yet another confrontation. Although they had not acquired any treasures, this encounter had. Chapter 338. The Tale of Quirinus Quirrell, Part 2. Master, I have gleaned information from the fairies. Indeed, Dumbledore has placed a valuable object within Vault 713. Chapter 339. The Snow Mountain Resort. A new vehicle does not necessarily signify superior quality. En route to the renowned skiing haven in France, the Anderson family's tour bus has broken down twice, much to the dismay of those aboard. Chapter 340. You are quite notable. Good morning, Nia. Herbert opened the door, gazing at his daughter standing outside. He smiled and stepped aside, allowing Nia to enter the room. Chapter 341. Familiarity. In the subsequent days, Albert refrained from venturing into the northern woods and did not encounter Louise again. Nia's attempts at skiing were less than successful, as she frequently. Chapter 342. Youth. I share the same sentiment. Mr. Drackle uttered a remark that left Albert perplexed, then reached into his pocket to retrieve a piece of parchment. Chapter 343. The harsh reality. In the days that followed, the Drackle family unexpectedly found themselves in the company of the Anderson family. Initially, their communication was far from seamless, as Mr. Drackle struggled with his rudimentary English. Chapter 344. The Tale of Quirinus Chilo, Part 3. His patience was nearing its limit. He understood that he could no longer afford to procrastinate and must act swiftly. Chilo admonished himself in his thoughts. Chapter 345. The Owl's letter. Since the last correspondence from Hogwarts, Nia had been enveloped in a cloud of melancholy, as her inability to attend Hogwarts and study magic had dealt her a significant blow. Albert. Chapter 346. The art of wand lore. To be candid, Daisy was entirely opposed to Albert's decision to let their son stay elsewhere for a few days during the summer break, feeling quite displeased at the thought of her child being out of her sight. Chapter 347. Enchanted Confectionery. Chapter 348. The humble abode. The three descended the stairs and entered the courtyard, where several plump brown chickens pecked at the ground. The Weasley family's yard was quite expansive, if one were to include the surrounding land. Chapter 349. How did you end up here? Chapter 350. Treasures within the book. The selection of candidates is indeed limited. Mr. Broad, far from being displeased, smiled and remarked, however, have we not discovered 2 suitable prodigies this time? Of course, Ka. Chapter 351. The invitation. In the early morning, Albert awoke from his slumber, still enveloped in a peculiar haze. The previous night, he had meticulously studied Breyer's Golden Book. Chapter 352. The rules. Please come in. A gentle knock resonated outside the principal's office. The door creaked open, and Professor McGonagall stepped inside, casting a fleeting glance at the desk. Chapter 353. Apartment No. 12. On Tulip Street, on the northern slope of a hill in Scotland, in an obscure location, stands a house. This is the residence of Sarah Harris, a figure of some renown, known to but a few. Chapter 354. A delightful conversation. Everyone aspires to be a great wizard like Professor Dumbledore. Albert gently stirred the red tea in front of him with a spoon and took a sip. Chapter 355. The Irreparable Crown. As night fell, Albert stifled a yawn with his hand and collapsed onto his bed, burying his head in the soft pillow. After a hearty meal. Chapter 356. Behold, your bubble tea. Albert presented a cup of iced bubble tea before Nia, while he settled onto the adjacent sofa. Chapter 357. The cat's demise. Albert did not predict the winning lottery numbers, yet he foresaw what he would inscribe in his notebook 2 days hence. Thus, he won, although he had merely cultivated. Chapter 358. Toxic. Suddenly, the door of the carriage was knocked upon. Lee Jordan, pushing his luggage, stood outside the carriage, observing with great interest the standoff between the cat and the owl. Chapter 359. Remarkable. Chapter 360. Knocking on the door as a few individuals engaged in conversation. The train had departed from London, hurtling through the fields, leaving behind wisps of white smoke carried by the wind. Inside the carriage, Fred and George were. Chapter 361. Unchanged matters. The train gradually decelerated, ultimately coming to a halt. Albert scooped up the well-fed and slumbering Tom, placing him back into the cage. And then he turned to Fred. Chapter 362. The secret of the 4th floor of the castle. As expected, Harry Potter was sorted into Gryffindor House, receiving a warm welcome from all. Albert even speculated that if the sorting ceremony were not still underway. Chapter 363. The unmentionable reason. On the following morning, when Albert opened his eyes, he discovered a fluffy object beside his head. In the next moment, he found himself face to face with a pair of. Chapter 364. The honest Professor Trelawney. After breakfast, everyone proceeded together to their inaugural divination class. The classroom for divination was situated atop the North Tower, a location quite distant from the castle.